Thieves and heroes are merely a thought apart. This fleeting thought is the indifference of those in high positions, the casual dismissal of a single meal. What I bear is the weight of guilt within my heart. I cannot truly be called a wolf, merely a half-hearted one. I possess a conscience that I can never cast aside or comprehend. She carries the torment of her spirit, a wandering wildcat, perpetually subject to the condemnation of her mind. The death of her parents is a memory she cannot forget. Yet, before all is resolved, we coexist. We journey together. We harbor hatred, and we share love. We cannot forget or discard the burdens we bear, but we can temporarily cast everything aside to live anew. Hatred grows through time, yet it also fades with it. Until everything reaches its conclusion, we coexist. Chapter 1 Reunion. In the year 1641, Li Ziqing's rebel army achieved a resounding victory over Luoyang, capturing the exalted Wang Fu and executing him. Raindrops patter softly upon the deck, the green grass by the river sways in the gentle breeze, and birds chirp from the branches. From within Luoyang, I can faintly hear the rallying cry of welcome, Chuang Wang, no tribute accepted. Though I am not within the city, I can imagine the jubilant cheers of the people. The boatman, clad in a straw raincoat, remains unfazed by the rain that pelts him as he stands at the bow, humming an unfamiliar folk song, lost in its melody. I step out from the cabin, and at that moment, she emerges with an umbrella. A few strands of hair dance in the wind as I adjust my hat and glance at her. Liang Yi, do you prefer man sway or sway? After posing this question, she merely laughs and falls silent. This little rascal is inherently deceptive. Yet, this is Hera Cat. Man sway, I softly call her name, and she turns to me, droplets sliding off her umbrella, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. What is it, Liang Yi? She replies gently. This little imp has become much more tender and is undeniably beautiful after 9 years apart. She wears a flowing aquamarine dress, with a light white veil at her waist fluttering in the breeze, a few strands of hair framing her face, her long black hair reminiscent of the night sky, pinned up with a silver hairpin. Her calm yet affectionate gaze meets mine, and the umbrella in her hand becomes an accessory, enhancing her delicate features. Standing quietly beneath the rain, she smiles at me. If we reach Yangzhou and meet Hong Er and the others, will you kill me directly? I believe so. I close my eyes. If I seek death in this chaotic world, I might find liberation. She seems taken aback, perhaps not expecting my response. The Liang Yi from 9 years ago wouldn't have said that, she observes. Liang Yi would have said, I don't believe you, or you're asking for it. It appears her memories of me remain anchored in the past, which is understandable given our long separation. Upon opening my eyes, I follow her gaze outside, contemplating our respective futures. Our reunion is driven by her desire to kill me, while I seek to repay her with my life. However, since she has stated, I've already waited 9 years, a little longer won't matter. I shall fulfill my wish and face death with composure. Liang Yi harbors secrets, why not share them with me? No, thank you, I reply, closing my eyes once more to rest. Our journey takes us to Yangzhou. Walking from Luoyang would take months, but by water, it should take around a month. Liang Yi, do you wish to disembark? Man Sui seems to see through my thoughts, staring at me for a moment before posing the question. Indeed, after being on land for so long, I find a transition to the boat disorienting. Moreover, even on water, we must prepare provisions. Will you remain on the boat, or disembark with me? Of course, I will disembark with Liang Yi. What if I encounter danger alone? I refrain from continuing with her playful banter, aware that she is only jesting. After a few hours, the rain ceases, and I stand on the deck, gazing into the distance until the outline of a town appears, prompting me to call Man Sui from the cabin. She mentions that we will pay upon arrival in Yangzhou, and naturally, the boatman requires a deposit to ensure we do not flee without payment. The surrounding areas of Luoyang have suffered from the peasant uprising, and though few places sell provisions, we still need to search for a somewhat prosperous town. We enter a town where the people appear less affected by the turmoil. The sounds of hawkers fill the air, and shadow puppetry is set up, though no performance is currently underway. Shadow puppetry. Liang Yi, your eyes have grown heavy, and your mood is somewhat off. The Liang Yi from 9 years ago wouldn't have been like this. Just reminiscing, I reply that is it because of the shadow puppetry? Perhaps. It brings back memories from 9 years ago when we performed shadow plays together after the death of my tongue. Indeed, I recall how flustered you were back then, needing my assistance. We exchange a few words about shadow puppetry before falling into silence, perhaps due to the lack of topics or our mutual reluctance to revisit the past. Mansway walks beside me, her head lowered, and I cannot discern her thoughts, nor do I wish to pry. After procuring some meat buns, water, and other provisions, Mansway carries the water and meat buns while I bear the dry rations on my back. Why this arrangement? My hands must remain free to respond to unforeseen dangers. It is a habit fostered through years of conflict. Years have passed, and the figure in my heart has grown somewhat hazy. I struggle to recall the last time that silhouette appeared in my mind, and the reason why. Yet, I remember one thing, the only thing, Sia. Having finished our shopping, it is likely evening. The setting sun casts its golden rays upon the earth, illuminating her as well. She shines radiantly in the sunlight, moving toward the light, while I remain unadorned by its warmth, shrouded in shadows. We traverse the path home, needing to cross a forested area. The night in the woods harbors many dangers, including potential robbers lurking in the darkness and unseen snakes and insects ready to strike travelers. Mansway walks slightly below my right side, the direction of my dominant hand, enabling me to protect her and counter any threats. In the forest, we tread upon damp leaves and navigate through muddy terrain toward the riverside. Perhaps the journey has been too smooth as we both grow complacent. My right hand, which clutches the knife handle, relaxes, resting comfortably upon my thigh. Liang Yi, how much further? I am exhausted. How long has it been? Duration matters. Back then, it was about survival. Now, we can afford to be more demanding. Let's take a break. I cannot bear to see Mansway in such a state, fearing she might not be able to flee if necessary. So I allow her to set down her belongings and lean against a tree for a moment. Respite. What about you, Liang Yi? Won't you rest as well? Mansway lifts the hem of her long skirt, folding it over her legs before finally sitting down. No, I fear that if I let my guard down, I won't be alert. I shake my head, refusing, and lean against the tree, standing watch. In this chaotic era, the situation remains uncertain. The so-called Chuang Wang has already breached Luoyang. Though he proclaims, "Welcome Chuang Wang, do not pay taxes," no one knows if, after slaying Emperor Chongzhen, he truly possesses power, wealth, and troops, or if he remains as the world perceives him now. It is a well-known truth that once a person acquires power, they often become unrecognizable, regardless of who they are. After pondering for a moment, I suddenly realized something, and a bitter smile crept across my face. Here I am, a man who is expected to die in the coming months. Why concern myself with such matters? If anything were to happen, it would surely be after my demise. Hey, you two up ahead. Suddenly, a gruff voice called out to us. My eyes, which were previously shut, snapped open, akin to a ferocious wolf fixating on its prey. Whoa, brother, don't look at me like that. I'm just passing by, the burly man stammered, appearing startled by my gaze. He scratched his head, offering a somewhat naive explanation. His exposed calves were remarkably fair, contrasting with the darker complexion of the rest of his body. His visage was fierce, resembling a character from folklore, and his voice was rough. If he stood amidst a crowd, he would certainly be distinguishable. A bamboo basket hung from his back, swaying with his movements, while his left hand gripped an axe smeared with a viscous substance. The darkness obscured my view of what it was. Is there something amiss? I inquired, my right hand instinctively brushing against my waist. Good sir, do not take offense. I did not mean to disturb you. I merely came to inform you that a scuffle has broken out where I just came from. If you intend to leave, it would be wise to wait a moment. The burly man hastily gestured, pointing behind him. I followed the direction of his finger with my gaze. It was rather bothersome. That very place was our intended path. The boatman's vessel lay anchored on that side of the river, compelling us to traverse through there. Thank you, I replied, offering a brief acknowledgement and choosing not to engage further with the burly man. Despite his imposing appearance, he lacked the foundational skills, his stance unsteady, relying solely on brute strength, which paled in comparison to the formidable big hammer I had encountered previously. Once the burly man had walked away, I prepared to scout ahead when suddenly, Man Sui tugged at my sleeve. What is it now? Liang Yi. There is something off about that man. Man Sui regarded me with a serious expression, prompting me to frown slightly. Off, Liang Yi. Can't you think a bit? Initially, he claimed to be just passing through, yet later stated he came to alert us about the disturbance. Consider this. If he mentioned a brawl occurred over there, how could he have arrived? He either took a long detour, or... Exactly. She noticed my understanding and ceased further explanation, instead looking at me earnestly. Do you have a plan? Man Sui fell into contemplation, uncertain of what we might face next, and thus could only speculate. The skirmish may not be extensive, it could merely involve local bandits clashing with patrol officers. The burly man's identity is ambiguous, but since he managed to emerge from the fray, it's possible that Liang Yi could do the same. What concerns me most is that as she spoke, doubts about the man's identity flickered through her mind, yet she dismissed the notion as unreasonable. I will protect you, you need not worry. That's not it. My concern lies with the fire guns those officers may possess firearms. Man Sui shook her head, unwavering in her faith that Liang Yi could safeguard her. This could spell trouble. I unsheathed my blade. Stay here and do not move. Absolutely not. Man Sui exclaimed, urgency creeping into her tone as she grasped my wrist. Her grip tightened considerably, her fingers digging into my flesh painfully, revealing her genuine alarm. Realizing this, she quickly released me. Liang Yi, consider this. That burly man could be deceiving you. Or perhaps there's no fight at all, and he simply wishes to lead you away. Stop. I admonished her sharply, then bent low, pressing down on her shoulder as I crouched. What is it, Liang Yi? She whispered, her voice subdued. I withdrew my left foot, engaging my right calf, the muscles tense and ready to spring into action. The sounds of rustling grew louder, morphing from mere footsteps over grass to a full sprint. Bang! My blade clashed against the incoming longsword, creating a sharp, resonant sound. My expression contorted into a grimace as I stared fiercely at my opponent. The assailant wielded a longsword, clad in silver armor, a blood-stained helmet adorning his head. Yet he was no officer. His gaze bore the ferocity of tiger. He was formidable. That was my immediate impression. His strength eclipsed mine, and our equipment disparity was substantial. Sui, run! I bellowed. Liang Yi. But Man Sui hesitated momentarily, only to realize that remaining would merely hinder me, compelling me to protect her as well. With a determined set of her lips, she swiftly fled in the opposite direction. Bang, bang, bang! I was locked in combat with the assailant, each strike aimed to be lethal, yet every blow from my blade was deflected or struck against his armor, causing no harm, while his every strike drew blood, leaving numerous wounds across my body. Damn it! I cursed under my breath. Who was this man, and why was he threefold stronger than me? Suddenly, my vision blurred, and I beheld a long sword descending towards my head, moving with alarming speed. The assailant leapt, intending to deliver a fatal blow. Abandon defense, stabilize your stance, and charge forward. Raise your blade, horizontally block, and prepare to counterattack. Had it been the old me, I might have succumbed to confusion. However, having followed Li Chuang Wang for 9 years, my martial skills have been honed. I understood that the strength of the man before me was insurmountable. Therefore, I would rather fight to the death. My legs braced, and I hurled my blade at him. It was deflected midair. Yet those fleeting seconds were sufficient. I lunged forward with all my might, crashing into him, followed by a swift knee strike to his groin, a treacherous move, but one I had to execute. He screamed in agony, his grip on the long sword loosening. My gaze sharpened, and a predatory instinct surged within me as I seized his hand, wresting the sword from him and plunging it towards his eye. Thud! Thud! 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. I gasped for breath, my taut muscles finally relaxing, collapsing against my adversary. His eyes had been pierced through, and amidst the spurt of blood and his anguished cries, a singular thought consumed my mind. Kill! Driven purely by instinct, after piercing his eyes, I relentlessly drove the long sword deeper and deeper. 1 strike, 2 strikes, until my strength waned. I turned to look at the man beneath me. His neck was a gruesome mess, his face marred by shredded flesh, and my body was drenched in blood. Some of it was mine, and some of it was his. I exhaled a heavy breath, utterly spent, Yet I knew that relaxing now would be a grave error. I forced my body upright, using the sword embedded in him for support as I half knelt, then stood, leaning against a tree. I breathed deeply, experiencing that rare sensation of surviving against the odd something I had only felt before during a perilous encounter with the tongue and years ago when I broke through a siege with Chuang Wang. Humph, I snorted, regaining my breath. Where had Mansui run off to? First, find the boatman and inform him of the situation. First, seek out Mansui to assess her safety. Chapter 2. The child first. Let us seek out Mansu. A boatman can be hired at any time, and if necessary, we shall simply walk to Ingzu. However, Mansu must not come to harm. I tightened my grip on the long sword I had seized. As for my previous dagger, it bore a gash from the recent skirmish, and had I applied a bit more force, it would surely have shattered. Although it had accompanied me for many years, I had no choice but to part with it, even if it were the last relic left to me by my father. What use was it if it had outlived its purpose? Stripping this man of his armor would provide me with a semblance of protection. I stumbled eastward, my legs trembling uncontrollably. Yet, in my urgency to locate Mansu, I pushed myself beyond my limits with the thought that I could rest for a few hours once I reached safety. After a brief while of running, I spotted branches strewn upon the ground, pointing toward the fork on the right. Following their direction, I continued to run. These were the marks left by Mansu. Had she encountered trouble? Surely not. Help! Help! Mansu was startled by the sudden voice, turning to see bubbles rising in the river, with small hands flailing desperately. A child? Mansu gazed at the bubbling water, bewildered by the presence of an abandoned child. Phew, you're safe. I sighed in relief. This meant I was secure, right? Mansu tossed a branch towards the child by the riverbank, then hurried towards Ling, leaving the child's fate to chance, for he was not her concern. Ling, Mansu scanned my body with worry, noting that some wounds had yet to heal and were still bleeding. Just minor injuries ill survive. Always so stubborn, she chided me lightly. Thank you, sister. Cough, cough. A boy around 9 to 12 years old staggered to his feet, coughing tears as he expressed his gratitude to Mansu. Is he yours? I cast a curious glance at Mansu, though my attention remained fixed on the unfamiliar child. I just rescued him, pulled him from the river. Mansu, understanding my implication, became agitated. Oh, I nodded, turning my gaze to the child. Cough, cough. Hello, sister. Hello, uncle. The child hesitated after looking at me, then managed to blurt out those 3 words. Though I felt somewhat displeased, I refrained from voicing it. After all, I was significantly older than Mansu, and, considering my appearance, it was a relief that the child did not address me as grandfather. Puffed. Ling, Mansu could no longer contain her laughter, mercilessly mocking me. Uncle, she mimicked the child's words playfully. What is your name? I ignored Mansu's teasing and inquired about the child's identity. I'm CHSNM. Why father was killed by bandits before he died. He threw me into the river, and I drifted downstream. Thank you, sister, for saving me, and SN replied, continuing to express his gratitude to Mansu. Killed by bandits? Where are you from? I, weary from standing, sat down on the ground. My home is upstream, called NNGZHNG Town, so I'm quickly losing my Shanbei accent. My father was a pawn shop owner there, but my roots are in Kun Town. We fled here due to the bandits. Kun Town. What did you say? Kun Town? Are you referring to the small town near the mountains? Minsu's brow furrowed as she grasped SN's arm. Bandits in Kun Town. Minsu appeared skeptical, yet she scrutinized his eyes, unable to discern the truth in his words. Yes, that group of bandits came in and burned, killed, and plundered, just like those corrupt officials. How could there be so many bandits daring to massacre villages under Li Chuangwang's watch? I questioned, perplexed. The rebel army had just breached Luoyang, so how could banditry arise in Shanbei? This should not be the case. Even if circumstances were changed later, this was a crucial time to win the hearts of the people. Such a blunder was inconceivable. I don't know, but I will definitely seek revenge. I will avenge my parents. I will personally slay those dog bandits. Revenge. Minsu repeated the word incessantly, with each utterance causing her gaze to become more distant. I observed Hissen and then glanced at the lost Minsu, feeling a throbbing headache arise. What a calamity! Chuang Wang, where do we head next? Our aim is to shatter this decaying dynasty. Li Zicheng swung his long sword, laughing heartily. The soldiers nodded and began to withdraw. Hey, Ling, have you found the girl you seek? Li Zicheng, recalling Ling, who had once served as his guard, sighed. When Ling indicated he wished to take his leave, Li Zicheng had briefly entertained the idea of restraining him, but after 9 years of camaraderie, he dismissed that thought. Brothers, this wretched dynasty oppresses the people. It is corrupt and treacherous. We shall bring forth a new era. We are in accordance with heaven. We are in tune with the will of the people. Li Zicheng raised his sword, addressing both the gathered rebels and the onlooking citizens. The common folk did not grasp the concepts of aligning with the will of the people or heaven. They understood only that whoever fed them was their emperor. Li Zicheng stirred the crowd, and both the rebels and citizens began to chant, "Long live Chuangwang! No taxes! Long live Chuangwang! No taxes!" So, your purpose is revenge, to slay those bandits? I regarded the child coldly. Something felt amiss. Yes, Seichenissen nodded vigorously, sincerity glimmering in his eyes. He bore an uncanny resemblance to Minsu, in both intention and manner of speech, even down to his eyes. If Minsu were to deny that he was not her child, I might have suspected him to be her illegitimate son. I scrutinized the child, unable to articulate what fell off. Perhaps the shadow Minsu cast upon me was too great, rendering me wary even of children. Ling, come here, Minsu called softly, leading me to a tree where she leaned closer to whisper something in my ear. I understand. I glanced at Minsu, who smiled and nodded, indicating I could proceed. I approached Finison, who stood still, reminiscent of Minsu's silent demeanor in the past. I could allow you to accompany us. Do you wish to follow us, or why? I want to learn martial arts. Uncle, you look like a very powerful person. I want you to teach me martial arts. A smirk crept onto my lips. Minsu had accurately predicted this. I can teach you, but you must demonstrate your worth to me. I proposed a condition to Seichen SN, who nodded in agreement. Oh well, what value could a child possibly possess? There exists no other. Minsu Shi is the most exceptional child of all. Chapter 3: The Past. How did Liang Yi kill that man? Man Sui felt somewhat perplexed. Although she was not particularly strong, she could clearly sense that Liang was significantly weaker in spirit than that man, not to mention the disparity in their equipment. He underestimated his opponent. Even a tiger will use its full strength against a rabbit. Yet he chose to disregard me, and the price he paid was his life. I simply stated this. Oh, Liang Yi has improved greatly in martial prowess over these 9 years. How much has he experienced? As Man Sui spoke, she shifted the conversation to events that transpired over the past 9 years. My gaze fell, as if recalling an unpleasant memory. There is nothing to hide, yet I too wish to hear about your experiences. What does Liang Yi wish to hear from me? There are countless tales from these 9 years that cannot be recounted in a moment. As a woman, how have you fared during these 9 years? That long skirt is not something just anyone can afford. Very well, Liang Yi shall speak first, and after he is finished, I shall share my story. 9 years ago, I allied myself with a rebel army in Shaanxi and reported the name of Li Chuangjiang. Under Li Zicheng's command, discipline was strict within his jurisdiction. No rebel was permitted to pillage or commit atrocities. I was fortunate to join such a force to enhance my martial skills and temper my character. During this time, I also met the first generation of Chuang Wang, Gao Yingxiang. He came from a horse trading background, excelling in horsemanship and archery, even breaching Fengyang and destroying the ancestral tomb of the Ming Emperor, drawing deep hatred from Emperor Chongzhen. After pledging allegiance to Li Zicheng for years past, leading to the year 1636. What were you thinking so intently? Li Zicheng, clad in a red cloak with his hat askew, ascended the stairs with haste and leapt beside me. As I gazed into the brightly lit town, I couldn't help but recall Luoyang and Man Sui, and softly remarked, I wonder when I can slay that pig demon. Li Zicheng paused, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, so does this matter? Fear not, Liang, once Luoyang is captured, I shall personally deliver that pig demon to you. I sighed, uncertain how long I would have to wait, but chose not to dwell on it. Come now, Liang. Tell me why you are so determined to kill that pig demon? Li Zicheng nudged my shoulder, his curiosity piqued. I have made a promise. Upon slaying that pig demon, we shall meet in Luoyang. My expression remained unchanged as I calmly replied. A promise? Oh, is it a man or a woman? Li Zicheng's curiosity intensified. After all this time fighting alongside Liang, he had never heard of this. I cast a sidelong glance at Li Zicheng, reluctant to elaborate. If you do not wish to speak, then do not. I'm not one to pry too deeply. Come, let us drink. Seeing this, Li Zicheng ceased his inquiries and raised his wine jug to toast with me, drinking heartily. Very well, let us drink. I decided not to think too much about it, and joined Li Zicheng in his revelry. Subsequently, July marked the most fortunate year of my life. In the 8th year of Chongjin, in April, Gao Yingxiang, Li Zicheng, and Zhang Xianzhong joined forces for a great battle in Guanzhong. In March of the 9th year of Chongjin, Gao Chuanwang and Li Zicheng split their forces, meeting Zhang Xianzhong in Hanzhong. I was grateful that I had not joined Gao Chuanwang's faction, but remained under Li Zicheng's command. In July, Gao Chuanwang led his troops into Heishui Gorge, where he fell victim to a trap laid by Governor Sun Chuanting, suffering defeat after 4 days and nights of battle. Gao Yingxiang was captured and executed by Ling Qi in Beijing. Li Zicheng inherited the title of Chuanwang and led the army. I recounted these events, omitting certain details. To Man Sui, is that all? Man Sui appeared somewhat disappointed, expecting to hear something more significant about me. In the 7th year of Chongjin, in June, I faced my closest brush with death. Gao Yingxiang led Li Zicheng in the southern Shaanxi, where they were defeated by the officials and soldiers. Kill. I was right beside Li Zicheng. We were frenzied with bloodlust, hacking at officials on sight. Only this could ensure our survival. I cannot count the wounds I had sustained, but I was acutely aware of how many officials I had slain. 24. Yet, unexpectedly, Gao Chuanwang and we stumbled into Chixiang Gorge. The gorge stretched for 40 miles, surrounded by towering mountains, with the paths blocked. After 20 days of relentless rain, our horses collapsed from exhaustion, and we ran low on provisions. I truly believed I would perish there. Liang, I am sorry. Had I not brought you here, you would surely have survived. Li Zicheng pounded his fist on the ground in frustration. At such a time, these words served no purpose. Besides, it was my own choice to join the rebel forces. I shook my head, indicating it was of no concern. Ultimately, Chuanwang's men devised a ruse to confuse the enemy and led us to escape. Man Sui was taken aback. She had not previously inquired into this matter, believing it to be mere folklore about Chuanwang. Yet this was indeed true. I had not anticipated that we would genuinely be allowed to escape Chixiang Gorge. Had we endured a few more days, we would have been utterly defeated and met our demise there. Since that battle, my combat skills have improved significantly, not only due to the fighting, but also because my character has transformed from a bandit to a soldier. Reflecting on that battle now, I have healed considerably. Liang Yi, there's a noticeable change in you that you have yet to recognize. What change? Am I older, or is it something else? I touched my face, somewhat roughened, yet not so much as to warrant the changes Man Sui spoke of. You have become more loquacious. Have I? I was taken aback, realizing it might indeed be true, yet I had not even noticed it myself. I have finished my tale. Now it is your turn, Sui. I looked at Man Sui, urging her to adhere to our agreement. Liang Yi wishes to know how I have fared over these 9 years, does he? Not only that, I'm also curious about how you have managed so well. I halted her inclination to divert the conversation. Since Liang Yi has discovered me, I shall share only the simplest of accounts. I cast a glance at Chun San, who seemed engrossed, standing beside me. It mattered not if he learned of my battles, but he must not overhear anything about Man Sui. Hey you, step over there and keep your distance from us. I pointed to a spot near the riverbank, where he would be unable to hear us. Chun San complied, standing up and moving toward the riverbank. Very well, proceed. Wait, Liang Yi, have we missed the boatman? I was taken aback. It seemed we had indeed missed our appointment. The designated time was at Een, and it must have already passed an hour. The boatman had likely departed. Very well, I shall speak first. Chapter 4. 9 years after parting from Liang Yi, I contemplated how I should proceed. Liang Yi had given me several taels of silver. Do you remember the 2 beggars and that child by the bridge? I do. Those 2 had no money and no food. I even gave them a little silver. Do you wish to live your lives here in squalor, unable to even support your own children? Or do you want to join me in pursuing grand endeavors? The hero has shown us kindness. You are a true hero. We shall follow you. The 2 beggars nodded vigorously, expressing their desire to follow man's sway. They had little hope left. Even if they took the silver Liang had given them, they would not have many days to live. Thus, it was better to follow man's sway and take a chance. If they succeeded, the girl might survive. If they failed, death would merely arrive a bit earlier. Liang Yi knows well that I am quite the deceiver. This need not be stated. However, I wish to know how a young girl like you can manage those refugees, and why bother with them. Managing these refugees is to prepare for the future plundering of the pig demon's convoy, a plan I conceived shortly after your departure. Consequently, I ventured to Jieshio for approximately 3 to 4 months, where I met some trustworthy collaborators and encountered Yuan and her companions. Do you recall how Qianghua and the others called me Sister Sui upon seeing me? At this point, a rare expression of nostalgia and sorrow crossed Man Sui's face. Her feelings for the other 3 young lambs were indeed profound. Yes, they also inquired about you and asked where you had gone. I did not disclose the details, but merely brushed past the topic. Through these connections, I have gleaned the transportation routes of the pig demon's convoy, and naturally, I can manage the refugees by hiring reliable individuals from Yuan. I recall that the silver I left for you is limited. How have you accomplished so much? I borrowed 20 taels from Yuan, which suffices for my endeavors, though there's a demand for repayment of 40 taels, which serves as an investment in me. I am well aware of Yuan's character. She would not lend you money without a price. What cost did you incur? I interrupted her and inquired further. At that time, I proposed that if I failed to repay the debt, I would be sold to a brothel or become someone else's concubine, which led Yuan to agree to lend me the silver. With the silver, I procured food, and I also requested 2 individuals from Yuan, bribing those 2 beggars. Subsequently, I sought out other refugees around Luoyang. I was responsible for the bribery, while the 4 others protected me. The refugees merely desired food. They would not dare to confront us. The rations provided did not need to be excessive, just sufficient for their labor. Thus, I could enlist some refugees to work for me. Through these bribe refugees, I had them scout the area surrounding Luoyang for information regarding the pig demon, such as bandits like Liang Yi who delivered children to the demon or convoys transporting salt. The pig demon wished to keep such matters discreet. Thus, these groups typically comprised only a dozen or so individuals, and often, not even a bodyguard would accompany them. On one occasion, there was merely a single individual transporting a cart of salt to Luoyang. So, you have become the leader of such a righteous bandit organization? Liang Yi's words were more palatable, referring to it as a gathering of righteousness. Man Sui clearly disapproved of my terminology and corrected me. Perhaps the pig demon was overly confident, believing no one dared to challenge him. Indeed, after all, who would risk becoming a fugitive for a single payout? Thus, our initial attempts were quite successful. I recall my first venture was rather smooth. The 2 beggars scouted ahead, escorting a cart of salt with approximately 4 or 5 individuals. Naturally, I would not embark on an unprepared endeavor. Prior to this, I had procured knives for several refugees. When these individuals lowered their guard, we surged from both sides. The refugees may not have been able to best these men, but those hired from Yuan certainly could. Of course, my demands were not merely to engage in combat, but to eliminate them. For having robbed the pig demon's route, if even a whisper escaped, I might lose my own life. Thus, my first robbery was successful, and through this my influence began to grow. However, once Liang Yi killed the pig demon, this avenue was severed. It was implausible for 80 or 90 people to simply disperse. With my abilities, I could scrape together some other work to barely sustain myself, but only just. Alas, Liang Yi has harmed my entire family and now cut off my means of livelihood. Liang Yi, how do you propose to repay me now? Merely killing the pig demon, coupled with Liang Yi's life, is insufficient, is it not? Man Sui crossed her arms, regarding me with a teasing glint. Although I recognized her jest, she did not genuinely expect me to act. Yet, it is true, what am I to say? Cutting off someone's means of livelihood is akin to slaying their parents, and I have managed to do both. All right. It was I who urged Liang Yi to kill the pig demon. There is no need for Liang Yi to swear any oaths. Even if this path has been closed, I have other means to earn a living. Man Sui interrupted my words and sauntered lightly back towards the town we had come from. Though it was Man Sui who prompted me to slay the pig demon, I had originally caused harm to his family and severed his means of income. No matter how I viewed it, I felt somewhat apologetic towards Man Sui. If given a chance, I could perhaps compensate her somehow. Hey, keep up. I called out to Chun San and quickened my pace to catch up. We rented 2 rooms at the inn, one for me and Chun San, and the other for Man Sui, with the expenses naturally covered by me. Despite Man Sui's guarantee regarding Chun San, I still felt a tinge of unease. Seated on the bed, I scrutinized this seemingly docile child. Hey, did you see what the bandit leader looked like? He shook his head. Approximately how many were there? Dozens. Or just a few? I couldn't see clearly. He continued to shake his head. I pressed on. Did the bandits wear armor? I didn't get a good look. I was thrown into the river by my father. This child, how could he be so ignorant when questioned? Did the bandits truly encounter difficulties in Gangquan Town? Is he even from Gangquan Town? I could not ascertain whether he belonged to Gangquan Town, yet his appearance felt too coincidental, arriving just as I had just killed someone. Feeling weak and too lethargic to contemplate this child's identity. Reflecting further, I noticed numerous discrepancies. The first being the identity of that burly man. Who was he? He bore no resemblance to officials, farmers, or bandits. He seemed to defy categorization. Did he have any connection to this child? Did the child recognize him? The second was the nameless individual, skilled in combat and donned an armor resembling that of officials. Was he a bandit who had slain officials to acquire armor? Or merely a deserter? Why did he attempt to kill me? Was it because of this child, or did he wish to conceal his status as a deserter? Much like the deserters we had previously encountered, it was all too chaotic. I pressed my forehead in frustration, unable to conceive a solution. Such cerebral matters were better left to Man Sui. I was suited for action. Enough, your business here is concluded. Sleep. I tossed him a pile of bedding, instructing him to sleep on the floor. All right, uncle, Chun San replied, promptly arranging the bedding and lying down obediently. Watching Chun San on the ground, I felt something was lacking. I procured a bundle of rope from the innkeeper and bound Chun San, securing a knot at the bed's foot for reassurance. Otherwise, I could not trust this lad not to rise in the night with a dagger. As for why I felt this way, I would have to inquire with Man Sui. Speaking of which, it did awaken some memories from my past. I began to reminisce. I wondered how that fellow was faring in the underworld. Probably not well, given he had been reduced to mere pieces of flesh. Reflecting on the other 3 little ones, Hong Er and Chui Er were faring better. I could seek them out upon reaching Yangzhou, but I would never see Qiong Hua, as she was stationed at the frontier. Thus my heart felt a twinge of sadness. Chapter 5. A New Journey. As the crowing of roosters and barking of dogs roused the populace, I opened my eyes from a deep slumber. Today should mark our departure for Yangzhou. The provisions prepared last time had likely spoiled amid the chaos, necessitating a fresh purchase. First, I should awaken Man Sui and discuss other matters later. I rose from the bed, glanced at Chun San still sleeping in a corner, and proceeded to knock on the door of the adjacent room. A pair of small eyes slowly opened, then squinted into a narrow slit, observing the man outside the door. When he turned to look at me, he promptly shut his eyes again, feigning sleep. Sui, rise and shine. I knocked on the door, creating a rhythmic thud. She was likely changing clothes, as yesterday's long skirt was unsuitable for prolonged movement and had become soiled. I paid her little mind, retreating to my room to awaken Chun San, tugging at the rope binding him as I made my way downstairs. After a brief wait, I saw Man Sui descending from the 2nd floor, preparing provisions and other necessities. First, we visited the pawn shop, where I intended to pawn this cumbersome armor. I was unaccustomed to wearing it. If I needed to flee, it would hinder my speed and likely cause me to stumble. Therefore, I decided it better to pawn it for some coin. After all, in these turbulent times, even the emperor is preoccupied with his own affairs, leaving little concern for the matters of this small locality. Boss, can this be pawned? Aye. Good sir, where did you acquire this? Come in and let us discuss. The pawn shop owner, upon seeing the armor, nearly fled in terror, but managed to feign calmness as he invited us into the counter to converse. You need not concern yourself with the origins of this information. Simply understand that it remains unchecked. Speak, how much can it be worth? The boss's throat moved slightly, seemingly in agreement with my assertion, for it is common knowledge that the emperor is too preoccupied with his own affairs. Thus began the lengthy process of haggling, which, naturally, was to be handled by MNSU. Having relinquished the armor, The silver received was considerable, and we procured some provisions and water, even acquiring a pack horse to bear our burdens, thus concluding our business. This little rascal, MNSU, exhibited quite the flair for negotiation, saving me several hundred coins. However, I could not bring myself to reenact the act of slaying a fellow companion. Lianya, it would be harmless to temporarily keep this CHNSN, she whispered close to my ear. Why? I inquired, puzzled. In these chaotic times, being overly kind yields no favorable outcomes. Do you not perceive, Lianya? After that burly man with the axe departed, he cast us a sidelong glance, assessing us. Through that fleeting gaze, I discerned a hint of treachery. It appeared we had caught the attention of the greedy. Currently, the enemy lurked in the shadows while we remained exposed, akin to pawns in a game of chess. And I detest being maneuvered as such. The sudden appearance of this child, especially under such peculiar circumstances, compelled me to suspect he was merely bait. We ought to tread carefully and proceed with caution. All right, do not look at me like that. I fixed my gaze on MNSU, who appeared somewhat flustered under my scrutiny. After all, if this child truly hails from GQHN, he is my fellow villager. Despite GQHN's unkind demeanor towards my family during those times, there were elders who had aided me. Thus, assisting him with a small favor seemed justifiable. Very well. With multiple reasons converging, I consented to take this child along, knowing I could abandon him if necessary. Lianya, if it proves too difficult, shall we hire a carriage? The distance is truly vast, and I am loath to walk. MNSU stood beside me, dragging a hefty bag with a reluctant expression. There are no carriages nearby. Let's walk a bit further and hire one in a more prosperous city. I shook my head in resignation, taking a few of her items to ensure one hand remained free. MNSU genuinely despised walking, yet with Liang's insistence, she had no choice, being but a delicate girl. Hey lad, listen well. We shall traverse 30 li each day. It will take us 2 to 3 months to reach YNGZHU. If time permits, I shall teach you martial arts. We shall have 2 meals a day, lunch and dinner, and you must eat your fill. No other time shall be granted. I called out to CHNSN, finding a touch of familiarity in my words. Alas, I realized I had begun to sound like a tongue-tied fool. All right, uncle. CHNSN nodded obediently. Our journey from Lu Ying to YNGZHU would lead us through SHNGD, Shi NGCHing, P NGCHing, and Hui YN. We traversed the mountain paths, listening to the symphony of cicadas and the gentle breeze. The weather around Lu Ying had improved in recent years, the air becoming more humid. Perhaps it was due to the demise of the blood-sucking pig demon. Even heaven seemed pleased, showering us with rain. Walk slowly. There is no one pursuing us from behind. MNSU urged CHNSN to catch up. Understood. Lianya, have you conjured another thought? MNSU inquired. Your thoughts are transparent. I can decipher them effortlessly. Is it that obvious? Indeed, your eyes betray everything. MNSU elongated her tone, decisively dispelling my disbelief. Very well, it is nothing significant. I merely pondered whether the improved weather in Lu Ying is connected to that infernal pig demon. It must be related. Observe, during the demon's reign. It did not rain for 3 consecutive years, and only 2 days after its demise did Lu Ying receive rainfall. Perhaps heaven shed tears of joy. When the pig demon was alive, it oppressed the common folk, acting recklessly and inciting heaven's wrath, resulting in 3 years of drought that tormented us. Yet upon its death, heaven took notice and blessed us with abundant rain. Indeed, I nodded, continuing on our path. We set off around the hour of the dragon, walking for several hours until noon. MNSU, come here. I distributed provisions to MNSU, knowing she had a hearty appetite, thus giving her a bit more than CHNSN. Thank you, Lianya. She enunciated the words with great emphasis. I turned my head away and feigned ignorance. After our meal, we enjoyed a brief rest of about an hour, for our schedule was not pressing, unlike in the days when the tongue was present. I retrieved 2 longer and thicker branches from the nearby woods, sharpened them with my knife, and fashioned them into 2 wooden staffs. Ready. CHNSN was still resting when I hurled one of the wooden staffs at him. The lad reacted swiftly, rolling to his feet, though his strength was lacking. and he was soon knocked back to the ground, covered in dust. Your reflexes are commendable, but your strength needs improvement. Once you build up your strength, I shall teach you properly. I had no intention of genuinely instructing him, seizing this opportunity to shirk the responsibility. Cough, cough. CHNSN, dust-covered, rose from the ground. I noticed a glimmer of defiance in his eyes. Coincidentally, that flicker of unwavering spirit awakened a somewhat hazy memory within me. Chapter 6. A Good Tale of Chivalry Master. It's a boy. Ha ha. A boy is splendid. A boy is splendid. Let me think. What name should he bear? Ah, I have it. In this world, we lack food, we lack provisions to aid the common folk, and we sorely lack kindness and compassion in this chaotic era. Thus, let's name him Liang. Father, when shall we reach the capital? A youthful boy with short black hair trailed alongside the merchant caravan. Not for some time yet. What are you so eager? The man beside the boy chuckled lightly. Indeed, the capital, that is the grand city beneath the emperor's feet. I can scarcely imagine how wide the streets must be, how vast the palace must be. The boy exclaimed, spreading his arms wide in an exaggerated gesture. Ha ha. Once you arrive, you shall not feel that way. The more places you visit, the more you shall realize that all places are essentially the same, merely with wider streets and more people. The boy's father smiled kindly, ruffling the boy's hair. That may not be the case, the boy murmured, already envisioning the splendor of the capital in his mind. Damn it, why did a band of robbers appear midway? These scoundrels, they truly deserve to die. The typically gentle father erupted in anger, as this sudden ambush caused him considerable losses. Not only had he lost a significant portion of his goods, but many lives were also lost, and it took everything he had to drive the robbers away. Father, why doesn't the government eliminate these robbers? The boy asked, puzzled. The government? Oof. Those blood-sucking soldiers and thieves, relying on them to exterminate robbers, is akin to waiting for the deities of myth to do so. The father scoffed, clearly harboring great discontent for the authorities. This statement weighed heavily upon the young boy's conscience. At that moment, he did not comprehend why the government, established for the sake of the common people, would not act against the robbers, yet continued to oppress them, imposing ever-increasing taxes. Father, what is that? That is a shadow play. Come, I shall take you to see it. It is not expensive. The boy's father took his small hand and led him to sit before the white curtain. Hey, esteemed guest, behold. Today, we shall not perform the likes of the three heroes battle, El Borwu, song, fights the tiger, any such martial tales. Today, we shall present a play about the heroic knight. Never heard of it? Well, if you haven't, then that is precisely the point. This heroic knight is a tale we composed ourselves. Come, esteemed guests, come and taste something new. The man performing the shadow play spoke with enthusiasm, interacting with the audience before finally retreating behind the white curtain, accompanied by two young assistants, one responsible for beating the gongs and drums, and the other managing the puppets. Heroic knight? The young boy's eyes brimmed with curiosity. He had never encountered the term knight before, having only heard of generals and deities. A figure, cloaked in a conical hat and a raincoat, wielding a long blade, appeared against the white backdrop, turning away from the audience. Liang was captivated by this silhouette, and he couldn't help but ponder what his future self might resemble. The fierce wind whipped through, billowing the garments, yet the figure remained steadfast, unmoved. Suddenly, the figure turned, tilting its head, its gaze sharp, not akin to the ferocious, bloodthirsty eyes of El Bu, but rather possessing a unique style, a gaze that belonged solely to a hero. As the narrative unfolded, the enigmatic background of this hero gradually came to light. He was neither a general of unparalleled martial prowess, nor a recluse disenchanted with a mundane world. Nor was he a celestial being capable of conjuring soldiers from beans. He was merely an ordinary individual, close to all of us, engaged in humble deeds, performing actions that anyone could undertake, doing what was right. This hero rescued countless starving refugees and vanquished many nefarious bandits. At the climax of the tale, he boldly infiltrated the home of a corrupt official, observing the debauchery and greed within, where treasures of gold and jewels were piled high. The hero's fists clenched tightly. Coincidentally, Liang's eyes mirrored that silhouette. He envisioned himself in that moment. How furious would he be witnessing the stark contrast of opulence and suffering. How sorrowful. The hero's story lacked a conclusion. Before the performance could culminate, the actors were forcibly dispersed by the soldiers. Perhaps because the play hinted at the chaos of the present age, the inaction of corrupt officials, or perhaps out of fear that it might awaken too many dormant heroic spirits. Tragically, as the sheep observed the play, most remained lost, helpless, and pitiable, yet within some, a glimmer of hope for the future could be discerned. Who was the true hero? Liang was uncertain. Who could embody such heroism? Liang was equally unsure. However, he knew that harboring goodness within his heart was the hero he aspired to be. Without resources, he would become the brigand he despised in his youth. Chapter 7. Night watched this boy. I found myself increasingly attentive to the lad named Chun San. The tenacity in his eyes stirred the memory of that silhouette within me, reminiscent of a time when man's sway was silenced by a tongue. I had to admit, if this boy truly mastered martial arts, he might not be inferior to me, perhaps even better. Having come to terms with matters concerning Chun San, I devised a plan for him, assuming no unforeseen circumstances arose. I exhaled deeply. The stars twinkled, and the moonlight caressed the surroundings. After walking a while through the quiet night, an unsettling stillness prompted Man Sui to initiate conversation. She approached my side and inquired, "Liang Yi, do you have any stories from your childhood?" "Childhood? My memories are scant. If you're interested, I could share tales of my father." Noticing the disappointment on Man Sui's face, I continued. She looked up intrigued. "Oh, your father sounds interesting. I've never heard you speak of him. He was a stubborn man, believing it was only natural for his son to inherit the family business, a legacy to be passed down through generations. Yet, this was not the sole reason for our quarrels. While living in the capital, I had seen shadow plays and tales of heroes. I had told you before, deities felt too distant, while heroes were within my reach, something I could aspire to. This desire to wander like a hero clashed with my father's wish for me to remain in the capital and succeed him as a merchant. That was the crux of our conflict, but even after our arguments, we maintained a facade of familial harmony. Now, I have come to understand that being a hero does not necessitate extensive knowledge or wandering the world. It is sufficient to pursue what one desires and safeguard what one cherishes. I often wonder if my father, in the depths of the afterlife, has also arrived at such realizations. He must have, I suppose. During the explosion, I could feel a warm and protective figure shielding me. That year, everything we wished to say or do, both spoken and unspoken, was shattered in the aftermath of that catastrophic event. "Let us rest here for the night," I suggested to Man Sui. "All right, I have no objections." For Man Sui, as long as Liang was present to handle matters, she preferred not to exert herself. For the sense of security Liang provided outweighed that of 10 soldiers, allowing her to comfortably retreat behind him. We set up a makeshift bed and kindled a fire. 9 years had passed, and I had lost my fear of that year's explosion, perhaps due to Man Sui's presence. Or perhaps time had dulled the memories of that moment. Thus, upon seeing the fire and the bright light, I no longer associated it with the cataclysm, nor did I feel fear. "I'll take the first watch. You can have the second." I still harbored distrust towards Chun San. He felt too familiar, and no one was watching him. "All right," Man Sui replied tenderly, accepting my arrangement. "You should sleep now." I ignited the fire and settled beside it, knowing I would awaken Man Sui after 3 hours. Man Sui lay on the ground. Perhaps her life had been too comfortable these past 9 years, as she found the hard ground uncomfortable and tossed, and turned for quite a while before finally drifting off to sleep. "Uncle, uncle," Chun San called, waking me from my reverie. Oh, perhaps he had never truly fallen asleep, for I had been focused on Man Sui, shifting my attention only when he called out. "What is it?" "I need to relieve myself." "Do it nearby." "That won't suffice. Sister Sui is here, and any odor might disturb her." Ik glanced at Mon Sui, who was sleeping uneasily. While his reasoning was sound, I sensed something off about his words, as if I had heard this excuse before. "I'll tie you up and lead you further into the woods." I stood, untying the rope from the tree, and led Chun San to a grove about 20 or 30 paces away. "Stay here. Don't try anything funny," I warned, positioning myself behind him. Thankfully, there were no sudden attempts on my life this time, nor were there those bloodthirsty eyes glowing blue. For some reason, I felt a sense of relief. After about 3 hours, I began to feel drowsy and nudged Man Sui. Has 3 hours passed already? Man Sui, who had not been sleeping well, woke with my nudge and rubbed her sleepy eyes, appearing rather adorable. I understand now, Liang Yi, she replied, rising from the ground, brushing off the dust, and sitting by the fire. I lightly tapped her shoulder with the hilt of my sword to rouse her further, and then lay down on the makeshift bed. Ah, Man Sui exclaimed, fully awake now and unlikely to succumb to sleep again. Liang felt a bit weary, and knowing that traveling would not guarantee restful sleep, he quickly dozed off, though his vigilance remained intact. Any significant noise would rouse him instantly. Man Sui observed Liang asleep and Chun San bound under the tree, confirming that neither would awaken suddenly before she quietly ventured southward. Chapter 8. The initial steps in martial arts I shifted slightly, producing a faint rustling sound that caught her attention. You seem quite alert, I remarked, rising from makeshift bed and rolling it up to stow in the pack on the back of the pack horse. Do you think I am just a pampered young lady? Liang Ye? Man Sui shot me a glance, feigning annoyance. Indeed, I replied with a resigned nod, then brought the pack horse closer. After another week of travel, we should arrive at the commercial capital. I gauged the time and then addressed Man Sui. Once we reach Xanadu, we should be able to take a carriage, right? It is essentially improbable for any significant issues to arise. I could only say that it is not guaranteed we will secure a ride. I shook my head. In this chaotic era, one can never predict when a city might be slaughtered or occupied. Unforeseen events are always lurking. Alas, Man Sui understood this reasoning too, letting out a sigh while silently praying that Xanadu would remain unscathed. Hey Sui, as I walked, the thought of Chun San suddenly struck me, prompting me to pull Man Sui closer and whisper in a tone only she could hear, there is something peculiar about that lad, Chun San. You've mentioned this several times already, Liang Yi, Man Sui remarked, hands on her hips. No, I'm not referring to his identity. From his eyes, I perceive a shadow that belongs to a hero. He is remarkably resolute. He resembles me to some extent and shares a part of your essence as well. Liang Yi, are you implying that Chun San is our child? Man Sui interrupted, narrowing her eyes at me. I was momentarily at a loss for words. If one were to twist my statement, it indeed echoed her interpretation. However, that was not the crux of the matter. I had some conjectures brewing. I interrupted her fanciful thoughts and redirected the conversation. What conjectures? Man Sui asked, surprised that Liang Yu was engaging in cerebral activities. That burly man must have a connection with Chun San, yet I struggled to comprehend it. If their relationship is akin to that of father and son, how could he so easily abandon Chun San to us? If Chun San were his subordinate or partner, he would not simply submit, unless he possesses some leverage over Chun San, using him merely as a tool. I articulated my theories. Liang Yi, I am curious how you deduced so much from merely a glance. Man Sui inquired, tilting her head in intrigue. I pondered how I had arrived at these conclusions. Was it solely due to the resilience Chun San exhibited? No, it was more complex than that. Your conjecture plays a role. You previously mentioned that Chun San has ties with the burly man. Although uncertain, it aligns with my observations from yesterday, allowing me to piece together some insights. As for why I surmise their relationship is one of mere utility, I cannot articulate it clearly. I am not adept at verbal expression. All right. Man Sui did not pursue further, marking Chun San's name with significance in her mind, vowing to remain cautious henceforth. After all, she still placed more trust in Liang Yi, who had wronged her in some respects. If Chun San and the burly man share a utilitarian relationship, could we attempt to sway him? It may be worth a try, but we must not be overt. After several hours of travel, we halted when the sun blazed at its peak. Chun San promptly stood, bending his knees slightly to steady himself, and caught a wooden stick with both hands. Good. My gaze sharpened, and I untied the rope hanging from the right side of the pack horse, grasping another wooden stick. Try to defend against my attack. I launched forward, my eyes locking onto the diminutive figure, swinging the stick fiercely toward him. In the eyes of a wolf, there is no notion of weakness or strength. There exists only prey and predator. Bang! Accompanied by a shriek, the frail prey was sent flying into the distant woods. After a rustle of leaves, he slowly rose, brandishing the wooden stick once more. Not bad for perseverance, but I loosened my numb hand, gripping the stick tightly, and struck again. He seemed prepared this time, gritting his teeth against the pain in his shoulder, bracing the stick against the left side of his neck. Yet, I suddenly altered my attack direction, my right wrist flipping as I lunged toward his right neck. Chen Sen opened one eye, the sound of wind dissipating without the anticipated sharp pain. My stick halted just before his neck, then gently lowered. His reflexes and determination were commendable. His only weakness lay in strength. With a few more days of practice and learning to endure hits, he could compete with me. I said coldly, wiping sweat from my brow, then reclaimed the wooden stick from his grasp, securing it back on the pack horse. Chun San nodded, as Liang turned to walk ahead with Man Sui. Chun San gazed at their retreating figures, clenching his fists only to release them again. He felt a conflict within, though he could not pinpoint its origin. Sui, would you like to join me in learning some skills? It might help you defend yourself. Absolutely not. Liang Yi strikes too fiercely. If I practice with you, would you not take the opportunity to eliminate me? That would spare you the trouble of repayment. Man Sui firmly declined. She had no need for martial training, especially not under Liang's tutelage. Is it truly necessary to be so fearful? I remarked helplessly, but since Man Sui was unwilling to train, I would not pressure her. Man Sui muttered, honestly, do you think I am incapable? How do you think I dared to assassinate you back then? Was it merely my courage? Perhaps it actually was. I did not catch all of Man Sui's words, nor did I inquire further, as it was normal for her to harbor some secrets. Chapter 9. Arrival at Xanadu. We traveled for approximately 7 to 8 days, attempting to glean information about Gangquan town along the way, but to no avail. However, Xanadu was drawing near. After another couple of hours, we arrived just around noon. Xanadu could be considered a bustling city, while it may not rival Luoyang. One should still be able to hire a carriage here. Is this Xanadu? Why does it feel so lifeless? Man Sui walked beside me, observing the people around us, most with heads bowed, as if mourning. We should find someone to inquire. If there are risks involved, we shall not linger here. All right, I will heed your advice. The pawn shop owner glanced at us, pocketing 10 won, and said, dear guest, you are unaware. A band of robbers has recently emerged near Xanadu, targeting only ordinary folk like us, resulting in several families succumbing to starvation due to their inability to pay taxes. Robbers? Would you like to know more? Without needing to observe the pawn shop owner's expression, I tossed him 5 won. Continue. Dear guest, you wish to hear more? The pawn shop owner pinched his fingers together, rubbing them. I shot him a glance. Had this not been within the city of Xanadu, I might have resorted to more drastic measures. I tossed him another 5 won, which clinked as they landed on the wooden counter. I assure you, dear guest will be satisfied. The pawn shop owner, upon seeing the money, hurriedly picked it up, stashing it away in his cabinet. I have heard that the leader of these robbers suddenly betrayed his own men in recent years, killing them, stealing their provisions, and aligning himself with the officials. Thus, those once well-staffed and resource-rich bandits are now either starving or defecting to the rebels. And the recent batches of robbers are largely comprised of those who have consumed human flesh, possessing the strength to continue their plundering. As you can imagine, those on the brink of starvation cannot afford to concern themselves with anything else, leaving the isolated groups to fend for themselves. The pawn shop owner smacked his lips, not out of sympathy for the deceased, but rather considering that the more people who lived, the more customers he could attract. Are there any carriages still available in Xanadu? Preferably with safer routes? I pressed on. Currently, there are robbers lurking everywhere around Xanadu. But if you truly wish to know how to exit safely, I might have a solution. I understand. Money will certainly be a part of this. I had grasped the pawn shop owner's greedy nature, thus interrupting his train of thought. Your straightforwardness is refreshing. I enjoy conversing with forthright individuals. The pawn shop owner readily agreed. Dear esteemed guest, in 7 days, proceed to the northern part of the city, where there lies a modest establishment without a sign. It is there that arrangements will be made for your reception. 7 days, indeed. I nodded, leading Man Sui and Chun San out. Are you truly at ease, Liang Yi? Man Sui inquired with concern. What do you think? I responded with a smile. It was a relief for Man Sui to know that Liang Yi had not entrusted our lives entirely to a stranger. In these tumultuous times, Placing all hope in a single individual is indeed precarious, particularly when that individual is unknown. The span of 7 days would suffice for us to prepare certain necessities and explore alternative routes before finalizing our plans. I succinctly outlined our agenda for the week. All right, Man Sui acquiesced, signaling her agreement. We parted ways temporarily. She took Chun San to gather intelligence regarding potential escape routes, while I focused on observing the bandits' movements and gathering information within the city, particularly concerning whether this band of marauders had encroached upon the vicinity of Luoyang, which would ultimately clarify the situation regarding Chun San. As I walked through the streets, perhaps due to my years of military experience, I emanated an aura that rendered me somewhat intimidating. Passers-by instinctively moved 3 steps away from me, as if they had encountered a harbinger of misfortune. Suddenly, a robust figure collided with my shoulder, causing both of us to stumble back. I lowered my hat, catching a glimpse of this individual. He was indeed strong, yet his skin was not dark, suggesting he was not a seasoned fighter. His demeanor was gentle, akin to a sturdy sheep, and he repeatedly apologized, bowing his head in deference. "I'm fine, you may go," I replied tersely, wishing to minimize our interaction. As he departed, I scrutinized him further. His gait was stable, feet outwardly positioned, yet not slack, exuding an aura devoid of aggression. However, I noted that his left hand rested near his waist while his right hand was poised at his chest, ready to strike should he choose to do so. What caught my attention most was his calves. They were remarkably pale, almost more so than a woman's, creating a stark contrast against his otherwise yellowish skin. The last time I encountered such a peculiar sight was with a certain burly man. A shiver ran down my spine, and I hastened my pace, turning a corner to check my shoulder. Thankfully, there were no signs of poison or any marks. Yet, that burly man reappeared in my line of sight. What was his intention? To provoke me? That seemed unnecessary. The only plausible explanation was that he was monitoring my movements, or rather, the actions of the 3 of us. Something felt amiss, profoundly wrong. Suddenly, it struck me, Man Sui. It all made sense. The burly man had jostled my shoulder, not only to track my movements, but also to ascertain the positions of Man Sui and Chun San. Additionally, he aimed to occupy my thoughts with meaningless distractions, thus stalling for time. Damn it, that scoundrel! I cursed under my breath and dashed around the corner towards the direction where I had separated from Man Sui. Logically, he must have realized my intent. I needed to hasten my pace. Otherwise, we would face another failure. Chun San was also lagging behind. How could he not have acted yet? The burly man muttered to himself as he advanced toward the location indicated by the informant. "Chun San, come with me." Man Sui felt a chill run down her spine. She trusted her instincts and grasped Chun San's hand, making her way towards the outskirts of the city. With her anxiety mounting, she quickened her pace, ultimately breaking into a run with Chun San in tow. That girl has quite the sense of vigilance. When the burly man arrived at the designated spot, he found no trace of Man Sui, letting out a frustrated click of his tongue. Concealed behind a tree, Man Sui crouched silently, attempting to calm her racing heart. She faced 2 choices, to flee with Chun San or to split up. Casting a glance at Chun San, she deemed it wiser to run alone, for she could not fully trust him. Who knew if he might turn on her mid-escape? In a moment, I will run to the left, and you will head to the right. Understood? Man Sui instructed Chun San. He nodded, yet a glimmer of something unsettling flickered in his eyes. A revelation that did not escape her notice. This lad undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. Regardless, Chapter 10, Chun San's Dilemma, unfolded. Man Sui remained cautious, opting not to follow her initial plan. Instead, she ventured left momentarily, confirming Chun San had not followed, before redirecting toward the city, intent on finding Liang, rather than aimlessly fleeing. As she ran, her breath grew ragged, and she regretted not having brought a sword or dagger with her. "Chun San, where is that wretched girl?" The burly man gasped, spotting Chun San lingering, and inquired about Man Sui's whereabouts. Chun San hesitated, weighing his bets. Could he gamble on Liang and Sui's ability to eliminate this man? He had witnessed Liang's prowess. If Liang discovered he had betrayed Sui, he could meet a grim fate. Conversely, deceiving the burly man would not lead to his demise. But if Liang and Man Sui perished, he would inevitably share their fate to avoid being implicated by that scoundrel. Who was stronger, Liang or the burly man? Chun San found himself ensnared in indecision. It dawned on him that regardless of whether the plan succeeded, he would be killed by the burly man. If it failed, he would be delivered to that scoundrel to take the fall. He was doomed either way. Why not take a chance? He resolved to trust that Liang could vanquish this man, even eliminate that scoundrel. With newfound determination, Chun San spoke. Sui ran ahead. Wait, why didn't she take you with her? The burly man halted, fixating his gaze on Chun San. She didn't trust me. She instructed me to run left while she advanced forward. You know the consequences of deceiving me, the burly man warned, his tone laced with menace, probing for any hint of treachery. I understand. Hence I would not deceive you, Chun San replied with calm assurance. Liang's scrutiny was far more perilous than this man's. How could he be intimidated by the burly man? Unbeknownst to Chun San, he had unconsciously shifted his address from Liang to Liang Yi, and from Sui to Sui Jia. With a dismissive snort, the burly man surged forward, leaving Chun San to ponder his tattered clothing, now damp with perspiration. He contemplated how to earn the trust of Liang Yi and Sui Jia. Would they believe his account? Or was he being overly reckless? Chun San adjusted his tattered garment, ensuring it didn't cling to him, and proceeded into the city. As for Sui, I furrowed my brow, scouring the outskirts for her whereabouts. Suddenly, I caught a fleeting figure, swift yet distinguishable. Thank heavens, she was unharmed. I rushed towards her, positioning myself in her path. Let go of me. Liang Ye, man Sui exclaimed, covering her head, before looking up to see who had collided with her. Upon recognizing me, she paused momentarily. I released my grip from her waist, shifting to grasp her arm to steady her balance before loosening my hold. I'm relieved you're safe, I expressed with concern, then added, is Chun San, though uncertain. I suspected he was indeed involved with that burly man, likely entangled in a web of manipulation. Understood, I nodded. This situation was precarious. Deceiving that man was straightforward. Yet how would I explain everything to Liang Yi and the others? Chun San, plagued by a headache, pondered how to resolve his predicament while venturing deeper into the bustling Xanadu. An idea sparked. Yes, that particular item he had on him could undoubtedly convince Liang Yi and even Sui Jia. Chun San clasped his hands together, his thoughts racing with the potential of this object. Now that he had conceived a solution, he felt a wave of relief wash over him as he hurried towards Xanadu, eager to locate Liang Yi and subsequently rendezvous with Sui Jia. Rustle, patter, patter. Who was that? My keen ears detected the sound of someone darting through the woods. The footsteps were light and furtive, not characteristic of an adult. Liang Yi, hold your horses. I wish to hear what he has to say. Perhaps he concoct some tale about how he was forced into revealing Sui's whereabouts. Listening to man Sui mimic a child's voice with mischievous glee almost made me cover my ears. She was quite adept at this imitation, and I wish she would refrain from such antics in the future. No, I've only shared my name with Liang Yi. Man Sui shook her head, preferring to keep the name Sui concealed from others while allowing her own name to be known. All right, Liang Yi, Sui Jia. Suddenly, a small figure sprang from the nearby foliage, and before I could react, he lunged at man Sui. I swiftly seized the scruff of his neck, tossing him onto the grass, pinning him down. Don't move, or I shall dislocate your legs, I threatened coldly. While I would never harm a child or a woman, I held no such reservations for this little wolf cub, Chun San. Cough, cough, Liang Yi, spare me. Listen, let me explain. Chun San flailed momentarily before locking eyes with me. I eased my grip slightly, but maintained my hold. I shall grant you the opportunity to speak. Liang Yi, it's like this. That burly man you inquired about at the pawn shop is the bandit who killed my brothers and escaped. He has allied himself with a corrupt official. Then, he entered Gongquan town alone, likely en route to that treacherous official. No one dared to stop him, and my family became the unfortunate victims. My father was killed, and my mother was violated. As he spoke, tears welled in the boy's eyes. I sensed the sincerity in his words, even as he continued with a trembling voice. This fiend captured me, but spared my life, demanding I do his bidding, thinking that as long as I live, I might have a chance for vengeance. So even though he is my greatest enemy, I followed him, which led to my being tossed into the Luo River. I did not betray Sui Jia's whereabouts. I merely misled him, saying Sui Jia was running towards me. I was forced into deceiving Liang Yi and Sui Jia. He concluded in a panic. Indeed, it aligns with what Man Sui had surmised, leaving no detail unexamined. How am I to trust you? I remained skeptical, my caution heightened after the incident involving Man Sui. Oh, yes, I have this. If you see this item, you will surely believe me. Liang Yi, loosen your grip. I shall retrieve it for you. Chapter 11. Trust and reasons. What could it be that inspired such confidence in him? Yet, do not think of loosening your grip, Sui. Come over and hold down his arms while I search him. I called to Man Sui, who approached to assist in restraining Chun San's arms. This boy had concealed some hidden compartments. No wonder Man Sui and I had not discovered them earlier. I could not gamble with our lives. So I positioned the boy in front of me, urging Man Sui to stand back, and used the tip of my dagger to pry open the cloth pouch. As the pouch yielded its contents, a familiar shape emerged. My pupils constricted, and I gripped Chun San tighter, causing him to yelp in pain. To my astonishment, it was this item. Man Sui picked up 2 documents bearing the seal of the government and flipped through them, revealing a scroll of imperial edict. Knowing I had no inclination to peruse such tedious matters, she began to read aloud. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees. Zhou Yunwu, the current martial champion, noted for his formidable strength and diligent service, is hereby appointed as the chief guardian of the Fuwang, granted hundreds of stones of grain, thus decreed. Zhou Yunwu was the name of that burly man? I inquired of Chun San, sensing complications arising, particularly since he was a martial champion. And there were connections to the demon as well? Why did he seem to permeate every aspect of this narrative? No, it cannot be. That man could not possibly be a martial champion. Chun San protested, still under my restraint. Look at the other 2 documents. I quickly glanced at them. Summarizing for Liang Yi, Zhou Yunwu was the previous martial champion who had caught the eye of the demon, subsequently appointed as a guardian. Later, having offended the demon and lacking support from other officials, he was marked for assassination, leading him to become a bandit. This transpired several years ago. As a martial champion, Zhou Yunwu had once vanquished numerous bandits around Luoyang, swiftly amassing a band of 50 to 60 men. However, lacking capable subordinates, he encountered the burly man, Zhang Tai. In combat, recognizing his potential, Zhou Yunwu promoted him to second in command, only for Zhang Tai to later betray him. The reason being that Zhang Tai, a deserter, sought to ingratiate himself with a corrupt official, the very same official who had oppressed my family. Man Sui seethed, her teeth clenched, as she continued to explain. Subsequently, Zhang Tai, eager to win favor with the corrupt official, eliminated many adversaries as a show of loyalty, seizing the bandit as provisions and wealth while Zhou Yunwu was away, thus facilitating his treachery. However, Liang, you should not fear. You need not worry about defeating Zhang Tai, she added, flipping the documents with a peculiar expression. Why do you say that? I inquired, raising an eyebrow. Zhang Tai, having the audacity to target him, must possess some measure of strength. After leaving the bandit hideout, Zhou Yunwu vowed vengeance for his fallen comrades, embarking on a mission to hunt the corrupt official subordinates. His trajectory, in fact, aligned with our arrival just days ago. Liang, you must have guessed who Zhou Yunwu was by now. I contemplated for a moment before chuckling softly. A martial champion, yet he was defeated? How curious. You've deduced correctly. I wondered how such a formidable individual could have gone unnoticed. It seems he has indeed turned to banditry. You actually managed to defeat a martial champion? How impressive. Man Sui genuinely praised me. Indeed, a martial champion ranks among the elite in these turbulent times. Tell me, Liang Yi, if the disparity in equipment were eliminated, how would you fare against a martial champion who underestimated you? Man Sui inquired. Curiosity piqued as she stood with her hands clasped behind her back. An even match. Oh, how did you secure victory? Man Sui pressed on, her interest seemingly insatiable. As I mentioned before, he underestimated me, perhaps thinking I was merely an average competitor. Could you elaborate? Man Sui implored, adopting a slightly more delicate tone. Perhaps Zhou Yunwu had little practical combat experience. In tournaments, one does not fight to kill. Moreover, as a prince, the demon would deter anyone from seeking his demise, leaving Zhou Yunwu reliant solely on his innate skills. If he faced the previous rebel leader, he would stand no chance. However, I did employ a few underhanded tactics. Underhanded tactics? What kind? How ruthless? Man Sui leaned closer, drawn further into the intrigue. To speak frankly, I was reluctant to disclose the truth to MNSU directly. Instead, I contemplated a more subtle approach. This tactic holds little merit for women. Little merit for women? Wait a moment, Li Yingyi, could it be that you're implying? I gazed at MNSU, falling silent. MNSU's cheeks flushed, and she quickly turned her head away. Li Yingyi, I still don't comprehend why he sought to kill us. Although I had learned the identity of ZHUYNW, I remained perplexed as to why he intended to eliminate both MNSU and me. I suspected it stemmed from his observation of us conversing with that ZHNT. Perhaps he mistakenly believed we were in league with corrupt officials and decided to eliminate us while sparing ZHNT, possibly intending for ZHNT to suffer a more dreadful fate. After contemplating, MNSU arrived at this conclusion. All right. Upon concluding the evidence presented by CHNSN, I cast a glance at him. Not afraid of death? I know. I will certainly work diligently for Li Yingyi and Su Ji. CHNSN repeatedly affirmed. It dismissed NSN, instructing him to follow behind as I took MNSU into the city. In the near term, it was unlikely that ZHNT would disturb us again. Our primary concern was how to safely depart from the vicinity of SHNGD. After all, a band of brigands would be reluctant to act, inevitably neglecting MNSU. It was also possible that some unsuspecting passersby would appear. While the brigands might not relentlessly pursue two individuals, it was a gamble we could not afford to take. If anything were to happen to MNSU, it would be akin to grasping his very lifeblood, which would render matters exceedingly dire. As for why ZHNT fixated on us, CHN would undoubtedly possess the clearest understanding. Otherwise, he would not have come to act as our informant. CHNSN, do you know why ZHNT insists on capturing us? Well, there are 3 reasons. First, Su Ji dresses like a young lady from a wealthy family, implying affluence. Second, ZHNT harbors ill intentions, desiring to offer Su Ji to corrupt officials. When he encountered the two of you, he initially intended to act, but likely fled upon realizing ZHUYNW's presence. Moreover, now that Li Yingyi has slain ZHUYNW, the HNT will undoubtedly seek to ascertain Li Yingyi's identity. Speaking of which, what identity does Li Yingyi possess? Formerly a personal guard of the CHNGWing. This is hardly something to conceal. Upon returning to SHNGD, I found the events of the day overwhelming and in need of contemplation. ZHNT would undoubtedly reach out to CHNSN again, continuing to plot against us. However, for the moment, ZHNT lurked in the shadows while we remained in the light. A temporary lull in his aggression did not guarantee future safety, much like today. If he concealed his lower limbs, I would surely fail to recognize him. His ability to mask his presence was formidable, and he could alter his appearance at will. Alas, I shall inquire if MNSU possesses any ingenious solutions. If there exists a method to resolve this matter once and for all, it would alleviate my concerns. MNSU led me to an inn, planning to temporarily reside there. We paid, but only secured a single room. This was her suggestion, for ZHNT might very well attempt a night raid, necessitating a watchman. If we had 2 rooms, we would not be able to rally in time. Thus, MNSU proposed sharing a room. Consequently, CHNSN and I would sleep on the floor. Just as MNSU lay down, my inquiry startled her. Why not have Li Yingyi give it a try? She smiled, shifting further inside, seemingly eager for me to join her in bed. I should have remembered that 9 years ago, during our conversation in the bathhouse, she had no fear of such situations. No, I cannot afford that. I stood at the head of the bed, leaning against the wall, closing my eyes to rest, and remained prepared for any sudden developments. Chapter 12. The wind mouth and raid. After a restless 3 hours of sleep, I awaken on my own, influenced by both my fitful slumber and MNSU's playful teasing upon waking. Truly, the times have turned. Historically, it has always been men who tease women. Yet here we are, a reversal of roles. Last night, Li Yingyi go to sleep now? It seems that every time, Li Yingyi allows me to sleep first. as if desiring me to serve as a free bed warmer. Before I could finish my thought, she interrupted. If Li Yingyi truly desires that, I will be quite displeased and might even weep. Nsu seemed to have grasped my sentiments, her left hand forming a delicate flower at her right eye, her head tilting slightly downward, feigning a sorrowful expression. I shook my head, letting out a frustrated sigh, and prepared to turn toward the door. Oh, Nsu, still in her act, realized I had departed and stomped her foot, following closely behind. CHNSN blinked, surveying the now empty room in bewilderment. When might you return my dagger, Li Yingyi? I could at least defend myself. Nsu clung to my shoulder, leaning her head against me. The dagger you speak of. Which one? I hesitated, recalling the dagger Nsu referred to. It was the very one she had pressed against my chest 9 years prior when we parted. Sealing our promise, she had handed it to me, once saying, Li Ying, I hope you keep this knife. You may use it for protection. No, she lowered her head, speaking softly. Li Ying, I wish for you to keep it, so that you may not forget me. Moreover, do not forget the oath you made. You vowed never to slay the innocent, and you also promised that after vanquishing that pig demon, you would return the favor. Yes, indeed. Do you still possess it? I lost it, but I can procure a new one for you. Suddenly, I remembered why that dagger had been misplaced. Excellent. A new one will suffice. Thank you, Li Yingyi. Upon hearing that a new one could be acquired, Nsu instantly brightened. I pursed my lips. To be honest, her enthusiasm was slightly disconcerting to me. Afterward, I took her to the center of SHNGD. If there were no shops selling swords, we would check the pawn shops. Upon arrival, given it was still morning, only a few shops were open, and after a thorough search, none sold blades. After all, weapons are not easily obtained. Otherwise, everyone would wield a sword. None. Nsu's head drooped in disappointment, yet she quickly rallied. All right, Li Yingyi, if we truly cannot find one, let us not pursue it further. We can address it later. While I was reluctant to delay, the reality was that SHNGD lacked weapon vendors. And even the pawn shops had no knives available, as many relied on such items for survival. Hence, we had no choice but to abandon the search. It would be prudent to find Nsu a means of self-defense. She possessed a few skills, and as long as she did not encounter someone exceedingly formidable, I would not have to worry for her safety. CHNSN, do you have any means to acquire a weapon? This rascal had more interactions with ZHT and should know something. Well, there's a route, but CHNSN hesitated, observing my expression, and ultimately decided that revealing it might save himself. If Li Yingyi truly seeks a small knife, you should venture to the Wind Mouth Inn at the far west of SHNGD. They specialize in selling weapons, but they only cater to corrupt officials. So what? The Wind Mouth Inn contains traps even I am unaware of, and there are numerous individuals within. Very well, I shall follow you. Please lead the way. After a moment's contemplation, CHNSN agreed and pointed the way, taking the lead. Thank you, Li Yingyi. I crossed my arms, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet my intent was clear as I followed CHNSN out. Nsu observed my departing figure, redirecting herself toward her own tasks. SHNGD is precisely where individuals congregate. In SHNGD, at the western edge, lies the Windmouth Inn. I cast a curious glance at the dilapidated establishment before me, then looked back at CHNSN, as if to say, is this truly the establishment you claim caters to officials? Chun-san awkwardly scratched his head and said, Hey, Liangyi, please don't look at me like that. What I mentioned happened 2 years ago, and unexpectedly, 2 years later, it has collapsed. He sighed and suggested, let us go inside and take a look. Ignoring the unreliable words of this young rascal, I stepped forward towards the almost dilapidated Funko store. This establishment was indeed peculiar. 2 years prior, it catered to officials, yet now it had fallen into such disrepair. As I entered, a sudden gust of wind swept through. Liangyi, behind you. I sensed a menacing aura, accompanied by Chun-san's warning, and swiftly drew my long sword, striking behind me. Clang! Amidst the chaos, Chun-san fled the Funko store, leaving me unaware of his whereabouts. We found ourselves in a standoff, each observing the other's missteps. His threat level was nowhere near that of Zhou Yunwu. indicating he lacked Zhou's strength. Nevertheless, I refused to underestimate him. I would not forget how I had dispatched Zhou Yunwu. Who are you? Why do you carry your scent? The man glared at me with fierce eyes, a scar running down his face, enhancing his intimidation. Her? I was uncertain whom he referred to, but since he attacked me, I regarded him as an enemy. There was no rule among foes requiring mutual explanation, and I had no time to ponder if I had encountered anyone he spoke of. You don't know? Then perish. He bellowed. I braced my sword for defense, yet he hurled a dagger from behind, striking the already cracked wooden pillar beside me. Realizing the danger, I seized the dagger and dashed outside. You shall die. The man's gaze sharpened as he brandished his long sword, blocking my exit. Step aside, I shouted angrily. Then, channeling power through my legs and waist, I leapt from the ground, eyes ablaze, and swung my sword down at him. Thud! He clearly did not anticipate my strength, his grip faltering as I forced him back 2 steps. This brief moment granted me the opportunity. I kicked him with my left foot and delivered a horizontal strike to his neck with my right. He screamed, propelled into the crumbling Funko store. Initially, he had feigned an attack by throwing the dagger into the pillar, compromising its structural integrity, causing the store to tremble and begin collapsing. In mere seconds, I swiftly retaliated against him. How amusing it was that he was ensnared by his own deception. I smirked at the thought. Of course, I would not believe such a man would perish beneath the rubble. I would wait for him to emerge and deliver a fatal blow. With a resounding crash, more debris tumbled down, and I perceived faint sounds from within, indicating he was nearing the surface. Chapter 13, Prey and Hunter. Boom! My senses heightened. Gripping my long knife tightly, I had no time to locate Chun San. That coward would undoubtedly hide in a safe place. You are truly cursed. She must have died by your hand. A dark, rough hand emerged from the ruins, pushing against the debris as he stood. Before he could stabilize himself, I charged at him again. Whether I should die remained uncertain, but he was surely doomed. With a leap, I swung downwards. As the sound of slicing air filled the atmosphere, I deftly evaded his thrusting dagger and struck his wrist with the hilt of my sword, disarming him. He possessed quite an array of weapons. Had he once been a blacksmith? There was no time to ponder further. Noticing his pupils dilate in fear, I exerted my strength. With a thrust, my sword pierced his left shoulder. He grunted in pain, yet with a fierce determination, he grasped the blade with his bare hands. As blood flowed from his palms, his expression grew increasingly ferocious. He is escaping. He locked eyes with me, and, seizing the moment while I contemplated my next move, he fled. I will not rest until this man is slain. I watched him dash away, glancing at the bloodied blade before turning to the swirling dust ahead. Chun San, where are you? Sighing, I relinquished the pursuit. After all, I was not alone here. I'm here, Liang Yi. Chun San's voice emerged weakly from beneath a large slab of stone as he pushed it aside and scampered over. This little rascal certainly knew how to hide. He has gone. After inspecting the short sword I had taken from the man, I confirmed its integrity and secured it at my waist, intending to hand it over to Mansui later. Though shorter than desired, it was still functional. Meanwhile, as I made my way to the Funko store and engaged in battle with a man, Mansui was also on her own quest. I'm looking for someone. Mansui entered a pawn shop, an icy demeanor gracing her face. The shopkeeper looked up, and upon seeing her, his pupils constricted. Sway, what brings you here? Looking for someone? I'll call for you right away. Stop. This time, I only need to find one person. Dao, is he here? Oh, Sui Jie. You've come at an opportune time. He just stepped out. Stepped out? What for? Oh, Sui Jie. Please don't make it difficult for a small fry like me. Dao is your subordinate. How would I dare to question him? Mansui furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before continuing, then bring out the people inside. I need them to be of some use. Sure. Hey, Chun San, I'm quite curious. You're from Gangquan Town like me. Yet your accent resembles that of Shanbei. How is that? Mansui sat on a bed, engaging in casual conversation with Chun San. This is because my father is from Shanbei, while my mother hails from Gangquan Town. When the peasant uprising broke out in Shanbei, my family moved here. So technically, I'm actually a Shanbei native, Chun San explained. Liang gazed out the window at the bustling streets, his thoughts elsewhere. Who is this he mentioned? What connection could it have to me? Liang believed that aside from the strong man and Zhou Yunwu, he had not interacted with any other men recently, let alone women. Not to say women would approach him. Moreover, Man Sui would not allow him to converse with other women. Man Sui was well informed. Perhaps she would know? No, it would be best not to disturb her rest over such matters. Of course, Liang had never connected to her or him to Man Sui. Liang Ye, have you encountered any troubles? Suddenly, as I stared blankly out the window, a pair of delicate, pale arms encircled my waist. Himepe, Liang Ye, I knew you harbored ill intentions. What, did you think I would embrace you? She laughed, her hair shimmering warmly in the sunlight. Liang Ye has something on his mind. Care to share? If you prefer not to, that is perfectly fine, Man Sui said as she tucked her stray hair behind her ear. It's nothing. Just I fought again but failed. Liang Ye actually failed? How could that be? Clearly, if it's a one-on-one, few can match you. I shook my head. He couldn't defeat me. It was indeed one-on-one. Man Sui appeared more puzzled. Then how did he escape? If he couldn't overcome you? It was a group assault. Enough about that. Chun San interjected, explaining Sui Jia. The Funko store we visited had collapsed. Man Sui considered this, showing little reaction. However, she quickly added, but there could still be other gains. Hurry and show it to Sui Jia. Chun San chuckled lightly and turned his gaze toward me. I do not require your commands. I shot a cold glance at Chun San before gently addressing Man Sui. The short sword on the man. Short sword? Man Sui's eyes lit up with surprise as she extended her hand, eager to take a look. I retrieved the short sword hanging from my waist and handed it to Man Sui. Upon receiving the weapon, her initial reaction was not one of joy, but rather a furrowed brow as she scrutinized it for a moment. Thank you, Liang Ye, she uttered, yet her tone lacked warmth, only tinged with melancholy. I refrained from inquiring why. Perhaps she recognized the sword's owner or sensed something amiss about it. Did Man Sui know this person? If so, could the she he mentioned refer to Man Sui? If that were the case, the identity of this individual could pose complications. Did he mistakenly believe that I had slain Man Sui? Or was it something else? Yet, given their connection, whether good or ill, it would be challenging to act. However, having engaged in a life-and-death struggle with him, I could not easily let go of the matter. This was troublesome. Chapter 14. Liang Lu casting aside thoughts of departing from Xanadu, my focus now shifted to how to exit the city. The pawnshop owner was untrustworthy. Rather than adhering to our agreement, he was more likely hiding from us. We could not place our hopes upon that worthless piece of paper. I understood well that in this chaotic era, no one could be deemed a good person. Every display of goodwill concealed sharper blades beneath. Only interests held true persuasive power in such tumultuous times. My thoughts wandered too far. The immediate concern was how to safely leave the vicinity of Xanadu. With no other options at hand, I had to venture out to scout the surroundings. However, before doing so, I needed to search for any traces of Zhang Tai within the city, lest he take the opportunity to ambush Man Sui during my absence. We could not linger in Xanadu for long. At most a week, for the longer we delayed, the more precarious our situation would become. Sui, I need to leave the city for a while. I informed Man Sui, who lay on the bed, for I am a person of action who believes in immediate execution of ideas, with no time for procrastination. I knew she had heard me clearly, yet she fundamentally disagreed with my decision to depart. We could not afford further delays. The longer we waited, the more time Zhang Tai would have to plot against us. I explained my reasoning to her. No, idisagara. Liang Yi, your actions are fraught with danger, Man Sui immediately countered, sitting up with her hands on her hips, her expression serious and her demeanor indignant. I understood that Liang Yi was formidable, having slain a martial champion. But the principle of 2 fists cannot compete with 4 hands was not lost on me. If I were to encounter a band of a dozen thieves, regardless of my capabilities, would Zhang Tai seize the opportunity to capture her while I was away? Could I escape such a scenario unscathed? I cannot agree. Liang Yi, you must not go. Man Sui was evidently anxious, crossing her arms and turning her head aside, while Chun Sin trembled in the corner, afraid to speak. My expression was complex. I had considered her concerns. Regarding the bandits, I believed I could manage. My only real concern was Zhang Tai. I would ensure to verify Zhang Tai's whereabouts before leaving, only proceeding once I was certain he was not in the vicinity of Xanadu. This girl was quite stubborn, if she truly opposed my departure. I could not simply resort to force to silence her. Thus, an opportune moment presented itself. She had turned her gaze away from me, and as long as I slipped out the door, she would not pursue me. However, this might incite her anger, so perhaps it was best to reason with her further. No matter the circumstances, you simply cannot go. Before I could explain, Mansway interrupted with a huff of refusal. I sighed, and lowering my footsteps, slowly retreated and exited the door. Leon, you. Mansway even abandoned her usual address for me, calling my name directly, attempting to grab me. But her effort was too late as I vanished from her sight down the corridor. Chun San stealthily darted to the far corner of the bed, ensuring that Mansway would not see him, lest she vent her frustration on him. Once outside the inn, I centered my search around it, expanding my exploration for any traces Zhang Tai might have left behind. After nearly 2 hours, I arrived at the last shop. Boss, 2 meat buns, please. As I observed the man, a cold aura began to emanate from within me. After the previous incident, I had attempted to hone my observational skills, striving to see through the disguises of individuals like Zhang Tai. However, my efforts have been in vain. A person cannot simultaneously excel in 2 disparate skills. Perhaps there exist rare prodigies, but evidently I am not one of them. At least, I cannot manage it. I could single-handedly slay a martial champion despite an equipment disparity, yet I could not pierce through the crude disguises of a common person under equal conditions. Such feats were indeed beyond my capability. Perhaps only a meticulous woman like Mansway could achieve that. Nevertheless, this shopkeeper radiated a different aura, prompting me to fixate on him. Zhang Tai's disguise was too hastily executed. He must have seen me arrive and, in a rush, changed his attire. Very well, I remarked, as his first words betrayed his intent, and I felt no further hesitation. With a swift motion, I drew my weapon, revealing a glint of cold steel. Zhang Tai's face contorted with malice as he hurled a wooden plank at me, which I swiftly cleaved in 2. I then observed Zhang Tai fleeing toward the outskirts of Xanadu, and chose not to pursue him further. Moreover, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. While Zhang Tai might not possess 3 hideouts, he undoubtedly had contingencies in place. Until I discerned his backup plans, I would not act rashly. Liang Yi, why are you in such a hurry? Mansway, dragging Chun San along, feigned a maternal demeanor as they hurried down the street in a single direction. With a sigh, she turned the corner, entering the pawn shop from before, leaving Chun San outside. Upon entering, the lethargic shopkeeper straightened to the sight of Mansway, instantly becoming tense. Why haven't the people from Xanadu arrived yet? Mansway inquired, her urgency palpable. The shopkeeper stammered, struggling to articulate a response. I am Suiji E. I. A young man nudged the shopkeeper's shoulder, smiling as he asked, What do you think? What do you mean? The shopkeeper replied, perplexed. Why did you suddenly run away back then? I couldn't win. I don't believe that. There must be another reason. You're not the type to flee without a fight. The young man shook his head, fully aware of the shopkeeper's character. All right, I'll tell you. The first reason was that guy was too strong. As for the second, I noticed something Sui Jie left behind on his chest. This fellow has an unusual connection with Sui Jie. Then do you dare to act against him? Didn't I realize that from the start? If I had known, I certainly wouldn't have made a move. Chapter 15. The Arrow Challenge after intimidating Zhang Tai. I set off alone toward the city's outskirts, walking along the path leading to Xianqing. I tread lightly upon the fallen, withered leaves, mindful to minimize the noise of my steps. It was not long before I discerned the faint sounds of footsteps and clashing metal in the distance, immediately sensing trouble. I quickly stepped forward and concealed myself behind the thicket, peering into the open space ahead. 2 groups of bandits were engaged in a fierce skirmish. The group on the right exhibited a lack of discipline, armed with makeshift weapons of sticks and stones, while the left group, closer to my position, displayed a somewhat better semblance of order, though still not entirely disciplined. The 2 factions clashed vigorously, and the outcome was evident. The left group crushed the bandits on the right with overwhelming force. What I value most are the iron weapons of those bandits, among which a few even donned armor. Is armor no longer worth anything in these times? I crouched behind the grass, and suddenly, for reasons unknown, my heart began to race. I followed my instinct and cast my gaze towards the hillside. Under the sunlight, a glint of cold light flashed. My pupils constricted sharply as I cursed loudly and sprang to my feet, sprinting towards Xanadu. Damn it, are these bandits truly just bandits or soldiers? Their discipline is remarkable, with armored figures leading the charge, and even archers have appeared. You've already claimed my prey. On the hillside, a one-eyed man let out a cold laugh, then readied his longbow. The arrow sliced through the air, producing a sharp whoosh as it shot towards Leon. My muscle memory endowed me with a swift reaction, yet even so, upon hearing the sound of the arrow, I could merely begin to respond. Leon instantly drew his long sword, and as silver met the arrowhead in a clash, the fierce projectile was deftly deflected from its course, embedding itself in a tree. The impact of the arrow's recoil nearly sent me stumbling, and I grasped a tree to steady myself. A sting radiated on my right cheek. Upon touching it, I discovered a streak of blood on my hand. Had I been even a moment later, my skull would have been pierced. Fleeing, the one-eyed man nearly tumbled to the ground in disbelief. Although the arrow's momentum might have diminished significantly, it was still no trivial matter to evade such a shot. His archery skills were extraordinary. Given a bow and an arrow, he could strike precisely without fail, both before and after becoming a deserter. He struck the ground in frustration, mortified that his arrow was so insultingly dodged. Not dodged, for that man had not fled at all. He had merely drawn his sword and sent his arrow soaring. He needed to slay a few individuals he found displeasing to vent his wrath. With a steely gaze, he unleashed a flurry of arrows towards his foes. Each shot resulted in a scream, followed by a body collapsing, trampled into a bloody pulp. I dashed towards the gates of Xanadu, uncertain whether those bandits would pursue me or if 2 more arrows would fly my way. Perhaps next time, I would find myself pierced through the head. My vigorous movements perhaps aggravated the small wound on my face, causing it to bleed more profusely, the crimson liquid trickling down to my neck. Yet the pain kept me alert. Along a side path, Dow remarked, "This fellow is indeed quite skilled. Had it been me, I would have certainly been struck by that last arrow." The young man clicked his tongue, admiring Liang's extraordinary prowess. Indeed, after all, how could one earn Sister Sui's approval without skill? Dow nodded, his respect for Liang deepening. "Dow, do you think Sister Sui has been a bit slow lately? She hasn't made any significant moves in recent days, nor has she engaged in any minor activities, merely spending her time with Liang." The young man flipped through the intelligence he had gathered, pondering aloud. "Stop your wild speculations. Sister Sui is undoubtedly smarter than both of us combined." Dow playfully tapped the young man's head and chose to ignore him. Upon returning to Xanadu, I wiped away the blood that had trickled down. Although it stung somewhat, it was manageable. I entered the inn, ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor, and pushed open the door. Sui, I presume you are bold enough to venture out. Confident in your findings? Come, let me see what splendid route you have discovered for leaving the city." Man Sui turned to face me, her speech slow and gentle. Yet an undercurrent of menace lay within. "You didn't find anything during your venture, did you?" Her fists clenched, her smile betraying a hint of menace. I swallowed, my throat tightening. "Silence. I told you not to go outside, yet you insisted on leaving the city." Man Sui's tone shifted dramatically, her grip tightening as she reproached me. Her words quickened, revealing genuine concern. "What if something were to happen to you? You can't expect me to run off to Yangzhou alone, can you?" The troublesome Liang. Man Sui huffed, unwilling to engage further. However, upon seeing the blood trickling from my face, her gaze shifted back to me. "Injured? Just a minor wound, nothing serious." I waved my hand dismissively, signaling her not to worry, yet she stepped forward, brandishing a prepared strip of cloth to wrap around my face, rendering my appearance somewhat comical. "Huh." She chuckled at my look, though quickly resumed her earlier irritation. "Given your injury, I shall take the first watch tonight. You can relieve me later when you wake." Man Sui rose from the bed, leaving space for Liang. I was momentarily taken aback, then nodded, settling onto the bed. Since she had stated so, I felt no need for further pleasantries. I would take the later watch. Chun Sen sat in the corner, the cold wind howling through the open window. Because neither Liang nor Man Sui had provided him with blankets, he could only shiver in the corner. "You two carry on. Who could possibly care for you both?" In the early morning hours, with a thud, Liang was unceremoniously yanked from the bed by Man Sui, leaving him bewildered as he climbed back to his feet. Glancing at the innocent-looking Man Sui and the now-awakened Chun San. Huh? Man Sui, caught between laughter and the need to feign innocence, struggled to contain herself, nearly choking on her mirth. Liang, frustrated with her antics, dared to hope for a peaceful night's rest on his own bed. Get up and take your watch. 3 hours have passed. I.O. Liang straightened, leaning against a post. Today marks the 3rd day since our arrival in Xanadu. After being kicked out of bed, I found sleep elusive. I stood by the post, watching as Man Sui stretched and slowly roused herself. Be careful. She was no longer the child she once was. Her stretch nearly revealed her midriff, prompting my warning. She glanced at me. Does Liang not wish to see? Not particularly. My feelings towards Man Sui are indeed complex. Are they debts owed? Or friendship? Or something else entirely? Yet it is clear that I am presently disinterested in her. I had stated 9 years ago in the bathhouse that even if Man Sui were to grow into a beautiful woman, I would not marry her. Sui, while I cannot fully comprehend my feelings for her, I understand that I can express only one sentiment now. Man Sui looked over, tilting her head in curiosity. She opened her mouth, yet words eluded her. Truthfully, I wished I possessed the wit to navigate such situations without succumbing to awkwardness. Speak up, Liang. Why the sudden silence? Man Sui's annoyance grew. She detested half-finished conversations. I will protect you until our pact is fulfilled. Regardless of what befalls you, I shall trust you unconditionally. I earnestly declared this and stepped outside to avoid further awkward inquiries from her. What prompted this sentimental proclamation from the troublesome Liang? Who taught him such things? Man Sui fell silent, contemplating the deeper meaning behind my words. Liang is quite foolish, she mused. And the essence of my statement was clear. I will safeguard you until my last breath. I shall face you with my back, unreservedly, no matter the time or circumstance. Quite the romantic, this Liang. Man Sui chuckled softly to herself. Chun San observed Man Sui, then glanced at the closed door, followed by the open window. His expression one of apathy. You both choose to disregard my existence, which is rather agreeable. However, he still rose to follow Liang outside. As for Man Sui, she had her own matters to attend to, and the paths of Liang and Chun San did not align with hers. So they agreed to meet her at the city gate after stepping out. Time passed, and on the 5th day of our arrival in Xanadu, I had previously mentioned that we could not linger here for too long. None could predict what tomorrow might hold. I made my way to the pawn shop where I had inquired about news on the first day, pushing the door open and stepping inside. Observing the empty counter, I was not surprised. The proprietor had indeed absconded with our money, having calculated that we would not remain here for long. 701, neither an insignificant sum nor a large one. Nevertheless, there was no time to dwell on it, and I would not seek out anyone over this matter. Since we could not depart the city through alternative routes to Xiangqing, we had only one impassable path left. I could not attend to the needs of the 3 of us simultaneously, making our journey exceedingly difficult. Yet, I was left with no other options. We had no choice but to proceed as originally planned. Hiring a carriage was out of the question, as no one would risk their life for a mere few hundred won or a couple of silver coins. Should I consult Man Sui? No, that thought was quickly dismissed. Firstly, Man Sui was not omniscient. I could not rely on her for everything, and in this situation, she likely would not have any solutions either. Secondly, even if she did devise a plan, if it were unfeasible, it would be of little use. Our only means of action, aside from walking, was limited, and no matter how fast we ran, fatigue would set in, making us vulnerable to bandit pursuit. Moreover, if she had already thought of something, she would have informed me beforehand, rather than waiting until the last moment. So, must we gamble with our lives? I furrow my brow, convinced that there must be another way. Yet, I conceded that if even Man Sui could not think of an alternative, I was even less likely to succeed. Casting a glance at the dazed Chun San beside me, I said, "Let us go to the city gate." Chun San sprang up from the ground, following me like a shadow. Still outside? How could any task require 5 days to complete? Man Sui was somewhat irate, insisting that the proprietor provide her with an explanation. Sister Sui, please calm down, do not be angry. This is a significant undertaking. If we succeed, Man Sui took a deep breath and inquired once more, How many days are left? I cannot wait that long. Tomorrow? Liang was impatient, likely preparing to leave at any moment. What shall we do? Mansui sighed, making her way out of the pawn shop towards Liang's location. Upon leaving, she arranged to meet Liang at the city gate, indicating that we would be departing today. While pondering how to persuade Liang to postpone our departure, she walked towards the gate. I had considered whether to take the official road, but soon dismissed the notion. With the emperor threatened by the rebel leader, he was preoccupied, and the official road had become a target for bandits, possibly even more chaotic than the back roads. As for reporting to the authorities, that was Chun San's suggestion. Such an approach was tantamount to a death sentence. As a guard of a rebel leader and man sway, a bandit chief, how could we expect to report to the officials? What difference would it make? If reporting such matters had been effective, the bandit dens outside the city would have long been eradicated. I looked at Chun San. Although I did not fully trust him in this situation, if he dared to betray us, he would not survive either. I handed him the dagger I had taken from the pillar at Funko Inn, tapping his head to signal that man Sui had arrived and to behave himself. Chun San promptly straightened up, weapon in hand, appearing more spirited and upright. Liang, I have arrived. Man Sui approached slowly, a hint of worry etched upon her brow. Is there something amiss? I was sensitive to changes in Man Sui's demeanor. Any issue she faced felt as if it were my own, reflected in our shared emotions. Could we possibly leave tomorrow, Liang? Man Sui, aware of my concerns, spoke candidly. Why? Do you have matters to attend to in Xanadu? I inquired in confusion, as such matters are typically best resolved sooner rather than later. Well, sort of. Man Sui replied vaguely. Very well, leaving tomorrow is not too late. I chose to trust Man Sui's judgment. She always had contingency plans and was far more astute than I. Perhaps there were aspects I had not considered, and she could prepare meticulously. Chapter 17. Encounter with bandits. We spent another day at the inn, preparing to leave the city today. I had previously stated that in these tumultuous times, any day could herald unforeseen changes. The authorities in Xanadu were inactive, failing to eradicate bandits while they were still weak. Now, with bands of robbers surrounding the city, the emperor would not dispatch troops for assistance. These bandits could launch an attack at any moment, and once that happened, escape would be impossible. Therefore, although risks abounded, we should endeavor to depart as early as possible. While the rebel leader was engaged in suppressing banditry, progress was slow. He had to focus on reaching the capital to eliminate the current emperor and had little time to spare on bandits. If we were to wait for him to arrive in Xanadu, we knew not how many years would pass. Chun San was quite excited. I was uncertain of the reason for his enthusiasm. Perhaps it was the prospect of leaving, or possibly the thought that our demise would grant him freedom. However, the greater likelihood was that he would meet his end before ours. The three of us arrived at the city gate, with Man Sui remaining within my line of sight throughout. I was unaware if she had prepared anything else. Naturally, I hoped she would remain close until my last moment. I would not be fooled again. As we exited the city, I led the way, trusting my back to her while Chun San positioned himself to my lower left, allowing me to remain vigilant of any of his potential movements. I followed the original planned route, requesting Chun San to clear away the tall grass that obstructed our view. My sword remained sheathed. Once drawn, it would signify the onset of battle. Man Sui trailed behind me silently, her short sword firmly gripped, presumably ready for any imminent ambush. I lowered my hat and quickened my pace, the raincoat fluttering with my movements, as if heralding an approaching storm. Observing my demeanor, Man Sui matched my pace. While Chun San became tense, his usual seriousness replaced by an anxious demeanor. He had secured the dagger at his waist and rested his hand upon the hilt, likely mimicking my actions, giving him a semblance of readiness. Over the past few days, I had been teaching Chun San martial skills. Each time he felt an improvement, he would seek me out for practice. However, it was less practice and more instruction, as I hardly exerted a fraction of my strength, and he would find himself unable to stand. After walking for a while, the path remained relatively calm, suggesting that the bandits had vacated the area, believing it to be deserted. Yet, anyone with sense understood that one must never let their guard down in such circumstances. Sway, if we encounter a group of bandits, head right. I had already charted an escape route, and the small path to the right was suitable for fleeing, though at least one person would need to distract the bandits. And you? I remained silent, and Man Sui recognized this as a rhetorical question, falling into quiet contemplation. Long ago, when I became a bandit, I rarely encountered anyone who could defeat me in a duel. Otherwise, my tongue would not have saved me. I had fought alongside the rebel leader for many years, participating in numerous battles. Yet on the battlefield, I seldom found an adversary capable of challenging me. My martial prowess is such that there may not be a single individual in this world who could confidently claim the ability to slay me. Yet, should a dozen or more confront me, I would find myself, as Man Sui articulated, unable to contend against many hands with but a pair of fists. Alas, it is premature to speak thus. If the bandits do not appear, or if they do, yet are not the same ruffians encountered days prior, my fate is not necessarily sealed. Man Sui gazed downward, though a glimmer of determination flickered in her eyes. Surely, Liang Yi is contemplating some perilous endeavor once more. How foolish he is, both dim-witted and naive. Were I not lacking in thorough preparations, I would not willingly venture outside the city into danger. This is not merely Liang Ye's life at stake. Mine, too, hangs in the balance. I am not so reckless as to throw myself into peril at the slightest provocation. Perhaps Liang Yi has faced death far too often, for in each skirmish he has wagered his very life. In Chen San's eyes, sorrow, struggle, and fear mingled. He did not wish to perish, for Zhang Tai had yet to meet his demise, and the one responsible for his family's ruin remained unpunished. How could he dare to die? If he were to fall, who would exact vengeance and offer solace to his parents' souls? Each of the three harbored their own plans and schemes, yet at this moment, they shared a singular objective: survival. As we traversed the path, we entered a thicket where sunlight filtered sparsely through the leaves, casting patterns upon the ground. The rhythmic sound of footsteps approached from afar, steadily drawing near. Were these merely common brigands, they would lack such synchronized movement. Only officials could muster such discipline. Strangely, the band of marauders we encountered displayed a relatively strict adherence to order, marching in unison. This must be a group led by deserters, perhaps even founded by them. I halted, raising my hand to signal the others to stop. We would first attempt to evade detection. I pulled Man Sui into the nearby underbrush, and Chen San followed suit. Exhaling heavily, I drew my long sword from its sheath. In the dappled sunlight, the blade reflected my visage, revealing the scars from previous encounters. My pupils constricted as my grip on the sword slackened, uncertainty gnawing at me, my eyes tightly shut, lashes trembling. To falter before battle is a grave misstep in warfare. What the archers? I can evade their arrows, parry them, sever them, or even slay them. I opened my eyes, fear dissipating, replaced by renewed resolve as I tightened my grip on the sword, my gaze fixed ahead. The footsteps grew louder, and bloodshot began to cloud my vision. My survival hinged on whether they detected our presence. A scout among the bandits glanced toward the underbrush, initially dismissing it, but then sensing something amiss. What is this? Before he could utter a cry, I swiftly silenced him, slitting his throat and casting him aside. Go! I shouted to the others, charging forward to clash blades, reversing my grip to pierce his neck, struggling to withdraw the blade. At that moment, the last sliver of sunlight was swallowed by ominous clouds. Surveying my surroundings, I found myself encircled by bandits, some wielding iron implements, others clad in armor. My sole hope rested in Man Sui's escape. The wind began to stir. Damn it! Zhao Feng, brothers, kill him! Avenge Li Cheng and Wang Fei. One of the foremost figures bellowed, charging at me. The surrounding brigands hesitated, none wishing to meet their demise. I regarded them coldly, raising my sword, pointing at one man, who retreated in fear. Shifting my aim, another also hastily backed away, causing the entire group to stumble backward in disarray. It was absurd that dozens of brigands trembled before a single individual. Suddenly, a robust man clad in armor charged at me with confidence. Chapter 18. A desperate struggle with his advance. Two others found courage and surged forward. I could not carve a bloody path in such a brief span. Exposing my back would lead to countless blades carving me to pieces. My right leg bent slightly. My upper body lowered as I propelled myself forward, evading the first man's horizontal slash and swiftly arriving behind him. With deftness, I maneuvered the sword to his throat, piercing through. A swift kick sent another would-be assailant stumbling back, and I seized the fallen man's body to shield myself from incoming blows. The sword escaped my control as the body fell, and my will to continue the fight waned. Alone, I could not withstand such relentless assaults. I needed to remain vigilant against ambushes while contending with the armored brigands. The reality of facing multiple foes was far more complex than imagined, with myriad distractions taxing my mental acuity. When my cognitive faculties diminished to mere instinct, death would be imminent. As I gasped for breath, a bandit in the crowd shouted, "Isn't that the boss's sword?" A moment of silence ensued, followed by several voices affirming, "Yes, that's the boss's sword. He killed the boss. Damn it, kill him. He must pay." Upon hearing that I had slain their leader, fear flickered in some eyes, a terror of my capability to extinguish their chief. Yet more than fear, anger welled up within them. I could not fathom the source of their rage. Was it loyalty to a leader who had guided them to prosperity, or something else? Alone, I would be worn down, and their fury had been ignited. In a state of anger, they would indeed lose their reason. However, in this precarious situation, provoking them would only hasten my demise. That fallen leader was likely Zhou Yunwu, and I wielded his longsword, a fact recognized by those familiar with him. This revelation served as both mockery and lamentation for a dying man. Mockery, from a warrior to a defeated foe. Lamentation, from one who values talent witnessing its demise. They encircled me, extinguishing any hope of escape. Would I resign myself to death so readily? Absolutely not. At least I could not. A hero does not yield to death, and neither shall I. If I could take more brigands with me in death, my end would not be that a coward. With resolve, I withdrew the sword from the corpse. A bandit lunged to stop me, but was sent reeling by a kick that propelled him against a tree. I raised the blade skyward. If there are any who fear not death, step forth. How dare you be so arrogant at death's door? Brothers, charge. Slay this insolent fool. The one who had claimed, "I killed Zhou Yunwu," rallied the crowd, a familiar fervor igniting among them. But I had no time for further contemplation as the enemy surged forward. I sidestepped a scythe hurled my way, then pivoted to seize the wrist of a would-be assailant. Utilizing my strength, I executed a throw, sending him crashing to the ground. My foot rose swiftly, landing upon his face, and with the momentum, I swung my sword, inflicting wounds on those unable to evade but sparing their lives. As a few brigands closed in, weapons raised to strike, I prepared to confront them. When the enemy's aggression peaked, I would first evade their assault and then strike back. This is the essence of warfare. I was about to counterattack when a sudden chill swept in from behind me. Instantly, the hairs on my neck stood on end. Years of military experience informed me that this was no ordinary breeze, but rather the wind created by someone moving swiftly. The figure drew perilously close, and it infuriated me. How could this person run without making a sound? I had not even sensed anyone approaching from behind. Relying on my body's remarkable coordination, I leaned to the side and hastily raised my long sword in an attempt to guard my vital points. However, upon glimpsing the weapon in his grasp, I gasped in shock. It was a long axe, an exceedingly sharp one. He had already lifted it high, ready to bring it down. Just a fraction closer, and it would collide with my sword, at which point I would surely be cleaved in two, unable to withstand the force of his blow. It was over. This time, I truly would not survive. What would happen to man's sway after my demise? Oddly enough, why did she come to mind first? Perhaps it was the guilt I felt towards her, which outweighed all else. Was this the fate of a bandit? To start by taking lives and ultimately be slain by another bandit? I need not see the wielder of that axe to know it was Zhang Tai. So be it. If I must die, let it be a swift end to the sins of my existence. I owe far too many debts, far too numerous to count. Suddenly, a delicate yet firm hand grasped my shoulder. I did not resist, allowing myself to be guided by her touch. Then, a long sword gleaming with a chilling light thrust forward, expertly deflecting the axe 3 inches aside. The edge of the axe grazed past my head, but my shoulder was nicked, revealing the sharpness of that weapon. Had it gone deeper, I would have been severed cleanly in two rather than merely sustaining a slight wound. Yet, in an instant, the sword's cold gleam vanished, along with the momentum of its advance, an illusory feint. Focus and gather strength. Such agile swordplay could only be mastered after years of rigorous training. It was impossible to wield with such grace and finesse without a decade or more practice. Among 10 self-proclaimed swordsmen, perhaps only one could execute such a technique. As the momentum of the sword dissipated, it swiftly swept downward, bypassing the axe handle and lunging toward the enemy. However, this strike would not find its mark. Just as I believed this attack would conclude with a mere wound to the adversary, the sword suddenly arched upward, as if the wielder's arm were devoid of bone. With a clever angle and an unexpected shift, the blade directly deflected the axe, revealing the terrified and somewhat grotesque visage of Zhang Tai, along with his incredulous expression. Beneath the mirror-like surface of the axe, a figure was reflected. She wore a water-blue gown, and her dark hair cascaded like a waterfall. Her exquisite features resembled fine jade, yet exuded an icy coldness and formidable murderous intent, a dazzling beauty that retained an air of grandeur. Even a passing glance would send shivers down one's spine due to her chilling aura. I recognized this figure. It was her, yet she was not as I remembered. With the axe deflected, the sword once more radiated its previously vanished cold gleam, converging at a single point, instilling fear in all who beheld it. With lethal precision, the longsword now aimed directly at the enemy's throat, fierce and merciless, cutting off any means of retreat. This strike was inescapable. This blow was unstoppable. The only option left was to await its descent, drawing oneself into an eternal abyss of cold and darkness. All struggles and resistance would be akin to child's play, as if his fate had been sealed. Once this sword was drawn, it would spell certain death with no escape. Chapter 19. Counterattack as Mansway made her move. A dozen figures suddenly surged forth from my sides, led by 6 armored individuals clad only in upper body armor, 3 on either side. The remaining figures were scattered on both flanks, most wielding axes and knives, with scarcely a sword or spear in sight. I sensed something was amiss as I observed their direction. Suddenly, I shuddered and prepared to raise my sword. "Do not move, young master. They are all mine." Mansway grasped my arm, causing me to stagger and halt. "Let us stay here. There will be ample to deal with these bandits. No need for our concern." "Young master, just protect this delicate woman." Mansway tilted her head, sheathing her sword. If Mansway were truly a delicate woman, few martial women would dare to claim themselves as practitioners of the martial arts. The individuals at hand exhibited remarkable skills. They were likely Mansway's elite. After all, if 70 or 80 of them were all of such caliber, she would have claimed dominion long ago. "Right flank disperse, left flank charge," cried a seasoned leader, and the others moved in disciplined unison. Though the bandits outnumbered them, their lack of equipment rendered them ineffective. Among them, only 3 or 4 were clad in armor, and no more than 10 possessed any iron weaponry. The assailants overwhelmed the bandit group with an almost crushing force. A few fled swiftly into the depths of the forest, but it posed no significant threat. Just moments ago, before Mansway had acted, on the mountaintop, Chun Ping Tian, unable to shoot due to young Master Liang's movements, wore a grim expression. "Damn it, can't you just hold him in place?" A young man wielding a long spear, after evading Chun Ping Tian's earlier maneuver, sneered and continued his assault. If this continued, he would surely perish. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Chun Ping Tian's pupils abruptly contracted. The young man's previous thrust had been a ruse. The true strike landed precisely where Chun Ping Tian had sidestepped. With a sickening sound, the long spear was pulled from his shoulder, and he stumbled backward, clutching his wound. "Dodge? Keep dodging." The young man relentlessly thrust his spear, the tip vibrating as it advanced toward a panicked Chun Ping Tian, who found himself with little room to retreat. The young man laughed arrogantly as he thrust forward, having grown complacent, his attack rife with openings. "Ha!" Chun Ping Tian seized upon the young man's flaw, reaching for the dagger as waist to counterattack, only to be suddenly struck in the neck by a blade. His center of gravity shifted, and he collapsed to the ground, his expression twisted in agony. Gasping for breath, Chun Ping Tian stared wide-eyed as I descended from a nearby path. I caught sight of him and could not help but shout out, only to be interrupted by En Su. Though anxious, she waved her hand dismissively, indicating that she did not mind such trivial matters. Upon seeing D.O.'s countenance, I raised an eyebrow. D.O., feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and said, Ling Wai, please don't blame me. When I first encountered you at the Funko shop, I could only sense Mi's presence without actually seeing her. I thought you had harmed her and thus acted against you. Later, as you forced me to retreat, I noticed a mark left by Mi on your arm and remembered that she is a cautious and capable woman, one who could not easily be harmed. It was then that I recognized you as Ling Wai, whom Mi often spoke of. Listening to D.O.'s explanation, I nodded, for he had not inflicted any substantial harm upon me. Rather, it was he who had suffered considerably at my hands, and given it was for Su, I chose not to hold it against him. However, I pondered when she had ever left a mark on my arm. Had my perception truly dulled to such an extent? At that moment, Su suddenly spoke, drawing my attention to the direction where CHN stood. Here I come, my. CHN stumbled slightly, but quickly regained his balance and ran towards us. It was clear that had he merely delivered that blow from the carriage at the right moment, or had he pressed the short blade a bit further when Liang willingly faced death, none of this turmoil would have ensued. Indeed, what right did she have to criticize CHN? Was she not also guilty of hesitating and sparing her father's murderer, thereby allowing him to live for 9 more years? They were all the same. No one had the right to judge another. Mi allowed herself a moment of respite to exact her own vengeance, confident in her ability to save Liang. Yet, CHN was too timid, gripped by fear of a fatal counter from ZHNT, a fear that could not be easily dispelled. His cowardice had taken root long ago, and it was something that could not be altered. CHN lowered his head, longing to continue his journey with Liang and Mi. But he could not conceive of a reason to do so. With ZHNT dead and revenge fulfilled, he felt he would only be a burden to them. Perhaps it was time to part ways. Why is the atmosphere so heavy all of a sudden? Su remarked, You can't expect a mere child to commit murder. Can you? That would be absurd. She broke the somber mood with a laugh directed at Su. I turned my gaze away from Su's profile, unwilling to meet her eyes, fearing I could not withstand the guilt within me. By the way, when did the short sword I gave you become a long sword? CHN noted, observing the conversation around him. Feeling that it was time for him to leave, he slowly retreated, eventually disappearing into the woods. When did his timidity begin to take root? Chapter 20. CHN's tale of cowardice. The day was scorching, the earth cracked and barren, unable to yield any crops. My mother had cried herself dry, and my father had grown old and lost his smile. I witnessed it all while the heavens seemed to conspire against us, depriving the region around Lu Wying of rain for an extended period. The town of Tianquan, despite its name, offered nothing but glaring sunlight upon a dry, desolate spring, devoid of the shimmering waters one would expect. With no spring, how could one even claim to listen to it? We could scarcely afford to shed tears, fearing even the loss of a single drop of precious moisture. I pressed my cracked lips together in silence and stepped outside my home. I desired to contribute to the household in any way possible, even if just a little. Yet, it seemed that all our hard-earned savings vanished amidst the relentless taxes, even leaving us in debt. I cannot fathom how it came to be that money which rightfully belonged to us became the entitlement of others. As I mused over this, I knew I could not voice my thoughts aloud, for I understood the dire consequences that would follow. Just days prior, an elderly neighbor had suffered the same fate, losing all his grain to the tax collectors and perishing from starvation. Hey, look, it's little SN. Hey, little SN. Why haven't you gone to find Lee H today? Afraid, are you? A group of children gathered, mercilessly mocking me, even tossing stones in my direction. I kept my head down, silent, expertly shielding myself as I passed through the intersection. As I walked by a household, a man shoved me to the ground, laughing as he disregarded my presence and turned away. For the sake of my parents and my own survival, I accepted such treatment, even enduring the humiliation of crawling beneath others. From that moment on, the name CHN became insignificant, as I was increasingly known as Little SN. However, I did have one friend, and I was on my way to see her. The journey was a bit long, and I needed to bring some gifts for my friend along the way. I turned a corner and entered the home of Li Chu Zi, a man everyone called by that name because of his limp. He often claimed it was the result of a childhood fall from a mountain, which had cost him a leg but saved his life. He was a small landlord in Anew Inn, wealthy and well-stocked. Back for more scraps, are we? Li Chu Zi lay in a chair in the yard, basking in the sun, snorting disdainfully at my arrival. Yes, Uncle Li, do you have anything to eat? I nodded, continuing my inquiry. What do you want? What do you want? Li Chu Zi's eyes widened as he noticed something unsettling in my gaze. My father was still alive, and Li Chu Zi dared to harbor such thoughts? Did wealth and grain truly grant him such audacity? Indeed, he was utterly unrestrained, at least in the self-serving environment of Anew Inn. I yearned to grasp a stone and end the life of this wretched man who insulted my mother. Yet I refrained. I could not allow a moment of impulse to lead to his death, for it would invite unwarranted calamity upon my family. No one knew how Li Chu Zi had amassed his wealth. Should I take his life, I would have to face the consequences. And when those consequences became unbearable, my parents would suffer alongside me. Even without his guards by his side, I could not bring myself to act. The mere thought of brandishing a stone and charging at him sent shivers down my spine. I feared I would collapse before I could strike or release my grip in fright before the blow was dealt. I inhaled deeply, questioning whether I'd shed tears. Yet, it was somewhat comforting. I could still sip on some saline water. There are those who long to cry, but find themselves unable to do so. I pressed my lips together, determined not to let a single tear escape, licking away most of the tears that had fallen, swallowing them back into my being. Exiting Liu Kz's home, I had failed to procure any grain today, leaving me unable to contribute to my family or bring her a gift. However, I presumed she would not mind, for after all, these past 3 years have been marked by severe drought and locusts. Her circumstances were likely dire as well. With my head bowed, I trudged toward the mountains, enduring the jeers and insults of passers-by. Their words did not bother me, for I dared not retort. I feared causing any trouble for my family. Thus, I found myself contemplating whether any situation would bring them distress. Ascending the small hill, fatigue began to set in. Yet seeing her was essential, compelling me to take one step after another. Navigating through the overgrown, untended grass, I arrived at the bank of a small stream, now long since dried up. Only the stones remained to testify that a stream once flowed here. I gazed at the makeshift stone pile nearby, quietly approaching and sitting beside it, leaning against it as if leaning against her. I softly murmured her name, for she was the only friend in Gangquan town who truly understood and accompanied me. She had a slightly plump figure, her face always adorned with a smile, perhaps a hint of unattractiveness. Yet to me, no one could replace her. She remained as beautiful as ever. Hey, Chun-san, have you gone to beg for food again today? Wen-er playfully patted Chun-san's head, expressing her dissatisfaction. If we don't beg for food, how can we survive? We are barely managing. Chun-san, receiving the playful smack, only chuckled. All right, fine, you have a point. Wen-er scratched her head, conceding to Chun-san's reasoning, though she struggled to comprehend his humble submission for food. Yet, everyone has their own burdens to bear. Perhaps pride and shame were not among Chun-san's. Now, with food scarce, you're no longer here. That farewell uttered at the brink of our parting has transformed into an eternal goodbye. Leaning against the stone pile, my eyes misted over, though I did not weep. Perhaps it was because I had already cried earlier, leaving no surplus moisture to shed. Chapter 21. The Setting Sun. So much has transpired along this journey. If I could encounter an inn on the way to Shanqing, I would rest for the night and have a good chat with Man Sui. Wait, is someone missing? I glanced around, realizing a frail figure was absent. Chun-san. Why did this child leave without a word? Yet, this did not concern me greatly, as we had only known each other for a few days. Although I felt some affection for this half-apprentice, it was not profound. If fate still binds us, we will surely meet again, just as I did not miss my chance to reunite with Man Sui by the Luo River. Sister Sui, since we have nothing pressing to attend to, would it be all right if we accompanied you to Yangzhou? It would broaden our horizons. Ma Everbrash proposed his idea to Man Sui, who regarded him and then glanced at Dao, resting her chin on her hand, her fingers tapping rhythmically. What do you think, Liang Yi? Man Sui directed the question at me. Naturally, I believed it would be beneficial for them to accompany us. After all, An additional companion means greater assurance. However, it depended on Man Sui's thoughts. If she preferred not to have them along, she must have her own plans. All right, Liang Yi is enough by himself. You two should go earn some funds for food. I gestured towards myself, questioning Man Sui. If that is the case, it makes sense. The band of robbers she established is called Grain. I assenti, a rather fitting name, implying abundance. All right then, since Sister Sui has spoken, I cannot oppose her. We shall take our leave now. Farewell, Sister Sui. Fadevel, Liangye. Mai expressed disappointment, but refrained from contesting Man Sui, clearly showing that she treated them quite well. Dao nodded apologetically at both Man Sui and me, signaling for the others to depart. Now, it is just the two of us again. This is rather pleasant. At least it is more peaceful. I am quite eager to engage in further conversation with Man Sui. Yet alas, I am not skilled with words, often leading to silence. I ought to have learned how to speak more adeptly. With no one else around, I need not call her Sui repeatedly. I can simply address her by her full name. Man Sui, let us see if there are any accommodations available. We need to organize the events of the past few days. My sword sheath swung loosely at my waist as I walked, while Man Sui bounced along, seemingly cheerful for no particular reason. As I spoke, I suddenly furrowed my brow and swiftly stepped forward, grasping Man Sui's arm. She had been walking backward, oblivious to the precipice behind her, and one foot had stepped into thin air, leaving her half suspended, her legs dangling in the void. Fortunately, I caught her. Do not let go. I exerted force, propelling her back to safety. Once she regained her footing, she paused briefly, then exclaimed in irritation, "What in the world is this place? Why does such a spot even exist?" She kicked a stone, which tumbled into the abyss below, producing no sound at all. "Are you all right?" I inquired with concern, to which she shook her head. "You scared me. Truly, I owe my safety to you. Without you, I would have surely met a tragic end. As long as you are unharmed." The atmosphere grew tense, silence enveloping us as she remained mute, and I dared not speak. At last, she broke the peculiar silence. "So, Liang Yi, were you comfortable holding on?" I was taken aback, realizing I had been gripping her slender wrist all along. "Apologies." I hastily released my hold and offered my contrition. "It is all right. You were merely trying to save me, so it is only natural you didn't notice. After all, you would never intentionally focus on such trivial matters." I smiled helplessly, pondering what she thought of me. Merely a man of martial prowess lacking intellect? It was best not to dwell on this. Perhaps she was right, as she often devised the plans while I executed them. Why did I suddenly recall my tongue? Each time such matters arise, it reminds me of my connection with it. Is it still haunting me from the depths? I pondered, and indeed, he was correct. His selfishness allowed him to thrive. Had he not impulsively acted against me, I might have remained oblivious to my killer's identity until my last breath. He was a man of extreme selfishness, indifferent to others' feelings, lives, or deaths. All he desired was to live well himself. Yet, within his selfishness, he was not devoid of emotion. For instance, when I sought to understand his sudden change of heart toward the four little lambs, the kindness in his eyes betrayed him. He genuinely wished for me to remain ignorant of that matter. Yet in the end, I still live while you lie dead by my hand. It is a pity. Sure, Xing, you were a true wolf, but the one time you miscalculated your opportunity was your last. Shaking my head to dispel unwelcome thoughts, I continued forward alongside Man Sui. As the sun sets behind the western mountains, two figures walk side by side beneath the dying rays of the day. The surrounding chirping of insects seems to play a melody for them, or perhaps lament for an unseen future. The warmth of the setting sun envelopes them. Yet as the light wanes, darkness descends once more upon them. However, it is not merely darkness. The moonlight still guides those who wander beneath its glow. I find myself lost in thought, gazing at a few strands of hair swaying gently in the evening breeze, pondering what occupies my mind, though I cannot recall. I remain entranced by her silhouette. The road ahead is long, so there is no need to rush to conclusions, yet it is also fleeting, and one must not regret choices never made. We are nearing a town. Come now, do not linger in a daze. When Man Sui noticed my hesitance, she furrowed her brow and pulled me to the spot where she had just stood, directing my gaze downwards. I stood up and caught sight of her hair, moving behind her. What are you doing, Liang Yi? Don't move, she protested as I deftly arranged her loose strands, securing them with a jade hairpin, gently placing my hands down once finished. The hairpin is about to fall, I explained softly, devoid of any overt sentiment. She remained silent, though I noticed a faint blush tinting her cheeks. What could be troubling her? What feelings does she harbor for Liang? Surely it cannot be love. Considering he is her father's murderer, could it be friendship? No, that does not seem right. My thoughts swirl chaotically, vexing me. They have shared life and death bonds, experienced the passage of time together, and traversed emotions that words cannot encapsulate. Only familial love bears a semblance to Liang's presence, as if it fills a void within her heart. Yet, is it truly so significant that he merely arranged her hair? Yes, it was only for that. Man Sui inhaled deeply, unaware that her heart had just been thrown into disarray. They continued their descent down the mountain. In the twilight's glow, Liang shed all burdens, feeling an unprecedented lightness. Observing Man Sui illuminated by the dusk, he sensed a new emotion stirring within him, though he could not identify it, nor did he wish to dwell on it. He longed to freeze this beautiful moment in time. Yet alas, time cannot be grasped. It will inevitably slip away. Glancing at Man Sui again, her hair shimmering softly in the light, he felt an irresistible urge to tousle it, reminiscent of childhood playfulness with friends. Unable to resist, Liang swiftly reached out, ruffling her hair into a disheveled mess before she could react. Liang Yi, what are you doing? Man Sui exclaimed in mock anger. Yet in that instant, her troubling thoughts dissipated. They needed only to revel in the beauty of the moment, and that was enough. Do you dare challenge me? Upon uttering those words, Man Sui reached for my head, but I swiftly dodged and ran away, prompting her to chase after me. Under the last vestiges of twilight, their figures elongated as they ran, reminiscent of shadows cast by the lake 9 years prior. With their tousled hair, they collapsed onto the grass, watching as the final rays of light were swallowed by darkness. Yes, she is alive, and I am alive. This is the best outcome. Chapter 22. The village. As night fell, we arrived near the town, approximately 100 paces away. The silence was unnaturally profound. Just as I stepped forward to survey the town, Man Sui suddenly spoke. Liang Yi, there's a scent of blood within the town. Upon hearing her words, I tightened my grip on my sword, inhaling deeply to discern the air. Indeed, the stench of blood was palpable, explaining why we could detect it from a distance. Man Sui's brow furrowed in concern. Liang Yi, do you think we should still enter? We must, I sighed. To bypass this town would require a considerable detour. This town lies between a river and a canyon. To traverse this route, we must pass through it. Otherwise, we would need to circumvent a canyon, prolonging our journey and leaving us uncertain of our ultimate destination. Man Sui did not respond, but moved closer, positioning herself parallel to me. A formation akin to that of soldiers, allowing for mutual protection while striking against foes. Ah, this little one understands quite a bit, I mused silently. As we approached the town, the world seemed to fall silent. The sounds of insects and rustling leaves vanished, creating an eerie atmosphere. Upon reaching the entrance, we gazed down the disordered street, littered with broken bowls, discarded fabric, and remnants of thatched roofs. The surrounding houses were nearly all in ruin, doors and windows shattered. A closer inspection revealed a scene of devastation within. Everyday items lay scattered, furniture overturned, and not a soul in sight. Had bandits raided the town? Yet, if that were the case, how could there be no corpses? I voiced my suspicion to Sui. I'm uncertain as well. But should not someone of your experience have a clearer insight than I? We continued forward, not encountering a single body, yet the scent of blood lingered, distinctly human. Suddenly, a sound pierced the silence, emanating from Man Sui's direction. Alert, I turned to look but saw nothing. Ah, Liang Yi, it was merely my stomach growling, she said sheepishly, hand behind her back. Indeed, after our encounter with the bandits, I had lost my appetite, and it seemed time had come for her to eat. I rummaged through my pack, producing a piece of dried food and offering it to her, as I felt no immediate hunger myself. Thank you, Liang Yi, she beamed, accepting the food with both hands. I had grown accustomed to her cheerful tone. Perhaps it was a form of playful retribution towards me. Just as Man Sui was about to take a bite, a sudden scream pierced the air, cutting through our moment. Infuriated, she nearly drew her sword, but thankfully, she refrained from interrupting my focus. The scream appeared to have come from a house, likely belonging to a child. Instinctively alert, I approached with my blade drawn, while Man Sui set her food aside, unsheathing her sword as she followed me. There was a fierce determination in her demeanor, surpassing even my own. The door of the house, though somewhat battered, remained intact. However, it was closed. If I were to open it with my hand, I would be vulnerable to any ambush lurking within. Thus, as I neared the door, I suddenly kicked it open with a resounding crash. Before I could fully discern the situation within the door, a dull voice reached my ears. This voice was not unfamiliar. In fact, it was quite familiar, reminiscent of my own utterances during my most desolate moments. It was the sound of kneeling and bowing. The sparsely furnished room contained only 3 figures, a woman and 2 children, with the woman kneeling before us. The children, appearing to be around 8 or 9 years old, consisted of a girl and a boy, with the girl protectively shielding her brother from behind, suggesting she was the elder sibling. Thus, it was reasonable to conclude that the woman was their mother. The earlier sounds seemed to have originated from the boy. Coincidentally, I noticed a snake coiling around the boy's leg, and tears shimmered in his eyes, which explained his sudden outcry. Man Sui and I exchanged a glance, and without words, we understood one another's thoughts. When we first encountered the soldiers, Chuayer had cried out in a similar manner, though our circumstances then were considerably more perilous. As I finally comprehended the scene before me, the woman on the ground sobbed, pleading, "Oh, noble hero, please do not kill us. I am willing to do anything. I beg you to spare my 2 children." In that moment, I found myself at a loss for how to respond to such a scene, standing there in a daze while remaining vigilant of my surroundings. The atmosphere grew tense as the woman continued to bow her head repeatedly, and I harbored no doubt that if she persisted, a trace of blood might soon stain the ground. Her words became increasingly indistinct, reduced to mere whimpers. My gaze shifted to the 2 children behind her, who were fixedly staring at Man Sui. More precisely, they were not gazing at Man Sui herself, but rather at the provisions she held. Though their bodies trembled, their eyes remained locked upon the food. Upon reevaluating the 2 children, I perceived nothing but their emaciation, a stark reminder of the past when Man Sui herself had been similarly frail. As I completed my internal assessment, Man Sui moved forward. Approaching the 2 children, I made no attempt to stop her. After witnessing her swordsmanship, I held considerable faith in her abilities. The 2 malnourished children posed no threat to her, and I remained at the entrance, alert to any potential dangers. Man Sui approached the children, and upon seeing her advance, they trembled even more violently. The girl, clearly the elder, shifted her brother further behind her, inching forward slightly. The woman continued to murmur incoherently, seemingly too frightened to process the situation. At that moment, Man Sui crouched down, extending her hand towards the girl, the same hand that clutched the food. The siblings appeared momentarily stunned, and I too was taken aback. It was evident that neither I nor the children had anticipated that Man Sui's intention was merely to offer them a piece of food. I turned my gaze to her face, seeking to discern her expression, and was unexpectedly met with a smile, one that I had never seen before. Her smile did not convey genuine joy. Rather, it concealed sorrow and nostalgia. Seeing that the girl did not accept the offering, Man Sui grasped her hand, turning it over to place the food into her palm. The kneeling woman, having lifted her head with disheveled hair, was momentarily stunned by Man Sui's actions. She then repeatedly bowed in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, thank you." Her words were a mantra, as if she could utter nothing else. "There is no need for such fervent thanks," Man Sui replied, her gaze evasive, as she seemed reluctant or perhaps afraid to meet the mother's eyes. The girl, observing the food in her hand, felt her eyes welling with tears. With her frail strength, she broke the food into 3 pieces, distributing 2 to her mother and brother. In this chaotic world, it is the wretched who strive merely to survive. I could not help but lament the state of affairs. Indeed, in these tumultuous times, who truly lives for themselves? Everyone is ensnared by circumstance, whether it be the exalted emperor or the formidable Li Chuanguang. The emperor suffers due to the troubles caused by Li Chuanwang, who in turn is burdened by the conflicts of war. They're all entwined in this web, as are we, differing only in the challenges we face and the concerns we bear. In this world, every individual walks with a sword hanging at their side, where a moment's misstep could lead to eternal darkness. Shen Shi, Man Sui, and I silently committed this name to memory, pondering why it lacked a given name. Perhaps it had been used so frequently that it had become synonymous with identity. What transpired in Shen Shi? Man Sui seized the opportunity to delve into the topic, hoping to extract valuable information. Recently, we had an official emerge from our town, but shortly after taking office, he incurred the wrath of a powerful official from the Shanbei region. The woman recounted, her voice trembling with fear. I silently reflected on her words. Were there still officials in Shanbei? Had Li Chuanwang neglected to purge them? He could never allow such bureaucratic figures to act with impunity, unless he himself faced some formidable predicament. Yet, this official had concealed his actions skillfully, eluding the scrutiny of two successive Chuanwang leaders. Now, with the Chuanwang and Luoyang, he seemingly no longer felt the need to hide. And then, I pressed further, eager for more details. The woman began to sob again, her voice quaking with a mixture of dread and fury. When that vile official discovered our whereabouts, he sent men to slaughter everyone in our town. The weaker men were executed on the spot, while the stronger ones were taken away as laborers. I survived only because my husband led us to a safer place. He ran far away, and I do not know where he went. How did you come to know that those who attacked you were sent by the officials, rather than mere bandits seeking to plunder and kill? Man Sui inquired, though she had reluctantly accepted the woman's previous assertion, her skepticism evident. Lu'er, come here and explain to our benefactor. The woman beckoned her daughter, known as Lu'er, to elaborate. Lu'er cast a timid glance at Man Sui, and then at me, her steps hesitant and anxious. There is no need to be afraid, I reassured her, but my words seemed to intensify her fear, rendering her speechless. All right, do not be so fierce. You are scaring her into silence, Man Sui interjected, gently patting Lu'er on the head before casting a proud glance in my direction. This child is simply unaccustomed to such interactions, I silently sighed, crossing my arms as I observed Lu'er muster the courage to speak. With Man Sui's encouragement, Lu'er finally stammered, I got separated from my mother, and then I hid in a dilapidated house. I saw around 10 bandits who killed many people. At that moment, a man clad in a green robe, with shifty eyes and a dagger in hand, conversed with a burly man who was twice his size and bore a blunt weapon on his back. Brother, how much do you think we can earn from this job? The smaller man inquired. Are you foolish? We are merely hired hands. All the money we receive must be given to our employer. We will earn little, the larger man replied. Then why not save a little for ourselves? It's better to keep some for us than let it all go to someone else. You still do not understand. Let me explain. We must kill the people in this town and select the stronger ones to work for that official. The weaker ones? They are of no use. Just eliminate them. However, we lack the funds to sustain a group of individuals on this journey. Even the strongest among us would perish after 3 days of hunger. A robust man scratched his head in confusion and inquired, Are we expected to pay to go there? The man in green, with a sinister chuckle, replied, You fail to understand. Think about it. If we eliminate those who are thin, do they not still possess flesh? Human flesh is not inedible. He then summoned a few accomplices to divide the headless corpse on the ground into pieces. It is unclear how this town has incurred the wrath of the powerful in Shanbei. Indeed, they are suffering greatly. A few loquacious bandits busily transported the valuables from the town while engaging in idle chatter. Lu'er, trembling with fear, dare not peek outside to see if the bandits had moved far away. Eventually, the bandits departed, and Lu'er reunited with her mother. Lowering her head, she timidly uttered her last words before retreating behind her mother. Do you have any leads? I glanced at Man Sui, who intuitively understood my inquiry. Come closer. I have a slight inkling, though it may not be accurate. As I approached her, she leaned in closer and whispered, Indeed, there is an official from Shanbei who has colluded with numerous bandits to rob travelers for profit. Subsequently, he dispatched tax collectors who demand increasingly exorbitant taxes each year. My father was once assaulted by his men. As she spoke, She clenched her fists tightly, but I noticed her suddenly relax. I sighed inwardly. In these chaotic times, individuals like Tun Yao are never in short supply. Given the opportunity, I would undoubtedly cast him into a pot to boil. She responded with a slight hum. Acknowledging my question, an air of silence enveloped us. I struggled to think of anything else to say, and they seemed equally devoid of words. After a prolonged silence, it was Man Sui who finally broke the stillness. Here, take this. Do not refuse it. Assisting you is also a form of assistance for me. Man Sui produced some silver coins from her pocket and retrieved some provisions from my belongings, handing them to the woman. She did not decline, as it pertained to her and her child's survival. I refrained from reacting or questioning Man Sui's motivations for aiding these unrelated individuals, for I remembered that she once had a brother. I dared not dwell on it, as it touched upon the deepest scars within me. Thank you, Saab. Thank you, the woman exclaimed, her tears flowing anew as she received the food. Just as she was about to bow again, Man Sui quickly grasped her arm to prevent her. The atmosphere fell quiet once more. Let us depart. We have much ground to cover. Outside, the scene was no longer as tranquil as when we first entered. The air was filled with the sounds of chirping insects and the rustling leaves stirred by the breeze. Liangyi, I feel a bit cold, Man Sui remarked, possibly due to the wind or other reasons. I said nothing, nor did I make a deliberate effort to show concern for her. I simply draped my raincoat over her shoulders, nothing more. The cool breeze tousled her hair, and under the moonlight, her flowing locks obscured her eyes, which glistened faintly. After we had walked several paces, the previously silent little girl dashed out of the house, placing her hands beside her mouth in an amplifying gesture, and called out to us, "Sister, uncle, what are your names? You may refer to us as Xia." Chapter 26. Liang's Tale of Goodness in the Dead of Night. Man Sui awoke and took her turn on watch. Liang lay on the bed, gradually drifting into a deep slumber, where forgotten memories of childhood resurfaced in his dreams. Inside the room, blood stained the walls, and the stench of decay mingled with the foul odor permeating the air. A heap of skeletal remains and entrails swarmed with flies, while maggots crawled within and around the innards. The ground and table were coated in congealed black blood. In the center of the room, an elderly man knelt, his back to Liang, yet his hunched figure was clearly visible. His malnourished spine protruded sharply. His hair was completely white, and he emitted sounds of chewing, grasping a handful of rotten flesh and entrails that no one would dare consume, even ignoring the maggots as he devoured them. Liang caught a glimpse of the old man's side profile, noting the thick dark red blood caked at the corners of his mouth, his sunken eyes bulging in a ghastly manner. As he ate, he muttered incoherently, "Do not eat me, do not eat me." Perhaps Liang's resilience and capacity for acceptance were unusually strong. He quickly recovered from his fear, albeit with a trembling voice. "Old man, why are you?" The elderly man's body swayed, as though he might collapse at any moment. Slowly, he turned his head, and tears slipped down his emaciated face. "It is a child. A child. You are not here to eat me, are you?" His aged, hoarse voice sent chills down Liang's spine. No, I am not here to eat you. I merely wish to inquire about what has transpired in this village." The old man remained silent, his unsettling gaze fixed on Liang for a moment before he chuckled softly, a sound that sent shivers down one's spine. He continued, "I am but an old bone and shall not live much longer." Liang fell silent, taking some copper coins from his bag and offering them to the old man. "Please, take this. It is of no use to me. Perhaps it can aid others." At that moment, Liang felt himself one step closer to embodying the who rescues the common folk. The old man's eyes, clouded with hunger, glimmered with greed as he quickly accepted the coins. Checking them with the few remaining teeth he had before agreeing to explain, most of the village's resources go toward paying taxes. Without food, we are left to consume dirt, people, and grass. Consequently, within a few days, all of it was gone. Thus, to survive, we had no choice but to resort to cannibalism. He chuckled darkly. First, they consumed the children, who were thrown into the pot amid their cries. However, he abruptly ceased speaking, and Liang was left puzzled as to why the old man had suddenly laughed, though he understood one thing. This village had indeed resorted to cannibalism, sending a chill down his spine. Then, the women, their flesh is more delicate than that of men, and if they happen to be more attractive, well, an old man, have no fortune to enjoy. Liang was perplexed, unable to grasp the meaning behind the old man's words. Finally, they resorted to consuming us feeble old bones. Fortunately, I managed to hide for several days, nearly starving to death. I never imagined they would actually depart, leaving nothing behind for me to eat but their leftovers. Listening to the old man's account, Liang was horrified. How could this be possible? He gazed at the blood-stained room and the old man, recalling the village he had just encountered, where the inhabitants had seemingly vanished, presumably consumed. Moreover, the severed heads scattered about were indeed those of women and children. A village resorting to cannibalism due to unpaid taxes, with the old man, emaciated and speaking words he could barely comprehend. Was this truly the prosperous capital he knew? This was merely the outskirts of the capital. What about other places? Were there not more corpses? Would the landscape be filled with the dead, their wails echoing through the city? Liang could not fathom it. He felt as though he might transition from sorrow and fear to utter despair if he continued to imagine. The old man watched Liang depart, a glimmer of greed in his eyes, yet he lowered his head in resignation. Perhaps he had witnessed the tragic scene outside the city and could not comprehend the actions of the wealthy officials. As Liang traversed the chaotic marketplace, the sounds of vendors had vanished. Only the mournful cries of lost souls could be heard from beyond the city. All that remained was the despair brought forth by this tumultuous era. In times of famine, humanity turns upon itself. Liang believed that this statement was neither too distant nor too close to him, yet he was taken aback to find it right beside him. A sudden wave of apprehension washed over him. Had he opened the door to discover not an elderly man, frail and weary, but rather a famished adult male? Would he too have been devoured like those innocent children? The answer is unequivocally affirmative. Those driven by hunger care, not whether one is the son of a merchant, a noble, or even the emperor himself. Why did Father not allow me to venture forth and witness the world's discrepancies? Are you, like the affluent I have seen beyond the red gates, merely a self-serving individual? At his tender age, Liang could not delve into profound reflections. He could only ponder the matter at hand, yearning to discern his father's perspective on the chaotic times they inhabited. The phrase "the rich feast while the streets are littered with frozen corpses" echoed in his mind, and though he grasped a semblance of understanding, the full meaning eluded him, perhaps only to be unraveled with the passage of time. Ah, how strange that in this tumultuous era, memories of my childhood resurface. Liang murmured as he awoke from his slumber. He turned to see man sway, leaning against the window and gazing into the distance, while his thoughts drifted back to his father's words. On one occasion, after returning from an outing, he had related all he had witnessed to his father, culminating in a poignant inquiry. "Father, why do you not permit me to go outside?" In response, he had been reprimanded, though the chastisement consisted merely of standing in silence rather than punishment, as his father imparted numerous insights. At that time, he could not fully comprehend, and now, other pieces of advice had faded from memory. The only lesson that lingered was his father's words. "Liang, I named you thus not to foster a benevolent soul, but to cultivate a righteous individual. While there may be no bandits in the capital, every man is a bandit in spirit. We cannot emerge unsullied from the mire, yet we can avoid plunging into it." After uttering these words, his father's silhouette as he departed the room remained etched in Liang's mind. He had been a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. Indeed, while there may have been no literal bandits in the capital, each individual, including his father and himself, bore a semblance of that nature. In an instant, Liang comprehended the principle he had long misconstrued. Chivalry is not merely about being virtuous, but about refraining from malevolence. Pursuing one's desires is the noblest form of chivalry in these turbulent times. The essence of his name, Liang, signifies not a sacrificial lamb, nor an exhortation to perform virtuous deeds, but rather an imperative to aid the suffering within the confines of self-preservation amidst a corrupt world. The affluent do not alleviate the plight of the world, nor can the impoverished solely safeguard themselves. I am Liang, not merely virtuous. Chapter 24. Liang's personal narrative. Inside and outside the capital. Father, why do you not let me go outside? You certainly could, Liang argued with his father, who intended for him to inherit the family business. If he could not even venture out to witness the world, How could he possibly discuss taking over the merchant's affairs? Perhaps he would struggle even to become a vendor. Liang contended with his father, who insisted that the outside world was not yet suitable for him. Since arriving in the capital, he had been confined indoors for several days, and Liang was eager to explore the city beneath the emperor's reign. Surely, it posed no danger to him? I said no, and that is final, Liang. You're still too young. His father's tone grew stern, prompting Liang to fall silent. Observing this, his father's demeanor softened. He gently ruffled Liang's hair and earnestly remarked, "In 2 years, when you have matured, I shall take you out. There is no rush. You need not worry about the family business. When the time comes, I shall impart my commercial wisdom to you. You are the sole scion of our family. Do you truly believe I would not recognize you as my son?" Though young and silent, Liang's desire to venture outside remained undeterred. Boys are often like this. The more they are prohibited from doing something, the more they yearn to do it. His father could not restrain him indefinitely. Liang would eventually seize his opportunity. Sure enough, as Liang had anticipated, his father left the house at noon, presumably to conduct business. Liang, eager to behold the splendor of the city under the emperor's rule, took advantage of the moment when the housekeeper was distracted, wriggling through a table and escaping through the window. "Ah, I'm finally out," Liang exclaimed. The capital was indeed splendid. Why did his father always prevent him from going out? With a buoyant spirit, he skipped down the broad streets, the coins in his pouch jingling merrily. Steamed buns, guaranteed affordable. Meat buns. Come and see these delightful trinkets. Perfect for children. The cries of vendors filled the air. Liang listened carefully but found nothing that piqued his interest, so he continued to wander. His goal was to explore the entirety of the capital that day. The midday sun blazed fiercely, eliciting heat, yet Liang harbored no such worries. Of course, he was sweating, but the absence of concern stemmed purely from his newfound freedom. Even the scorching sun appeared charming. The wide streets bustled with a constant flow of people. "This dish is terrible. Throw it all away. And what is this? Steamed buns. And they're plain. Is this food for humans?" As a man discarded the buns at the feet of a well-fed black dog, the creature merely sniffed, scratched the ground twice, and turned its head to sleep. "What a useless bunch. You've ruined my appetite. Throw everything away." Liang arrived at the entrance of a wealthy household, with a striking vermilion gate exuded grandeur. Outside, 2 servants discarded half-eaten buns and steaming dishes onto the ground. Liang paid little heed. Perhaps this was simply the manner of the capital's inhabitants, who, devoid of financial concerns, felt no need to be frugal. After a lengthy exploration, Liang noted that the capital consisted solely of bustling markets. After a considerable circuit, he found little novelty and began to tire of the sights, yearning to witness the scenery beyond the city walls. What could lie beyond? Surely, it resembled the city, but perhaps was merely more dilapidated and smaller. Nothing particularly special, he presumed. Holding onto his coins, Liang passed through the city gate and wandered aimlessly to the right. To be honest, he was unsure why he chose that direction. It simply felt as though he might glimpse something unknown. Thus, Liang ambled forward, traversing a grove, until he reached a village not far from the capital. Observing the desolate village, he felt both perplexed and fearful, yet his curiosity urged him closer. Creaking branches beneath his feet, he finally arrived at the village's entrance. Oh! The sight before him sent young Liang stumbling backwards in panic, losing his balance and falling to the ground, the silk of his clothing soiled by the dirt. Yet, his mind was blank. He had no inclination to ponder the triviality of a stained garment. Before him lay the narrow path of the village, scattered with 7 or 8 corpses, some merely skeletal remains, others reduced to nothing but a solitary, round head resting on the ground. How could this be? How could this be? Liang's heart was profoundly shaken. It was his first encounter with such a scene since following his father. Though he had seen the dead before, he had never witnessed death in such a manner. He consoled himself with the thought that it must be bandits, certainly bandits who had slaughtered the village. Yes, it must be so, although it defied all logic as to why bandits would exist near the capital and why they would leave only bones behind. In order to deceive himself and find some comfort, Liang accepted this explanation. Taking a deep breath, he stood up again and continued forward, refusing to lose hope. He was determined to see that the next village would not be the same. Surely it would not. This village was merely an exception. His legs trembled as he walked, and though he intended to prove that the village had been ravaged by bandits, he still cautiously circumvented the desolate village, forcing himself to appear calm. Liang moved to the left. Just because the right side had suffered at the hands of bandits did not mean the left would suffer the same fate, as long as he could still encounter living souls. He walked until the afternoon, when the sun was no longer so blistering, yet he found the midday heat preferable. By afternoon, the chill began to seep in. After a long trek, he finally stumbled upon another village. Approaching, he noticed it lacked the horror of the previous one. There were no bloodstains or corpses, but the narrow streets were devoid of any inhabitants. "Is anyone there?" Liang called out cautiously, but no one responded. This village was not as terrifying as the last, yet the eerie silence instilled a greater sense of dread within him. The absence of corpses felt more terrifying than their presence. Liang pressed on, undeterred, knocking on a wooden door of one house, but still received no answer. Nervously swallowing, he gently pushed the door open. He stood frozen at the threshold, his eyes losing their luster, as if a hand had gripped his throat, making it hard to breathe. He soon collapsed to the ground. Chapter 25. Xiangcheng, it is what it is. If there truly is time, I will surely recall it. After several days of travel with Mansui, we arrived at Xiangcheng, which was rather pleasant. Compared to the bandit-infested Xanadu, this place was better managed, with at least a dozen soldiers patrolling outside the city rather than idling about. Between the two of us, only a few taels of silver remained in my bag, while the majority, over 20 taels, was in Mansui's purse. Generally, I would ask her for money, as the small amount I had left might be useful in emergencies. "Liangyi, are you hungry? Shall we eat some meat-steamed buns?" Mansui tugged at my shoulder, causing me to pause, and I swatted her hand away. "You know the way, so lead me." I had no objections. After days of consuming dry rations, I was beginning to yearn for the soft, glutinous taste of steamed buns. However, the mention of buns reminded me of that official from my childhood who treated food with disdain. I wondered how he was faring now. He was likely doing well, for such officials are typically very careful with their lives and assets, making it difficult for an ordinary person to catch them off guard. As we walked through the streets of Xiangcheng, the exhaustion from our recent experiences in the government town weighed heavily upon us, leaving us drained of energy. I longed to find an inn to rest for the night, or perhaps take a proper bath. According to Mansui, she hadn't tea-bathed in several days and felt she was on the verge of becoming unbearable. If she didn't tea-bathe soon, she feared she might go mad. As I walked, my thoughts drifted to future matters, not entirely focused on Mansui, merely holding on her arm. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed, and I felt a sharp pain in my arm. Mansui was bumped into, bending her legs slightly to regain her balance, nearly toppling into my embrace. "Hey, watch where you're going." The man who had collided with us clutched his head and exclaimed. I paused, taken aback. It wasn't my fault he had run into me, yet he had a point, as I indeed hadn't been paying attention. My apologies, are you hurt?" I turned to see Mansui glaring at me, hands on her hips. "Liangyi, are you foolish?" Clearly, it was that man who crashed into us. I fell into contemplation, pondering who truly had collided with whom. Regardless, I chose to trust Mansui. She was correct. "Fine, I'll hold this against you." The man stammered, appearing guilty, before hurriedly fleeing. When we looked back, he had already vanished. We didn't dwell on it much, simply assuming he had intended to extort some money, but ended up leaving empty-handed. "I told you he was up to no good. Liangyi, you really are foolish. If he says you bumped into him, then you must have." Mansui chided me lightly. We were already fatigued, so after purchasing the buns, we decided to quickly find an inn and have a good night's sleep. We arrived at the bun shop and ordered 2 baskets, one filled with plain buns and the other with meat buns, sharing them equally. "All right, esteemed guest, please settle the payment. There are 8 in each basket, plus a basket fee of 1 won, totaling 71 won. The shopkeeper cheerfully handed us the basket. Let me pay." Mansui rummaged through her belongings, suddenly pausing, then hastily searching for something. Just as the shopkeeper began to show signs of impatience, she lifted her head. "Liangyi, the money pouch is gone." My eyes widened in shock, and I frowned, saying, "Wait a moment." I was unsure. It had just been there, and I always kept it securely. It shouldn't have fallen out, and the clinking of silver was unmistakable. I couldn't have missed it, Mansway explained anxiously. The only plausible explanation was that it had been stolen. Who could have stolen it? I pondered, the answer glaringly obvious. Mansway didn't need me to remind her. After a few moments of calm thought, she realized it as well. That despicable thief. Liang Yi, hurry and chase after him. How dare he steal from us? Mansui exclaimed angrily. He has probably already run far away and won't linger here. I shook my head, fearing we wouldn't catch up. Not to mention we had walked quite a distance before realizing the pouch was missing. Even a child would have had time to escape, let alone a seasoned thief. What about our money? Mansui fretted. While we could afford to do without some money, we couldn't be entirely without it. Many matters could be settled with money, and we would need it for future endeavors, hence her urgency. Mansway's head drooped in disappointment, feeling that many troubles awaited us. Well, we are both exhausted now. That is likely why this happened. Let us book a room to rest for the night. We can focus on making money after we recover our spirits. All right, it's just a bit frustrating, I conceded, yet since Liang Yi had said so, there was no reason to pursue it further. Mansway sighed and followed me, guiding me into an inn. She firmly insisted we would discuss it further in a few days. I understood her meaning and did not press for a wash today. I was not particularly finicky, after all. In military campaigns, it was common to go days without bathing. Let us sleep, Mansway, I whispered, sitting down against the corner of the bed, closing my eyes to rest. As before, I would keep watching the first half of the night, while Mansway took the second half, but I decided to let her sleep a little longer. Chapter 27. Coincidence, we ventured out in the morning, having not yet finished the meat buns we bought the day prior, sharing a simple meal. We planned to rest in Xiangchang for a few days, allowing ourselves to recuperate from the past events. Otherwise, we would be too exhausted to face any further surprises upon setting out again. As we descended from the inn, I suddenly spotted a familiar figure seated at a nearby table. He appeared slightly thinner, likely due to wearing lighter clothing. Yet, I remembered him well, for he was the very scoundrel who had stolen Mansway's money pouch. In an instant, I drew my sword, causing Mansway to look puzzled, unaware of my intentions as I charged toward the figure downstairs. The man continued to munch on his steamed bun, occasionally humming a tune, when he suddenly heard the sound of someone jumping down from above. This individual moved with remarkable agility, clearly a trained fighter. Instinctively, he felt a jolt of alertness and glanced sideways, swiftly dodging a sword thrust aimed at him. His agility was commendable, the first thought that crossed my mind. However, this slight merit was soon overshadowed by the overwhelming insult that followed. Hey, so you found me, what of it? You can't catch me. I'm just taking your money. Come and get me if you dare. Ha ha ha. The man mockingly taunted, though he did not linger, bolting through the door, fearful of being pursued. Veins bulged on my forehead. Truth be told, in all my years, I had never encountered someone so shameless. I await your kneeling, I scoffed derisively, confident in my ability to handle such arrogance. Nevertheless, this rogue had audaciously pilfered from us, and without some form of retribution, it would be quite troublesome. Young master, a voice called from the disheveled second floor of the inn, as Mansway stared blankly at the two of us. Realizing the situation, he hurried down the stairs, rushing towards me. Young master, could you have warned me before you ran off? A mere tap with the hilt could suffice. I barely registered Mansway's roaring complaints, as my priority was to catch this thief. As a man ahead began to slow his pace, a smile crept on my lips. I propelled myself off the wall, launching towards him, pointing my sword's tip at his chest. If you dare take another step, this blade will pierce your throat. Spare me, please. He halted abruptly, pleading for mercy, mere inches away from my lethal blade. Kneel, I commanded coldly. To my surprise, he complied without hesitation, dropping to his knees, a display of honesty that did not go unnoticed. I advanced my sword just a fraction more, ensuring he understood the seriousness of his situation. Please, spare me. His face contorted with despair, resembling a mournful wretch. Mansway soon caught up, positioning himself behind the man, who instinctively turned, exposing his face to him. Who are you? Slap. The sharp sound of a palm striking flesh reverberated, startling not just the man, but myself as well. When had Mansway become so assertive? Oomph. Calling me grandmother? Do I look so old? Man Sui crossed his arms, casting a disdainful glance at the kneeling figure. Then, what should I call you, aunt? The man cautiously inquired, shielding his face. You're quite resistant to punishment, Man Sui retorted, before dashing to my side, brushing against my arm. Young master, my hand hurts. A shiver coursed through me. It felt as if a great beast had just slain someone before scurrying up to me like a servile creature. I gulped audibly, then stammered, Air, it's nothing. I will buy some medicine for you later. He lay on the ground, too weak to even wail in agony. Why provoke someone like Man Sui? You've brought this misfortune upon yourself. I glanced at Man Sui, who was still gripping my arm, her eyes darting as she attempted to free herself. What was that discontented murmur? The moment she expressed her displeasure, I ceased all movement, obediently allowing her to hold my arm. Are you touched, young master? I did this for you, after all. Your sentiments align with my own, I replied, bemused. Please, spare me. I shall tell you everything I know. The man pleaded with Man Sui, desperate for mercy. That's more like it. She finally nodded, shifting to the main issue. What is your name? Yang Jian. Jian means strong. Indeed, quite robust, and not in a common way. I interjected, causing Man Sui to pause, then conceal a chuckle behind her hand. Yang Jian's forehead twitched in irritation. Why did you resort to thievery? Sister, if I must explain, it would be akin to asking the vendors why they sell steamed buns. Yang Jian retorted, his tone infused with sarcasm. Listen here, it is I who is asking, and I won't tolerate your sarcasm, understood? Understood. Please, no more slaps. I had no money and could find no work, so I honed my skills to steal. No, to rob the rich and aid the poor. Yang Jian explained, shielding his face from further slaps. Rob the rich and aid the poor? Are you a saint? Man Sui replied, her tone flippant, treating his declaration as a jest. No, I swear. I truly do assist the impoverished. Let me show you. Yang Jian insisted, shaking his head fervently, his expression earnest. You'd better be truthful, I warned, pushing his arm forward, causing him to wince in pain. I swear it's all true. Just let me speak. I'll summarize. When I first arrived in Shanxing, it was far from tranquil. The streets were filled with children who couldn't be fed, and as someone with principles, I could not bear to see them starve before my eyes. Thus, I resolved to procure food for them, keeping only a small portion for myself from what I stole. If you don't believe me, allow me to take you to see the children I care for. Yang Jian's demeanor shifted from defiance to sincerity, perhaps driven by the instinct to survive or the fear of those children falling back into despair. We ultimately agreed to Yang Jian's proposal, sparing his life. We followed him to meet the children he spoke of, though I remained wary, hoping he wouldn't lead us into a trap. What was Man Sui pondering? Surely, her approach would differ from mine. She might consider recruiting him, should he prove worthy. I was startled by my newfound ability to decipher her thoughts, a testament to the time we had spent together. Let us go, lead the way. I nudged the bound Yang Jian, who stumbled unsteadily. As for the lack of authority in the area, a mere jest. The officials had little interest, particularly since Yang Jian had not raised an alarm or cried for help. Without any benefit to gain, no one would intervene. I had always held this belief, yet perhaps today, such perceptions were about to shift. Yang Jian kept his head down, lost in thought, while Man Sui vigilantly monitored his movements, ensuring he could not break free. I stood behind him, my hand ready on my sword's hilt, prepared to act should he attempt any sudden movements. However, this was the city, and such actions would certainly invite complications. Please, my dear young master and sister, do not look at me like that. I mean no harm, Yang Jian exclaimed, his fearful expression alleviating some of the tension in the air. Indeed, we fear you might attempt something, daring to steal from us. This was true. If a common thief had approached, whether successful or not, the moment they attempted to act, Man Sui would have sensed it, followed by me delivering a swift blow to their head, rendering them unconscious and departing without a trace. Alas, do I not recognize the two of you? If I had even the slightest familiarity with you, I would not dare to steal from you both. Are you implying that we lack reputation? Man Sui, ever the troublemaker, delivered yet another slap to his head. Sister, please cease your assault. If you continue, I might lose my way entirely. Ouch, that truly hurts. Yang Jian trembled once more, pleading for mercy. Enough of your nonsense. Hurry up. Man Sui crossed her arms and reiterated her command. Very well, sister. I shall comply immediately. We followed Yang Jian into a narrow alley, my senses heightened with caution, for one could never know when danger might spring forth. What is your intent in bringing us here? I unsheathed my long sword, advancing cautiously towards Man Sui. I hold on. Good sir, let us converse amicably. I was merely jesting. Upon witnessing Liang's swift approach, akin to an arrow loosed from a bow, Yang Jian panicked, deftly evading Liang's strike and swiftly maneuvering behind him. With a flourish, I swung my sword once more, yet this time I merely grazed Yang Jian's clothing. Good sir, let us speak reasonably. I truly jest, or else I would have summoned others much sooner. Ouch, my dear sir. As Yang Jian dodged Liang's blade, he attempted to explain himself, but alas, Liang remained unconvinced. The voice of Liang and Man Sui echoed ominously, sending shivers down Yang Jian's spine. He lowered his head, just in time to avoid a blade that skimmed his hair. With a cry of anguish, I descended and stepped forward, pointing my sword at Yang Jian. Sir, please spare me. If I intended to kill you, I would have done so already. You should be grateful to Sui for prompting me to show restraint. I maintained a cold demeanor, my sword poised at his throat. You ought to be thankful for your last-minute justification, which, I must admit, was quite reasonable, or else. Man Sui made a gesture across her throat. Yes, I was foolish. I thank you for your mercy. Liang, sir, Sui's sister, please save me. Yang Jian clasped his hands together, nodding fervently. Correct your base behavior, or one day it may cost you your life. I allowed my blade to graze his arm, drawing blood to rouse him from his stupor. Stand up. Chapter 29. The kind-hearted here we are, Yang Jian remarked, gazing at the dilapidated structures nestled in the corner of the city, his eyes betraying a glimmer of sorrow. This was the first time I had witnessed such an emotion emanating from such a despicable individual. What could be the source of his sorrow? Liang, sir, I beseech you for but one favor, truly, just one, Yang Jian implored, turning to face me. What is it? Speak. I neither agreed nor outright declined, preferring to hear his request first. If I should perish, I ask that you spare these children, will you? At Yang Jian's plea. Both Man Sui and I were momentarily taken aback. We had not anticipated such a thought from him. To be honest, upon seeing the small, fearful eyes peering through the dilapidated doorways and hearing their occasional sounds, we had ceased contemplating Yang Jian's demise. He may not be a paragon of virtue, yet he is indeed a kind-hearted soul, willing to use his own resources to aid the destitute children, even to the extent of making such a request. This clearly illustrates the significance of these children in his heart. However, I could not comprehend his motivations. In these chaotic times, there are no saints. He could easily choose to ignore their plight, perhaps offering aid only when it became unbearable before departing. Yet perhaps it is not for me to understand him. For those of his ilk do not require the comprehension of others. This is a manifestation of kindness. He is not a villain, but, indeed, a good man. I hold great admiration for such individuals, revering their spirit and morality, yet that does not mean I will forgive him simply because of his good deeds. As he used our resources, rest assured, we shall not take your life. Our funds are too precious for that. Man Sui interrupted my musings, then turned to Yang Jian with a pointed accusation. Oh, dear Sui's sister, I have spent nearly all of our money. Only this handful of coins remains. Yang Jian grimaced as he produced a tattered cloth pouch, the familiar clinking of copper coins emanating from within. Man Sui examined the pouch, weighing it in her hand. You truly have exhausted our funds. Our money is now gone. She lamented, covering her head in dismay. I gently patted her back, and she reluctantly stood upright, still visibly upset. Thus, I am left with no money, and you too have no grounds to spare me. That is incorrect. To kill you would only deepen our sins. You must live, yet I propose a suggestion. From now on, seek to earn money. I care not from whence you acquire it, as long as you can repay the 20 taels of silver in our pouch. Truly, splendid. Thank you. Yang Jian was momentarily dumbfounded before quickly expressing his gratitude with deep bows. First, let us inspect the children. It is curious that amidst the ruins, the doors of each house appear as though they have been recently replaced. Perhaps Yang Jian paid for such an expense. Indeed, This fellow seems to be a beacon of goodness in these tumultuous times. As I pushed open the wooden door, I found several ragged children huddled together. 2 girls appeared frightened, while 3 boys exhibited a mixture of fear and wariness, one slightly older, even displaying hostility. There might be a few more houses nearby. If each harbored several children, there could be 15 or even 20 in total. Yang Jian certainly bears a significant burden, caring for 20 mouths to feed, all on his own. Oh dear, my little ancestors, this is Liang Sir and Sui sister. Quickly call out. They are good people, without malice. Upon noticing the hostility in the child's gaze, Yang Jian rushed in to quell the tension, urging the remaining 4 children to greet us. Liang Sir, greetings. Sui sister, greetings. Compared to myself, the 5 children addressed Man Sui with greater ease, perhaps due to my weathered visage and the scars that marred my features. Not to mention the imposing aura I inadvertently exuded from years of violence, whereas Man Sui radiated warmth and kindness. Indeed, it seems women are more adept at fostering connections. However, I too have taken many lives with my tongue. How did I manage to conceal such a nature so well? I refrained from speaking much, which only served to enhance my intimidating presence. The 5 children flocked around Man Sui, chanting her name with delight. I could not help but facepalm, casting a glance at Man Sui, who wore a triumphant expression and emitted a soft hum, as if to say, Liang Sir, you fail to charm others. Very well. I shan't hold it against these young ones, and I turned away. If I am deemed unlikable, so be it. I have no need for such approval, as it would only diminish my aura of intimidation. Man Sui may present a gentle and amiable fade, but I must embody the role of a protector. A young girl affectionately called out to Man Sui, who smiled and lifted her into her arms. However, she firmly stated, boys cannot be held. Man Sui playfully tapped the little boy with her slender fingers, ruffling his hair. The 3 boys lowered their heads in disappointment, though not for long, for their spirits were naturally lively. It is rather peculiar how, just moments ago, we were poised for conflict, yet these children now clamor for affection. This reflects the simplicity of the minds of those sheltered from the harshness of the world. If you pose a threat, they will guard against you. If you treat them kindly, they will embrace you. Of course, this applies only to these children. Chun San, that little rascal, is an exception. He lives solely for himself. A true wolf cub. Yang Jian and I stepped outside, leaning against the city wall. Are you not concerned that they will grow too comfortable in this tranquil environment? I inquired of him that even wolves, when residing too long in a comfortable and leisurely environment devoid of the need to hunt, would inevitably experience the dulling of their fangs and the blunting of their claws. This very notion is what instills nightmares in those children at night. I am still young. I shall address this matter when I grow older. At present, what I find most intolerable is this group of children. When they mature, I will naturally allow them to venture out on their own, and at that point, their lives will no longer concern me. For now, I can only care for them day by day, as no one knows what tomorrow may bring. If I can treat them a little better, I shall do so. This fellow should be a typically troublesome character, yet one who does not falter in crucial moments. If he can indeed join the ranks of Man Sui, it will not be a bad thing. His agility is truly remarkable. I cannot help but emphasize this in my heart once more. He managed to evade the attacks of both myself and Man Sui consecutively, and under our very noses, he stealthily pilfered our belongings. In this world, there are few he cannot steal from or evade. What shall we do next? Repay the debt. As you both mentioned, he chuckled mischievously. Yang Jian smirked and patted my shoulder. Hey, Liang Yi, forgive my candor. I tilted my head in confusion. Do you fancy Sister Sui? Yang Jian's grin was unable to be concealed, and I regarded him with a look that made my fists clench. Chapter 30. Time it stings, haha. But compared to Sister Sui, Liang Yi, your strikes are indeed rather gentle. Yang Jian covered his face and chuckled at me. If you do not mind, I could use a sword. I unsheathed my sword, startling him into retreat. Let us not, Liang Yi. I was just joking. Yang Jian waved his hands, hastily rejecting my suggestion. I let out a light scoff and stood there with my sword resting on my shoulder. Ho ho, Liang Yi schmognonimos. Not holding grudges against a little rascal like me, Yang Jian seemed to want to continue referring to himself as a little rascal, but upon meeting my gaze, he quickly retracted his words. I chose not to dwell on his insolence, for I am not like Man Sui. However, should Man Sui decide to strike him, if he dares to show any defiance, I would ensure he kneels before me with my sword in hand. After a while, Man Sui emerged from the room, surrounded by 5 children, clearly having bonded well with them. It was to be expected. After all, she had previously gotten along well with Qianghua and others, so she was familiar with how to interact with children. Liang Yi, Man Sui said, holding a little girl's hand. Upon noticing me and Yang Jian waiting outside, she released the girl and hastened to my side. She scrutinized Yang Jian, hesitating for a moment. What was she contemplating? Was she pondering how to recruit Yang Jian? I cannot decipher her thoughts. Yang Jian, you are a good person. I heard her utter such simple praise from her lips. Generally, she would not express such sentiments. Now that she had, and in such a straightforward manner, it indicated that Yang Jian's actions had left her without alternative words of commendation. Perhaps, certain grandiose phrases would be an affront to a virtuous individual. Oh, Yang Jian raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had not anticipated such praise from Man Sui, likely due to having received plenty of slaps in his life, leaving him somewhat jaded. Children's words are the most honest, Man Sui slowly explained to Yang Jian, and then fell silent. I observed Man Sui. Did she not realize that this statement might be somewhat offensive to me? Humph. Finally, I turned my head in disdain. Puffed. Liang Yi, why do you look like a little girl? Man Sui suddenly burst into laughter, pointing at me. I was taken aback. Is that so? Sister Sui is right. Yang Jian had evidently taken his stance beside Man Sui. This fellow was as fickle as a reed in the wind. After a few involuntary twitches of my face, I sheathed my sword and addressed Man Sui. Enough of this. Let us discuss serious matters. Oh, what serious matters? I do not recall mentioning anything. Man Sui stood with her hands behind her back, one leg slightly bent, feigning acute demeanor. What do you plan to do about Yang Jian? I turned to Yang Jian, for Man Sui's behavior was truly hard to bear. Huh? Me? Yang Jian pointed to himself, taken aback. Yes, I nodded to affirm his confusion. Yang Jian, what shall we say? Do you wish to be recruited? Or shall we settle the debt and part ways? Man Sui redirected the question to me. I regretted having raised the question first. In doing so, this little rascal now had ample reason to shift all inquiries onto me, relishing in my discomfort. Then, I would have to knock him to the ground, leaving him unable to rise. Very well, let us recruit him then. I will follow Liang Yi's lead. Whatever Liang Yi decides goes. Man Sui assumed a demure posture, as though everything were at my discretion. Yang Jian, standing opposite us, looked disheveled. Wait, aren't you two going to ask for my opinion? Speak. I unsheathed my long sword, without any intention of threat, simply wiping the blade clean to prevent rust from blood. Yang Jian looked towards Man Sui. Speak. We will not force you. It is entirely voluntary. Man Sui seemed to have grasped Yang Jian's essence, intertwining her words with his, as she drew her sword from behind and wiped the already polished blade with her skirt. Do I even have a choice? Liang Ye, Sister Sui, Yang Jian nervously swallow it. There are indeed 2 choices, I informed him. Yang Jian remained silent, but internally began to voice his grievances. One choice is to be recruited, the other, is to be executed on the spot. Ultimately, after our discussion, Yang Jian agreed to join Liang, pledging his loyalty to Man Sui. Of course, we could not ascertain his fidelity, and naturally, time would be required to test him. Out of our 20-some taels of silver, 18 were exchanged for grain to feed these children, sufficient for their survival. Coupled with their existing skills, they would learn from Yang Jian how to navigate this city, ensuring their continued existence. In our forthcoming journey, we would need Yang Jian to accompany us until I could ascertain that after my demise, he would wholeheartedly protect Man Sui. Of course, this was my personal desire. Man Sui held no such thoughts, merely believing that acquiring a capable ally would be beneficial, and that his presence could lighten the atmosphere. With Yang Jian's troublesome demeanor, there would indeed be conversation. However, I wondered what Yang Jian thought of this. He dared not contemplate too much, for even a minor misstep could lead to his demise in my hands. After a brief silence, Man Sui spoke. Hey, Yang Jian, speaking of which, you are quite skilled, even as a bodyguard. it would be a viable occupation. How is it that you cannot find a way to earn a living? Upon hearing this, Yang Jian sighed. Ah, Sister Sui, you truly do not know the hardships I endure. Where to begin? My curiosity was piqued. This fellow was indeed troublesome. Yet surely he could not be incapable of finding work. This is a long story. Then let us make it brief and skip the unnecessary details. Man Sui interrupted Yang Jian, who was about to embark on a lengthy narration. Cough, cough. He cleared his throat, seemingly choking on his words. I did not wish to stand idly, engaging in idle chatter, so I addressed the two of them. Very well, Liang Yi is right. Ha ha. Man Sui was once again teasing me. Chapter 31. The thief. Upon returning to the inn, our finances were limited, comprising only a few taels of silver and a handful of copper coins. We needed to economize, thus we rented a single room. Once again, Yang Jian and I lay on the floor, while Man Sui occupied the bed. However, perhaps due to Man Sui's earlier display of vulnerability, Yang Jian appeared somewhat perplexed. In general, whether in a marital relationship or a subordinate one, it is uncommon for a woman to sleep in a bed while a man lies on the floor. The man's status has always been slightly superior to that of a woman. This left Yang Jian quite perplexed, prompting him to inquire, Liang Yi, why is Sui Jie sleeping on the bed? I glanced at him and slowly explained, Sui is a woman. I cannot share a bed with her. For how would she marry in the future? A soft huff escaped Man Sui as she sat on the bed, arms crossed, gazing at me. Let us not dwell on the past. I understood her unspoken sentiment, a mere reminder of the incident from 9 years ago at the bathhouse, when I had seen her unclothed. Nonetheless, I had kept that secret, known only to the deceased tongue, who would not spread rumors, just as I too would soon become like the dead. Therefore, she would ultimately be able to marry. Huh? What exactly is the relationship between Liang Yi and Sui Jie? Yang Jian was even more puzzled. I am hers. I found myself at a loss for words. If I were to say it was about repaying a debt, I would need to explain extensively, yet stating that I was subordinate to Man Sui felt somewhat amiss. Man Sui froze, resembling an agitated cat. What do you mean, my person? Liang Yi, if you can't speak properly, don't say anything at all. I noticed her cheeks were slightly flushed, perhaps out of anger. What was wrong with my statement? Why was she so offended? I shrugged, but seeing Man Sui's fierce expression, I decided to remain silent. Hey, Sui Jie, please don't look at me like that. Yang Jian squinted his eyes, mockingly exclaiming, oh. Then, he winced in pain. Tch. Man Sui grasped her wrist and rotated it. He covered his face and squatted in the corner, leaving only his solitary back turned toward us. Woo, stop crying. It's annoying. Man Sui cold liaud. Silencing Yang Jian's foul sobs. All right, sister. Yang Jian immediately perked up, standing straight. Shall we talk about your affairs? How come you can't find a job? I interrupted their conversation and turned my attention to Yang Jian. Oh, all right. Liang Yi, let me tell you. Yang Jian chuklet, as if recalling a glorious moment from his past. When it comes to this, I could boast about it for a lifetime. Hee, it's a recent occurrence. Yang Jian chuckled a few more times, still his usual mischievous self. For some reason, whenever Yang Jian laughed, it provoked a feeling of mockery within me, tempting me to punch him in the face. My fist clenched. He hadn't done anything wrong. If I were to hit him now, it would be unjustifiable. Patience. He would surely act foolishly again. All right then, Liang Yi, Sui Jie, let me share. Yang Jian rubbed his hands together, seemingly eager, perhaps anticipating our reaction after he finished speaking. Will we be astonished or what? Very well, let him finish. Our reactions would reveal themselves in due course. After some time, he had stolen from nearly all the wealthier individuals, leading to heightened vigilance, making it difficult to pilfer. Thus, he had to seek alternative avenues until at that time, a corrupt official from Shaanxi arrived in Xiangqing, where he indeed had a residence. Yang Jian had initially thought that the mansion in the city center was merely a facade, only to discover it had been purchased by the corrupt official. Yang Jian was unaware of the intentions behind a high-ranking official from Shaanxi relocating to Xiangqing. But he understood that, as a man of authority in this era, he was wealthy, exceptionally wealthy. Rather than cowering in fear, it was better to take the initiative. Stealing directly would lead to great riches. Consequently, Yang Jian infiltrated the corrupt official's mansion under the cover of night. At that time, I overheard him seemingly discussing something with two individuals. It was too dark for me to see clearly, but I could discern that one was shorter while the other was tall and robust. The corrupt official himself was quite rotund, though not as portly as the Duke of Fuku from Luoyang, yet he possessed a few of his own charms. Yang Jian recounted his observations, causing me to frown. I hoped they were not the same individuals. Otherwise, the situation would become quite precarious. I cannot guarantee that I could confront those two directly. They felt akin to my longtime companion Tongue. If a confrontation ensued, I was uncertain whether I would be struck over the head with a club, followed by a knife to the skull. As Yang Jian continued his tale, I found myself listening intently. I recalled entering the corrupt official's mansion, my exceptional agility allowing me to easily evade the two full scrutiny. Yet, I had to admit, should a fight truly break out, I suspected the larger man could crush me with a single blow. Huff, huff, Yang Jian panted, then crossed through a window into the corrupt official's chamber. His greatest mistake occurred here. He failed to ascertain whether anyone was inside the room, merely focusing on avoiding a direct encounter with the two men and thereby leaping straight into the corrupt official's bedroom. Who goes there? Who goes there? A series of frantic screams erupted as the corpulent official hastily retreated on the bed, pointing at Yang Jian and shouting. Yang Jian's pupils dilated, but he did not forget to snatch a few gold and silver ornaments from the table before leaping out the window. I'm quite impressive, Yang Jian boasted, puffing his chest. I ran out, with at least 10 people chasing after me, yet not a single one could catch a glimpse of my shadow, except for a rather lean fellow in green, who noticed where I was headed and lunged with a knife, nearly grazing my arm, but I dodged just in time. As he spoke, Yang Jian shook the hem of his sleeve, revealing a small tear. Wow, you're quite audacious, daring to steal from an official? Man Sui rested her chin on her hand, teasing him. Oh, it's nothing. I merely possess better agility. Compared to Liang Yi and Sui Jia, I still fall short. Enough with the flattery. It's of no use. The story is concluded. It's time to rest. You'll keep watch for the first half of the night, and I'll take over the latter half, while Sui can sleep soundly. I glanced at Man Sui, who nodded in agreement. Sui, come here for a moment. After finalizing the arrangements, I pulled Man Sui off the bed and led her outside. Man Sui feigned confusion, though she likely anticipated what I was about to say. Once the door was closed, I led her to a corner. Sui, during the first half of the night, pretend to sleep and keep an eye on Yang Jian. I don't trust him, but I cannot appear too obvious, so I'll rely on you. I voiced my concerns to Man Sui. Adrift, Liang Yi. I knew you'd want to say this. You're such a simpleton, unable to think of anything else. Man Sui placed her hands on her hips, wearing an expression of having seen through everything. You cannot hide. A lone wolf is sharper than anyone else. You cannot kill me. I shall be the one to end you. I hope that when my grand scheme unfolds, you will still be able to sit comfortably, I remarked with a sneer, ensuring my expression remained composed before turning away and descending the stairs. I need not worry about Man Sui. Armed with her sword, she could fend off any ordinary adversary, and Yang Jian was certainly not among them. Should she have the strength, she could even slay him. My current concern lay with the riffraff. As I exited the inn, I shouted, "Come here. I'll take on 10 of you." Remaining vigilant, I assessed their numbers and strength before making my move. Yang Jian was in the room. How astute he was! How could he not understand? How could he not overhear our conversation? It seems he still does not trust me. Alas, trust is something that takes time to cultivate. I can wait for the day Liang Yi fully trusts me and releases me from his grasp. Yang Jian gazed out at the empty street, the moonlight casting a silvery sheen upon the ground, reminiscent of frost. I once contemplated becoming a wandering hero. Aljtiny, who roams the world. I grasped my sword sheath with a stance that allowed for an almost instantaneous draw. Should anyone dare approach, they would be the first to perish. I meandered through winding paths, ultimately arriving at a narrow alley at the edge of the city. This alley was somewhat unfamiliar to me, but I had traversed it during the day. Yes, it was the place where Yang Jian had shown his arrogance. The alley was flanked by the walls of shops, generally impenetrable, and at its end lay a dead end, sealed by the city walls. The only route of escape was the way I had come, meaning that should a confrontation arise in this alley, only one party would emerge alive. Today, It would be either my demise or that of these ruffians. It seemed they had long since realized the futility of disguise. Would it not have been better to have those two accomplices from the ingenue? From the entrance of the alley, three figures emerged, clad in black night garb, each wielding a long knife. I believed that dealing with these three ruffians would require no more than my own prowess. I turned, drawing my long sword, establishing a standoff. Confidence emanated from me. Yet alas, your arrogance shall soon be inscribed in a brief epitaph. The leader brandished his knife and advanced toward me. The alley was narrow, accommodating only two combatants at once. Thus, while there were three, only two could rush to encircle me. If I could first eliminate the one who appeared slightly weaker, the others would fall one by one. The leader had now approached me, and I pondered my next move. A low stance with a horizontal slash, a leaping strike. My pupils narrowed, and in an instant, I bent low, delivering a swift strike toward his calf. The leader, caught off guard, staggered back, a deep gash appearing on his left leg. My right side was then met by another assailant, who swung his long knife at me. Exerting force with my right arm, I met him head-on, using my calf to evade the counterattack. With that strike, he nearly lost all combat capability and no longer warranted my attention. With a fierce roar, the leader charged at me again, evidently undeterred by his earlier setback. I noted his sluggish reflexes and inferior strength. Once I discerned an opening, it would be a simple matter to dispatch him. As he leaped high, believing he could overpower me, I merely scoffed. Fool! I slid beneath him, his knife crashing down into the ground. As he turned to strike me, my silver sword pierced through his chest. The sound of a blade embedded in the wall reverberated, cracks spiderwebbing outward. Another soul claimed by the sword. I had no time for contemplation. I swiftly kicked away an assailant attempting to sneak up on me. Withdrawing the long knife from the wall, I hurled it at the one I had wounded in the abdomen. It pierced his neck, blood oozing forth as he fell rigidly to the ground. A furious shout erupted, and as I turned, I found a short knife thrusting toward me, the speed of his movement nearly catching me off guard. I narrowly dodged a fatal blow, but still felt the sting of the blade graze my right arm, a trace of blood seeping through my cloak. Damn it! I continued to wield my long sword, and after two swift turns and strikes, the last opponent could no longer withstand my assault, his long knife sent flying, and in the terror of his eyes, a swift end followed. Wiping the blood from my face, an unbidden chill enveloped me. I had taken many lives. A few more mattered little. My only concern was whether I would suffer nightmares that night. What time was it? Was it time to change the guard? With these thoughts swirling, I heaped the bodies together. Clutching my bleeding arm, I gritted my teeth and tore a strip from one of the black garments. Binding it around my wound, it seemed I was still ill-equipped to handle multiple attackers, having sustained injuries even from these three ruffians. Chapter 33. Night Conversations. Bang. The sound startled Ying, who had been dozing against a pillar. Who goes there? He exclaimed, thrusting his sword forward. I tilted my head to evade his strike and leapt through the window, calling out, "Stand down." How had he acquired a sword? Surely, it was one he had procured previously. I recalled him wielding it during our chase. Goodness, it's you, Liang Wei. You nearly frightened me to death. Ying exclaimed, patting his chest and exhaling deeply. Enough chatter. What time is it? Is it already the ugly hour? He queried. Well, you should go to sleep. I will take the second half of the night watch. I replied coldly. If that's the case, you must not have slept a wink. Can you manage? Ying looked at me in astonishment. True, if I were to remain awake for a day, I would feel somewhat fatigued. However, that cannot mean and Sue should go a full day without rest. If she were to take the night watch, she too would endure sleeplessness, unable to withstand the rigors of marching without rest. I still have some stamina, and Sue does not. Enough foolishness, go sleep. The latter half of the night is mine to guard. Why not let Sue take the watch? She is already. What are you two discussing? Sue's voice interrupted as she rubbed her eyes, appearing just awakened, though it was clear she had not slept at all. Suyi Sawakya. Ying raised an eyebrow, seemingly pleased with her awakening. How come you are awake? I leaned against the window. She was well aware that my inquiry was not about her state of wakefulness. Fine. Tonight, I will take the watch. If Liang Wei does not wish to sleep, we can stay awake together, she said with a light laugh, as if she were a figure from a painting. That little brat. Ultimately, Wang Ji-in fell into a deep slumber, his soft snores betraying his exhaustion. Enough of the ruckus. I'm not causing a disturbance. It's clearly Liang Y who is pressing me for information I do not possess. And Su continued to feign ignorance, her expression innocent. Are you not sleeping tonight? I asked. If Liang Y is awake, then I shall remain awake too. It's quite pleasant to converse with Liang Y. After all, we've already stayed up so late. And Su shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. What? I instinctively shifted 2 steps toward the corner. Liang Y, your deceit is truly lacking finesse. Stepping closer, Su cornered me against the wall, gripping my right hand tightly. Though it was the dead of night, the black cloth draped over my arm was conspicuous. I turned my head away, regretting not having secured the cloth beneath my cloak. After all, this little brat was akin to A.M.O. Are you injured? Why? Su's expression turned serious. I cannot discern if it was concern for me or for herself. Perhaps it was one and the same. After all, if she cared for me, she was also caring for herself. It's nothing, just a minor wound. Is that so? Let me see. Is it truly insignificant, Liang Y? The dangerous undertone in her voice left no doubt that should I refuse, a slap would soon follow. I relent. I untied the black cloth, discarding the bloodied fabric onto the table, leaving traces of crimson behind. This is a minor wound? It pales in comparison to the injuries sustained during a march. Humph. Endure one more night. Tomorrow I shall buy better cotton cloth for you to bind it. No need. It's nearly healed, and our funds are limited. Every bit saved counts, and besides, such a minor wound is hardly consequential. I insist on using it. Her tone brooked no argument, and I had no choice but to acquiesce. Strangely, a ripple of warmth surged within me. It was not love, but a comforting sensation, a softening of the heart that a solitary wolf feels when cared for by others. Man Sui, I gradually calmed the tumult within my heart, unaware that Man Sui was scrutinizing my expression. What peculiar thoughts is Liang Yi contemplating? Is she blushing? I almost forgot that I was currently in a corner, with her blocking my way. Liang Ye's demeanor, upon reflection, appeared somewhat endearing. Man Sui chuckled lightly at my expression. You little rascal. I wanted to grasp her and make her move aside, but it felt as though she could see through my intentions. She leapt away first. Liang Yi cannot catch me, Man Sui said with a soft laugh, as she perched herself upon the table, her legs swinging restlessly. I pressed my lips together and took a seat beside her. We remained in this position for the entire evening. She dozed off for a while, then I did too, taking turns to rest. Although fatigue settled in, the presence of conversation sustained me, leaving merely a sense of weariness, particularly on my part. I had taken lives last night. I hoped they would not haunt my dreams. Nonetheless, even if they did, it would matter little. Dispersing these thoughts from my mind, I turned to Man Sui and inquired, Liang Yi and Sui Jia actually walked here together? Yang Jian expressed astonishment, for we had merely mentioned that we came from Xanadu in passing, not paying it much heed. I nodded in affirmation. Goodness! Yang Jian exclaimed. Let us go. Let us see the horse-drawn carriage. I certainly do not wish to walk all the way to Yangzhou. It would be too exhausting. Man Sui took my hand and pulled me, pushing open the inn's door as we ventured forward. Wait, by the way, do you know where we can rent a carriage? Chapter 34. Chun San's Tale, No Way Out 2. Days turned into weeks, and our family grew increasingly impoverished. We still could not afford the exorbitant taxes, and our fields yielded no crops. Everything sellable had been sold. We could no longer survive. At this juncture, what more could you wish for? We could hardly sustain ourselves, let alone raise a child. I listened to my parents' hushed conversation from the room, eyes closed in silence. Their words were soft, but the poor soundproofing of the room allowed me to hear them. Even in whispers, their words reached me. But we cannot sell San-Air. He is our only child. I have said it before. We cannot survive. We lack the means to raise a child. Selling him would be the best outcome. We could find him a good family, and we would have the means to live, and he could survive too. We are left with no choice, Xiang-Er. As long as we are alive, we can still have children, and there is a future. But if we cannot survive, what else is there? I leaned against the wall, tears streaming down my face as I caught my father's final words. How could I be crying again? I had barely drunk any water. Very well. I can only apologize to San Air. We shall take him in a few days, my mother sighed, acquiescing to my father's words. Ah, that's right. That's the way to go. My father's voice brimmed with unfeigned joy. They were indeed going to sell me. If I could contribute even the slightest strength to this family, I would leave with no regrets. After all, I was born a burden. If I were to encounter an ill-fated person, death would be a mercy, allowing me to reunite with Winair. Should I survive, I would seek vengeance and carry on in her stead. She had yet to see the capital, nor had she explored other cities or gazed upon the great rivers. I would ensure to witness all the sights she had once mentioned, those I still remembered before embracing death. I slumped to the ground in despair. Speaking of which, I am truly foolish and cowardly. At that moment, I did not even contemplate escape. Rather, I resigned myself to this fate, indifferent to life or death. I was utterly foolish, father, mother. I walked along the disordered path, staring ahead at the indistinct road. Why was it unclear? It was neither foggy nor because of fatigue. It was the tears that blurred my vision. Hey, little San Air? Her voice rang in my ears, and I turned my head, looking at the stars, feeling down. I gazed at the twinkling stars and mused that if one could become a star after death, it would indeed be romantic. The moon is quite lovely too, though a bit lonely. What might the moon be like? Will there be others there? If so, how do they live? Surely, they would not be burdened by heavy taxes. So you enjoy watching the stars? I'm different. When I feel down, I just go to the mountains and throw stones, hitting trees as I go. Girls should be a bit gentler. You're not gentle at all. Hey, what's it to you? You aren't marrying me. I glanced at her, feeling my cheeks redden, but I quickly lower my head. Little San Air, I believe that if you can make your own choices in the future, you should not hesitate. In this world, having a choice is already a great fortune. Why wish for all choices to yield favorable outcomes? The path is never entirely smooth. There will always be bumps, and one must either fill those gaps or plunge headfirst into them, never to rise again. I silently recited her words, gazing at the road ahead. Wiping away my cowardly tears, the path was no longer unclear. Thank you, Winair. It is surprising that even after your death, you can still assist me now. However, as a man, it seems unbecoming to rely on a girl for help, though I must admit, I am indeed quite cowardly. I must confront my past while stepping forward toward a new future. Yes, you are right, since I already have choices. Why still hope that they all lead to a good ending? And what about you, San Air? Your choice. Me? What choice do I have? Do not guess wildly. Winair, I mean, your choice today. My eyes dimmed. The light had faded from them. Indeed, my choice is simply whether to die now or later. Just as you said, I still have choices, yet they are not too favorable ones. Silence enveloped me, and I raised my head to gaze at the starry sky. Yes, Winair had long since passed. She could not see what lay ahead for me, but her words remained valuable. Her shadow lingered at the eaves, as though she still swung her legs. How cowardly I am to not even dare embrace her during our final parting. I softly murmured, my last gaze directed toward the moon. The moon, encircled by stars, does it also feel loneliness? Although countless stars surround it, it cannot find a kindred spirit to converse with, to share its heart. In that light, I suppose I am rather fortunate. Wouldn't you agree, Moon? Alas, I miss Liang Yi and Sui Jia. At least during that time, I need not worry about food and survival. Now, having distanced myself from them, even survival has become a challenge. Yet, I cannot die. I must fulfill my unfinished vengeance, not against anyone else, but against myself. Chapter 35. Inquiring, I was being pulled forward, chuckling lightly. Yang Jian followed closely behind me and Man Sui. I glanced at him. Why was there always a hint of amusement at the corners of his mouth? What are you laughing at? I inquired. Liang Yi? No, fe. I am absolutely not laughing. I swear on my life. Upon noticing my gaze, Yang Jian instantly stood at attention, solemnly swearing to me. I no longer paid him any mind, instead turning my head to converse with Man Sui. Yang Jian observed Liang and Man Sui retreating into the distance, unable to suppress a chuckle. Liang Yi clearly has a fondness for Sui Jia. Why not confess? Is it due to some hidden matter? Or perhaps Liang Yi has an inclination towards men? No way. If Liang Yi were to prefer men, would my exquisite visage be at risk of scrutiny? Hence, this is utterly impossible. As Yang Jian spoke, He touched his own face and nodded in satisfaction. Did you truly think I would take you to rent a carriage? Fool. Man Sui chided as she pulled me along, purchasing a roll of cotton cloth and tossing it to me. This is what it's for. I told you. The injury isn't severe. After a while, I helplessly tucked my bandaged arm away and addressed Man Sui. That is still unacceptable, for I have seen people perish over minor wounds in these past 9 years. Liang, you must not meet such a fate. At the very least, I wish to be the one to deliver the final blow. Man Sui pouted, placing her hands on her hips. So you want to wait for me to do the killing, huh? I chuckled lightly, following the thread of her words. You two truly are affectionate, remarked the shopkeeper. Observing our interaction, I was taken aback and stiffly turned to the shopkeeper. What did you just say? Oh, I merely remarked how affectionate you both are, he replied. Stop right there. I quickly interrupted the shopkeeper's nonsense. We do not share that kind of relationship. Oh, I see. No need to elaborate. Dear guest, he chuckled. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that he would fabricate stories about me and Man Sui the very next day. Adrift, Liang. There's no need to dwell on such trivial matters. If he wishes to think that way, so be it. After all, it won't cost us anything. Man Sui suddenly interjected, cutting off my attempt to explain further. Besides, the more we explain, the more muddled it becomes. With her hands behind her back, she turned and exited the shop. This little rascal, I murmured to myself as I followed her outside. How amusing. It appears the woman is indeed managing the household. The shopkeeper mused, resting his chin on his hand, finding joy in witnessing such warmth amidst the chaos of the world. Liang Yi and Sui Jia are truly swift. I cannot catch up to you both. Yang Jian arrived late, seemingly searching for us, just as we emerged from the shop with Man Sui grasping my arm. Oh, Sui Jia, what's this? Yang Jian whispered to her upon noticing their hold. Sui Jia has taken the initiative? Yang Jian remarked slowly, causing Man Sui's expression to shift uneasily. No, she replied softly. This fellow really thinks I cannot hear him speaking beside Man Sui. After a moment, I would teach him a lesson, for how could he be so foolish every day? We headed towards the city center, recalling Yang Jian's mention of a certain corrupt official from the Shanbei region, one of Man Sui's enemies, who had arrived here 3 weeks prior. We could not ascertain whether he had ventured far, thus we needed to scout the area first. Moreover, if we had to consider it, this corrupt official posed a threat to us, given that Zhang Tai was slain by the two of us along with Yang Jian, who had nearly been terrified to death by that thief. If he were to discover our identities, we would certainly be in a precarious situation. I couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing how often we found ourselves entangled with this corrupt official. If he is indeed one of Man Sui's foes, eliminating him could serve as a form of atonement for my past wrongs against her. Even if I could not expect her to relinquish her hatred, at least I could depart from this world with a sense of relief. Perhaps, if the opportunity arises, as an official, his residence would undoubtedly be heavily guarded. I lacked Yang Jian's agility and skills, and having previously infiltrated once, that coward would surely reinforce his defenses, likely capturing me the moment I stepped inside. What is Liang Yi pondering? Nothing much, merely contemplating the matter of that corrupt official. Stop, I commanded Man Sui, who halted in her tracks. I caught sight of 2 familiar figures approaching from behind her and sneered. Ah, it is you two. What brings you here? It was indeed a coincidence. These 2 were the very individuals we encountered 9 years ago outside the tavern where we dealt with the traitor. One wore a green robe, cunning and sly, while the other was bare-chested, wielding a blunt weapon. Those 2, who had been dealing with the corrupt official, were the same ones Yang Jian had evaded just days ago. The world is truly small. I never expected to encounter them so soon again. I wonder how their skills had fared over the years. Hey brother, it's you. After I entered, I didn't even catch a glimpse of Shixing's shadow. It took me days to learn of his demise. You deceived me for several days. You deserve to die. The man in green spat at me, teeth clenched. And what of it? I am prepared, I declared, drawing my sword. Remember, we will not lay a hand on you. Do not forget whose territory this is. His words jolted me back to reality. This was the official's domain. Engaging with these 2 would first attract patrolling soldiers, followed by the corrupt official's wrath, leading to a possible 3 bounties on our heads. Damn it! Run! We must escape the city. I quickly seized Man Sui's hand, She seemed to grasp the situation and began running even faster than I. I released her hand, following her lead as we fled. Run, hurry. The man in green laughed sinisterly as he strolled towards the center of the city. Chapter 36. Outside the city, I led Man Sway as we dashed from the city, not wishing to face another onslaught akin to the bandit ambush outside Xanadu. A sense of helplessness, teetering on the brink of death. I did not want to endure such experiences again. Furthermore, no one would come to our aid this time. Man Sway had not contacted anyone, and I could not escort her away amidst the assault of soldiers. Those two were now working for the corrupt official, since they remained in the city. The official could not have gone far. They would likely report our whereabouts to him shortly. With a deep exhale, I lamented that I had barely rested in Xiong City before I must once again embark on a flight. Were we destined to live a life of perpetual escape? No longer dwelling on these futile thoughts, we needed to strategize on how to safely depart from the vicinity of Xiong City. Stay close to me, Sway. I urged her to draw nearer. Though her skills were not inferior to mine at half strength, my concern lingered, rooted in the memory of her previous assassination attempt against me, and the frail sensation of being pinned down by the traitor remained vivid in my mind. Oh, Liangye, I am not a completely defenseless maiden, she retorted, though she nonetheless quickened her pace to stay beside me. I turned my head away, a thought resurfacing in my mind. Had she previously claimed to be a fragile woman? Never mind. I had grown accustomed to her whims. Hey, Suijia, think quickly. If we truly confront those soldiers, what shall we do? Yang Jian suddenly interjected, directing his question at Man Sway. This fellow had quite the nerve. In such a situation, was there any solution but to escape? You actually have an idea, Suijia. I quipped, surprised by her response. Do you wish to die? Be quiet, I retorted sharply, narrowing my eyes as I swiftly drew my sword and struck the flat of the blade against his back. Ah, indeed, my oversight has been considerable. Si Yongjian realized his mistake and hastily offered an apology. For heaven's sake, grant us some peace. Do you wish to endanger our lives? I might as well deal with you here and now. It was rare for me to utter such profanities in quick succession, likely owing to our lack of preparation this time. I cannot be entirely certain of ensuring Man Sway's safety. If anything were to happen to her before my eyes, I feared I might lose my sanity. After all, her entire family perished because of me, and in the end, she might die on the road due to my wishes. Even in death, I would carry the burden of guilt for eternity when reuniting with my father and others. No, such thoughts are ominous. I shall not dwell on them. Who says we are destined to perish? We shall find a way to escape. We will. I closed my somewhat dry eyes, allowing a few tears to form, keeping them moist before reopening them. Lao Yi, someone approaches. Man Sway whispered, cautioning me. I wiped away the mist from my vision, then grasped Man Sway's arm and crouched beside a sloping recess. Yang Jian observed our movements and crouched down beside us. I noticed 2 or 3 individuals approaching along the path we had just traversed. They bore no armor, merely wielding bamboo sticks and small axes. They appear weak, Lao Yi. Shall we strike first? Yang Jian whispered to me, gesturing at the men, eager to rise. Absolutely not. I must disagree, I replied. Their audacity to venture out suggests a trap, or they possess sufficient confidence to defeat us. We have already revealed our capabilities. If they were henchmen of corrupt officials, they would surely be aware of us. If they were the town's original soldiers, they ought to be in armor or moving in formation. I glanced at Yang Jian, then at Man Sway. Whose word should I trust? Affection-level choice, without right or wrong. Trust Man Sway. Trust Yang Jian. Man Sway is more deserving of my trust than Yang Jian. I've stated before, regardless of circumstances, she will always be the one to whom I entrust my back. Moreover, her reasoning is more coherent and convincing. I shall observe the situation quietly. Be quiet. Listen to Sway, I instructed, giving Yang Jian a gentle pat on the head to prompt him to crouch down as well. What Lao Yi did not notice was the fleeting tenderness and hesitation in Man Sway's gaze as she turned her head away. All right, she softly acknowledged, her gentle brows watching quietly for a moment after Lao Yi turned away before she fell silent again. Ha! I was reckless, Yang Jian chuckled, seeing Man Sway's previous days, then quickly covered his mouth. Man Sway scoffed lightly, not bothering to argue with Yang Jian. As the men wandered nearby, and no other figures appeared behind them. I furrowed my brow. Were they merely posturing? How could they instill such fear in me? Indeed, there are only 3 of them. Yangjian's eyes brightened as he looked at me, seemingly waiting for my command to engage. Do not let your enthusiasm cloud your judgment, I cautioned. If possible, I still wish to recruit him. Thus, under the premise of complete trust, I did not want him to perish midway. I have mentioned before, I need to cultivate someone to protect her. Perhaps his intellect may not be exceptional, but he must remain loyal to her. He should at least possess a portion of my resolve. Go! I executed a flourish with my sword, then leapt from the hollow, swiftly rolling and slashing. One man, unable to evade, was struck in the eye by my blade, then pierced in the chest by my second strike. Ha! Here I come. Yang Jian followed my lead, arriving alongside me. He first kicked up one man's axe, and then swung his sword, striking the man's arm. Yang Jian fought with a newfound seriousness. His demeanor had transformed, no longer resembling a mere buffoon, but a genuine rogue. With Yang Jian engaged, I felt compelled to assert my prowess, but just as I intended to dispatch the last man, Man Sui's ethereal voice rang in my ears. In a swift breeze, several small cuts appeared on the final man, who remained vigilant against potential attacks. Yet, Man Sui suddenly charged from the front. He raised his axe to defend, attempting to cleave her arm, but Man Sui's hand moved in an exceptionally peculiar angle, evading his counterattack, and in a swift motion, she pierced his throat. Blood erupted, splattering onto her delicate visage. Chapter 37. Delusions, however, perhaps due to insufficient strength. Man Sui's sword remained lodged in the man's throat. She waited until the body fell before exerting effort to withdraw her blade. I approached Man Sui, using my cloak to wipe the blood from her face. Ah, do not wipe it away, Lao Yi. The straw irritates, she protested, grimacing as I wiped her face twice. Then waved her hand dismissively and stepped away, using her dress to clean herself. Is it irritating? I paused, realizing it might indeed be so. Straw is rigid and spiky, certainly unsuitable for wiping one's face. Yet, I had never noticed before. Well, I shall be mindful in the future. Humph, you despicable Lao Yi. You are clearly seeking to exact revenge on me, she remarked with discontent. And no, I am not. I attempted to explain, but she covered her ears, shaking her head vigorously. I will not listen, I will not listen. Humph, seeing me at a loss. Man Sui's expression transformed into one of delight, and she hummed softly twice. Alas, poor Lao Yi, already at the mercy of Sister Sui. Yet, I found it amusing. I could only wish for more. Yang Jian stood nearby, a broad smile plastered on his face, unable to contain his mirth. However, considering our current circumstances seemed inappropriate for levity, he spoke up. Lao Yi, Sister Sui. We should move. Our playful banter ceased, and we nodded in agreement, continuing towards Pengcheng. I'm so tired. I do not wish to walk any longer, Man Sui lamented, her willow-like frame appearing unable to take another step. Can we rest? Very well. She straightened her posture and then walked alongside me. You little imp. I chuckled at her sudden burst of energy, laughing heartily. So, why we walk for so long without anyone pursuing us? Just those 3 fools, Yang Jian inquired, scratching his head. It does seem that way. We have been walking for a short while, yet not a single figure has appeared in pursuit. Darkness is drawing near, and not even a whisper of wind stirs the grass. This is rather peculiar. It seems we cannot afford to relax tonight. After 2 consecutive nights of inadequate rest, I find it increasingly difficult to endure. However, if we can persevere through these next few days, we should be fine. Once we escape the vicinity of Xiangqing and reach Pengcheng, the corrupt officials' reach shall not extend there. Pengcheng has its own officials. As for the minor uprisings that occurred in Xiangqing a few years back, despite its current peace and tranquility, it is merely because that official absconded with the funds. I wonder where he has fled, but for now, Xiangqing remains relatively stable unless significant events transpire, with us being the exception. After walking a little longer, we entered a thicket shielded by trees. We had fled in haste, leaving many supplies behind. Our rations and water were barely sufficient for 2 days for the 3 of us. I will keep watch for the first half of the night, and Yang Jian, you take over for the second half, I stated solemnly. Understood. Lao Yi, Yang Jian nodded in agreement, leaning against a stone and promptly dozing off. Well, dozing off may not be entirely accurate. It could be described as merely resting his eyes. Man Sui glanced at me and then sat beside me. I feel safest lying next to Lao Yi. I raised an eyebrow in slight confusion, but chose to ignore her. Indeed, it was safer with her by my side. Watching her lie somewhat awkwardly on the grass, she seemed concerned about soiling her dress. Yet under these circumstances, there was little alternative. All right, let us quickly rest. We cannot predict when others may come. I adjusted her clothing, urging her to close her eyes and rest. Liang Yi turned her body sideways, resting her chin on her hand, and I paid little attention. Had I been caught stealing glances at her? Upon noticing my gaze, she did not panic, but instead laughed softly. A smile tugged at the corners of my mouth as I inquired, "Aren't you going to sleep? You'll feel weary." But Liang Yi isn't sleeping either. "Aren't you tired just like me?" "That's different." "In what way is it different?" She retorted. Hearing her call my name, I turned my gaze back to her. "What do you want?" "You neither sleep nor tease me. I merely wish to chat with Liang Yi." She replied with a smile that was both beautiful and sincere, devoid of pretension or excessive modesty. Her laughter was a pure and exquisite expression of joy. "What shall we discuss?" "How about that corrupt official?" she suggested, seemingly reflecting on the current situation. "I recall you mentioning that this official once sent someone to collect taxes from your family and even struck your father." "Yes. At that time, I dared not enter the house and instead spoke to my grandmother's tombstone in the backyard." Man Sui chuckled lightly and said, Liang Yi, are you truly foolish or just pretending? He is an official, surrounded by so many people. You would likely have been turned into a pincushion the moment you stepped inside." Was she jesting, or was there a hint of truth? Perhaps it was sincere. Her tone suggested a glimmer of hope that if I could indeed eliminate that scoundrel and escape unharmed, our entanglement would finally come to an end. If I succeeded, we would become akin to strangers, wouldn't we? I chuckled softly, thinking it might be preferable to perish with a sense of regret towards her, rather than seeing our relationship dissolve into an unexplainable sadness. If possible, I wish for our bond to remain unchanged until my last breath. However, that depended on Man Sui. If she wished to forget me, I would be powerless to change that, wouldn't I? Chapter 38. Fear of the Dark 6 years ago. In the third year since parting with Liang, Man Sui had been wandering alone on the road, during which the provisions were scarce, lacking both personnel and funds. Even the 10 confidants she desired could only be reduced to 3, chosen hastily due to the absence of trustworthy individuals. On her journey to the frontier, she wished to see Hua, who had been sold back to her family. That period marked Man Sui's greatest low in the past 3 years, and she was merely 17 at the time. Her swordsmanship was still in its infancy, and money was dwindling. Recently, the pig demons had discovered their clandestine activities and sent people to hunt them down. To escape danger, to seek new opportunities, and to see Hua, Man Sui chose to temporarily leave the vicinity of Luoyang, but she was alone. Truly, I should have trained in martial arts sooner. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to flee at the mere sight of others, she murmured, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Suddenly, as if due to her innate sensitivity, several figures emerged from the shadows, wielding long knives and clad in black, emanating an air of lethal intent. She sprinted in one direction, fully aware that with her current skills, it was impossible to defeat 3 seasoned fighters. There was no need for close inspection. Those 3 were undoubtedly far superior to her. Although she did not know who had sent them, she had made many enemies over the past 3 years, most of whom were under the command of the pig demons. Running relentlessly, she finally spotted a village ahead, consisting of dilapidated wooden shacks that had long been abandoned. Though the pillars of the huts were mostly intact, the overall structure was on the verge of collapse. As the 2 pursuers closed in behind her, Man Sui found herself too exhausted to continue fleeing. "Let us make a stand." She gritted her teeth and ducked into one of the ramshackle houses. The 3 black-clad figures followed closely behind. "Where's the girl?" One of the leaner men scanned the area, but failed to spot Man Sui. Where can she run? She must be hiding in one of these houses. Find her. There's a reward of several dozen taels of silver for her. Hiding in a run-down room, Man Sui covered her mouth, afraid to make a sound. The darkness enveloped her, with only a small crack allowing a sliver of light to filter through. She trembled as she pressed against the crack, observing the movements of the 3 men. "Hey, little girl, come out quickly, and you might avoid some pain. Stop hiding." You can't stay concealed in those rickety houses for long. Save us some effort. Listening to their threats and searches outside, Mansway's fear intensified. She knew all too well the fate that awaited her if discovered. She would rather die than face those two known outcomes. The thought of such a scenario was unbearable. As the doors of the houses were violently kicked open one after another, soon only Mansway remained in her secluded refuge. She trembled in the dark, tears welling in her eyes. She did not want to die. She had yet to avenge Liang. Was she prepared to fight to the death? As the three men stood at the door, the last glimmer of sunlight was blocked out. Mansway had never felt darkness so terrifying. She had never experienced such a sensation. Only today, only this moment, only the future. But did she still have a future? Just as the door was about to be kicked open, a beam from the pillar was lightly nudged, causing it to collapse akin to the last straw that broke the camel's back. With a resounding crash, dust filled the air, causing the three men to cough violently. Damn it, the roof has collapsed. Even if that girl is hiding inside, she can't possibly survive. Let us go, it's over. Damn it. Cursing and kicking at the rubble, they departed in a huff. From that moment on, Mansway developed a profound fear of being alone in the dark. She could not recall how she had crawled out from the wreckage, but she had no desire to experience it again. Liang Yi, what are you afraid of? Mansway suddenly posed the question to me. Me? I used to have fears of fire, of bright light, of shadows playing tricks. But not anymore. Now, my only fear is not reaching Yangzhou safely, and of course ensuring you arrive safely in Yangzhou with me. After speaking, I felt something was amiss and added, Liang Yi's truly kind to me. Mansway chuckled lightly, sitting up from the grass, abandoning her previous reclining position, perhaps finding it uncomfortable. After all, I had requested to visit Yangzhou to see Hong Er and the others. I plucked 2 blades of grass from the ground and idly tied them into a knot. Huh, Liang Yi, what are you doing? I replied. I don't know, perhaps out of boredom. Is chatting with me boring? Mansway questioned, nearly causing me to break into a cold sweat. That is more like it. After a while, Mansway fell asleep, her eyelashes fluttering gently. However, in the latter part of the night, she awakened as I slumbered. I gazed into the distance and lifted my head to behold the bright moon. A sense of solitude washed over me. No wonder throughout history, most poems written about the moon are tinged with sorrow. I let out a soft snort. As the night wore on, we switched places. I lay on the ground and closed my eyes, slipping into a heavy slumber. Perhaps it was due to a day without sleep, akin to Mansway, as fatigue washed over me the moment I closed my eyes. Liang Yi, wake up. Yang Jian's voice suddenly broke through, shaking me awake. I rubbed my eyes, still somewhat dazed. What is it? If this fellow had woken me up out of sheer mischief, he would undoubtedly face my wrath. Someone is coming, he said gravely, and in an instant, I became alert, realizing the gravity of the situation. Let's go take a look. I felt a twinge of annoyance. Being awakened in the dead of night would sour anyone's mood. However, to avoid any unforeseen incidents due to my rising irritation, I made a conscious effort to suppress my feelings. Sway, it's time to wake up. I called out to Mansway, lightly tapping her shoulder before unsheathing my sword and directing my gaze towards the point Yang Jian had indicated. Chapter 39. Pursuit. The 3 of us rose in unison. I held my sword, adopting a combat stance, while Mansway and Yang Jian turned to flee. I could not afford to concern myself with them during battle. If the adversary proved formidable, they would be a liability. Thus, it was best they made their escape first. Get out, I commanded coldly. Before my eyes emerged 2 familiar figures, causing me to grip my sword hilt even tighter. He Liang, is it? You don't strike me as a good man. You personally slew your own comrades and fled with for little ones. Do you think you deserve to be called virtuous? Do you possess a conscience? Or have you ever committed virtuous deeds? What a hypocrite, the man in green taunted first, causing my pupils to constrict sharply. I took a deep breath. Yes, it's true. The one who turns against their own must perish, or else they shall be slaughtered themselves. Do not attempt to distort the truth here. My sword flipped in my hand. Great hammer. At his call, a chill ran down my spine as I turned to see a massive wolf-fang club aimed at my head. If it struck true, I would not only face death, but also be rendered incapable of fighting. Dodge backward, dodge sideways, the green-clad man was behind me, and the hammer's attack came swiftly. Should I falter, I would surely be vulnerable, possibly suffering a fatal blow to the throat. Thus, relying on years of experience, I chose to evade to the side. Huh, I shouted, propelling myself sideways just in time to avoid the hammer strike. As expected, the green-clad man lunged at me with a short blade, but he missed completely. I slid my feet, and a flash of cold light erupted as my sword shot towards the man in green. He had not steadied himself after his miss, and clumsily raised a short knife to defend himself. However, as I was about to pierce him, I pivoted and aimed for the great hammer instead. His robust frame would deter most from attacking, but I was different. Since he was caught off guard, no matter his size, he could not withstand the might of my blade. He hastily swung his wolf-fawn club towards me, but alas, his weapon was cumbersome. With my speed, I thrust my sword into his side, eliciting a pained scream as the club clattered to the ground. I withdrew my blade and swiftly struck the short knife wielded by the green-clad man, sending it flying before delivering a swift kick to his head and launching another strike. Ugh! My blade did not find its mark on the shorter man, but instead pierced the chest of the great hammer. His eyes widened in shock, blood vessels bursting, his mouth frothing crimson as he howled in agony. He shielded the man in green with his own life. Why do this? In a moment of shock, the great hammer made a desperate last stand, colliding with me and driving me into a tree. Thud! I was slammed into the trunk with tremendous force, the frail tree snapping upon impact. Countless splinters invaded my clothing, some embedding themselves in my back, while others grazed past. Coupled with the force of the impact, I spat out blood, droplets staining the great hammer's head. He seemed intent on rising to strike me again, but lacked the strength, collapsing heavily to the ground. His fist clenched, a gaping wound in his chest bleeding profusely. I had not withdrawn my sword. He had charged me, and thus my blade had pierced him. Great hammer! The man in green shrieked, eyes filled with murderous intent and hatred, fixated on me. I understood. Only one of us would survive this encounter. As I stood, I stumbled due to the pain in my back. He had retrieved his knife, swinging it violently towards me as I lifted my gaze. Dodge! I had no third option. My sword remained embedded in the great hammer's chest, and my strength did not permit a counterattack. I expended every ounce of energy to evade his slash, swiftly withdrawing my sword from the great hammer's body. He was reckless, but I could not afford to be. I had unfinished business. Why were they so desperate? I could not comprehend. Yet my singular thought remained, kill him, survive, and then consider the rest. Damn it! I retreated, dodging his strikes. Due to the wooden splinters embedded in my back, each movement sent sharp pains coursing through me. You bastard! I'll kill you! His fury intensified, but I knew that if I waited long enough for him to tire, I could claim victory. Suddenly, after another swing, as he gasped for breath, he turned and fled. I stood in shock. This man was truly peculiar. Moments ago, he had vowed to kill me, yet now he ran? As long as the green mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood, he murmured, yet the hatred and sorrow in his eyes were unmistakable. He truly wished to slay Leon. But, regrettably, if this continued, he would likely be the first to perish. I gazed at the retreating figure of the man in green before looking at the great hammer on the ground. His eyes remained wide open, blood streaming from his mouth and chest. His deathly stillness mirrored that of my former comrades, though he was not one of them. Ugh! The words of the green-clad man echoed in my mind. You think you deserve to be called virtuous? He had slain his longtime companion, even one who had saved him. He indeed lacked a conscience. He had taken many lives, engaged in banditry, and even accepted a job transporting lambs, making him a half-hearted thief. He had indeed committed no virtuous deeds. My breath grew heavier and more labored, my vision blurring, and a ringing filled my ears. Leon! I began to understand why, after the great hammer's death, another would fight with such fervor. At the moment the green-clad man was about to perish, the great hammer had thrown himself in the way of the fatal blow, disregarding his own life to protect his companion. They were not virtuous men, but righteous ones. Indeed, the last time I'd seen them was 9 years ago. After 9 years, they still maintained their cooperative bond, even a familial one. 9 years had passed. Even a dog could form attachments, let alone humans. But what of me? The tongue had spared my life instead of taking it, a profound grace. though it was for his own purpose. Most of what he said was true, yet I had killed him for the sake of the little ones, even dismembering him and burying him. This was a great injustice. My actions could hardly be deemed virtuous, nor could I call myself righteous. Chapter 40. Forgiveness. Ha 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 ha. The resolute figure in my mind began to fade, replaced by one seated atop a mountain of corpses, a bandit. He laughed at me, as if mocking my inner conflict, or perhaps ridiculing my foolish actions. My life should have belonged to the tongue. The bandit on the corpse mound half sat, my long-used cleaver embedded in a body. Blood trickled slowly from the corpse, pooling at my feet. As I looked down, my face was reflected in the crimson liquid. Do you even deserve to be called Leon? This question incessantly flashed through my mind, causing my head to swell with confusion. When I turned my gaze back to the mountain of corpses, I noticed a shadow I recognized all too well. This was the person I had just slain, one I was intimately familiar with. Lowering my eyes further, I saw beneath the robust figure scattered pieces of flesh and a conical hat. Leon, ha ha ha. Is it not absurd to have murdered a fellow comrade? The figures on the mountain of corpses mocked me, and as I looked up, it felt as if an impassable chasm separated us, rendering me as insignificant as an ant. His face gradually became clearer. It was that of the man in green. The expanse of the corpse mountain began to widen, enveloping me completely, the stench of blood and rotting flesh saturating my senses. Glancing aside, I was met by the unblinking eyes of severed heads, staring at me with lifeless intensity. I wanted to flee, to escape, but found myself trapped by the mountain of corpses, with no way to evade but to confront it head-on. We're not like you, Leon. You are a creature devoid of warmth, a cold-blooded wolf. Yet we are different. We are capable of sacrificing our lives for one another, just as he shielded me from harm while I fought for him. Silence, you bastard. I drew my sword and struck a corpse. What kind of Leon are you? Having committed such heinous acts, do you still dare to hope for a favorable conclusion, to coexist with her, to walk alongside her? How delusional you are, Leon. You killed Shixing, you killed Dechui, you murdered Man Sui's father, bringing ruin upon her family, and slaughtered many innocents. In this chaotic world, what are you still pretending to be? You are deceiving yourself, attempting to hide your truest self. This is not you, Wolf. My legs began to weaken, and I staggered back, barely stabilizing myself by clutching a corpse. I lost track of time until a hearty voice, distinctly that of a peasant, rang in my ears. He wore a straw hat and a rain cape, with stubble adorning his weathered face. Alas, I did not recognize him. Was he yet another soul I had wronged? I gazed at him as he carried a small bundle, and I noticed something at his waist. My eyes widened in disbelief, yet I could not utter a word. Are you looking at this pouch? The peasant, noticing my fixation on the pouch at his waist, proudly produced it. My daughter sewed this for me. It even has the character on it. However, he did not offer it to me. Instead, he clutched it tightly as if it were a rare treasure. Is this the father of Man Sui? Why had he suddenly appeared before me? My expression grew bewildered, blurring the lines of reality. Yet, he did not allow me to ponder further. Hey, young man, what are you looking at? I can't see clearly over there, he said, pointing behind me as he patted my shoulder. I turned to follow his gaze, and to my astonishment, the surrounding darkness dissipated, replaced by beams of white light shining behind me. It was then that I grasped the situation. At the end of the light stood a woman with her back to me, clad in an exquisite pale gown, her long black hair cascading like mist, a sword sheath at her waist that seemed ill-suited for such beauty. Man Sui, I whispered her name, and the dimness in my eyes flickered with hope once more. Although he had not forgiven me for taking his life and causing his wife's demise, he had granted me the grace to care for his daughter. The pig demon feasting on human blood. You have slain him. That is a deed of virtue. Hey, young man, Leon, I entrust her to you. Please take good care of her. My body trembled, and when I looked up again, the sturdy figure had vanished, replaced by a pair of resolute and fierce eyes that I knew all too well. Since even Man Sui's father could forgive me, what reason did I have to linger here? Man Sui must be growing anxious. This little one is not one to remain patient. I should reunite with her. I gazed into the eyes of that figure, whose once indistinct form now began to take shape. Shixing had saved me, but as he had said, in this chaotic time, I need not concern myself with favors. I must simply adhere to my own heart. He sought to kill me, and thus I would kill him. What place was there for the notion of 5 years of camaraderie? If I were to be deemed a wolf, then I would cease to defend myself and embrace my identity as a wolf, a cold-blooded one, yet one that understands the essence of reason. The same applied to the Chue. Your bond with him is of no concern to me. If you wish to kill me, you shall meet your demise as well. One day, I shall hunt down that man in green and send him to join his brethren. Enlightened, I was no longer shackled by the burdens of guilt and boldly stepped forward. I must find man's sway, else she would soon explode like a cat in distress. With a slight hiss, I winced. The wounds from the splinters in my back throbbed painfully, and I was still bleeding, amplifying my discomfort. I limped towards the place where they had gathered, pausing every couple of steps to catch my breath. Even so, I felt relatively well. Liang, I found you. Are you hurt? In my blind search for her, Man Sui had already spotted me and rushed over, her gaze filled with concern as she darted between my arms and back. I just encountered a Chue and that thin man. We had a scuffle. The Chue is dead, but the thin one has fled. I'm badly injured. The Chue tried to fight me. The thin man is under the thumb of that corrupt official. I've killed his accomplice, and he will not let this go. They are likely already on their way. Just as I grasped Man Sui's arm, preparing to flee, a frantic shout erupted from behind us. There! I see that kid. He the one who killed him. Damn it, kill him. Hurry. Damn it, these bastards are faster than wild rabbits. With so many of them, even if I were as formidable as Elbu from the tale of 3 heroes battling Elbu, fighting them would likely result in my death. I could not fight. I had to run. At that moment, I had seized Man Sui's arm, and her momentum propelled her forward, but being a woman, she could not run as fast as those evidently trained soldiers. As I pondered our speed, I suddenly recalled another ally, Yang Jian. Perhaps it was the impression he left during our first encounter, the fleeting shadow he created as he ran that came to mind in this dire moment. Where is he? Just as I thought this, a familiar shadow caught my eye. Yang Jian. It was him, the very shadow I recognized. He was no longer a concern. With his speed, it was merely a matter of time before he eluded our pursuers. What concerns me most at present is Man Sui. Her running speed has never been swift, and now, clad in a long skirt, she is further hindered in her escape. At this rate, it is merely a matter of time before we are caught. I had promised to take good care of her, and so I had no choice but to act. With a swift motion, I turned my body and lifted Man Sui onto my back. To my surprise, carrying her was not overly burdensome, as I had endured many years of arduous marches before. Her body pressed closely against mine, and I felt a softness resting upon my shoulders. Although I had glimpsed her form in the bathhouse previously, this intimate contact was a first. Back then, she was merely a poorly developed young girl. Now, she had blossomed into a graceful and lovely woman. Liangye, you! Man Sui exclaimed in indignation, her face flushing against mine. Despite her irate tone, I understood that given the circumstances, she would not allow her anger to escalate. My breath became increasingly labored as the pursuers relentlessly chased us. Were they not tired? My surprise was palpable, but I chose not to feign indifference and continued to support Man Sui's legs as I pressed onward. Hey, you bunch of rabid dogs. At the familiar sound of Yang Jian's familiar taunts, I felt a wave of comfort wash over me. This fellow was quite capable, and I need not worry about him. His speed was exceptional, and with merely a sword in hand, he could vanish in the blink of an eye if he chose to flee. We ran for what felt like an eternity. My waist ached painfully, and my legs felt as if they were made of lead, almost as if I had traversed 30 miles. Glancing back, I prepared to set Man Sui down, but my legs trembled, and I nearly collapsed, almost bringing her down with me. Liang Yi, she exclaimed as she quickly grabbed my arm, steadying me against a tree. I thought I saw a glimmer of concern in her eyes. Was it merely an illusion? Or was it indeed true? Could this young girl truly feel compassion for me? I boldly broached the subject. Liang Yi, Man Sui's face turned crimson once more, confirming my suspicion. Could it be that she genuinely felt worried for my well-being? I found it hard to believe. Stop overthinking it, Liang Yi. Your injuries. She lifted the back of my garment to reveal several small wounds that had begun to scab, while larger gashes still bore fragments of twigs and evidence of recent tearing. It's nothing serious. No need to fret, I replied. But as she gently pressed on one of the wounds, A jolt of pain shot through me, causing my hair to stand on end. How can you say it's nothing? She chided softly, pretending to pout as she turned her head away, stifling a sob. Liang Yi no longer cares for Sui, even resorting to mockery. She's simply worried about you. What is wrong with that? You little rascal. I shook my head helplessly, leaning against the tree. Rest for a moment and stop your theatrics. Got it, got it. Seeing my indifference, Man Sui settled beside me, her head resting against my shoulder. I felt a twinge of discomfort. Had this girl become so audacious? Speaking of Yang Jian, could he have truly encountered trouble? Something felt amiss. It was unlikely given his exceptional agility. Unless someone had plotted against him, or he had made a misstep. Lost in thought, a light figure suddenly sprang into view, followed by a crash. Ah, there you are, I said, observing Yang Jian sprawled on the ground. Hey. He scratched his head, appearing unfazed as he stood up. After a brief rest, we resumed our journey, determined to reach Pengcheng swiftly. Xiangcheng had become untenable. The officials were on the move, and our faces had been plastered on wanted posters. Let's go, I declared, brushing off the dust from my clothes as I set my sights on our intended course toward Pengcheng. Man Sui and Yang Jian exchanged glances before she hurried to catch up with me. Yang Jian, with a playful pout, remarked TCH. Not even a word of concern for me. He followed closely behind, his legs trembling slightly. Not severely, just a temporary effect from our rapid pace, which would subside by morning. You little rascal, I thought, not wishing to exert too much force, merely holding her arm lightly. I dare not apply more pressure, for her father would surely drag me down for such insolence. Oh, Yang Yi, you're no fun, she huffed, taking advantage of my loosened grip to whirl around and stand beside me, her hair brushing against my face. She turned her back to me, arms crossed. Hurry up. Liang Yi, why are you dawdling? You look foolish. Stop teasing me. You'll need to marry someday, I replied, shaking my head in exasperation as I followed her. What if I marry Liang Yi instead? Just like we talked about before? She replied playfully, recalling our conversation from 9 years ago in the bathhouse. Do you still remember that? I thought you had forgotten, I said, surprised. You'll end up killing me, so how could you possibly marry me? Besides, I still wouldn't marry you, I retorted. Why not, Liang Yi? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Could it be? She feigned shock, taking 2 steps back in jest. I closed my eyes, choosing to ignore her as I continued forward. What was the reason behind my reluctance? Was it guilt, a lack of feelings, or perhaps a belief that our fates were simply not meant to intertwine? Never mind. Such thoughts were not for me to ponder. Our priority now was to find a place to rest and evade the pursuit of the thin men. Oddly enough, after walking for some time, we encountered no sounds of pursuit nor glimpses of our hunters. Had they given up? That seemed unlikely. The thin man harbored a deep-seated hatred for me. He would undoubtedly seek my life, and the corrupt official, angry over the death of Zhang Tai, would likely want me dead or captured. It seemed that the thin man and the official had some conflicts of their own, should the official wish to recruit me. He would have to bear the thin man's ire and potential betrayal. If he sought to eliminate me, he would not only lose face, but also mourn the loss of a valuable asset. Regardless of who the corrupt official chose, he would be dissatisfied, and the most effective solution would be to eradicate the source of the problem. Should the thin man persist in his vendetta, he would inevitably face arrest or death. My path, then, was clear: to continue onward, evading capture and death. If we could reach Pengcheng, beyond the corrupt official's jurisdiction, the deadly game would finally come to an end. As we journeyed, I expected to encounter a small town along our planned route, a place to rest momentarily. Yet, after walking for some time, we had yet to see a single soul, not a town, nor even a trace of life. Had we taken a wrong turn? I inquired of Man Sui, who charted our course. We should keep moving forward, perhaps we're just lagging behind. After all, our original plan was to take several days to reach Pengcheng. Indeed, in times of urgency, one often loses the keen sense of time and distance that one possesses in calmer moments. I was no exception. It was a fundamental aspect of human nature. I nodded slightly, signifying my agreement with Man Sui's explanation and suggestion, for hers was the only advice I had. As we pushed aside the dense foliage, a secluded village nestled deep within the forest unveiled itself before us. The village was quite modest, comprising merely a dozen or so houses, with a well standing at its center. In this day and age, could it be possible that there still existed a well for drawing water? I couldn't help but feel astonished and took a couple of steps forward, only to realize that my approach lacked either the warmth needed to disarm the locals or the ferocity that would instill fear. Moreover, I had not drawn my sword. Thus, I tread cautiously, acutely aware that should there be an ambush, I might not even have time to unsheathe my weapon. Fortunately, it seemed the villagers had not anticipated visitors, allowing me to draw my long sword and survey my surroundings with heightened vigilance. A wolf, regardless of the circumstances, must remain alert, even towards prey that is considerably weaker. Were we to be welcomed as guests? Suddenly, as we approached the village gate, a melodious voice, as crisp as a lark, resonated from above us. "Who goes there?" Yang Jian looked up, only to be struck by a pebble that landed squarely on his nose. "Ouch! How dare you ambush me?" He yelped in pain, clutching his nose as he drew his sword. "I'm aiming at you. I find your demeanor intolerable." The same melodious voice rang out again, now laced with indignation, as a graceful yet spirited young lady descended from the air. She appeared to be around 15 or 16, clad in a yellow tunic adorned with images of orioles that seemed to have been hand-stitched. Her features bore a hint of disdain and wariness. With her arms crossed and legs firmly planted, she brandished a machete on her back, which bore marks of past combat. Our eyes met once more, and I found myself momentarily entranced. Her eyes were enchanting, not in the seductive, gentle beauty of Man Sui, but in a manner that exuded intrinsic allure. I could not articulate what it was, yet I felt compelled to convey the sentiment that, in comparison to Man Sui, she surpassed her in the depth of her gaze. "Hey, can't you hear me? I am inquiring about your origins. And the one in charge must be this man, right? Are you guests or foes?" With her barrage of questions, I furrowed my brow. "We are guests with no hostile intent, having journeyed from Shaanxing." "Very well. What is the purpose of your visit? What are your names?" She withdrew her machete, gesturing towards us. Upon seeing her blade point in our direction, I instinctively moved in front of Man Sui, shielding her from the weapon's aim. Her slender, somewhat cold fingers rested on my shoulder. "Guilu," a boy's voice echoed, causing me to startle, for it sounded familiar. "Sanea?" I straightened my posture and chuckled softly, sensing that perhaps we could avoid an impending conflict. "Chun-san, aren't you going to greet us?" I called out toward the pair, prompting Cui Lu to shudder, while the small figure rushing towards us halted, seemingly taken aback. Chapter 43. Cultivation still in shock? I called again. "No, it's not Liang Yi. Suijie." Indeed, the small figure was none other than Chun-san, a serendipitous encounter, though I wondered how he had managed to connect with these villagers. With my call, several villagers emerged, likely drawn by curiosity. Chun-san approached, and after scrutinizing us, he stood in stunned silence. "What a coincidence, little Chun-san," Man Sui remarked, a smile playing upon her lips. "It is quite fortuitous, though I must say, it pales in comparison to the bond one share with Man Sui. Though it began as a twisted fate, our meeting by the Luo River was indeed serendipitous. Speaking of which, did the Chuang Wang's horse I was given perish? My horse is gone. It was a fine steed. I suddenly recalled why my heart had felt uneasy back then. I had left the horse tied to a tree, and after several days, it was likely starving. I let out a sigh. "What troubles you, Yang Yi?" Man Sui inquired, curious about my unexpected lament. "It's nothing." "Wait, what about you, Sanair? Who are these three?" Cui Lu whispered to Chun-san, drawing closer. "The man standing before us, looking quite fierce, is my half-master who taught me martial arts. He is exceptionally skilled. His name is Liang, and I typically refer to him as Liang Yi. The one beside him is Sui Jie, also adept in combat, though not as formidable as Liang Yi. To be honest, I am uncertain why Liang Yi takes orders from Sui Jie, as she is indeed the leader. As for the third person, I do not recognize him. Perhaps he is someone Liang Yi befriended in Shaanxing." Chun-san glanced at Yang Jian, who appeared to be observing his surroundings with a sense of unfamiliarity. Once we entered the village, Cui Lu confirmed our intent to rest, leaving Chun-san to attend to us, being the most familiar with our company. He led us to an inn, where transactions were conducted through barter rather than currency, although silver was still accepted during trade. As every weekend, the villagers would send Cui Lu to the city with a couple of individuals to procure supplies. "Chun-san, You seem to be doing quite well for yourself. Have you already found a wife at such a young age? She appears to be older than you, Man Sui teased, causing Chun San to blush instantly. Sui Jia, please do not speak carelessly. Chui Lu is merely. Chun San hesitated, uncertain how to explain. Is she from Luoyang? I inquired, surprised, as the place had just fallen not long ago, and it was unlikely anyone would flee here, let alone a girl of 15 or 16. Yes, well, Liang Yi, Sui Jia. I must tell you about her past, but please do not mention it to Chui Lu, Chun San said, adopting a conspiratorial tone as he leaned closer to me. We settled into our seats, eager to hear what this young lad had to say. Speak. Chui Lu claimed she was raised by two beggars, but later, those beggars followed a benefactor, also a young girl, who took her away. At this revelation, we exchanged puzzled glances. Two beggars, a benefactor, a young girl. Subsequently, they joined that benefactor's organization known as Liang. Liang Yi, not your organization, but the one associated with grain. Chun San quickly clarified, fearing I might misunderstand. Man Sui narrowed her eyes, realizing that Chui Lu bore a striking resemblance to someone she had seen before. Wait, I interrupted Chun San, standing up, a sense of tension rising again. What is it? Liang Yi? Man Sui grasped my arm, urging me to sit down. Let Chun San finish speaking before we take action. I am not in a hurry. Why are you so anxious, Liang Yi? Man Sui's reasoning was sound, so I chose to remain seated. Afterward, Liang attracted many refugees, robbing the wealthy merchants' caravans and amassing significant wealth, most of which was used to aid the impoverished and sustain the refugees, leaving only a portion in the hands of the founder. Eventually, I only heard from Chui Lu that the organization fell into chaos, and after being separated from her father, she journeyed here, having retained her martial skills, thus becoming the guardian of this village. Chun San recounted, albeit uncertainly. Chun San, do you wish to hear more? Man Sui shot a wary glance at Chun San, sensing his eagerness. My apologies, Sui Jia. I misspoke. Chun San quickly excused himself and hastily moved away. As I watched Chun San discreetly close the door, only the two of us remained in the room. Yang Jian had been assigned to another chamber, directly opposite ours. So, it turned out that Chui Lei was the daughter of those two beggars? I stroked my chin and chuckled softly. From the inception of my establishment, I had a clear awareness of this matter. After all, they were merely a group of disloyal refugees, and I had no reason to place my trust in them. Initially, my intention was to retain a few individuals whom I deemed trustworthy. But regrettably, 9 years had passed, and among the 80 or so people, I could scarcely identify more than 20 such individuals. Far too few. 80% of our revenue stemmed from the pig demons. But before the Chuang Wang breached the city of Luoyang, he had already halted the caravan's transport, causing our economic foundation to plummet. Upon receiving this news, I began to strategize, yet I could never seem to catch up with them, and thus the matter was left unresolved. As for Chui Lei, she was probably just over a decade old when the two beggars decided to sequester her in a separate location, believing that following me would pose a danger, a sentiment that was not entirely unfounded. Years of separation had altered her significantly, creating a sense of familiarity that was nonetheless insufficient for recognition. Furthermore, by that time, the two beggars had become somewhat incapacitated, and I allowed them to remain in that place, taking her away from the Liang. Chapter 44, Preparation. After hearing that Chuang Wang had conquered Luoyang, I rushed to see Liang Yi before I had even completed my cleanup efforts. Cleanup? I was somewhat perplexed by Man Sui's reference to the cleanup work, so I inquired further. What should be killed will be killed, and what should be poisoned will be poisoned. Could I still rely on them? In my plan, I intended to eliminate half of the 60-odd individuals with the most rebellious inclinations, but due to Liang Ye's intervention, I only managed to eliminate a portion. Although it was done in secret, it was surely noticed. I suspect that the two individuals I recently recruited sensed it and instigated a rebellion as a result. Perhaps the involvement of that corrupt official played a role as well. Initially, everything was within my control, but Chuang Wang's sudden assault on Luoyang disrupted my plans, and the corrupt official began to recruit, leading to this predicament. As for Dao and Mai, they were likely unaware of the situation due to their division, and among the remaining 20 or so individuals, it could be presumed that some perished while others fled. By the way, do you remember that Chen Ping Tian Liangyi? The archer, the deserter, his archery skills were indeed commendable. At that time, Liang was in dire need of personnel, and with his impressive abilities, I had him join us. However, by the time I sought Liang Yi, he had likely already defected. Man Sui sighed. The organization he had painstakingly built over the years had been reduced to ashes. It would have been difficult for anyone to bear such a loss. Do not be too disheartened, I replied, uncertain how to console Man Sui. In this world, life and death, the ebb and flow of humanity, and rebellion are all too common. I'm not so fragile. Upon seeing my resilience, Man Sui straightened up and scoffed. I was taken aback. Was it pain she referred to? Wait, it seemed that. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through me, and I grimaced involuntarily. Although the pain had persisted for quite some time, I had only recognized it after Man Sui mentioned it. Relax for a moment. You have been tense throughout this journey, which is why you may not have felt the pain, she advised. Upon hearing this, I, who had previously felt no fatigue, suddenly felt drained. The pain became more pronounced, and an overwhelming desire for slumber enveloped me. Before my vision blurred, I noticed Man Sui approaching me. When I awoke from the bed, I was met with a sharp tearing pain in my back and a throbbing headache. The reason likely lay in my attempt to rise too quickly, resulting in a tumble to the ground. At that moment, I seemed to hear Man Sui exclaiming in shock. Where had they gone? Although I longed to seek out Man Sui, the pain rendered me immobile, and I could only lie there, awaiting her return. Suddenly, I heard voices from outside the door. Yang Jian, what are you doing? Sister Sui, let us do this together. I refuse. Don't pull me. Come on, it's fun. Try it, Sister Sui. Yang Jian's familiar mischievous laughter reached my ears. What on earth were they up to? I couldn't help but feel puzzled. How disgusting. Let go. Man Sui suddenly screamed, causing me to frown and endure the pain as I stood up. With a creak, I pushed the wooden door open, and instantly, I was taken aback. There they were. Outside, Yang Jian was tugging at Man Sui's hand, attempting to lead her toward a pile of what appeared to be excrement. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was merely a mound of thoroughly played with mud. I couldn't help but chuckle. How childish they were, still delighting in playing with mud at their age. Yang Jian was truly one of a kind, such a unique individual. Don't make me touch that. Oh, Liang Yi, you're up? Your back isn't fully healed yet. Man Sui had a look of disdain mixed with a touch of mock sorrow that was endearing. Wait. Man Sui suddenly turned away. Liang Yi, you should put on your clothes first. I was startled and glanced down at myself. My trousers were still intact, but my upper garment had been removed, likely by Man Sui, while she was extracting splinters from me. Liang Yi, you're quite muscular. I wish I could be like you, Yang Jian remarked, smacking his lips. Wait, what excrement, Sister Sui? You misunderstood. This is mud. It's quite fun and can be molded. I'd rather not. I take pride in my cleanliness. Suddenly, a voice came from the staircase. So, is this your reason for bringing mud upstairs? We turned to see Chui Lei arriving, her arms crossed, casting a look of disdain at Yang Jian, as if she found him more repulsive than herself. You'd better clean this up. This is not my inn. The owner would surely have your head if he saw it. Chui Lei offered a kind reminder. As she prepared to leave, she added, if you wish to bathe, do so quickly. This place is not very safe. Several officials have already been spotted nearby. You should avoid involving the town, regardless of your relationship with Chun San, as he is someone I saved. If those officials act swiftly, they may arrive within 5 days. The three of us exchanged glances, the tension evident in our eyes. The officials were coming. After ensuring Yang Jian cleaned up the mud, Man Sui and I descended the stairs. Liang Yi, are we leaving now? Man Sui's gaze flickered toward the bathing area, but ultimately, she turned her attention to me. There is still time. We can rest a little longer. Let's go bathe, as we have gone so many days without washing and are beginning to smell. I suggested to Man Sui. Are you implying that I smell? I stammered under Man Sui's scrutinizing gaze. There is only one bathing area. You go first, and Yang Jian and I will wash afterward. Stop. While I enjoy your banter, I must remind you that it would be best for the three of you to bathe together, as I will not be paying for you indefinitely. Chui Lei interjected unexpectedly. Man Sui and I exchanged glances, and the atmosphere fell into silence. Liang Yi and Sister Sui should wash first. I've bathed in Xiang City, so it's fine for me to wait until Peng City Yang Jian chimed in at an opportune moment before dashing out of the inn. We need to bathe together. Man Sui turned her head, making her expression unreadable. Well then, Man Sui, you go ahead. I'll wait to bathe in Peng City. I resolve not to wash. It is unacceptable. For Liang, you must accompany me for many days. If we delay washing any longer, an unpleasant odor will ensue. I cannot bear the thought of trailing behind Liang Yi, inhaling such a foul scent. Furthermore, Liang Yi, your back remains in disrepair, and there are other scars upon your body that require thorough cleansing to wash away the dust and grime, lest you fall victim to the wind's malady. Therefore, let us bathe together, Liang Yi. My expression faltered. Has Man Sui truly consented? This is not characteristic of her. After all, there exists a distinction between the genders. Oh, let me assist you in washing. Hurry and step inside. There is no need for such trifling conversation. Man Sui firmly pulled me into the bathing chamber. Once we prepared the water, I heard her muttering. It has been 9 years. What is there to fear this time? Liang Yi, are you shy? I stood there, motionless as a wooden post. This is different. 9 years ago, you were not yet a young woman. Moreover, you must still. Chapter 45, Bathing Stop. Enough. I understand. I still have to marry, right? Man Sui interrupted my words, taking the lead. I have no intention of marrying. Once Liang Yi passes, my existence will lose its purpose. When Liang Yi departs this world, I will too, for without him, I have no ties remaining. I fell silent. You little rascal. I sighed, shaking my head, realizing I could not resist her will. Very well, I shall acquiesce to her demands. After all, it is she who ought to feel shy, not I. Man Sui seemed to perceive my thoughts and continued. Liang Yi, turn around. What, do you wish to watch me undress? I smiled helplessly and turned away. Listening to the rustling sounds behind me, I closed my eyes, feeling nothing. As her long dress fell to the ground, I heard the creaking of the wooden boards and a plop as it entered the water. Liang Yi, all right, you may turn back. Do not even think of joining me here. Go to the lower pool. When I turned around, I found Man Sui resting her chin on her hands at the edge of the pool, smiling at me as she had in our childhood. Oh! I quickly averted my gaze and hurried to the next tier of the smaller pool, shedding my clothes and immersing my lower half in the water while leaving my upper body exposed. Just as it had been 9 years ago, she remained above me, though only by a single step. Fortunately, the water here was somewhat murky. Here, she tossed me a ladle from the edge of the pool, producing a clattering sound. Liang Yi's wounds cannot be soaked immediately. Let us rinse them first. You little rascal, 9 years have passed, yet you remain unchanged. Oh, really? Unchanged? She raised an eyebrow, questioning me. You have become more beautiful, less gaunt than before. You were too thin back then, almost sickly. Liang Yi, do you find me more attractive now? Or did you prefer my former self? Of course, I prefer you now. I began to respond, but suddenly paused, my mind racing. Regardless of the time period, your essence remains unchanged, does it not? Ultimately, I refrained from further comment. I had no doubt that had I given a different answer, Man Sui would have splashed water all over my face and followed it with teasing remarks. Liang Yi is using his brain now. I quite like that answer. She covered her mouth, laughing. Liang Yi, let me ask you once more. Do you still wish to marry me? I do not. Alas, how heartless. Liang Yi believes I have grown so beautiful, yet harbors no feelings? What do you mean by looking at me like that? After a while, I could no longer withstand her gaze and inquired. If we do not wash soon, the water will grow cold. I added as a reminder. Liang Yi is truly adorable. She laughed lightly, before continuing, do you know who I dreamed of? Well, it was not long ago, but I was not asleep. It felt indescribable. Something only a dream could elucidate. I will not let you guess. I dreamed of my father. When she revealed the identity of the figure in her dream, my heart jolted. Did he say anything to you? My voice trembled slightly, but Man Sui appeared oblivious. Yes, he did, she chuckled, and I sensed she was about to tease me. Father said he met a handsome young man, strong and sturdy, and he even helped him out of dream. He mentioned that if he meets him, I should keep a close watch on him. Don't let him get away. As Man Sui uttered her last words, not only did her voice catch in her throat, but I too felt a wave of weakness wash over me. Once in Luoyang, did I not also ensure she does not escape? When I finally lifted my head, which I had lowered in an attempt to evade, our eyes met, those captivating peach blossom eyes. In that moment, I felt as though I could see through her, and she could see through me. What transpired 9 years ago, the events that unfolded in those 9 years, the tales Man Sui shared, and those I recounted to her, the promises made in the face of life and death, all unfolded before our eyes. Tears seemed to well in her eyes, but vanished just as swiftly. My mouth opened, yearning to offer some justification, yet I realized no words were necessary. We both understood. Do you regret it? Regret? I did not regret it. I spoke not a word, for this time, regardless of my choice, she would not hear. So within my heart, what was my sentiment? Regret or no regret? I did not know. I understood the essence of her inquiry. Did I regret meeting her? Regret, for I might perish by her hand, or because my former life had vanished, or perhaps due to the troubles that beset me. Or did I not regret? For I had obtained what I cherished most in this life, or fulfilled my sense of chivalry, or merely because I met you and do not regret it. Afterward, we ceased our discussion, simply finishing our bath, cleansing my back and all my wounds, donning our garments, and silently exiting the bathing chamber. Yang Jian leaned against the outer wall, observing our emergence. He seemed poised to jest, but sensing the discord in the atmosphere, he halted, quietly trailing behind us. He was mischievous, not foolish. He ought to remain here. After all, life is quite agreeable, especially with Chui Li accompanying him. Yet to avoid missing out, it would be prudent to inquire after we exit. Even if he declines, it would bring me peace of mind. Should he agree, it would provide additional assistance. A favorable choice indeed. There exists a third option, to bypass him entirely, but I deemed it unnecessary. Chapter 46. Following upon emerging with Man Sui, we made our way towards the inn. I recalled Chun Sen mentioning that if we had any requests, we could find him at the left-hand house by the town's entrance. Or with Chui Li. Man Sui and I found ourselves enveloped in a silence. Perhaps neither of us wished to initiate conversation. We maintained our quietude until we reached the town's entrance, where Chui Li reclined as she had when we first arrived, half sitting beneath the eaves, her long knife resting behind her. However, Chun San was nowhere to be seen. Assuming he was inside, I approached the left-hand house and pushed open the wooden door. As the light flooded the room, Chun San glanced over, instantly drawing a short knife and lunging at me, likely failing to recognize me. I had no intention of engaging in a duel with Chun San, as my mood was less than favorable. I swiftly kicked his hand, disarming him, and then seized his arm, pinning him against the wall. Ugh! He glared at me, preparing to retaliate. Look closely. Do you see who I am? I bellowed at him in a deep voice, and in an instant his eyes cleared, devoid of the murderous intent from before. Apologies, Liang Yi. I had forgotten. I mentioned I would be available if needed. I had tossed Chun San aside, and after sheathing his dagger, he offered his apologies. No harm done. I have come merely to inquire about your future plans. My heart was already prepared, regardless of his response, whether to accompany me or not. I had my strategies in place. However, it was evident that not following me would be the simpler choice. Perspective shift, follow. Do not follow. I knew he would not abandon Chui Li. Although I could not fathom the depth of his feelings for her, it was his choice. I could not acquiesce. I rejected his request, explaining that Chui Li's safety would be compromised in our company. Moreover, if she were to leave, the only skilled fighter in this town would be lost. What then would they do? I am truly sorry, Liang Yi. Chun Sen anticipated my refusal. He was not surprised, merely nodding slightly. Enough. Since I have asked you everything, I should bang, bang, bang. Before I could finish my sentence, a cacophony erupted from outside the door. My body tensed, and I drew my long sword. But before I could assume a defensive stance, the frail wooden door was smashed open. A bloodied figure was hurled inside, crashing into me. Though he was thin, he was still an adult, and I was slammed against the wall, my stomach churning. Ugh! I exhaled sharply, pushing him off and gazing towards the doorway. Kill! Avenge! Kill! My pupils dilated in shock, and with a powerful thrust of my calves, I burst through the door. Chun San had concealed himself in the shadows of the room, gripping his dagger, crouched in the corner. Damn these bastards. Their speed is astonishing. I cursed inwardly, having anticipated their arrival would take 5 days, yet they came today. I leaped behind 3 soldiers, striking swiftly, my blade piercing the neck of one with brutal precision. He let out a blood-curdling scream as crimson flowed from his neck, pooling on the ground before him as he collapsed. I turned my attention to the remaining two, swiftly delivering a kick to one's abdomen, then slashing at the soldier who raised his weapon to block. I followed up with a brutal kick to his groin. The same tactic never grows stale. Ugh! He clutched his groin and screamed in agony, yet I had no time to spare. I plunged my sword into his eye, penetrating through to his brain. Withdrawing my long sword, I reached out to grasp Man Sway's hand, but she instinctively evaded me, leaving my hand suspended awkwardly in the air. Her eyes were devoid of the softness I once knew, replaced with mistrust and indifference. She turned her face away, drawing her own sword and positioning herself beside me. Yang Jian, standing behind the two, furrowed his brows slightly. Had they quarreled? D. With Chui Li's admonition, a splatter of blood marked the ground. This girl possessed considerable skill. Who had she trained with? I swung my long sword and leaped in front of another man, striking down upon his head. However, contrary to tales, I did not cleave him in two. I merely pierced through. Curiously, it appeared that only a few soldiers were present. The majority were bandits lacking armor or proper weapons. Thus, I need not worry about them bearing firearms. No matter how powerful I was, I could not withstand a bullet to the head. Guidi. Suddenly, Chen San's voice disrupted my thoughts. I turned to see him wielding his dagger, leaping over two corpses to stab a man attempting to ambush Chui Li. I was taken aback. What had come over him? I recalled how he had hesitated against Zhang Tai. Yet now, when Chui Li faced danger, he dared to kill, and his skills had evidently improved, perhaps half of my strength. These despicable soldiers. Chui Li glared at the bandits rampaging through the townsfolk's homes, cursing in fury. They're not soldiers, I coldly reminded her, swiftly blocking her advance towards the bandits. Do you wish to die? I wouldn't dare confront a dozen men, let alone a young girl. Charging him would inevitably lead to being overwhelmed. Behind Liang, a glimmer of cold steel flashed through the trees, followed by an overwhelming aura of killing intent. Liang, 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 he roared, brandishing his short sword as he charged forward. By the time Liang reacted, the frail shadow had already reached Man Sui. Ah! His target was not Liang, as he had been muttering, but rather Man Sui, whom Liang cherished. Due to the incident at the bathhouse, a distance had formed between them, providing him with an opportunity. Man Sui's pupils dilated. She attempted to draw her sword, only to find it impossible at such close range. A small figure leaped in front of Liang, blocking the short sword. The sound of metal meeting flesh echoed as Chun San's shoulder was pierced, blood splattering onto Man Sui and the thin man's faces. Did I succeed? He shouldn't die, right? At least I protected Sister Sui. Didn't I? Have I finally grown a little? I hope I don't regret this as I did before. Chapter 47. Chun San's personal story. Death on the morning of the second day, I opened my room's door and gazed at my parents, who awaited me. Mother, father, I am hungry. I wish to share another meal with you. I looked at them, and they froze momentarily. We don't have much rice left, Mother remarked. Let him eat. We'll use the last bit to make a pot of thin porridge, Father interrupted Mother, instructing her to fetch the remaining rice and start fire. I did not ponder deeply, simply following Mother to sit beside her, both of us with our heads lowered. She seemed to have something to say, but held her tongue. After a while, my final meal was ready. No lavish feasts, no delicacies. Merely a pot of thin porridge, which was mostly water with a few grains of rice floating within. Eat quickly. Once you're done, we'll take you to Luoyang. Father served the porridge to me. Father, Mother, are you not eating? I raised the bowl, gesturing for them to join me. I gazed at Father. His once towering frame had stooped significantly, aged considerably, as I scooped up the few floating grains of rice. I opened my mouth, but found my first instinct was not to chew or swallow, but to weep. Why do I want to cry? I pondered, despite my mouth and eyes being unrelated. I could not comprehend, but the urge to cry intensified. Tears fell as I consumed the thin porridge. Ugh, it's a bit salty. I laughed, a bittersweet smile gracing my lips, both relieved and tragic. Are you planning to sell me, Father, Mother? I masked my calm exterior, suppressing the sorrow and anger within. Father's pupils constricted as he trembled, patting my head. Good boy. Sanair, how could your father ever sell you? Father, you know I have always been clever. I lifted my head, accepting his touch, though it felt different than usual. Father fell silent, his head lowered, pale in complexion, lips pressed tightly together as if he wished to speak, yet found every word futile. Enough, head of the family, you cannot hide this from San Air, Mother interjected. Her eyes were reddened, seemingly pained, yet she dared not meet my gaze. San Air, do not harbor resentment towards your parents, for they are compelled by circumstance. They lack the means to raise you. Your father will send you to a good family. Do not blame us, for this is all we can do. I assure you, you will be placed in a benevolent household. As he crouched down, weeping, he caressed my hair and cheeks. Mother had turned her back, covering her face as she sobbed, her body trembling with quiet cries. Father, Mother, I do not resent you. I tilted my head, savoring Father's final touch, which was gentle. Be a good child, he murmured, embracing me with his broad and warm shoulders. This would likely be our last embrace. I cherished this fleeting warmth. As we stepped through the door, we embarked on the journey to Luoyang. Our home was not far from the city, and we would arrive in about an hour. Stop! A harsh, gruff voice echoed as we traveled halfway. Father turned around to see a tall, burly man with pale legs, a fierce expression, and a long axe in hand. What do you want, good sir? Father swallowed hard, his legs trembling, paralyzed by fear. Damn it! The man spat. I've walked for so long today just to find you three. It infuriates me. He muttered to himself, advancing towards us. I sensed danger. Those who appeared in such places were either deserters or bandits. I held a knife I had brought from home, contemplating a preemptive strike, but I lacked the courage. Indeed, if I could not confront Liu Keizi, how could I dare to challenge a man who appeared stronger than my father? Furthermore, my parents intended to sell me. Why should I risk my life? Once sold, I would have no ties to them. As I pondered, the burly man spoke. I'm in dire need of money. I'm asking you for some. Just give me money or food. He chuckled malevolently, occasionally shaking his axe. We have nothing left. Father frantically explained. Nothing left. Isn't there a woman? The man seemed agitated, cursing and reaching for Mother. Father recognized his intent, grabbing her hand and lifting me up as we fled. You think you can run? The man bellowed, charging at us like a bolt from a crossbow. In the chaos, he seized Mother by her hair, yanking her down as if to tear her head off. With a powerful heave, he threw her to the ground. She fell silent, unable to even scream before losing consciousness. Father carried me as we fled, but he could never outrun a trained warrior, and I knew he understood that as well. I dare not pause, striving to reach Luoyang, where someone would surely stop him. Others would help their own. With a sickening sound of metal piercing flesh, a fountain of blood splattered onto the ground before me. My pupils contracted, my body screamed to vomit, yet my survival instinct urged me to flee, to not mourn for my father. The burly man, wielding the axe, pinned my father down. The blade embedded itself in his neck, and with a brutal force, he struck my father's head again and again, reducing him to a bloody pulp. This scene before my eyes faded into monochrome. I could no longer bear to witness it. I had to run. I cannot perish like this. My parents had sacrificed themselves for my escape. I could not let their deaths be in vain. Yet my legs felt immovable, truly immovable. I yearned to draw my knife and slay the man who had killed my father, but I remained paralyzed with fear, unable even to lift my hand. How could I expect to kill him? How could I seek vengeance? Perhaps I was the next to die. But when I saw the unconscious form of my mother being seized by the man, his gaze turned toward me, his smile cruel as he crouched down, treated me like prey. My throat tightened, and I struggled to breathe. I wished to avert my gaze from this horror, my mind fixated on one command: run. This time, I finally shed my cowardice, albeit propelled by terror. My fear triumphed over my weakness, and I began to run, running with all my might. I ran until my legs faltered, my body devoid of strength, finally reaching Luoyang. I beheld the wide streets and sturdy city gates, nearly stumbling to the ground. I beg you, save me, save me, I shouted with my last vestiges of strength, even as I fled with all my might. Had I not provided him ample time to humiliate my mother? No wonder he allowed me to escape. He never believed I could reach Luoyang in half an hour. Looking around, the townsfolk stepped aside to avoid trouble. None dared to confront the burly man, nor did anyone come forward to rescue me. Despair enveloped me. Yet I refused to succumb to death. My parents had died to save me. I must survive, at least long enough to outlive him. I must endure. I must endure. I must endure. I crawled to my feet and dashed into Luoyang. The man did not pursue me, but merely watched as I fled. Where were the officials? I was certain Luoyang was filled with soldiers. Ah, the temple fair in the west has begun. Shall we go see? Of course. The soldiers must have been dispatched there. It should be quite safe. 2 passers-by chatted jovially as they walked past me, leaving me stunned as if struck by lightning. Beside me flowed the Luo River. The fair, the soldiers, the reassignment, and safety. I laughed, tears streaming down my face, laughing madly, prompting the 2 passers-by to bypass me in confusion. Run, boy. The burly man's voice resonated like a harbinger of doom as he approached me, step by step. I was terrified, truly terrified of death. I turned to face the towering figure, who regarded me as if I were an insect, capable of crushing me with the slightest pressure. Ultimately, I knelt before the man who had slain my parents, begging for mercy and confessing my innocence. I merely wished to live. I committed no wrong, only yearned for survival. I sought life and vengeance. I bore no guilt, and no one could condemn me. Yet, nobody would come forth to speak on my behalf, for they had grown cold-hearted in this world, indifferent to the plight of a child like me. I lamented my cowardice. Why did I not dare to strike him? Perhaps I could have succeeded. How foolish, how naive I was. Cowardice is a word that will haunt me throughout my life, accompanying me until my demise. I dared not resist, nor act in any capacity. Chun San perished, slain on the day his parents were murdered with the officials absent. Chun San lived on, awaiting the day he would encounter Liang Sui, living only to avenge himself. He awaited his fate, and the day vengeance would be fulfilled. Vengeance is a reckoning for my ignorance and cowardice, not for others. That man led me toward the northern Shaanxi region. I knew not whom he intended to meet, but I had no choice but to follow. After an extensive journey, I finally encountered the man he sought, an influential official in northern Shaanxi, commanding numerous followers and wealth. The man was known as Zhang Tai, once the second in command of a bandit group. I desired to kill Zhang Tai, and I longed to slay this official. They were both guilty, as was I. In a grove, he discovered a beautiful woman, akin to a noble's daughter, accompanied by a man who appeared to be her protector. I was cast into their midst from upstream, and thus began our acquaintance. We have traveled together for a long time, and in the end, I made the most correct decision of my life. I trust Liang Yi. He is a formidable man, handsome and skilled in martial arts. He even killed the martial champion. Regrettably, I did not seek revenge myself, because I feared that if Zhang Tai made a desperate last stand, I would perish. If I were to draw a comparison for Liang Yi, he is neither a bandit nor a bodyguard, and definitely not a servant. He embodies the spirit of the 11 that I heard about in my childhood, and I aspire to become a valiant hero like him. I wonder, perhaps one day, I shall become like him, a gallant, fearless. Chapter 48, Parting. After I pushed Chun San away, he stumbled into Man Sui's embrace. Seizing the moment, she pulled him back towards me. Damn, my pupils began to constrict. It was not that I wished to see him more clearly, but rather a symbol of my growing ferocity. In front of us stood those bandits, with the gaunt one's blood-red eyes staring at them, seemingly pleading for help. Yet, alas, no one would come to his rescue. I raised my head, glancing at the leaders among them, who were soon frightened into retreat by my bloodthirsty gaze, too intimidated to advance. The gaunt man's cries grew louder, resembling a dying dog sprawled on the ground, tongue lolling, desperately begging me not to kill him. I crouched down, leaning close to his ear, speaking in a tone only we could hear. To be honest, what you once said to me, and what did Shui did indeed cause my heart to flutter. Was it amusing that I was influenced by Man Sui? I couldn't help but chuckle softly. Perhaps I was indeed affected. I had never intended to engage in idle talk. Speaking to a dying man was merely a waste of my breath. He needed to know nothing, do nothing, but understand that what awaited him was the inevitability of death. Upon standing, I mercilessly thrust my sword into his skull. As blood gushed forth, it spread from a single point to the ground, and I raised my gaze to the remaining bandits who had not yet fled. So, is the bounty offered by the officials worth your lives? I queried, and soon, one man stood petrified. Once one hesitates, others will follow suit. Sheep behave this way. If one leader stops running, the rest will gradually come to a halt. Of course, this bandit was not the true leader. He was merely a catalyst, prompting reflection among the others. Did the bribe from the corrupt official truly suffice to buy them a life? Was it worth their desperate fight against me? They belonged to the Gaunt Man and to Chue's gang. The officials did not recognize them. They could flee far away, and no one would pursue or question them, for it was none of their concern. Damn it, I'm done. Why should I risk my life? One of them hurled his wooden stick to the ground in protest, and one by one, others followed suit, discarding their weapons with a clatter. I let out a laugh and turned to Man Sui and the others. Man Sui nodded slightly, indicating her approval, while Yang Jian remained indifferent, arms crossed like a nonchalant elder. Only Chun San and Chui Li remained, after being injured. Chun San was carried away by Chui Li for treatment. Surprisingly, though she appeared delicate, Chui Li was quite capable, running with him in her arms. However, this delay would set back our journey, and along the way to Yangzhou, we encountered two familiar faces, though they were now lifeless. The moonlight was hazy, and the leaves rustled softly in the cool breeze, creating a serene sound in the tranquil night. The desolate town stood quietly amidst the deep forest, with white light casting shadows on several figures. Chun San gazed at the empty town, which had once been home to dozens, now reduced to just a handful after the massacre by the corrupt officials, leaving only 7 or 8 people, including Chui Li. It was supposed to be a good life, chatting with the townsfolk, playing with Chui Li, but today all of that was disrupted. Although all this chaos stemmed from Liang's arrival and the pursuit by officials and bandits, Chun San bore no resentment towards him. The root of all this turmoil ultimately lay with that greedy official. Had he perished, none of this would have transpired. The town, once bustling with life, was now a mere shell, the officials nothing more than a bunch of thieves, colluding with the bandits. If he were a valiant, what would he do? No. The question should be, what would he do? Yes, slay the corrupt official, an act of vengeance and a duty to the common folk in the vicinity. This is what a gallant hero ought to do. His life had been thrown into disarray. He could no longer remain in the town. He understood that when Liang appeared again, his future would no longer be his to choose. He could only follow them. Today's slaughter had merely accelerated this inevitability. Yet, he could not shake his concerns for Chui Li. She was much stronger than him, he knew, but he was afraid he could not protect her. Adrift, san ia. Don't worry about me, Chui Li said, crossing her arms and gazing at Chun San with a hint of exasperation. No way. Chun San frowned and shook his head in refusal. Come with Liang Yi. My skills are even better than yours. How can you worry about me? Honestly, we haven't known each other for long. We have known each other for quite some time, he thought, but didn't he voice it, merely watching Chui Li in front of him. Her eyes confirmed for Chun San that she was indeed the one. Yet he failed to realize that Chui Li was not a mere substitute for anyone. She was simply herself. He had mistaken her for someone from his past, only finding a resemblance. Chun San gazed blankly at Chui Li's fading silhouette, gripping his clothes tightly, feeling a sharp pain in his heart, as if she had walked away like this before. I watched Chun San, uncertain of his thoughts. At such a young age, he should know nothing. Yet he and Man Sui were two extremes. We left Chun San. After today's events, my relationship with Man Sui had softened. Although Chun San had been apart from us for several days, his actions to shield Man Sui had brought us closer, earning Yang Jian's recognition of this fearless boy. After walking for a while today, we would rest in place. Tomorrow we should reach Pengcheng. We had delayed too much along the way, and the longer we took, the greater the uncertainty of change. I informed the 3 behind me and continued onward. Indeed, changes will become more pronounced. Man Sui nodded, moving closer to me. Yes, Liang Yi, she called gently, indicating that our relationship was no longer so rigid, thanks to Chun San and the Gaunt Man. She quickened her pace to walk beside me, listening intently. Chapter 49, Response. Sure, Liang Yi. She playfully winked and smiled. Thank you, Sui, I said unexpectedly, and, as the words left my mouth, I regretted them. Such gratitude would only serve to distance us. No need for thanks, Man Sui promptly replied, easing the awkwardness. I chuckled lightly, accustomed to this banter. This was the man Sui I knew. Her previous calm demeanor had indeed unsettled me. Did Liang Yi and Sui Jie behave like this every day? Yes. They nearly kissed right in front of me, leaving me forgotten by the bedside, Chun Sin muttered, conspiratorially whispering to Yang Jian. Oh dear, you poor fellow, Yang Jian teased. Sigh, I have grown accustomed to these too. By this time, you should comprehend everything. Chun San, with a weighty heart, patted Yang Jian's shoulder and then turned to follow Liang and Man Sui. Yang Jian stood there in a daze for a moment before reacting. You little rascal, are taking advantage of me. Just now, you looked entirely like an elder imparting wisdom to a younger generation. How is it that he has encountered someone even more infuriating than himself, and yet they are but a child? In times of adversity, we took a rest. With a larger group and mutual trust established, there was no need for vigilant night watches. I would take the first half of the night, while Yang Jian would take the latter half, and tomorrow we would switch with Chun San and Man Sui. With a sigh, I approached Man Sui and extended my broad palm towards her. Man Sui responded with a hint of confusion, but still reached out her hand. Her delicate, fair hand rested against my calloused and scarred one, making me feel unworthy. Lost in thought, I pulled Man Sui up, if you don't mind. Why not rest in my embrace for a while? Upon hearing this, Man Sui jumped back in surprise, quickly taking 2 steps away. She then regarded me with an incredulous gaze before walking back, touching her forehead with her hand and then placing it against mine. I instinctively recoiled. Her hand was somewhat cold. You're not ill, she remarked, bending her fingers to gently tap my head, her brow furrowing in perplexity as she observed me. All right. I'm not sick. I merely see that you are restless and thought you could use some rest. If you do not wish to, just ignore it. Hey. Who said I didn't want to? It was rare for Liang Yi to display such warmth. I was certainly going to savor Man Sui's smile. I could hardly contain my excitement when I felt a hand press down on my shoulder and I leaned back against a tree, sitting on the ground. Man Sui, without hesitation, nestled half her body into my embrace, leaving me in a dilemma of whether to move or remain still. At that moment, I truly wished to slap myself. Why did I have to suggest such a thing? Now I was the one feeling uncomfortable. Man Sui murmured softly, adjusting herself into a comfortable position before drifting off to sleep. I let out a long breath. This little rascal truly. No need to say more, lest she guess my thoughts and I end up receiving another lecture. I kept watch for an hour and a half before Yang Jian took over. We felt relatively reassured with him on guard, and I found myself quite weary, as if I had not rested in ages, and soon fell asleep on the ground. Fortunately, Yang Jian did not turn against us. At least for now, he was trustworthy. Early the next day, we set off. However, it seemed these two had discussed something the previous night. Indeed, I'm serious, Yang Shu. Well, to be honest, if you ask me, you might as well ask Liang Yi. He's the true hero. What were you discussing? I quickened my pace, approaching them like a ghost, startling them almost to the brink of losing their wits. Liang Yi, how can you walk so quietly? Yang Jian exclaimed, jumping in fright. You scared me to death. Liang Yi, I beg you, do not do that. I cannot handle it. Chun Sen said, patting his chest to calm himself before he could speak again. All right, what are you two discussing? Share it with me and Sui as well. After a prolonged period of tension, I wished to relax a bit, and conversing with Yang Jian, a swordsman, seemed the perfect way to unwind. We were discussing the figures we once dreamed of becoming. Surprisingly, we all shared a consensus. I said I wished to be a wandering, free-spirited hero. Chun San chimed in, expressing his desire to be a mighty hero with a kind heart. Is that all? I paused briefly, pondering the notion of a hero. As we continued our conversation, we began discussing what kind of hero Liang Yi represents. I said Liang Yi is quite free-spirited, while Chun San remarked that he is both formidable and benevolent. What kind of hero am I then? I mused. A thief, perhaps. I have stated before that I am Liang, not benevolent. The term benevolent does not suit me. Free? Not quite. I must heed Man Sui's words, and in the end, I am destined to perish. That hardly qualifies as freedom or spontaneity. However, since they perceive me this way, so be it. After all, each person sees me differently, and I need not dwell on that. Speaking of which, I am quite curious about how Man Sui sees me. When did I begin to extinguish the notion of heroism in my heart? Chapter 50. The Good Person's Tale. The Apocalypse Explosion. I once had the most significant quarrel with my father, and indeed, it was the last. In the 6th year of the apocalypse, all that I cherished, hoped for, and respected turned to dust. Enough. I have no desire to become a merchant. Liang shouted at his father, shaking off a servant who attempted to restrain him. In recent years, natural disasters and human calamities struck one after another. Crops could not grow. Locusts plagued the land, and not a blade of grass could thrive. The merchant convoy suffered as a result, and my father's health deteriorated significantly. Many of our servants had been dismissed, leaving only one behind. The upheaval within the family became the final straw for Liang's rebellion. His sense of heroism intensified, leading to a fierce argument with his father. Sigh, the father lamented, shaking his head as he gazed at Liang, appearing like an old man weighed down by the burdens of life. Father, I understand your perspective, but I also have my own aspirations. Liang's eyes sparkled with hope, envisioning a future as a free-spirited hero. Isn't it similar? While wandering the world, I can also aid the common folk, which will not hinder my pursuits. Ah, Liang, his father began, wanting to say something, but ultimately fell silent, knowing that no matter what he said, it would not alter Liang's convictions. Enough, father. If you cannot comprehend my choices, then I must leave. You cannot stop me. Liang crossed his arms, speaking coldly. You unruly boy, his father scolded him, igniting a powder keg of emotions in Liang. If you do not understand, then I shall leave, and that will be the end of it. You need not fret or hurl insults at me, for I am determined to go and will not harbor any nostalgia for this place. Father, I have witnessed far too much filth in this capital. You may try to prevent me from leaving, but you cannot blind my eyes. Liang said earnestly as he burst through the door. Behind him, his father remained silent, pushing open the door, unsure of how to express his feelings toward Liang. He simply knew that continuing in this manner was not a solution. Indeed, the relationship between two inarticulate individuals, a father and son, could easily become strained. Both were proud and unwilling to lower themselves to apologize. As Liang walked away, he suddenly caught sight of the scabbard at his waist. This blade was the first truly sharp weapon he had ever possessed, a gift from his father. Taking the scabbard from his father's hands, Liang's father smiled at him. Though I cannot support you in becoming a benevolent savior of the people, it is not beyond me to gift you a fine sword. Benevolent individuals are remembered through the ages, while wicked ones are despised by all. Yet, there are not many who can be truly benevolent or saintly. Most people are inclined towards wickedness. They lack the heart and energy to be benevolent, unable even to care for themselves, and must resort to being wicked. When everyone chooses to be wicked, this decaying dynasty is not far from its demise. In a thriving era, virtuous individuals may not necessarily emerge, yet in tumultuous times, malevolent figures are bound to appear. This is a truth that Liang understood long ago. His debates with his father were not born out of genuine conflict, but rather an earnest pursuit of his own thoughts. Lacking eloquence, he was unsure how to ease the tension between them. So he could only repeat his unvoiced sentiments in his mind, ultimately too timid to articulate them. All that he wished to express, and all that he refrained from saying, lingered within him. As Liang and his father walked through the streets, their silence persisted until they reached the puppet show they had previously seen. The owner had changed, yet the shadow play remained unchanged. The performance depicted Xia Ku, a tale Liang was on the verge of forgetting, albeit seemingly adapted. The scene of the brave, fearless hero breaching the corrupt official's abode was entirely absent. Liang felt a pang of disappointment. That moment had been etched deep in his memory. Perhaps, following the demise of the previous performer, none dared to portray confrontations with the authorities anymore. He yearned to voice his thoughts, to convey something to his father. Yet regardless of how loudly he shouted, he remained voiceless. Meanwhile, in the distance, flickers of fire appeared, and before anyone could react, the flames surged violently, consuming everything in an instant. Liang had no time to perceive anything else. He only saw his father reaching out towards him, rushing in his direction. Then, he felt a sharp pain in his head and lost consciousness. Beneath the sky weeping blood, Liang stood dazed on a street littered with shattered corpses. He clutched his father's severed hand tightly, while the body had likely been reduced to mere flesh. Blood soaked the ground, painting Liang's vision in a crimson hue. All he wished to say, and all that remained unspoken, lost their significance. Everything he cherished, respected, and scorned, all the values of righteousness and propriety that had been instilled in him, were obliterated in the explosion. He gazed at the blood-red sky, then at his father's severed hand. The only thing that remained intact was the shadow puppet of the hero, safeguarded beneath a wooden box. Much like how his father had shielded him, the puppet too was preserved beneath the box, and remarkably well at that, having avoided significant damage unlike the others. Yet, the cost of its preservation was that the hero remained trapped beneath the box. Chapter 51. The heroic thief. Having distanced myself from them, I walked forward alone, unaware that Sway had followed me, standing at my side, observing me. I lowered my gaze to the path beneath my feet. Yet memories of the cataclysmic explosion flooded my mind. In hindsight, I recalled shouting amidst the flames, yet it felt as if my voice had vanished. Reminiscent of 9 years prior when, under the dazzling fireworks, Sway seemed to wish to convey something, but the coincidental explosion drowned her words. The explosion of the 6th year of Tianqi robbed me of everything. Thereafter, the hero within my heart was buried beneath a wooden box. Who was I perceived as a valiant hero in Chen Sanyan's eyes, harboring goodwill, or perhaps the free-spirited wanderer that Yang Jian aspired to be in his youth? I suppose neither description fits me. I had once embodied the hero they envisioned, and I had dreamt of it too. In my childhood, I was the gallant hero in Chen Sanyan's eyes. As I grew older and rebellious, yearning to leave home, I became the free hero that Yang Jian had once dreamed of. But now, I am the unique heroic thief of my own heart and vision. I am not a true hero. Within my heroic essence lies a blend of selfishness and negativity, akin to that of a villainous thief. Yet, I feel that only in this manner do I resemble a hero amidst chaos. A human hero, devoid of pretense, unlike a divine figure. Why have I wandered to this reflection again? Soon, I shall descend to accompany my father. He's surely isn't still waiting for me to impart those lofty principles or sentimental words. I would rather not hear them. Suddenly, a gentle voice broke the silence beside me. Liang Yi, you are crying. I was taken aback, wiping my cheek with the back of my hand and looking down. My rough, dry skin felt damp, and the crack stung due to the sudden contact with moisture. Am I crying? Surely you jest. I cannot be crying. Is it raining? Or have I? Even in my heart, I still felt a lump in my throat. I cannot deny it. I had indeed cried. What was the reason? I surmised it was for my father, for the hero I once dreamed of, and for Sway. I cherished and was grateful for the second chance my father granted me, allowing me to survive. I also appreciated the imagined hero within my heart for illuminating my path through the fog of confusion. It was merely a normal reaction. I wiped away my tears and turned to Sway beside me. As long as Liang Yi is well, that is enough. Sway slightly lowered her head and took a few steps forward, distancing herself from me, seemingly wishing to give me some solitude. How considerate of her. Though it contradicts my memory of her. Why do I keep reverting to her image from 9 years ago? It is time to amend this habit. Let us not inquire further. Liang Yi needs a moment to himself. He is reflecting on the past, and his mood is somewhat low. Sway cast a glance at Liang, lost in thought, then turned to Yang Jian, departing from him and heading towards Liang. Oh, understood. Yang Jian nodded, refraining from further questioning. Ultimately, a person's fate lies in the hands of fate itself. One can never predict when life may end. Much like the noble prince who might unexpectedly be boiled into a soup. As the scene of the explosion pieced itself together like fragments, my body began to tremble. As if the blinding light reappeared before my eyes, my father's severed hand. It is nothing but a nightmare. Can one dream while standing? Is Liang Yi a dream deity? Sway jested, lifting my spirits considerably. Did you just call me that, you little rascal? I replied with a smile. Thank you, Sway. It was not merely time that allowed me to escape the shadow of the Tianqi explosion. It was Sway who led me out from that darkness. Otherwise, I would have remained stagnant. Time cannot erase the deepest memories etched in one's heart. The Tianqi explosion, the dagger gifted by my father, and the moment by the lakeside at dusk when Sway pressed a dagger against my chest. Each of these events significantly altered the course of my life, and thus, I remember them vividly. Having come to this realization, I turned my gaze to Man Sui, who withdrew her fair hand. I paid little heed to that, merely calling out to the two individuals standing nearby, urging them to continue forward. Pengcheng is not far from Xiangqing. At our pace, we could reach it in 2 or 3 days, primarily delayed by our time spent in Suli town. Otherwise, we would have arrived already. Suddenly, I halted, hearing a familiar sound ahead. This noise was unmistakable, yet we were nearing Pengcheng, and such occurrences should not be expected here. Why? Could it be that Pengcheng had transformed into a scene akin to Xanadu? Or perhaps these were merely fleeing refugees? It must be the latter. No city could so easily fall into such disarray. I advanced cautiously, parting the leaves until I could discern the figure before me. He knelt on the ground, his left hand clutching a human bone still clinging to flesh, while he gnawed at the meat in his right hand. Beneath him lay a woman, and beside her was a boy, half consumed. In the morning sun filtering through the forest, the light cast a more terrifying glow upon the scene. I unsheathed my sword and tentatively struck the ground twice. To my surprise, he suddenly sprang up, retreating in fear, his eyes brimming with terror and remnants of flesh at the corners of his mouth. Cannibalism? I inquired. He could not articulate a response, merely nodding vigorously, as a puddle of liquid formed beneath him. Had he been so frightened that he lost control? Man Sui grimaced in disgust, shielding her eyes with her sleeve before turning away, no longer willing to gaze upon the grotesque scene. Chapter 52. The Great Famine. After Man Sui averted her gaze, she leaned in close to my ear and whispered, "Liang Yi, these three are likely a family." My pupils dilated as I lowered my voice. "Are you serious?" "Indeed," she affirmed. "In Liao Dong, during the Great Famine, mothers consumed their children and husbands their wives in a desperate bid for survival." As a traveling merchant, he had passed through several counties in the Liao Dong region on his way to the capital, where he had heard such chilling tales. At that tender age, younger than Chen San, I had been oblivious to their meaning, but Man Sui's words awakened a long-buried memory. This was no mere rumor. The truth of Liao Dong was stark. I found myself at a loss for words regarding such a harrowing reality. They were merely fighting for survival, just as we were. I glanced at him. The man trembled, turning to me, kneeling in the puddle beneath him, repeatedly bowing his head while muttering indistinctly. He was clad in coarse linen, his hair disheveled and matted with dirt and blood, and his trousers bore several large tears, revealing wounds on his legs. "Rise, I shall not harm you." My voice carried a note of melancholy, a lament for this decaying dynasty and the wretched souls ensnared in a chaotic world. The man scrambled to his feet, weeping as he brushed the dirt from his clothes, offering thanks before fleeing in panic. I did not know where he escaped to, only that he had departed this place. Yang Jian and Chen San stood behind Liang and Man Sui, contemplating the direction of the man's flight, pondering their own fates. I sheathed my sword and patted Man Sui on the back, signaling her to turn back. "Understood," she replied, slowly facing the two corpses and the nearby stains. Her expression remained unchanged, perhaps due to having witnessed much already. With me by her side, she felt no compulsion to confront the repulsive sight. We cast the man's plight from our minds and pressed onward, the silhouette of Pengcheng now within sight. A massive wall encircled the city, patrolled by well-equipped archers exhibiting disciplined prowess. Neither Shangdu nor Xiangcheng could compare to the might of Pengcheng. Perhaps the surrounding areas were beleaguered by bandits, and the corruption within Xiangcheng contributed to its plight. Recent changes in governance within Pengcheng had led to its current state. As we burst forth from the forest, the glaring sunlight momentarily disoriented me, causing my eyes to squint in discomfort. A gentle breeze tousled Man Sui's loose strands of hair, which she deftly tucked behind her ear before hastening away from the sunlit area. The ground was scorching. As Chen San emerged, he stumbled over a stone, collapsing onto the ground and yelping like a wounded pup. Just as he regained his footing, Yang Jian mercilessly pushed him down again. Ignoring the cries of despair that echoed behind us, I redirected my focus towards the city gate. Upon seeing our four unfamiliar figures, the gate guards raised their weapons, blocking our path and demanding, "What do you want?" I had no desire to explain. It was not my forte. Just as Man Sui was about to speak, Yang Jian interrupted. Hey there, good sirs, we come from elsewhere, not as refugees, but to purchase some goods. A little leniency, if you would. Yang Jian wore a familiar grin, chuckling as he produced a handful of copper coins to offer one of the soldiers. Their eyes gleamed at the sight of the money, though they still coughed awkwardly. Cough, cough. What do you think you're doing? Trying to bribe us? They asked, yet Yang Jian noticed the soldiers' fingers incessantly rubbing together, revealing their insatiable greed. A pack of greedy ruffians, indeed. In these times, everyone lived for themselves. Who would care whether we were truly from elsewhere to buy goods? As long as money exchanged hands, they would let us pass. Yang Jian let out a hiss, producing a bag from his coat. Upon shaking it, the soldier heard the clink of hundreds of copper coins, sizing us up and deeming we could offer no more, before nodding in satisfaction. Cough. If you truly wish to enter the city, then do so. With that, they stepped aside, returning to their coin counting. As I stepped onto the wide, solid stone streets, nostalgia washed over me. It had been several days since I had last enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep. I was determined to find an inn tonight and replenish my strength. What shall Liang Yi do next? Man Sui inquired, her delicate, boneless hand resting on my shoulder. Of course, since we dared to venture forth, we are confident they can locate us. In this confined space of Pengcheng, Yang Jian's skills would allow him to scout the inns within half an hour. Even if we do not disclose our whereabouts, they will surely find us. Regaining my focus, I guided Man Sui towards the southern part of the city, seeking a more secluded dwelling rather than a central location prone to danger. Even if we did not seek trouble, trouble would inevitably find us. I exhaled deeply, prompting Man Sui to raise an eyebrow. Liang Yi, what troubles you? She asked, her voice laced with curiosity. I sheepishly scratched my head, my gaze momentarily drifting. Cough, nothing. Really? She elongated her tone, leaning closer to scrutinize my face. Very well, I will trust you for now. Sensing my reticence, she ceased her inquiries, clasping her hands behind her back and lightly skipping into a southern inn. I followed her inside, promptly paying for 2 rooms before ascending to the second floor. My initial plan was for Man Sui to have 1 room and the 3 of us to share another, but she adamantly shook her head, insisting that Yang Jian and Chun San occupy 1 room. Why? I asked, perplexed. I previously mentioned I did not care for reputation. Did I not? Moreover, I feel safer with you than with them, so it is settled. Man Sui shrugged, leaving unspoken her fear of darkness, a dread that had taken root in her over the past few years, unbeknownst to Liang. Chapter 53. Safety. Ultimately, I acquiesced to Man Sui's wishes as before. I would sleep on the floor while she took the bed. I will check the room first and be right out. The day is still young, and we can partake in other activities, she said, stepping inside. I positioned myself against the wall, lowering the brim of my hat, standing guard with my sword at the ready. As the door creaked open, I lifted my head and met Man Sui's gaze just as she emerged. Have you finished? I asked softly. Yes, I am ready. Let us go. Liang Yi, she replied, descending the stairs. I followed at a leisurely pace, uncertain of her intentions, yet reassured by our presence in Pengcheng, where threats were likely minimal. By the way, Liang Yi, what happened to the pouch I hand-stitched? Did I not give it to you? As anew strolled along, she suddenly turned her head to inquire about a matter that had caught her attention. Initially, I was momentarily taken aback, stumbling over my words and failing to articulate a coherent response, which led to a misunderstanding on her part. Please don't tell me that pouch was lost along with my dagger. Anew exclaimed, hands on her hips, her gray-blue eyes fixated on me with a piercing intensity that felt as though they could pierce through my very being. Of course not, I hastily coughed, patting myself down. I have it here, securely. Ultimately, I produced the small pouch, its vibrant red embroidery of the character in standing out prominently. Upon seeing the pouch, Anew's eyes glistened with unshed tears, though surprisingly, she did not weep. Instead, she took the pouch from my hands, gripping it tightly. Indeed, it was originally intended to safeguard her father's well-being, yet in the end, her father met his demise at my hands, leaving the pouch in my possession, a rather ironic twist of fate. How tragic it would be if my fate mirrored that of the pouch's original owner, both of us meeting a gruesome end. Nevertheless, I hoped MNSU would spare me a painful demise. I certainly did not wish to leave this world in a manner akin to a severed tongue. MNSU? I gently tapped her shoulder, realizing that her lingering in silence was not prudent. She lifted her gaze, offering the pouch back to me. I was momentarily stunned, uncertain of her intentions. Before I bring about your end, Li Yingyi, I wish for you to remain alive. I hope this pouch can truly ensure your safety. She choked out, her voice trembling. My pupils dilated as her meaning became clear. I understand. Thank you, MNSU. I finally articulated her full name, acknowledging that in her heart, I was akin to her father. Li Yingyi, may I share a story with you? She suddenly proposed. I remained silent, neither consenting to nor rejecting her request. MNSU paused momentarily before beginning her tale. Several years ago, in a small village in SHNBI. After she finished recounting her story, I gazed at her, and she returned my stare. I apologize, I said, aware that a mere apology could not erase the consequences of my actions. Yet it felt necessary to express it. It's fine. So many years have passed. I've grown indifferent. Besides, my enemies are present here, whenever I desire revenge. I shall simply take your life, one T.I. Li Yingyi. She lightened the heavy atmosphere, extending a hand towards me. Come, let us go. Noticing her nonchalant demeanor, I couldn't help but chuckle, taking her hand in mine. Let's go buy some things. Upon seeing this, MNSU took my hand as we made our way towards the marketplace. She was familiar with PNGCHing, having visited before, which spared us from wandering aimlessly without locating the market. As we strolled through the bustling market, it felt reminiscent of 9 years ago. Her hand, now warm, was no longer the icy grasp of a few days prior, nor the frail touch of her childhood. Perhaps her nervousness was manifesting as a slight perspiration. I tightened my hold on her hand, walking beside her, quietly admiring her profile. MNSU, feeling my gaze upon her, shifted uncomfortably, realizing my prolonged stare was inappropriate. I quickly averted my eyes, focusing on the path ahead. I knew I should not behave in such a manner. Yet since it was MNSU's desire to hold hands, I acquiesced. Our relationship was complex, intertwined with emotions that were both convoluted and distorted. After a brief moment of holding hands, we released each other, feeling a bit awkward. Amidst the lively market, MNSU appeared graceful and captivating, drawing the attention of passers-by, a testament to her beauty. Look, Li Yingyi, they're all watching me. MNSU nudged me, proudly gesturing to herself. Indeed they are, I replied with a chuckle. You have become quite the beauty, making me seem unworthy in comparison. Just a hint, yes, merely a hint, I added. By the way, have we forgotten something? MNSU suddenly inquired. Forgotten what? I furrowed my brows, unable to recall any oversight. Well, you're right. It must not be anything of great importance. We proceeded towards the inn, having wandered since morning until midday, our hunger prompting us to seek sustenance. Achoo! Young Jian sneezed, rising to his feet, breathless. Where are Li Yingyi and Sister Sue? We've been walking all morning, yet we haven't seen a trace of them. They couldn't have left us behind, could they? Chun San pondered, a moment of silence following. Surely not. Li Yingyi and Sister Sue are likely occupied with matters. They have excellent memories, Yang Jian concluded, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Chun San squatted on the ground, the familiarity of the scene echoing in his mind. Due to the remote location, there were few patrons at the inn, making our presence even rarer. Thus the chef did not refuse us. Ascending to the second floor, I opened the door to our room, where MNSU promptly collapsed onto the bed, sprawled out comfortably. Tired? I asked with a light chuckle. Of course I am. How about you, Li Yingyi? MNSU replied, not bothering to lift her head. I'm all right, better than marching. Please refrain from speaking such things in my presence. All right, I understand, I said, resigning myself to a chair, awaiting the arrival of our meal. Chapter 54. The meal. After what felt like an eternity, the door was knocked upon, rousing me from my drowsiness. I stood, rubbing my eyes before opening the door. Here are the dishes prepared by the chef, the attendant announced, handing me 2 plates filled with food, while also collecting 2 additional plates from the ground to place on the table. Thank you, I expressed, watching the attendant exit before closing the door behind him. I surveyed the dishes on the table and called out to MNSU, who had dozed off again on the bed. MNSU, wake up, it's time to eat. I noticed the chair beneath me seemed rather unstable, as if it could topple over with the slightest pressure, but I reassured myself that it was unlikely anyone would fall from the sky. Ah, is it finally ready? MNSU, having been lightly napping, sprang up upon hearing my voice. She tilted her head in confusion, stretched, and then walked over to me. Initially, I intended to sample the food for poison, but before I could even pick up my chopsticks, I saw MNSU approaching unsteadily. My pupils contracted. Wait, MNSU. Thud, crash. I winced, clutching the back of my head as I looked at MNSU, who was sprawled beside me, dazed and rubbing her head, while the broken chair lay in disarray. With a resigned sigh, I thought, what else can I do? I wrapped my arm around her waist, lifted her with one hand, and steadied myself with the other as I placed her back onto the bed. The contrast between the mess on the floor and the intact table filled with food left me momentarily speechless. After tidying up the debris, I fetched another chair from beside the bed, one that seemed sturdier and less likely to wobble. MNSU? I called out to her again, observing her softly snoring on the bed, and I shook my head in exasperation. How exhausted must she be to fall asleep so quickly after merely lying down? Perhaps she hadn't fully woken up when she walked over. Considering her appetite, it was impressive how she could both sleep and eat so well. I resolved that it would suffice to reheat the food once she awoke. I recalled that she had previously mentioned a fondness for a particular dish. Will there truly be someone who comes to eat the earth? Regardless, when I later bought her something, she kept staring longingly at the meat, indicating her fondness for it. Thus, I decided to reserve the plate of pork for her, along with 2 bowls of vegetables, leaving the rest untouched. Once seated, the aroma of the dishes wafted enticingly through the air, presenting a total of 3 plates, one of braised pork, one of stir-fried cabbage, and one of stinky tofu, accompanied by a steamer of meat buns and another of vegetarian buns. After distributing all the dishes except for the meat into several bowls, I could finally commence my meal. Indeed, it was delectable. I picked up a meat bun, paired it with a few leaves of cabbage, and savored the combination. To be honest, as I indulged in the cabbage and meat bun, I found myself reminiscing about the moment I parted ways with the 3 little lambs, who had lovingly prepared a meal for me. That was the most delightful meal I had after my father's passing. Qianghua has ventured to the frontier, and I am uncertain when news of her will reach me. I fear that in the days to come, I may not see her again. Hong Er and Shui Er are living with Yuan and should be faring reasonably well. Of the 2 sisters, they're the ones I hold the most hope of encountering again. As for Yuan, she may wish to see me, although I do not know why. Perhaps it is due to the fact that I once saved her, thus she might be more lenient towards me. However, after 9 years apart, who can say how much has changed? Speaking of which, what has become of Chuang Wang? I have not heard any news of him in recent days. Is he recuperating, preparing to attack Beijing? I hope he remembers the words I once shared with him. A peasant uprising is ultimately devoid of discipline, if not managed. It can lead to chaos akin to the initial rebellion, where the very waters that carry the boat can also capsize it. Casting aside thoughts of Chuang Wang, I turned my gaze to Man Sui, who lay upon the bed. After pondering for a moment, I gently adjusted her position and covered her with a lighter blanket. Man Sui had been sleeping from noon till the afternoon, and under my watchful gaze, she gradually stirred awake. She kicked off the blanket, stretching her limbs and rubbing her eyes. Feeling a bit of discomfort, she massaged her forehead and then noticed my presence beside her. Alas, you woke once at noon, only to groggily knock me down, causing the chair to collapse. Had I not protected your head, you would have surely fallen and hurt yourself. After explaining this to her, I pointed to the dishes on the table. Seeing that you were about to wake, I went to the kitchen to warm the food for you. I left the braised pork untouched, and the rest I portioned into bowls for you. Man Sui raised an eyebrow before smiling brightly. Liang Yi, you are truly kind, knowing to save me some food. I feared you might go hungry, so I saved extra meat buns for you, aware of your hearty appetite. After reminding her, I fell silent, and when she sensed I had no more to say, she chuckled softly and sat down in chair. Liang Yi, will you join me? As she was about to invite Liang to sit and eat meat, she noticed the door opening, and Liang's figure had vanished. I was outside on the street, and it suddenly dawned on me what I had forgotten I completely overlooked Chun San and Yang Jian. Those two must have searched the inn thoroughly without finding either me or Man Sui, probably hiding in some corner. Oh well, my spirits are high today. Searching the entire city wouldn't be too much trouble. I hope those two haven't gone too far. Otherwise, the rest wouldn't concern me. Ah, how troublesome. Do you think Liang Yi has truly forgotten about us? Chun San squatted down, drawing circles in the dust. Surely not. I suspect Liang Yi is still flirting with Sister Sui. Yang Jian nudged Chun San's shoulder. Do we even need to guess? I bet Liang Yi is so captivated by Sister Sui that he can hardly speak. Chun San scoffed, rolling his eyes at Yang Jian. Is that so? It must be true. Liang Yi is always eager to tease Sister Sui. Yet every time, he ends up staring at his ever-growing shadow. Chun San replied stiffly, turning his head away. Chapter 55. Sister Yin, I held my arms across my chest, quietly observing the mournful expression on Chun San's face. Liang Yi. I swear I was talking about Uncle Yang. Would you believe me? Chun San attempted to clarify. Oh, then let me ask, do you believe I am conversing with a ghost? I playfully tapped his head with the hilt of my sword, causing him to wince. All right, Liang Yi. Chun San quickly stood up, and Yang Jian, who had been snickering nearby, followed suit. As we walked toward the inn, we passed through a bustling street, and I accidentally bumped into someone. She let out a small yelp, and I quickly grasped her arm to prevent her from falling. After all, as a man, my strength differs from others, and her predicament was understandable. She was a woman clad in a flowing, gauzy gown, her hair cascading down her chest, held in place by a silver hairpin. After my collision, she stumbled back a couple of steps. My apologies, I was careless, I said, not wishing to cause further trouble. Acknowledging that it was indeed my fault, the woman scrutinized me for a moment before diverting her gaze and walking away in the opposite direction. What a peculiar woman. I mused silently. Why did she take a few glances at me before departing? Pengcheng is already close to Yangzhou. It should only take a few weeks or days to arrive, which would also mark my demise. Ah, Yinanjiang must be a beautiful place, I thought wistfully. Initially, I had planned to send Man Sui off and then head south, but now, here I am, sighing in resignation. I shook my head helplessly, yet I believed that brief moments of brilliance were far more preferable than prolonged emotional numbness. I did not regret knowing Man Sui, but I lament the manner in which I came to know her amidst such chaotic times. I once envisioned myself as a heroic figure, encountering her father in the woods and visiting their home, sharing joy and happiness. Yet, casting aside these unrealistic fantasies, we are met with the harsh realities of this world. Before I knew it, we had arrived at the inn. Pushing open the door, I beheld a woman seated elegantly, her legs crossed, long hair cascading down, adorned in a blue embroidered gown, awaiting my arrival. She leaned back, her arms crossed, fixing her gaze upon me. Has she changed her attire? It makes sense. After so many days, that blue gown must have become filthy and tattered. What next? After a few days of rest, we shall head to Yangzhou. Oh, Man Sui suddenly interrupted my thoughts, plucking a strand of hair from my shoulder. Liang Yi, have you been mingling with women? What is your identity and purpose? Man Sui inquired, her expression devoid of emotion. A bead of cold sweat trickled down my forehead. How observant this little one is. But wait, I haven't done anything untoward. So why am I flustered? I composed myself and explained, I merely bumped into a woman on the road. It is nothing extraordinary. Is that so? Then tell me, what did she look like? Man Sui seemed unsatisfied with my vague explanation and pressed for details about the woman's attire and appearance. There was no need for contemplation, as the woman's dress was quite exquisite. I blurted out, she wore a gauzy long gown, her hair cascading down her chest, held by a silver pin. I did not observe her features closely, but she must be a beautiful woman. As I uttered the final words, Man Sui appeared to tremble slightly. Was she frightened or excited? Sister Yin? Is she the one you are speaking of? She murmured, seemingly recognizing the name. Liang Yi, where did she go? Man Sui's eyes suddenly sparkled with anticipation, clearly hoping to find the person she sought. Quickly, let us hurry, Liang Yi. Man Sui dashed out the door, leaving Yang Jian and Chun San in a state of shock. No, Liang Yi, we have not rested properly for a single day. Goodness, we might perish. With the lamentations of the two individuals, I dragged them out the door. Following the trail of my memories, we arrived back at the street from earlier. Man Sui eagerly inquired, "Where did Yunjie go?" I glanced towards the direction of the inn and pointed across the street. Man Sui then dashed forward, and I hurried to keep pace with her. "Sui, slow down. She cannot leave the city." I reminded her with a hint of exasperation, yet Man Sui seemed oblivious, continuing to accelerate. I had no choice but to quicken my steps to catch up with her. Suddenly, a fleeting shadow darted above us. Looking up, I confirmed it was Yang Jian, who leapt over both me and Man Sui, racing ahead, exclaiming, "Hee hee, to get some rest sooner. I'll go find Yunjie first. You two just wait here." Man Sui hesitated momentarily, but her concern propelled her to continue running. People around us made way, though some found the scene peculiar. A gentle breeze swept by, yet a mere few strands of wind could not cleanse us of our grime. Just as a handful of individuals cannot alter the fate of the world. We ultimately reached a tavern named Huayu Lu, where muffled, indecorous sounds emanated from within. I surmised the true nature of this so-called Yunjie. If she were not the proprietor of this establishment, she must be a courtesan, given her exquisite attire and beauty. However, judging by Man Sui's reaction, I hope for the former, for otherwise, she would not have followed Yunjie nor appeared so joyous upon meeting her, and she would not remain untainted to this day. Should it be the latter, then there is but one possibility. Before finding me, she encountered Yunjie, who treated her kindly, sparing her from any lewd endeavors. If that were true, Man Sui ought to express her gratitude. "Quickly, quickly. Goodness, come inside with me," she urged, trying to pull me along, seemingly oblivious to the cries of the women within. I acquiesced and walked beside her. Upon reaching the entrance, two men glanced at me, then at Man Sui, and finally cast a sidelong glance at Chun San and Yang Jian, akin to two lackeys, chuckling as if bemused that someone would bring a woman to such a place. Yet, they did not obstruct us. Instead, they gestured for us to enter. Once inside, I covered Man Sui's ears. Furthermore, encountering Yunjie would likely not be an easy feat. Even if she were within this building, we could not afford to wait for her, be it for a day or even several days. Chapter 56. A meeting to be candid. Although Man Sui seemed unfazed by those sounds, I could not endure them. Perhaps it was because I was not a man who sought pleasure frivolously. We sat silently downstairs for a while, with Man Sui feeling the heat and discomfort beneath my hand, prompting her to push it away. As her excitement dissipated, the sounds reached her unfiltered, and though she had encountered such things over the past 9 years, being in this place with 3 men and hearing those sounds directly was undeniably embarrassing. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she bared her teeth, ultimately resting her head on the table, too shy to look up. I regarded her helplessly, then turned my gaze to the second floor, hoping Yunjie would descend swiftly or appear at the entrance. Yang Jian did not shy away from the ambience. Among the 4 of us, only Chun San and Man Sui were affected, given one was a woman and the other a child. Yang Jian and I exchanged a knowing smile before turning away. What was Yunjie's true identity? Logically, Man Sui had arrived from Shanbei before meeting me, and Yunjie's attire and fluent Shanbei dialect did not suggest she was a local. Was she from Chang'an? As far as I knew, only Chang'an was relatively stable in Shanbei. She should be a courtesan or something of the sort, and I increasingly leaned towards the former. Just as I was pondering Yunjie's background, the sound of footsteps on wooden boards echoed, jolting me from my thoughts as I turned to the second floor. A woman, grasping the handrail, gracefully descended. She glanced at me and, in her peripheral vision, caught sight of Man Sui. It was the woman who had collided with me earlier. Yunjie, with an alluring demeanor, chuckled softly as she approached us, a meticulously crafted round fan obscuring the lower half of her face. "Yunjie, is that truly you?" Man Sui's eyes sparkled as she stood. Yunjie regarded her with curiosity, studying her closely, recognizing some resemblance, and asked with uncertainty, "Are you not the young girl who sought vengeance over a decade ago?" "Yes." Man Sui nodded, confirming Yunjie's suspicion. "Unexpectedly, it truly is you. How did you discover my whereabouts and find your way here?" Yunjie inquired, finding herself. What a surprise indeed. Yunjie glanced at me, Yang Jian, and Chun San. "Will you not introduce me to these gentlemen?" It has been over a decade, and you have blossomed into quite the beauty. Well, it's a long story, not suitable for this place. Mansui hesitated before requesting Yunjie to lead us elsewhere. Very well, as you wish. Yunjie shrugged and guided us to a small room on the second floor, the rich scent of aged wood greeting us upon entry, with dark wooden chairs that appeared quite elegant. Make yourselves comfortable. Just don't break anything. Yunjie settled into a chair behind the table, resting her chin on her hand as she observed us. Little girl, did you find the one you sought vengeance against? She suddenly posed a question to Mansui, whose and my expressions shifted awkwardly. Well, yes, I did. Mansui articulated each word carefully. Oh, so you did not kill him then? No, but I might soon. In a few days, Mansui provided a vague response that left Yunjie bewildered. Clarify your words, Yunjie urged, her brow furrowing slightly. Is he your enemy? Yunjie was taken aback, looking between me and Mansui, her face a mask of disbelief. Yes, Mansui nodded again, affirming her statement. Little girl, have you lost your mind? Yunjie questioned. To find the one who caused your family's demise, should you not seek 1,000 deaths in return, cursing him for eternity? I cannot comprehend your thinking. Yunjie's confusion deepened regarding Mansui's perspective. I decided to explain to Yunjie that Mansui's reaction was expected. She understood Yunjie would approach us, leaning closer to whisper about our journey thus far. I gleaned Yunjie's understanding from her nod, her gaze shifting to me, filled with pity and resignation. Hey, Liang, is that correct? Yunjie addressed me, and I leaned against the wall, lifting my head. Yes. Young Jian, Jin-san, you two should step outside. I have words to exchange with them that are not suitable for your ears. Yunjie instructed the two beside me. Young Jian scoffed. Why must it always be us who step out? One might think we are mere servants, easily dismissed. As the two exited, Yunjie's gaze turned to me, ultimately locking onto my eyes. What was her intention? Was she scrutinizing me or preparing for a discussion? I did not shy away, but met her gaze directly until she finally averted her eyes. Liang, what a fine name. It signifies benevolence in the world. Are you a kind-hearted individual? Yunjie casually crossed her legs, addressing me. Incorrect. I am not a benevolent person. I corrected her misconception. Oh, Liang and benevolence are not synonymous? Yunjie observed me with keen interest, her chin resting on her palm, while Mansui sat beside, unable to interject. Indeed, they are not synonymous. However, I feel no obligation to enlighten you. Yunjie puffed. Having called me sister, why not share these matters with me? Yunjie cast a disinterested glance. Speaking of which, I should be older than you, right? I rebutted her words without hesitation. Indeed, it seems that from the very beginning, I have never ventured out. Chapter 57, The Carriage. Even though I conversed with Yunjie about topics seemingly unrelated to Mansui, and we engaged in a prolonged verbal sparring, our intentions were aligned. She wished to ascertain whether I would harm Mansui, as well as my current stance. Meanwhile, I sought to understand Yunjie's purpose after such a long separation and whether she could be trusted. Yet, every word she uttered during our conversation was aimed at Mansui, allowing me to temporarily lower my guard. Is it all right if I call you Sue? I inquired. Yunjie turned her head, glancing at Mansui, who seemed unconcerned and nodded slightly. Your story is truly fascinating. If I didn't see you both standing before me, I would have thought it belonged in a tale. Yunjie jested. Indeed, I share your sentiment. The reality of my relationship with Mansui is almost unbelievable, one being the enemy of my father and the other a vengeful young girl. How could we possibly come together? The expected outcome should have been one of us perishing, yet here we are, embarking on a journey to Yangzhou, uncertain of what fate awaits us. Human emotions are indeed exceedingly complex. Although I am human, I still find them inscrutable. So, Sue, did you come solely to see me? Yunjie inquired again. It has been quite a while since I last saw you, Yunjie. Since I found you here, it is only fitting that I pay a visit. After all, you are a great benefactor to me, Mansui replied. But shouldn't you be in Chang'an? Why have you come to a place like Pengcheng? Mansui expressed her confusion. Indeed, Yunjie held a position of wealth and influence in Chang'an, yet she had chosen to come to this small town. Chang'an is not peaceful either. The peasant uprising that erupted in northern Shaanxi has quickly reached Weinan and Chang'an, ultimately marching towards the capital. Lu has become a target for the rebels. Had I not heard the news and hired a carriage to escape, you might not have seen me again, she explained. The unrest in Chang'an is notable. The peasant army is indeed chaotic, especially when they first departed from northern Shaanxi. Aside from the forces led by Li Zicheng, the majority of the rebels acted without discipline, committing acts of arson and looting with alarming regularity. So, Yunjia, what are your plans moving forward? I inquired about her future intentions. As if her aim was merely to seek profit, she would not have come to a place like Pengcheng. Interesting, Su, your enemy is quite perceptive, Yunjia chuckled softly, her eyelashes fluttering slightly as she began to speak. Naturally, my intention is to head to Yangzhou, the land of misty rain in the south. I have long awaited this journey, but first, I must earn enough money here in Pengcheng. After all, I will not suffer for my own sake. Recently, I have arranged for 3 carriages, 2 to transport silver and 1 to take me to Yangzhou. Oh, by the way, are your destinations also Yangzhou? Yunjie suddenly proposed, realizing that we were headed to the same place. Why not travel together in 3 days? At least there will be someone to look after you on the road. And we can frequently meet once we arrive in Yangzhou. And, Su, have you truly forgotten the phrase I taught you? Yunjie abruptly chastised Mansui. Huh? Mansui, still pondering, instinctively flinched at the mention. What did I teach you? You haven't truly forgotten, have you? Yunjie narrowed her eyes. Mansui raised an eyebrow, recalling it. Sometimes, one must speak falsehoods to achieve their goals. One should not be overly honest in dealings with others. Indeed, Mansui remained silent for a moment. However, how could Yunjie discern whether her words were true or false? She was no longer the naive young girl of the past. Well, as long as you remember. Yunjie huffed lightly, then continued. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, the carriage will be waiting for you at the city gate. Do not be late. Liang, I understand you may have some doubts about my identity. Once we are on the carriage, I will explain everything in detail. Yunjie waved her fan and dismissed us. However, as we opened the door, a tremendous crash echoed, resembling the sound of a person falling. My face twitched. Those 2 couldn't remain composed for a moment. Mansui rested her chin on her left hand, supporting her head with her right elbow, appearing exasperated. Hey, after the door closed, Yang Jian and Chun San lay on the ground, grinning at me in an attempt to alleviate the awkwardness. Yunjie mentioned that we would take her carriage to Yangzhou in 3 days, which certainly saved us some effort. After a brief conversation with the 2, I descended the stairs with Mansui and headed towards the inn. 3 is indeed 3, Yang Jian nudged Chun San. Ever since I met you, it seems most of our encounters involve the number 3. He nearly knocked Chun San over, who glared at him fiercely. How would I know? It's merely a coincidence. Chun San shot Yang Jian a glance. Hey, wait for me. Chun San jumped down to catch up with him, startling onlookers as he dashed out the door. Yunjie leaned on the railing, watching the 4 depart with an air of ennui. As night fell, the once bustling streets were now deserted, save for the 4 of them walking side by side as they pushed open the inn's door and ascended to rest. They rented 2 rooms, one for Yang Jian and Chun San, and the other for Mansui and Liang. Mansui stretched and lay on the bed. After some rest, she no longer felt as fatigued as in the morning, but to conserve her energy, sleeping was still wise. Speaking of which, Su, I remember you mentioned fearing the dark 9 years ago. Why did you bring it up again a few days ago? I recalled Mansui's request for us to share a room due to her fear of darkness. Of course, it is different now. The fear of darkness 9 years ago was merely to deceive you, to build rapport and lower your defenses. Perhaps I did have a genuine fear of the dark, but it is decidedly different from what I stated recently. Mansui defended herself, piquing my curiosity. Oh, so, over these years, have you genuinely developed a fear of the dark? Yes, and it terrifies me. Mansui lowered her head and sighed. Would you like to know, Liang? Of course, I nodded. Chapter 58, The Corrupt Official. When I first established grain, manpower was scarce, and many tasks fell solely upon my shoulders. During one outing, I was ambushed by the minions of the pig demon and sought refuge in an abandoned house. Just as they were about to enter, the building collapsed. At that moment, darkness enveloped me completely, and I was truly frightened. I feared for my life. Mansui's expression was complex. Why was she afraid of death? When she left home, she showed no fear. While seeking revenge, she also exhibited no fear. Yet, upon encountering Liang and departing from him, she began to fear death. Was it solely for the sake of vengeance? I hope so. Ah, so that was the case, I mused, nodding. In retrospect, it is indeed somewhat terrifying. Mansway sighed, admitting that even she was unsure how she managed to crawl out of the ruins with her frail body. The only thing that sustained her was the will to survive, alongside her fragile form. Mansui's words reminded me of a time during a military campaign when I was struck by an arrow. The arrow was aimed at the king of the rebels. As one of his 2 guards, it was my duty to shield him. I succeeded in blocking the first arrow, but not the second, and it pierced my abdomen, causing me to fall from my horse. Had the king not caught me before I hit the ground, I would have perished from the humiliation of being trampled by my own steed. Fortunately, that battle concluded swiftly, and one might consider it a stroke of luck that after being bandaged, I astonishingly regained my strength. Such resilience is something even the great Tang Wang has not encountered. It was during this time that the guard, surnamed Wang, began to value me more, and in subsequent marches, we forged a friendship. Soon after, we retired for the night, for we had preparations to make for the morrow and could not afford to linger in slumber, lest we succumb to the same fate as this afternoon. When I collapsed into sleep, the night passed in silence. It was the look in Chun San's eyes that lingered with me. When he spoke of departing Pengcheng for Yangzhou in 3 days, a sense of melancholy and resolve washed over him, though it quickly dissipated. He seemed to clench his fists, but I cannot discern clearly. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. What thoughts occupied his mind? Before leaving Pengcheng for Yangzhou, were there unresolved matters? I would inquire shortly. If they were trivial, I could address them within 3 days. Recently, my responsibilities had considerably diminished, no longer chaotic as before. Yet I felt as though I had forgotten something. I exhaled through my nose. What year was it in the reign of Chongzhen? I was nearly at a loss. Chun San, Yang Jian, come forth. I rapped on their door, and Yang Jian's voice emerged from within. All right, Liang, I shall be out shortly. I chuckled softly, leaning back against the armrest, my gaze fixed on the door. Suddenly, a short dart whizzed by, and I tilted my head just in time to glance into the room. Yang Jian and Chun San lay unconscious on the floor, while a man, resembling my stature, stood inside. Who are you? I demanded, eager to uncover his identity and intentions. Yet, I scoffed at his audacity to ambush without even basic intelligence. You need not concern yourself with me, he sneered as he lunged forward. I braced myself against the armrest, rolling away from his assault. He drew a machete, cleaving through wood, and I leaped from the 2nd floor to the ground below. He followed suit, striking repeatedly, but I deftly evaded each blow. Just as he prepared to thrust again, a long sword pressed against his throat. With beads of sweat cascading from his brow, the cold perspiration enveloped him in an instant. A mere shift of the sword's angle would seal his fate. I clapped my hands, a smile gracing my lips. Damn it, Liang, are you toying with me? His words were cut short as someone behind him delivered a kick, sending him to his knees. Silence. How tiresome, I chided, my patience wearing thin after being roused early. To berate in her presence was sheer arrogance. I thought with a cold gaze at the kneeling man before me. With a swift motion, I raised my leg and struck. The floor bore the imprint of his face as he was pressed into it. It dawned on me why I felt a sense of forgetfulness. I had overlooked the corrupt official. Gazing at the unconscious man on the floor, the pieces fell into place, and Chun San's situation became clearer. After 2 days of a comfortable existence, I had nearly forgotten the perilous figures that loomed, a state uncharacteristic of me, and even less so of Mansway. Yet, we had so unexpectedly neglected the matter of the corrupt official. However, as we prepared to journey to Yangzhou, it seemed unlikely that his grasp would extend that far, rendering him irrelevant to us. The only troubling aspect was Chun San. He sought vengeance, akin to Mansway of old, willing to pay any price, heedless of the repercussions, to exact retribution. Regrettably, we could not assist him. We preferred to avoid entanglements of vengeance, for my own demise loomed imminent. What purpose did it serve a dead man to dwell on such matters? Yet, perhaps it was merely a stroke of fortune for him. My previous thoughts were merely pessimistic, not reflective of my current mindset. It was the selfishness of a bandit, now transformed into the serenity of a chivalrous spirit. Upon encountering Yuan and the others in Yangzhou, I would part ways with them, embarking alone on a quest for the corrupt official to carry out an assassination. It would fulfill my chivalrous dream, akin to the unwritten chapters of a tale where a lone hero infiltrates the den of a corrupt official armed with a single sword, compelling the villain to beg for mercy and aiding the common folk. How grand it seemed. In the setting sun, I had once discussed with Man Sui the possibility of avenging ourselves upon the pig demon, contemplating a direct confrontation, albeit an impractical one. Moreover, should the pig demon perish, countless others would rise in its stead. Such a resolution was but a fleeting remedy, my vision too short-sighted for permanence. I mused upon these thoughts. Yet we had not yet reached Yangzhou. Unforeseen events might arise along the way, and should calamity strike, our plans would be upended. Ah yes, the corrupt official seemed to have connections with Man Sui. She had mentioned how a tax collector suddenly appeared at her home, contributing to her family's plight. Both the tax collector and his superior, the corrupt official, were targets of revenge. Chapter 59. The duel. My gaze returned to the man sprawled on the floor, still unconscious. Man Sui, bind him. Let us see if we can extract any useful information once he awakens, I instructed. Why must I do the work again? Man Sui replied, her tone laced with dissatisfaction as she elongated her words. Nevertheless, she set about fetching 2 thick ropes, binding the man securely before brushing off her hands. How filthy, she exclaimed, regarding the man as if he were refuse, contemplating a swift execution. Well, we can always bathe once we reach Yangzhou, I reassured her, hoisting the man and tossing him into our quarters. After she brought a bucket of water, I doused him without hesitation. Ah, he screamed, seemingly still lingering in the agony of being embedded in the floor from my earlier kick. Regaining his senses, despite being bound, he squirmed backward like a worm, staring at me as though I were a specter. Am I truly that terrifying? I inquired of Man Sui. No, dear Liang, you are quite handsome, she complimented, though her words perplexed me, leaving me unable to articulate why. Perhaps in the eyes of my enemies, I appeared fearsome, yet in Man Sui's gaze, I was something else entirely. Hey, I said, my voice laced with intent. Ah, he trembled, quaking with fear, unable to utter a word. If this continued, he might not even disclose his name, let alone anything else. I sighed, retreating slightly, whispering to Man Sui, you take over, he is frightened of me. After stepping back to a safe distance, I unsheathed my sword, prepared for any eventuality. What is your name? Man Sui leaned in, posing simple questions. I am, he stammered. But as he opened his mouth, his wrist suddenly twisted, revealing something concealed in his grasp. My eyes narrowed, and I charged forward, sword aimed to strike. What audacity fueled him to attempt an assassination on Man Sui before me? Did he believe his ruse had deceived us? Or did he consider his agility superior to Yang Jian's? In his eyes, a blend of reluctance and terror reflected the glint of my sword and the predatory glimmer in my gaze. TCH, Man Sui remarked, hands on her hips, observing the man whose skull I had pierced, ultimately yielding no answers. This man was likely a trained assassin, hence his reckless desperation. As I gazed upon the lifeless body and the small knife clutched in his hand, we were left to ponder how to resolve the matter once more. Shall we resort to a similar fate for his tongue? It is not merely a question of whether a man can endure the sight of a naked figure. I simply do not wish for MNSU to be subjected to such encounters. Furthermore, this establishment is not a tavern of reputable standing, and the ebb and flow of patrons is inevitable. We cannot predict if an unexpected visitor might intrude upon our affairs. Liang has only suffered a graze to his head. The blood can be contained. First, we shall bind his head tightly with cloth, then wrap his body in a bedsheet and stow him in a wooden box, transporting him beyond the city limits. Is that acceptable? MNSU proposed, acknowledging the risks involved. Yet in these precarious times, who would pay heed? As long as we do not create too much commotion, even the authorities are unlikely to intervene. We could simply spend the night outside the city. So, let us first attend to the bloodstains. As we nearly completed our task, a sudden sound pierced the air, sending chills down my spine, almost triggering an instinctive response. Fortunately, the arrow did not fly towards me, but instead lodged itself into the wall, leaving a network of cracks resembling spiderwebs. Was this Liang? MNSU retrieved a piece of paper attached to the arrow and waved it before me. A line was inscribed upon it. "This letter is for Li Ying." A letter? My brow furrowed. At such a time, who would send me a missive? I do not recall having many acquaintances. Well, Li Ying, you should read it. After all, it is addressed to you, and I ought not to pry. MNSU handed the letter to me, urging me to read. Upon unrolling the note, I recognized the handwriting and could not help but smile. It was him. Yet, he should not be here, having traveled thousands of miles solely to challenge me to a duel. Moreover, how could the Chuang Wang be without his 2 guards while I am now absent too? What will become of him? MNSU. I shall depart at the hour of Asachin. Do not worry. I merely wish to practice my skills. I informed MNSU. No problem. He nodded in agreement, noting that procuring a wooden box would be a simple task. At the appointed hour of Asachin, I arrived at the grove outside the city. Standing poised with my sword, gazing intently at the figure before me, I remained silent, fixated on him, gripping the hilt of my sword with a comfortable yet powerful stance. Li Ying, it has been many days since we last met, he laughed, drawing a long knife from behind him, pointing it directly at me. His intentions were apparent. He sought to claim my head. However, as a long-standing rival and comrade, I knew his tactics well. His strategy involved an initial frontal assault, followed by a rear attack, with lateral strikes as support and a final downward slash aimed at my lower body. Very familiar tactics. I often found myself at a disadvantage against his swift blade. Yet, I always managed to counterattack with an unexpected maneuver. This time would be no different. I could not afford to lose. At worst, a draw would suffice. "Huh," he bellowed, lifting the long knife to strike at me with ferocity, the sound of wind slicing through the air. "Come at me." With a surge of energy from my left leg, I swung my sword, immediately following with a kick aimed at his waist. Yet, it was not so simple. He grasped my shoulder and evaded, but I managed to seize his garment in return. "Huh," he roared, muscles tensed, while I smirked, driving my right knee into his left leg. As he attempted to evade, I thrust my sword toward his throat. Remarkably agile, I praised, but he swiftly parried my strike with his knife, deflecting it and countering with a slash of his own. My eyes narrowed. His attacks came like a tempest, yet I could discern a flaw amidst his relentless assault. As I had anticipated, I would not falter, and neither would I now. I drew my long sword, targeting his eyes, the most conspicuous of vulnerabilities. I needed him to take the bait. Should he believe this was my sole point of attack, he would be outmatched. Naturally, I remained vigilant. His prowess was formidable, and underestimating an adversary could lead to dire consequences. Under my offensive, he parried my blade, but alas, my aim was never truly directed at his eyes. Instead, I sought the openings revealed when he lifted his knife. With a deft change in the angle of my blade, I aimed for his ribs, perhaps too swiftly for him to react with a block. As a seasoned soldier, he would instinctively prepare for any potential weaknesses. He evaded, and my sword clashed against his, ringing out. "Huh!" I leveraged the recoil to create distance, and as he swung downwards, I seized a moment, positioning my sword at his throat. He lowered his head and sighed. I chuckled softly, sheathing my sword. Exhaling a deep breath, I stood tall, and he followed suit, stretching his limbs. "When will I ever best you?" he lamented. "It is always a draw or my defeat. How frustrating. Perhaps with a few more years of practice." WNJNCI. I jested, playfully striking his shoulder, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. "Could you not temper your strength, you brute?" he retorted, a smirk on his lips. This man, WNJNCI, served as one of the 2 elite guards under the Chuang Wang Li Zicheng and was a former lieutenant. Having lost his family to famine in Shaanxi, he chose to remain in service rather than return to a life of hardship. Thus, he had been associated with the Chuang Wang longer than I, though I was the first guard. Now, my purpose here extends beyond mere sparring. I must inform you that the corrupt official you have recently crossed has arrived near Pengcheng. I cannot ascertain whether his men have laid an ambush, so exercise caution. I'm not ready to lose you yet. Also, there are some brothers from the uprising near Pengcheng. In a few days, I shall summon them. As a former lieutenant, I still wield a modicum of influence. Vengeful NCE remarked, nudging my shoulder. I listened to him, nodding with a smile. "Wait, do not rush off just yet. I have more questions for you." I called after him. "Oh, what inquiries?" "As one of the Chuang Wang's elite guards, how did you manage to depart the army, even with other rebel forces around?" It seems improbable they would allow you to come alone. I crossed my arms, suspecting he might have deserted his post just to engage with me. Oh well, the Chuang army is indeed nearby. The recent hostilities have not been particularly intense, with other units engaged at the front. The Chuang Wang wished to join me in practice, but as the commander, he had pressing matters to attend to, so he regrettably postponed our meeting, he explained. Oh, speaking of which, the Chuang Wang asked me to convey a message to you. He cleared his throat. Liang, have you found your lady? How fair your relationship these days? The unmistakable chuckle at the end was Wing-J-N-C-I-S own amusement. After bidding Wing-J-N-C-I farewell, I visited a pawn shop in the city and procured a wooden box, measuring it for size. It should be just ample enough to accommodate a lifeless body, for the deceased need not stand upright. After all, even if one were to break the bones, they could still fit within. Having come all the way to Pengcheng, it seemed I would have to prepare for an encirclement. I would inform YNJI in advance, advising her to leave at a later hour. Liang was unaware that, in the company of 3 others, particularly MNSU, his predatory instincts were gradually diminishing. As that ferocity waned, he risked becoming nothing more than a docile creature. Liang would never wish for the day he lost his wolf-like ferocity and became an old dog. With a crash, I pushed open the door to my room, wiping the sweat from my brow, and tossed the wooden box onto the floor. I lifted my gaze to find YNGN and CH and staring at me in a daze, behaving like 2 simpletons. Well, they're what they are, I thought, chuckling silently to myself. MNSU, have you finished tidying up? I averted my gaze from the 2 fellows and turned towards Man Sui. To my surprise, a quilt suddenly flew towards me, enveloping my face and plunging my vision into darkness. I felt myself pressed against the wall. Observing her beaming smile, I realized with resignation that this little rascal was always scheming to play tricks on me. By the way, I should remind you that our departure for Yangzhou is just a few days away. Suddenly recalling Wang Jinsai's words, I reiterated them to them. Recently, the minions of those corrupt officials have spread throughout the outskirts of the city. If we wait a few more days, my friend will bring some people for us. I earnestly warned them, until I receive accurate news regarding your departure, under no circumstances should you leave the city, except in special situations. Oh, we understand. But what about Sister Yen? Man Sui nodded, her legs crossed, propping herself up on the bed as she asked. I haven't looked for Sister Yen yet, but she is well informed and should know before me. After explaining, I settled down onto a chair. Hee, Liang Yi, this dish was specially cooked for you by Sister Sui. Do taste it. Yang Jin cheerily patted my back, pointing at a dish in the center of the table. I glanced at Man Sui. She seemed lost in thought, gazing out the window, ignoring us. After taking a bite, I savored it. It was quite good, certainly much better than when she was young, and the significance of this dish, made just for me, distinguished it from others. Praise for Man Sui. Critique of Man Sui, well, after all, it was she who made it, and her culinary skills had improved significantly. This heartfelt gesture deserved my utmost commendation. It's quite good, I remarked. And it seemed that Man Sui, staring out the window, slightly fluttered her eyelashes, then pretended to casually glance at me. Upon noticing my gaze, she nonchalantly turned away. Is Man Sui rather cute? Wait, isn't she entirely unrelated to cuteness? My face twitched as I silently facepalmed. How could I associate cuteness with Man Sui? Surely, it should be her gallant demeanor when wielding a sword or her calmness during deception. Alas, over the years, having lived as a bandit for so long, I have forgotten much of what I learned in my youth. It must be my tongue to blame. Yes, blame it solely on my tongue. Chapter 61. The Kind-Hearted Individual. Relief money, a herd of elephants stampeded over the corpses and the barely breathing, blood splattering everywhere, with stones and debris raining down. The earth and sky were drenched in blood. Liang frantically dodged the stampeding elephants and the stones that occasionally fell from above. He could not afford to die, nor did he wish to. He could not die because he bore his father's life entrusted to him. He did not want to die. Driven by primal instinct and the dreams he had yet to fulfill, Liang fled, fortunate to escape the sudden explosion, untouched by the falling stones or trampled by the panicked elephants. He was lucky to have survived, yet simultaneously unfortunate. His home was gone, and his family was lost. His only hope now rested on the relief funds from the court. Hey, brother, you escaped too? A girl, seemingly of similar age, grabbed Liang's arm. He turned to face her. She appeared frail, her eyes clear. Yes, my family is gone, and we're left with nothing. At that moment, Liang realized the true importance of money. Without it, survival depended on others. Oh, I see. Just as Liang intended to suggest they travel together, the girl suddenly leapt up, toppled him, and snatched his bag. Liang sat there in a daze, watching her retreating figure, which seemed to mock him, yet also evoke pity. He wanted to chase after her, but ultimately gave up, knowing it would be futile and, perhaps, to conserve his energy. She ran off, and Liang could still clearly see her joining an adult, together opening the bag. Fortunately, he had no money left. The bag contained only some stones he had collected for self-defense. Sure enough, the two figures examined the contents, disdainfully discarding the stones onto the ground while hurling a few curses before leaving him behind. With trembling arms, Liang pushed himself up. His knees were scraped in several places, but he stood up, determined to reach the distribution of funds as quickly as possible. He sniffled, wiping his tears and snot with his sleeve, not knowing when they had started flowing, yet feeling an overwhelming urge to cry. He was not this fragile, but cry was indeed the only thing he could do now. No, there were two options, to die or to flee. Upon reaching the government office for relief funds, Liang stood in a long line, growing weary. It seemed that only one person moved ahead before the queue stagnated. Neither he nor the others dared to shift, fearing their funds would be depleted if they left. Liang sat in the dusty ground, swallowing hard. His throat was parched. As the line stretched like a dragon, the people in front began to disperse, abandoning their weight. Liang was puzzled. Was it because the funds had been distributed, or did they simply not want to wait any longer? Surely no one would forego money. Thinking this, Liang did not dare delay, fearing a moment's hesitation would allow someone to cut in line. He quickly stood up and rushed towards the wooden table. However, when he arrived at the opulent-looking table, the officials had vanished, leaving only a wooden plaque behind. Liang recognized the characters, having accompanied his father in trade. He had learned some, and he silently read the words inscribed on the plaque. With each passing moment, his gaze grew more vacant, dimming further. The people behind him crowded closer. Some recognized the characters and began to read aloud, their voices booming enough for the illiterate to comprehend. Soon, some erupted in curses, while others walked away, seemingly resigned to the news. Due to the unexpected explosion, the court bears no responsibility and will not disburse any relief funds. The court expresses deep sorrow for the civilians who lost their lives and families in this natural disaster. Below this, another line read, "Notice, other individuals are warned not to cause disturbances or the constables will enforce capture." The court had not provided them with food or relief funds. They had wasted their time standing in line for nothing. Where were the funds? Where was the food? And what about Liang? They knew nothing. Their only understanding being that the court did not regard their lives as valuable, that the corrupt officials had embezzled the money that rightfully belonged to them. Liang, lost and despondent, sat alone in a corner, his last hope of survival shattered. He had no idea what to do next. Without money, he could accomplish nothing. It was only later, while seeking work in the capital and earning a meager wage, that Liang learned through the conversations of customers the true reason behind the absence of relief funds. The money was abundant, yet it had all been appropriated for the construction of a memorial hall for a deceased eunuch. Before seeking employment, he had visited the site. The building was beautiful. It felt like daggers stabbing into his heart, blood flowing endlessly. The frustration of the group was palpable, urging each other to hasten their actions. Yet, despite their reluctance, one individual, endowed with an acute sense of hearing, remained acutely aware of the unfolding events. Even when he wished to ignore the cacophony around him, his ears betrayed him, as if he were being punished for some unseen transgression. He had encountered those girls before, including the one who had once captivated him with her delicate beauty. As they entered, several were swiftly dismissed, leaving behind those more aesthetically pleasing, chosen by the proprietor for private quarters. He knew all too well the fate that awaited them, but he felt powerless to intervene. Furthermore, there was the girl who attempted to pilfer from him. Had he possessed anything of value, he might have fallen victim to her deceit. At this moment, he found himself merely a detached observer of the grim realities surrounding him. The world at large knew of the gallant hero who boldly infiltrated the lairs of corrupt officials. Yet few understood the tragic fate that awaited such a hero after the deed was done. Whether pierced by countless arrows or witnessing the slaughter of those he sought to save, he remained elusive to capture, but burdened by the weight of lives lost, ultimately leading to his own demise. The desire to be virtuous in such tumultuous times came with its own steep price. Chapter 62. Pursued. It was utterly disheartening to discover that the pursuers had followed them into the Hoyula. Within her antiquely adorned chamber sat a strikingly beautiful woman. The scent of aged wood intended to soothe her spirit, yet it only served to amplify her anxiety. Alas, their departure from the city would be delayed yet again. The young girl and Liang were likely unaware of the situation, and when they finally met, she would have to break the news to them. With a gentle twist of her hair, she turned her gaze to the window. Outside, a gentle rain began to fall, the soft patter resonating against the ground and window panes, creating a melodious symphony. In the land of Jiangnan, such rainfall was not uncommon, yet she was acutely aware that in Shaanxi, drought had ravaged the earth, leaving it cracked and parched. If only this rain could reach her homeland, perhaps her family would not have resorted to selling her. Ironically, before she could be sold, she was abducted, a comical twist of fate. Reflecting on this, she found herself envious of Sue. At least her father had loved her enough not to abandon her, even in their direst circumstances. Though now affluent, she often wondered how she had endured the days of poverty. No one knew, not even herself, as she buried those memories deep within, reluctant to unearth them again and inflict further pain upon her heart. If given the chance, she would choose to be Sue, blessed with a loving father, a skilled grandfather in the kitchen, and a self-reliant woman of the world, herself. Yet, she hesitated. If she were truly Sue, who would take her place? She wished for no one else to endure her trials, for such experiences were intolerable, and only she could navigate them with such grace. She longed to assist more people, akin to the gallant heroes and virtuous officials depicted in tales. Speaking of which, could Liang be considered one of them? To be honest, had Sue not been by his side, she might have found herself drawn to him, for individuals like him were a rarity in these times. He embodied the essence of a hero, albeit lacking something indefinable. Yet, Sue was undeniably fortunate. How she envied her. With a light chuckle, she shook her head and closed her eyes. Is it good, Liang? At that moment, Sue seemed to feign ignorance, blinking innocently as she asked. That's a relief. I was worried it might not suit your taste. Sue, upon hearing a different compliment, visibly brightened at the higher praise. I forgot to mention something. As she continued eating, she suddenly remembered to inform them about Wang Jinsai's identity. Wait, haven't you eaten? Noticing the untouched dishes on the table, she realized they had been waiting for her. This feeling was quite pleasant. A wave of emotion washed over her, but she managed to hold back the tears. Despite the sentiment, she could not appear weak before them, for she had cultivated an image of reliability within their group. If she were to cry like a child daily, how could she establish her authority? Here we go. Sue giggled softly, amused by her delayed reaction, as she settled beside her and began to serve herself. Watching her eat, the woman took Sue's bowl, scooped some rice, and placed it in front of her, gently advising, don't spill it on yourself. Got it, Liang Yi. Let's eat. Sue's mouth was stuffed with food as she settled down, ready to discuss Wang Jinkai. There's nothing to hide. The person who invited me out is a dear friend from the military, named Wang Jinkai. He is a former deputy general and currently serves as a guard for the Chuanwan. His skills are commendable, and he has come to spar with me. Don't worry, I'm unscathed. She caught Sue's sidelong glance and added, reassuring her before she resumed her meal. Indeed, he lost. My strength surpasses his by a margin. Just as she was about to mention that the Chuan army was nearby, a sudden knock interrupted her. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed 4 times, the last knock resonating louder than the rest. Yang Jian, and she rose swiftly, treading lightly to the door, pressing against the wall. Have you heard the name Yunjia? Came the inquiry from outside. Sue's pupils narrowed, yet she responded, I haven't heard of her, I don't know her. Bang! With a mighty blow, the door splintered, and they burst through. In an instant, she reached for her weapon. Hey, little girl. A woman should provide me some comfort for a while. Damn it. I've been searching all morning and have hardly encountered any women. The towering man cursed, advancing towards Sue. Calmly seated, Sue took a sip of water, her eyes not even lifting, yet to the brute, this appeared as a sign of surrender. Just as his powerful arm reached for Sue, a long sword cleaved into his neck, not fully penetrating, but enough to be fatal. It was then that the brute realized two men had been concealed behind him. Clutching his bleeding throat, he struggled to utter a word, thinking, if I were to end up like this, it would be quite the irony. The little mute once pretended to be mute, and now I am a mute. Fortunately, such a day would not come. His eyes widened in rage as he attempted to lunge at Sue, only to be deftly sidestepped, followed by a kick to his head, which sent him crashing into the wooden floor. With a calm demeanor, Chun San sipped his tea, seemingly unfazed, as if he had witnessed such chaos before. What a display of prowess, Su Jian Liang Yi, he mused, wishing for the day he would embody such strength. At least, I must wait until I grow up. Chun San concluded, for without maturity, there could be no valor. He would merely be a child. I must grow up quickly. Casting a glance at the fallen brute, she clicked her tongue, estimating him to be yet another hired killer. Kill him. There will surely be others. No need to focus solely on this one. Chapter 63. The storm approaches. Things had taken a turn for the worse. The influx of visitors was increasing daily. It was evident without much thought that these were the minions of corrupt officials. Remaining in the city was akin to waiting for doom. Sooner or later, they would encircle the entire area surrounding Pengcheng. When that day arrived, not even Wang Jinkai and his men would be able to rescue her. Only the Chuan Wang could lead an armed force to their salvation. Rather than languish in confinement for an entire lifetime, it was far better to take the initiative and set out today. Though it was a risky endeavor, it was worth the gamble. If they could break free from the pursuit, success would be within reach. Once they arrived in Yangzhou, even the most powerful officials would not dare extend their influence that far. In Yangzhou, there exists an official named Lu Ziqing, who would not tolerate a corrupt official from Shanbei disturbing his governance. This matter concerns his dignity. It is unacceptable for a mere official to compel him to seek assistance. Akin to a decrepit dog, rendering him unfit for the role of a local magistrate in Yangzhou. As I pondered the name Lu Ziqing, I contemplated his character. The conclusion was, damn it, I cursed again, overturning all previous thoughts. Lu Ziqing is unequivocally a scoundrel. How could one place hope in his hands? Lu Ziqing is excessively ambitious, weak of temperament, and harbors ulterior motives. We must not entrust our hopes to him. However, recent whispers suggest that Zhou Yanru is set to arrive in Yangzhou, and Lu Ziqing will undoubtedly go out to greet him. At that time, a change of officials will occur, and we shall finally be safe. I exhaled deeply, then turned to Man Sui and the others. If we were to take risks, protecting their safety was paramount. Then there was Sister Yun. I wondered if she would agree. If she did not, we would be left with just a few of us, still on foot, as we had not prepared a carriage in advance. They would certainly not anticipate our venture beyond the city gates today, so we would take the chance. My gaze sharpened as I addressed the conversing group. The plan has changed. We leave the city now. Escape. Initially, Yang Jin seemed indifferent, but upon hearing the word escape, he froze, quickly grasping my intent without further inquiry. Man Sui appeared to have anticipated this outcome. Although surprised by the immediacy of our departure, she merely nodded in acknowledgement. Chun Sen exhibited a curious blend of fear and expectation in his eyes. What was he anticipating? I found myself doubting him. Not that he would ally with a corrupt official, but rather that if misfortune befell him during our flight, I could not guarantee his safety, and it might endanger us all. The four of us exited the inn to seek Sister Yun at Huaiyue Building. She must have learned of the siege. It would depend on her choice. Can we see Sister Yun? Man Sui inquired of the two guards at the entrance. The guards, having been well acquainted with us due to Sister Yun's hospitality, readily agreed, sending one inside to find her. Wait here, I said, leaning against the wall, closing my eyes to gather my thoughts. The days ahead would be fraught with peril. We lacked the means to retaliate against an enemy as formidable as the bandits from our previous encounter. Slaying 100 pigs would tire any man, let alone 100 people, and each life I took would weigh heavier on my soul, potentially leading to an irredeemable fate. After a while, Sister Yin descended with the guard, her demeanor poised, fanning herself with a round fan as she approached us. This is not a suitable place for conversation. Follow me. We nodded and followed her to a house at the corner of the city, one she had purchased for discreet discussions. She smoothed her skirt and took a seat on a wooden chair. Do not feel too constrained. Please sit. We all settled down. Sister Yun then inquired, is there something urgent to discuss? Let me guess. It's because Shi Pengru has sent people to surround Pengcheng, preventing you from reaching Yangzhou, right? She placed her hand on her chin, and before we could respond, she continued, in the end, you wish to avoid waiting here to die and choose to leave the city today, correct? Indeed, that Shi Pengru is the corrupt official you have angered, she added, reminding us of his identity. I was taken aback by her swift deductions. In such a short time, she had discerned our predicament. Yet, given her intelligence, it was not entirely surprising. Liang, come with me to the adjoining room. Suddenly, she called my name. Frowning slightly, I rose and followed her into the private space. Leaning against the wall, she began, let me be frank. I believe you have encountered those looking for me, haven't you? You may choose to escape with my carriage. For Shi Pengru is indeed after me. Her eyes dimmed momentarily before regaining their luster. This is not your concern. He seeks only to capture me, as he had chosen me as a child bride in Shanbei. However, I was deceived and ended up in Chang'an. Now, he has tracked me here. He cannot brazenly march in to seize me. So upon hearing of my intention to leave the city, he naturally sent people to encircle it. Sister Yun slowly revealed her connection to the scoundrel Shi Pengru. This situation was indeed troublesome, but solvable. It now depended on our choices. Choice of affection, escape with Sister Yun, ensuring her safety and giving Man Sui peace of mind. Allow Sister Yun to leave alone, waiting for her subordinates to depart before safely taking a carriage to Yangzhou. If what Sister Yun said was true, as long as she surrendered to Shi Pengru, we could leave Pengcheng unscathed, using her carriage to reach Yangzhou. Yet, in all honesty, could I truly reconcile with the idea of sacrificing her for our escape? What would Man Sui think? Such an action would undoubtedly betray her expectations of me. Sister Yun, I apologize. I cannot abandon you to confront that scoundrel alone. After careful consideration, I resolved to take Sister Yun with us. Taking a risk was far better than succumbing to death. To my surprise, Sister Yun candidly expressed her astonishment. She truly did not anticipate anyone would choose not to leave her behind in this society. Should I call you foolish or kind-hearted? Chapter 64. The escape begins. Very well. I shall accompany you on this escape. I, too, do not wish to meet my end. Sister Yun nodded in agreement with my decision. Oh, I've finished speaking. She scoffed lightly, seemingly amused by my slowness in grasping her intentions. I understand now. I realized her earlier explanation had indeed conveyed her thoughts and clarified her previous position. I was uncertain if this choice was correct, but to act with a clear conscience, to honor the chivalric ideals in my heart, seemed the most righteous course of action. Much like Chin-san, perhaps what once seemed an implausible decision might ultimately yield unexpected rewards, leaving one grateful. We stood at the back gate, awaiting the carriage's arrival. Following Man Sui's route towards our final destination, Yangzhou. Hey, are you the ones who hire the carriage? Called the driver, accompanied by the sound of a whistle as two carriages came to a halt. It was evident Sister Yun had not relinquished her intent to transport her silver, a sentiment I understood well from my own experiences of financial hardship. The number of carriages had diminished from 3 to 1, indicating that Sister Yun prioritized her life above all else. We boarded the carriage. Fortunately, it was spacious enough to accommodate all 5 of us. Sister Yun and Man Sui sat on one side, while the 3 of us occupied the other. Man Sui shifted her long sword from her back to her waist, drawing a surprised glance from Sister Yun, who had aspirations of martial training but lamented her lack of time. Chun-san and Yang Jian possessed some self-defense skills, while my duty was to ensure their safety. If we could survive this trial, safety would be within our grasp. Although I had mentally prepared for the possibility of death, who could claim to remain calm when truly confronted with mortality? I attempted to alleviate my anxiety through controlled breathing, yet it proved futile. I felt the rapid pounding of my heart intensify, yet I could find no respite. I could only bow my head and close my eyes. Liangyi, are you nervous? A pair of delicate hands, full of vitality, suddenly grasped mine. I lifted my head to gaze at her. Are you lost in your thoughts again? Why do you always dwell on the negative? The situation has not yet reached its direst point. Do not fret. Liang Yi, our luck has always been favorable. I had previously declared that her life was one I alone could take. A chuckle escaped me. After all, she was just a child, so her behavior was hardly surprising. Suddenly, a chilling scream from the coachman pierced the air, followed by a blade slicing through the curtain, aimed directly at Man Sui. "You underestimate me," Man Sui muttered, and in a flash, she deflected the attacker's knife with her sword and burst out of the carriage. We followed closely behind. I pulled Yunjie down and tossed her next to Yang Jian. Oof! She emitted a muffled sound as Yang Jian caught her in his arms, their eyes meeting. "Don't let go. I can stand on my own," Yunjie insisted first. Yang Jian promptly understood and shielded her behind him as he moved closer to Liang. Chun San and Yang Jian flanked me, with Man Sui at my back, forming a defensive square to withstand attacks from all directions. I felt a twinge of regret for the coachman, but we lacked the time for mourning. Once we escaped, we would erect a monument in honor of the two coachmen. However, should we fail to flee, I would join them in death. Soon, we found ourselves surrounded by numerous individuals, although they bore no armor. Their demeanor was markedly superior to that of the bandits, and their skills were undoubtedly more refined. I had no confidence in facing them head-on. "Surrender quickly. We can still treat you well," the leader, wielding a gleaming silver knife, threatened us. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Man Sui retorted mercilessly. The leader was momentarily taken aback, then hissed with murderous intent, "You little girl, do you have any idea what it means to face death?" "Apologies, but I truly do not. Though I assure you it is far better than being a dog for others." Man Sui shot back, her grip on my hand tightening. "Just wait until I catch you. I will make you suffer before I kill you." The leader, clearly infuriated, spat obscenities at Man Sui. I narrowed my eyes, committing his words to memory. If we could not escape, I would first take his life as an offering to the heavens. If we did escape, I would slay him in tribute to Man Sui. Regardless, he must die. I silently resolved this and subtly entwined my fingers with Man Sui's, steadying my voice as I spoke. "Sui, I am about to run." I hooked her pinky with my finger, then pressed my middle finger against her palm. Once, twice, thrice. Man Sui glanced towards the others. Yang Jian and Yun Jie comprehended, while Chun San remained oblivious. As for the henchmen, they would not act recklessly. First, I gripped my longsword tightly. Second, I tightened my hold on Man Sui's hand, and, sensing my anxiety, she grasped mine in return. Third, my legs propelled me forward with sudden force. "Run!" I shouted, and Yang Jian and Yun Jie were already prepared, sprinting alongside me. Chun San hesitated for a moment, but dodged an incoming strike, retaliating with a kick to the assailant's head before racing towards me. At that moment, the true escape began. Chapter 65. Deadlock. Every muscle in my body tensed, my reflexes heightened to an extraordinary degree. I was acutely aware of any disturbance, ready to retaliate. We were in a dire predicament, yet I had to ensure their safe passage, even if it meant sacrificing myself. Yun Jie, lacking martial prowess, began to falter. Without Yang Jian's support, she would have surely collapsed after a few more steps. "Damn it, Yun Jie!" Yang Jian gritted his teeth, seized her arm, and while running, bent slightly to hoist her onto his back. This would undoubtedly drain his strength, but such concerns were trivial at this moment. "Thank you," Yun Jie murmured, seemingly surprised by Yang Jian's choice. She lacked the energy to ponder further and rested against his back. Yang Jian exhaled heavily, and upon noticing his condition, I slightly eased my pace while maintaining distance from our pursuers. I abruptly turned around, retreating 2 steps and crouching down, just in time to see 2 daggers embed themselves where I stood moments earlier. Quick reflexes, I noted as 2 assailants armed with short swords approached, their movements synchronized as if they were a single entity. Yang Jian, burdened with Yun Jie, could not free his hands. I had just concealed myself behind the tree and could not protect him and Yun Jie. Man Sui was entangled with another attacker. Yang Jian's eyes reddened with determination as he faced the impending doom, only to notice a swift figure rushing towards him. A small knife appeared in the hands of the newcomer, thrown with precision, causing one of the attackers to narrowly miss Yang Jian's face. "Thanks, San," Yang Jian exclaimed, his foot lifting to land a kick in the assailant's abdomen, forcing him back a step. I grasped my longsword, striking down at the one attempting to ambush Yang Jian from behind. Once Yang Jian set Yun Jie down, he drew his sword, engaging the two attackers in combat. Liang Ye, Man Sui suddenly called out to me. I kicked aside the man before me and looked over. She was surrounded by 3 opponents. A corpse lying on the ground. Evidently, she had managed to kill one while fighting 4. Her second strike landed on another's arm, causing him to stagger back, only to be pushed down by another approaching assailant. Another individual leaped over their fallen comrade, and I precisely struck at his thigh, sending him stumbling. He cried, clutching his leg as he retreated. Meanwhile, Man Sui and I coordinated our attacks, her sword thrust forward with lethal precision, forcing her opponent to evade, allowing me to push the one in front of me off balance, nearly causing him to fall. My hand swiftly seized his arm, and with my sword angled downwards, I pierced his neck. Blood splattered across my face as I withdrew my silver blade and struck at the man behind me. Damn it! A bunch of useless fools. The leader, Li Jin, cursed angrily, his expression shifting between rage and pain before he sighed, glancing at his subordinates. Let us see how you evade this time, he muttered, his cruel smile reminiscent of the demons inscribed in ancient texts. Chun San, I yelled to the retreating Chun San, who quickly understood and dodged another strike, tripping the assailant. I surged forward, my sword falling upon him, staining it red with his blood. Be careful, Liang Yi. A flash of cold light grazed my face, reflecting Man Sui's serious expression as another burst of blood erupted. I won't miss again, I responded, seizing the next assailant by the collar, driving my knee into his abdomen. He gasped, nearly retching, as I slammed his head to the ground and pinned him beneath my foot. Man Sui swiftly followed, delivering a finishing blow. While Yang Jian faced 5 or 6 opponents alone, the scene descending into chaos. Chun San stealthily approached a man from behind, leaping up to swiftly slice his throat. Those around him were taken aback, astonished that a mere child would dare to strike with such audacity. As the man turned to retaliate, his attack was evaded by Chun San, who skillfully utilized his small stature to slip away, resulting in a blade piercing his leg. You little brat. I will slaughter you. The man bellowed in a fit of impotent rage, only to be met with another strike from Chun San, this time aimed at his groin, nearly severing him in 2. Damn it. It was likely that Chun San had learned this sinister technique from Liang Shui, or perhaps it was Cui Li who had imparted it to him. Regardless of the source, it proved effective. Seizing the opportunity, Chun San prepared to deliver a fatal blow, yet hesitated, his eyes betraying an inner turmoil. He was reluctant to take a life, but as his anguished cries echoed, the man's last glimmer of hope was extinguished. Blood, copious amounts of it, splattered across Chun San, leaving him dazed. This was his conscious first act of killing. The previous encounter with the man who attacked Cui Li had been driven by rage and panic, a reaction so instinctual that he had not truly intended it. But this time, it was deliberate, conscious, and he let the blade fall. Instead of the anticipated feeling of weakness, a surge of exhilaration mixed with fear coursed through him, overpowering his trepidation. However, while he was momentarily lost in thought, another person approached from behind. Indeed, losing focus in battle was a grave error. Man Sui and I were unable to provide support, and soon we would face dozens of attackers advancing toward us. Yang Jian was engaged in a solitary struggle, entangled with the remaining 4 foes, leaving no one to assist Chun San. Die, you little brat. As the assailant's weapon descended, the rusted blade loomed larger in Chun San's vision, causing his pupils to constrict in terror. With a muffled grunt, the man's strike fell short. What are you dawdling for? Do you think I will give you another chance to strike? Yun Jie had circled around and, with determination, collided into the man, sending him crashing to the ground. Chun San quickly reacted, delivering another slash to the man's neck as he attempted to rise. A torrent of crimson gushed forth as Chun San licked his lips, retreating alongside Yun Jie to aid Yang Jian. Man Sui and I stood firm against the oncoming horde. They would not approach one by one, but surge forward en masse. This was no narrow alley, but an expansive woodland. After Yang Jian dispatched 3 foes, Man Sui and I swiftly eliminated 2 more before we resumed our flight. The hunt was now upon us, pursuit and capture. Stop running. An arrow hurtled toward Man Sui, and in an instant, I felt the chilling wind behind me. Grabbing her arm, I pulled her into my embrace and began to run. We felt no discomfort, for in the face of life and death, such trivialities mattered not. Yun Jie caught a short knife tossed by Yang Jian and hurled it with precision, striking a man directly in the forehead. Yet, pride eluded her. Her gaze was fixed on the dozens of pursuers, her brow furrowed in worry. We continued our flight, as if prey to a pack of bloodthirsty wolves. The chase would eventually wear us out, and they would inevitably catch up. Before that happened, I needed to make a choice I would not regret. I pulled Man Sui from my grasp. Arrows whizzed past me, narrowly missing their mark. Sorry, I murmured to Man Sui, though I knew not why I apologized. Was it for not allowing her to end my life herself, or merely a sense of guilt for yet another loss? Time was scarce for contemplation as I turned to Yang Jian. Take them to Yangzhou. I released my hold on Man Sui, pushing her toward Yang Jian, who hesitated but ultimately grasped her. My steps slowed to a halt as I turned my body away. Hey, don't do anything foolish. Yun Jie frowned, concerned that if a sacrifice was necessary, then nothing would have been accomplished. I was destined to die. I chuckled softly, realizing how absurd it was to be laughing in the face of death. Yet perhaps this was my purpose, akin to that of a hero, was it not? Liang. Man Sui panicked, struggling to break free from Yang Jian's grasp, reaching out to grasp my retreating figure, only to be rendered unconscious by a swift strike to her neck. My apologies, Sui Jia, but this was necessary to keep you quiet. Throughout this ordeal, they seem to have overlooked one individual, an inconsequential figure who, even now, failed to command their attention. His eyes, however, were filled with unwavering resolve. This was his dream and a tangible task at hand. Protecting them alongside Liang Yi was also quite gallant. I could not allow Liang Yi to bear the weight of valor alone. Turning away, I awaited their departure. Gripping the still glimmering silver sword, I strode in the opposite direction, unskilled in the art of farewell, eschewing sentimental words. Yet, everything I did constituted my finest farewell. Let me see how many scoundrels I can slay. I twirled my wrist, executing a flourish with my blade, standing resolutely as I called out to the advancing throng. Arrogant fools. Although Li Jin stood at the rear of the crowd, he heard Liang's roar, scoffing derisively before unsheathing his sword, pointing at one man and commanding 50 taels of silver to whoever kills him. And a horse. TCH, is that all you think I'm worth? 50 taels? I scoffed, yet I could not deny the immediate effect of his rallying cry. The mob roared in unison, their battle cries echoing through the air as they brandished their weapons, whether rusty blades or well-maintained swords, or even throwing daggers. They would not hesitate to employ any means to vanquish me. Steady, coordinated, ready to engage. Precise, bloodthirsty kill. The second wave. Of course, everyone understood that there would be no more one-by-one sacrifices. A swift group of 10 surged forward, seemingly reckless for the promise of silver, exposing their vulnerabilities. I retreated a couple of steps, evading several attackers while swinging my sword, then seizing the chaos to strike a man in the chest, though my blade did not penetrate due to the circumstances. Continue, you worthless lot. As my swordplay grew increasingly fierce, blood erupted from one after another. Some fell, while others remained standing but on the brink of death. Each of my strikes targeted their most fatal weaknesses, dodging whenever possible. They would fall eventually. Naturally, that statement included me. My hand trembled slightly. The once glimmering silver blade became mired in the congealed blood of countless battles, nicked and battered from the clashes. I exhaled heavily, red dripping the hilt, turning the sword to face my foes. I no longer had the strength to utter taunts, for I had a few final words to convey. A quick glance over my shoulder revealed that they had all departed. I let out a bitter laugh and straightened my hunched form. Just that one motion was enough to deter anyone from advancing. How imposing I appeared. Damn it. Charge at me. Kill him. Hurry, hurry. Do not fear him. He has already reached the end of his strength. He is on the brink of death. A reward of 100 taels of silver and 10 bolts of cloth for the one who kills him. Li Jin, in a state of urgency, bellowed in anger, seemingly as fearful of me as his subordinates, beginning to panic. Ah, my guess was correct. He waved his arms, enticing them with promises of profit. This indeed proved effective. Yet some still hesitated, unwilling to advance. These individuals were not disinclined to kill me. Rather, they sought to wait for others to act first, hoping to reap the rewards with minimal effort. Upon hearing this, everyone present trembled slightly, and a mere dozen once again raised their weapons. For the sake of standing proudly alongside Liang Yi, this would become the most significant event in my otherwise futile life. You will die. I cannot protect you, and I might perish as well. I am aware. Where's Cui Li? She is still waiting for you. I know. I fell silent. This young lad had come with a resolve to face death. What indeed is sustaining him? I do not know. Chapter 67. Chun San and Others. Shadows of the past when I was very young, around 5 or 6 years old. I recall that we had already been suffering from years of severe drought. However, it was during this time that I fortuitously met her. I have long since forgotten how we came to know each other, as that is unimportant. What matters is the process of our acquaintance. The outcome is irrelevant, as it only led to sorrow. I can only remember the joy I experienced during the days spent with her, until that day, the day she passed away. This is the first act of revenge against my own cowardice. Chun San, what is he worth? He has no shame. He does whatever Liu the Lame instructs him to do. Indeed, a coward. TSK, I truly cannot fathom how he has the audacity to continue living. If I were in his shoes, I would have chosen death instead. A few children sat on the muddy ground nearby, mocking me. I desired to leave this place quickly, but then I spotted a familiar figure passing by. I hastily concealed myself behind the corner of a wall, peeking out to observe Wen-Er and the others. I did not know what Wen-Er said to them, only that she suddenly took off running, prompting the group of children to chase after her. Dare to insult me? I will beat you, you wretched girl. Stop running. A few children, slightly older than I, pursued her while shouting. You are my father. You said you wouldn't run. A robust figure blocked Wen-Er's path, and upon colliding with the adult, she fell to the ground. Wild child, humph. The man cast a disdainful glance at Wen-Er, then walked away. Wen-Er, in a frenzy, attempted to rise from the ground, but was quickly surrounded by 2 or 3 children who grasped her hair. Let go of me. Wen-Er struggled desperately, her legs flailing, kicking one boy in the process. In retaliation, he furiously kicked her in the stomach. Still protecting that Chun San, are you? You dare insult me. I will beat you. A larger child rained blow after blow upon Wen-Er's head, although she attempted to shield herself with her arms. It wasn't long before she could no longer withstand the assault. I remained hidden in the corner, merely observing as Wen-Er was mercilessly beaten, unable to move in this place where no aid could reach her. We had neither money nor resources to save her. In that moment, I lacked the courage to act heroically and rescue her. Cough, cough, cough. Wen-Er lay on the ground, merely coughing, her body covered in bruises, dark marks accumulating on her face, legs, and arms. At that time, I did not dare to approach her, fearing that if she knew I was watching her suffer without intervening, she would be angry and sever ties with me. I dreaded such a scenario, and I was even more afraid that if I rushed to her aid, I would be surrounded and beaten by that group of children. That would hurt, excruciatingly so. I feared pain, and I feared losing her. After Chun San departed, Wen-Er struggled to open her heavy eyelids, her radiant gaze as if containing the entire sky, fixated on the spot where Chun San had just crouched. Alas, in the end, those beautiful eyes were gouged out, becoming dull gemstones instead of the spirited orbs they once were. Afterward, there were no accusations, no arguments, no further mention of the incident. It seemed as if it could be forgotten. Yet, both understood that it was not forgetfulness, but rather a mutual unwillingness to address it. Chun San refrained from mentioning it, fearing Wen-Er would leave. Wen-Er refrained from reproach, aware of Chun San's character. He feared, and she knew. That moment marked the death of my parents. My father was brutally murdered, and my mother was violently violated. The horrific images of their demise lingered in my mind, and yet I was too terrified to even pick up a knife, let alone attempt to flee. This is the second act of revenge against my own cowardice. I once feared dying in that wretched life after my parents were sold, perishing at the hands of brutish men, drowning in a river where no one would save me, or falling victim to Liang's whims. That year, I fully realized how worthless our lives truly were. All the officials and soldiers in Luoyang City had been dispatched solely to protect the so-called banquet, to safeguard that lofty prince, resembling a serpent that reached the heavens. This is the third act, an indelible shadow. Though the crowd was not large, I felt insignificant among them. Yet, even in that moment, a voice strikingly beautiful called out from behind me, causing me to freeze, unable to believe it. I stiffly turned to face her. She stood right behind me. The first thing I noticed was her captivating gaze. Her eyes were as beautiful as the heavens, embodying the vastness of the sky. For a fleeting moment, I believed she was Wen come to find me. I was filled with wild joy, but also profound sorrow at the thought of leaving her. Now, in this context, I finally comprehend. She is not Wen. Chui Li is simply Chui Li, an irreplaceable individual. She is just herself. There is only one Wen in this world, and no one can take her place. Regrettably, I lacked the courage to express my feelings to an heir or to resolutely take her away with me. She existed in my heart, a person I had never truly encountered. She towered above me, clad in a cloak, wearing a bamboo hat, and dressed in a raincoat. She moved with an air of pride, performing actions I could never aspire to. I had only seen her back. I had never glimpsed her face. Perhaps this was merely a fantasy of mine, a figment of my imagination as I grew older. Alas, I may remain in this state even as I mature, forever incapable of achieving the confidence and disdainful demeanor she possessed, nor the gallant spirit of Liang Yi. Since childhood, I have been a timid, powerless wretch, incapable of altering anything. I am cowardly. I do not dare to care for her or assist her. I am fearful. I do not dare to kill him or flee. The shadows of my heart remain an eternal fantasy, impossible to forget. In the end, I am left to offer my final, searing blood to fulfill my own desires. This is the best form of revenge for me. Chapter 68. The finale. I hope you will not regret your choice. I could only say this to him. Chun San is indeed a young lad worthy of my regard. To be honest, had I not been on the brink of death here, I would have truly considered taking him on as my disciple. This young lad, though somewhat timid, possesses considerable talent. If I were to continue teaching him martial arts, he might one day be able to engage in a spar with me. I digress. Even surviving is a challenge. How can I dare to wish for anything more? I have been remarkably fortunate to have lived this long in an era where everyone is in peril, where one might resort to cannibalism. Compared to those we have encountered along the way, I am indeed extraordinarily fortunate. I have lived enough. Dying in this wretched, decaying era would be a form of liberation. Yet, before that, I wish for a meaningful demise. Thus I have chosen to sever my ties. However, I never anticipated that Chun San would make the same choice. Has he deemed his life worthless? Or does he simply wish for death? I cannot comprehend his thoughts. He once spoke of revenge. Perhaps this vengeance extends beyond Zhang Tai. It may very well be a reckoning against himself. Chun San and I stood resolutely, one large and one small, facing the approaching throng of a dozen men. And I smiled. Come, kill me. My eyes were bloodshot, yet I felt no disdain for them, merely a gathering of weaklings. I scoffed, wielding my sword as the wind rose at an opportune moment, stirring my garments. With one hand, I pressed down my straw hat and tightly gripped the shimmering crimson sword. A band of cowards who rely solely on numbers to bully others are even more useless than I. If it were one-on-one, I could vanquish you all. Chun San sneered derisively, then leaped backward to evade an arrow. How did he foresee that? Whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows sealed off all my escape routes. Yet they would never suspect that I had no intention of evading. Thud! An arrow pierced my shoulder, and as blood flowed anew, my complexion paled further. My left arm slackened, but I was accustomed to wielding the sword with my right hand. One of the attackers froze, swinging his blade beside me, perhaps believing I would dodge. Before he could rise, I kicked him in the head, rendering him unconscious. My sword plunged into his neck, and, as I withdrew it, a geyser of blood erupted. Go ahead, kill me. I wonder how long you can sustain this. Li Jin stood at the edge of the battlefield, glancing back over his shoulder. Liang, you are indeed valiant, but alas, Li Jin chuckled coldly, retreating to meet the hundreds of bodyguards and bandits coming to assist. I half knelt amidst a chaotic heap of corpses, black, viscous blood pooling on the ground. My shoulder bore the wound of an arrow, My left leg was slashed, and my body was riddled with various lacerations. My vision was dimming, nearly obscured by darkness. Liang, are you all right? Cough, cough, cough. Chun Sin's voice broke through. He too was not faring well, having suffered a grievous cut to his abdomen, blood gushing forth. Indeed, facing dozens of enemies was proving too arduous for us. Let's go, Liang. Chun Sin understood my intent. We could not hold out much longer and needed to flee. Yet perhaps we had forgotten one crucial detail, one person. I lifted my gaze to confront the architect of our current predicament, the one responsible for my injuries and the deaths I had caused, standing directly before me. He would not allow us to escape so easily, absolutely not. He looked at me with a mocking smile, seemingly lamenting the future that awaited me. My hair was disheveled, but I could still see the derision in his eyes. There is no escaping now. Chun Sin spoke again, and he was right. Before us loomed countless indistinct figures. Perhaps bodyguards, bandits, or even soldiers. But I need not concern myself with their identities, for we were on the brink of death. A bitter smile crept across my face, but I quickly coughed up blood due to my wounds, crouching down while clutching my left arm. I am sorry, Man Sui. In the end, I did not perish at your hands. Yang Jian should be able to protect you on your journey to Yangzhou, but do not let me down. And Yunjie, though our time together was brief, I wish you a future filled with happiness. I find myself at a loss for other words to bless her with, chuckling softly. The only regret is not having the chance to meet Hong Er and the others in Yangzhou. Man Sui, if you encounter Hong Er, please convey my regards. I raised my head, and instead of the incoming blades or swift arrows, I beheld several figures. He faced off against several soldiers, wielding the long knife that I had long discarded, with a dilapidated temple behind him and a flock of oblivious sheep at his side. Noble lords, do you not possess any gall? He bellowed, resonating with the hearts of all, including mine. What a magnificent sight, Liang. How foolish of me indeed. I could not help but mock myself. Was this scene merely a figment of my imagination? It was indeed impressive, yet when compared to my current state, I felt somewhat like a beggar. The piercing gaze I had glimpsed earlier resurfaced, and this time I did not shy away or harbor any other thoughts. I merely locked eyes with it. As a hero, I suppose I can now consider myself a true one, yes? Well, perhaps that is merely my own belief. Bring me my firearm. I shall avenge our fallen brothers. Li Jin feigned sorrow, shouting angrily at the people behind him. Revenge! 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 A firearm would suit my identity and befit my manner of death. I cast one last glance at Chun, Sin beside me, chuckling softly. He did not look at me, but drew closer instead. After all, he was still a child. Regardless, when faced with death, fear is inevitable. Liang, do we not appear quite dignified? He suddenly posed this question. That is well. This has long been my dream. He continued, chuckling, and I joined him in light laughter. The curtain is about to fall on the tale of the bandits. Chapter 69, Revenge. As Li Jin aimed the firearm at my head, his movements were slow and deliberate. In this situation and at such a distance, there was no way for me to escape unless a divine being were to descend and intervene. My body still had some strength left, yet it was insufficient to evade or retaliate. Let us embrace death. This is the revenge of Zhang Tai's duo against me. I calmly closed my eyes, quietly awaiting the bullet's impact. Bang! A deafening explosion rang out as a bullet hurtled toward me. Thud! I heard the sound of the bullet piercing flesh, the searing blood splattering across my face, and I abruptly opened my eyes. Liang! It was in this moment that Wang Jin finally arrived with his men. They were the Chuang army. These bodyguards and bandits were insignificant before them. Damn it! Wang Jin roared, and the Chuang soldiers surged toward the ruffians. Run! Li Jin, in a panic, tossed aside the firearm. Encumbered by it, he could not flee swiftly. If he could reach the city, he would be safe. I lowered my head, realizing that it was not me who had been pierced by the bullet, but a timid child beside me. Chun San. I did not understand why he had shielded me from the bullet, yet he did so. In a frenzy, I embraced him, gazing down at the child cradled in my arms. Cough, cough, cough. Chun San expelled the blood that had pooled in his mouth, splattering it onto my leg. Liang, he called my name. I am here beside you. I replied, my voice thick with emotion. Do not cry, Liang. I volunteered for this. He said with a silly laugh. I knew. I knew I was nearing the end of my ability to respond. If I die, Sister Sui will be heartbroken. And you still wish to visit Yangzhou, do you not? I have no one left, Chun San replied, speaking deliberately. At least I am not so cowardly now, am I? Liang? Chun San suddenly laughed, a joyful sound tainted by the blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, evoking a sense of sorrow. With his last ounce of strength, he lifted his head, gazing up at the distant sky, the shade of blue reminiscent of the girl from long ago. He murmured softly, I'll be down to accompany you soon, though I could not catch his words until he uttered the second sentence. Alas, it is a pity I shall never grow up. But this is the most splendid revenge against my once timid self, Liang Yi. His body had begun to grow cold, and I attempted to embrace him to provide warmth. Fully aware of the futility of my efforts, yet I felt compelled to try, just like everyone else. No, you still have family. Kach, Liang Yi. You need not comfort me. This is the path I have chosen. Oh, Liang Yi, was I not impressive just now? Have I finally become someone like you? You were indeed impressive. You truly are the valiant hero you wish to be. Little brat, I must give you a thrashing. Holding Chun San's icy body, I could only sigh in resignation as I laid him down. Even in death, he had not heard my personal acknowledgement. Chui Li was still waiting for him, and I would forever remember him. Chun San, you're not alone. Indeed, this is your finest revenge against the past. I did not shed tears, for it would serve no purpose. Only the act of hunting would provide the best farewell to him. I stood up and gazed at Wang Jinkai, who awaited me. Where are the others? They ran off, having killed a dozen or so, he replied. A fierce desire for vengeance ignited in my eyes, the flames of retribution burning fiercely in my heart and the hearts of all. I had never felt so composed. This was the wrath of a wolf with sharp fangs. Little brat, you have completed your revenge, but mine against these scoundrels is yet to be fulfilled. Prepare your swords and knives, for I seek vengeance for my friend and myself. My fury would not abate until all these men lay dead. My wounds could not heal until then. I would carry Chun San's hatred until I had slain them, including that corrupt official, Shi Pengru. Everyone get ready. Let's enter the city and slay. Wang Jinkai understood my silence and yelled to the soldiers behind him. Chun San, let revenge be both the beginning and the end. Revenge, revenge. These two words, though brief, encompassed the entirety of my remaining life. They transformed the meaning of my existence since I encountered them. Mansui was the same, as was Chun San, and so was I. Onward to Pengcheng, I said calmly to Wang Jinkai, who relayed my words. Wang Jinkai, having once been a minor general, possessed undeniable leadership skills. And I had but one request. Enter the city and kill until that man with the fire gun appears. I want to slay him with my own hands. I shall peel his skin away, slice his flesh, and shatter his bones with a wooden club. His head will hang upon the city walls. I summoned a man, not to enter the city, but to run toward the woods until he encountered the three individuals I described, and then inform them of my whereabouts. Thus, his task would be complete. As expected, when we arrived at Pengcheng, the gates were sealed, and soldiers patrolled the walls. We shall inevitably take Pengcheng. Consider it a favor to the Chuang Wang, I scoffed. As a pathway to Yangzhou, Pengcheng would undoubtedly fall to the Chuang Wang, and our actions would serve as a prelude to that victory. Are these cowardly bastards hiding inside? Wang Jinkai scolded. The citizens within the city were terrified, and the soldiers on the walls had not experienced battle in over a decade. I even believed we could conquer the city in the first assault. However, regrettably, the Chuang army had not brought siege equipment like ladders, for no one had anticipated such a scenario, let alone an assault on the city. The brothers of the Chuang army were poised like sharp blades, ready to draw blood. Naturally, upon entering the city, we would not plunder the innocent. Our sole objective was to eliminate that band of thieves and bodyguards, not to harm the innocent. Otherwise, Chun San would never forgive me from the afterlife, and Mansui would surely quarrel with me again upon learning the truth. Chapter 70. Burial. The Chuang army entered the city almost without loss, a feat easier than any siege they had previously encountered. Of course, I only witnessed this scene. After breaching the city, I was sent for treatment and bandaging. Nevertheless, my purpose remained unchanged, to personally flay the bastard who killed Chun San. Wang Jinkai readily agreed. The Chuang army under his command was quite efficient. When Li Jinggang attempted to flee through the back gate, he was apprehended by 2 Chuang soldiers, an arrow piercing his calf. When he was brought before me, he was still howling in agony. This man, named Li Jin, had worked for Shi Pengru and was responsible for many lives. Good. Let us rid the people of this scourge. Wang Jinkai sneered coldly, kicking the whimpering Li Jin, who lay on the ground like a dead dog. Yes, it hurts. Doesn't it, being pierced by an arrow in the calf? As for Chun San, feeling the gradual loss of his blood and the slow death of life, the pain in his heart far exceeded that of his chest being pierced. Oh, right, I forgot. When your bullet pierced Chun San's chest, his heart was already destroyed. Without a heart, how could he feel pain? I calmly limped toward Li Jin, who was shaking his head, trying to crawl away. In his eyes, I saw only fear, the primal terror of a dying prey before its predator. Li Jin, I suddenly smiled at him, but in his eyes, that smile resembled a ravenous wolf before him, a sense of powerlessness and dread engulfing him. I had vowed to skin him alive, to chop his flesh and bones into pieces, and to hang his head at the city gate, for only then could I quell my hatred and avenge Chun San. Shi Pengru, you cannot escape. You will die, and I will find the opportunity to strangle you. Bring me a new blade. A sword will do. Anything is fine. The sword I had is broken and left behind. The long sword of the martial champion had served me well, indeed strong, but no matter how tough, it would wear down with time. A worn blade, even if it had fought alongside you, would be disrespected if it had a flaw. Hesitation, even for a second, would be an affront to a good sword. Soon, Wang Jinkai tossed me a long knife, resembling the one my father had given me, though it was merely similar. It seemed he regretted throwing it as soon as it left his hand since I was still recovering. With his strength, I would not have caught it. However, he underestimated someone who had never tasted defeat in years of battle. I deftly caught the knife's hilt with one hand, caressing the familiar weapon, and chuckled softly. It seems I'm still suited for using a knife, having wielded one for so many years. Now, what follows may be a bit cruel. Will you continue to watch? I glanced at Wang Jinkai, who stood by, prepared to witness my treatment of Li Jin on the ground. If you don't want me to watch, just say so. Is it too bloody? After so many years on the battlefield, what brutal acts have I not seen or even committed? Wang Jinkai scoffed dismissively, crossing his arms. Then let us proceed. I nodded, respecting his wishes. I looked down at the terrified Li Jin, brandishing the knife, and walked toward him step by step, fueled by Chun San's vengeance. Upon exiting, Wang Jinkai held his throat, leaning against the wall as he retched. He nearly lost his stomach. Damn it, when you said cruel, you didn't mean this. Lousy. In the future, I shall observe how you deal with captives. Wang Jinkai cursed at me, drenched in blood. Of course, do not misunderstand. This blood belongs to Li Jin. I meticulously sliced open his veins, sometimes causing only a slow trickle of dark crimson liquid, while at other times, a sudden jet of blood sprayed onto me. You wanted to see this. Do not blame me. I innocently shrugged my shoulders, brandishing my long knife behind him, and continued. Could you provide me with a scabbard? Must I carry it at my waist like this? Get lost. Go find your subordinates. They're not unfamiliar with you. Wang Jinkai, after uttering these words, squatted down motionless, seemingly trembling. Is it truly that frightening? I do not believe so. Casting a glance at the room, stained with blood and flesh, I nodded and stepped back inside. Upon exiting, I summoned a few individuals to hang the items I held at the city gate, instructing them to remove the black cloth and to find me a scabbard. After wiping the blade with a cloth, the bloodstains were imprinted on the coarse fabric, and only then did I sheath the long knife. I gazed upward at the sky. We had begun our escape around noon, and now night was approaching. The faint glimmers in the dark canvas appeared so jarring, yet they sparkled brilliantly due to the presence of the moon. In my childhood, many had told me, regardless of age, that those who die may transform into stars to accompany me. I had never believed it. Such notions seemed entirely ethereal. Yet now, with each loss, I found myself hoping that it might be true, as it offered a form of solace. The brightest star must be my father, the second, my tongue. Therefore, the third must undoubtedly be Chun San. The remaining stars represent my brothers from the Chuang army. I closed my eyes and stepped out of the city gate once more. 2 soldiers, upon seeing me exit, followed closely behind in silence, likely to ensure my safety, and they had even brought a shovel. However, one must remain vigilant. Who knows if any infiltrators lurked among the Chuang army? I accepted the shovel and began to dig the pit in silence. With each heave, I continued until I unearthed a grave deep enough to accommodate Chen San. I looked at the cold body on the ground, gently lifted him, and finally buried him in the pit, covering it entirely. A soft thud echoed as I rubbed my eyes, initially believing I'd cried. But as droplets fell upon my head, I realized it was raining. Whose sorrow mingled with these tears in the rain? No one knows. Yet everyone understands. Just as when I buried my tongue, I did not leave, but instead leaned against the shovel, gazing at the moonlit night. The two soldiers wisely departed, likely sensing no danger in the vicinity. What folly! This little rascal's demise leaves Shui Li in despair. Clearly, he sought to prove his heroism, yet led to his own downfall. Were you to awaken, I would surely give you a sound thrashing. I muttered to myself, until even my murmurs faltered. Glancing at the small depressions in the ground that had yet to settle, I felt an unrest within me. The rest shall be left to time to smoothen. Chun San, perhaps in this chaotic world, you were the first to embody the dream of chivalry among all children I have encountered. You may be the first, but not the last. Others shall carry on in your stead, just as valiant knights do. Farewell, Chun San. No, I hope we shall never meet again, at least not amidst this turmoil. Choose a fitting era to be reborn in, my savior. Volume 2, The Starving Corpses. Completed. Chapter 72, moving on. Upon returning to Pengcheng, we sought refuge in an inn. As was our custom, 2 rooms, one for Yang Jian and myself, and another for Man Sui and Sister Yin. However, this evening's arrangement differed slightly. Man Sui wished to speak with me and swapped places with Yang Jian, who retreated to Sister Yin's room. Are you certain, Sui? Sister Yin blinked, casting a glance at the mischievous Yang Jian. Very well, but only for tonight, she sighed, conceding to share a room with him. Hey, you better not think about climbing into bed. Yes, I know, came Yang Jian's playful response, accompanied by laughter from the adjacent room and Sister Yun's resigned sigh. So, what do you wish to discuss? I believe we've covered everything already. I sat in a chair, observing Man Sui on the bed. Well, there's nothing pressing, just wondering. When are we heading to Yangzhou? Indeed, we have lingered on the road for quite some time. I nodded in agreement. Our anticipated swift journey to Yangzhou had been delayed by various unforeseen circumstances. Let us depart the city tomorrow. Only upon reaching Yangzhou can we consider ourselves settled, at least without the worry of further conflict. After pondering for a moment, I resolved to leave the following day. Oh, is that so? All right then, good night, my lord. With that, she turned away, seemingly ready for sleep. For a moment, I was taken aback, then questioned in confusion. Didn't T.U. say you would stay up until midnight? Oh, you little rascal, I sighed, lying down on the bedding. Wait, are you injured? Today I shall reluctantly take the floor, Man Sui suddenly declared, catching me off guard. I glanced at her as she sat up. No worries, I've already bandaged it. Now sleep. Now that I've said it, you either sleep on the bed or share the floor with me. Otherwise, the money spent would be in vain. She directly lay beside me, showing no intention of moving. My face twitched in response, ultimately yielding to Man Sui's wishes and lying on the bed. I must admit, it is rather soft, far more comfortable than the hard floor. The night passed in silence. Upon waking the next morning, I found Man Sui had vanished from the floor. Rising from the bed, I surveyed the room. As she left, I rubbed my eyes, still heavy with sleep, and blinked until they glistened with moisture. It had been quite some time since I had a drink. My throat felt parched, a discomforting dryness. She must be downstairs or with Sister Yin, I thought, pushing open the door. As I stepped into the corridor, I heard Man Sui's voice from below, prompting me to raise an eyebrow and peer down the stairs. She was conversing with an unfamiliar man. I chose not to intrude, but leaned over the railing, quietly observing their discussion. The first floor was sparsely populated, thus aside from someone as perceptive as I, few would overhear their conversation from the second floor. I had no intention of disrupting Man Sui's dialogue. They might have urgent matters to attend to, and I could wait until she was finished to converse with her. After what felt like the duration of 3 incense sticks, Man Sui concluded her conversation with the man. I glanced at her as she prepared to ascend and approached the staircase to wait for her. Talp, talp, talp? My lord is awake. Man Sui, seemingly lost in thought, suddenly looked up and spotted me. "I've been awake. I'm no pig," I joked. "My lord can make such jokes?" She regarded me with disbelief before quickly returning to her usual demeanor. "Make way, my lord. Are you intending to block me at the stairway? What's the matter? Is it not permissible?" After stepping aside, I inquired. "Well, I was just asking. That is my first question. Of course, it is permissible, though it is somewhat unexpected." Man Sui, unconcerned, stood behind me. "Are we leaving, my lord? After about an hour and a half, we shall depart, as we still need time to prepare many items. Is there a plan, Liang Wai? Do share it with me. Perhaps I can discover a few more affordable shops. There is nothing of great value, but if you wish to know, let us wait until Ying and Yng emerge." I approached Su and gently nudged her arm. Once she stepped aside, I continued to knock on the wooden door of Ying and Yng's room. With a resounding thud, the door swung open to reveal a spirited Ying. I scanned the room and noticed Yng sitting on the bed, fiddling with her hairpin. "Everyone should come out. We need to discuss what we are to purchase, for soon we shall head to Yngzhu." I called out to the room and then tugged Su downstairs. "Hey, Ling Wai, since we're heading downstairs, why didn't you remind me earlier? Now I have to come back up again. Did you see me conversing with Ring?" Su inquired. "Indeed, I had seen her. Is his name you?" I asked. "Not the gentle kind of you, rather, this one." Su gestured on the table, and I understood. "Oh, it's Ring. So, what is your relationship with him?" I raised my gaze and continued my conversation with Su. "Well, it's a subordinate relationship. He is one of my men, and I named him. You can understand it as a relationship akin to rice and wheat, though those two are somewhat special and more like friends, while Ring is purely a subordinate." I nodded, understanding, yet still had some questions. However, I decided to wait until we reached Yngzhu to inquire further. I trusted Su would not harm me before we arrived. Her actions were always guided by her own thoughts. "Ling Wai, I'm coming." Ying leaped from the second floor, drawing curious glances from those around us on the first floor. "Learn from Yng." At that moment, Yng gracefully descended the stairs, holding the railing, embodying the essence of a gentlewoman. He scratched his head. "All right, let's take our seats and discuss what to buy." Chapter 71. The truth as the rain-soaked night fell silent. In this tumultuous era, a gravestone was added, and an insignificant child was lost. I am but a half-hearted wolf, for a true wolf would not shed tears or grieve for the death of its kin. May the departed find peace. I hope you shall never again endure this age, and may this chaotic time come to an end before your reincarnation. Wiping away the tears, my expression transformed back into that of a regal wolf. Ying, panting and bent over, hurried towards me. "Where are Su and Yng?" I patted his shoulder and inquired. "They are behind. Ying gasped, pointing back, wondering why he had run so hastily. "Li no dei." I turned to look behind him, and indeed, Su was running towards me. "Stop." I raised my hand to block her forehead, forcing her to halt, though I was unsure of her intentions in rushing towards me. Su, upon being stopped, crossed her arms and turned her head away in resignation. "Is that soldier one you dispatched?" Yng approached leisurely, unfazed by the urgency displayed by the other two. "Yes and no, why do you ask?" I raised an eyebrow, perplexed by her inquiry. "Truly devoid of virtue," Yng scoffed, explaining. "Most of these rebels are farmers who have come without education or decent conduct. They likely mistook him for someone who wouldn't fight and approached to tease me." Having pieced together the urgency of Ying and Su, I understood the situation was not particularly strange. But am I truly that kind of person? I questioned. Yng was calm, even leisurely, because she was not the one who had committed the act. I had no relation to her. Even if I wanted to harm her, I would have to consider Su's opinion. She is intelligent and had already discerned my leadership over Su in our previous conversations. Thus, she likely understood that as long as her actions were not excessively outrageous, I would not hold them against her. What a challenging woman she is. I prefer dealing with clever individuals as they grasp my intentions, yet Yng may be crossing a line. Furthermore, engaging does not imply I must align myself with her as a partner. This matter could not be simply overlooked regarding Yng. It was not merely about killing one person, but about who among us four would heed whom. She was also testing me, seeking to determine whether I was a coward or one who dared confront issues directly. After all, she is merely a person of no virtue. Let her be, I nonchalantly stated, clearly observing a flicker of disdain in YNG's eyes. But YNG, do you not plan to offer an apology? Oh, an apology? YNG raised an eyebrow, her arms crossed, chuckling lightly as if finding amusement in my words. You killed a brother from my rebel group. Even if he was guilty, it should have been the rebels who executed him, not you. How will others perceive this? What credibility do I and WNJNC I possess? I countered, pressing her further. YNG narrowed her eyes, likely grasping my point. Being a clever woman, as I hoped, she relented. There was no benefit in entangling herself with me on such a matter. Apologies, I acted unilaterally, but if it happens again, I shall ensure that such disrespectful individuals receive their due punishment first. YNG lowered her head slightly, yet her words retained a hint of defiance. I understand. Reluctant to argue further, I nodded. Very well. YNG finally broke her gaze from mine. MN Su and YNGN stood behind me, discreetly refraining from interrupting. YNGN was oblivious. But MN Su surely noticed and perhaps even advised him. MN Su hastened to my side, though it seemed only she would do so. YNGN would not, and YNG certainly would not. The only one who might have done so is now deceased. Liang Y. Where is CHNSN? MN Su softly inquired about his whereabouts, her hands gripping her clothing, a look of confusion on her face. I paused, feet together. Halting in place, my head bowed in silence. Should I reveal the truth to MN Su? CHNSN is dead. Or should I conceal this matter, lying and saying he left without a word, as he did before? It was time to make a choice. I should have been prepared long ago. Reveal the truth. Conceal the truth, perhaps I should tell her. With her intelligence, she has already discerned my hesitance. All she requires is my acknowledgement. If I do not admit it, she will likely investigate CHNSN's fate herself, and she will find out sooner or later. It is better to disclose it now. She merely nodded in silence, as if this matter were already anticipated. He died shielding me from gunfire. I recounted CHNSN's cause of death. He was a valiant hero. After uttering this, I ceased looking at MN Su and walked straight towards the gates of PNCHing, leaving MN Su standing there, stunned. Her body trembled slightly. She had imagined several scenarios for CHNSN's demise, but never thought he would die to protect Liang Y from a bullet. CHNSN. MN Su softly murmured his name a few times. This name will eternally reside within the hearts of Liang and Man Sui, profoundly influencing the futures of both, particularly that of Man Sui. Chapter 73. The market. After we took our seats, we began to inquire about one another's needs. What do you all wish to purchase? Man Sui asked, resting her chin on her hand. Rations and water, I succinctly replied. Indeed, I had little to prepare or procure. A single knife would suffice for my needs. I fell into silence, reflecting on the myriad experiences we had shared along this journey, which were too numerous to dismiss. Moreover, should I perish, Chen-san's hopes would be buried alongside me. This was the first time I found myself reluctant to embrace death. I suppose I might need some clothes or personal items, but you need not concern yourselves with that. I can find a shop and purchase what I need. Yujie pondered for a moment before addressing Man Sui. So, Liang wants to buy rations and water, and Yujie wants some clothes? I have noted that down. Yang Jian, what about you? After silently committing this to memory, Man Sui turned her attention to Yang Jian. Me? Wait, let me think. Yang Jian hesitated, stroking his chin, for indeed, two grown men had little to prepare compared to women. I don't have much to buy, huh? Remember to heed Yujie's advice, Man Sui instructed, then took my arm and led me outside, leaving Yujie and Yang Jian behind in the inn. Yang Jian awkwardly scratched his head, exchanging glances with Yujie. What are you doing? Hurry up and follow. I want to wait for you. Yujie shot a glance at Yang Jian, snorting softly before exiting the door. Hey, I'm coming. Yang Jian hurriedly pushed the door open and dashed out. Why the rush to drag me out? I remarked, observing the seemingly aimless Man Sui with a slight furrow in my brow. Liang, you're rather dense, TSK. How could you not see that? She mumbled, though I couldn't quite catch her words. Judging by her expression, she was likely scolding me. I helplessly crossed my arms, waiting to hear what Man Sui had to say. Ahem, Liang, perhaps you shouldn't concern yourself with too much. I have my reasons, Man Sui coughed lightly, appearing somewhat bashful, but I chose not to dwell on it. By the way, Liang, did you forget something? Man Sui said with her hands behind her back, chuckling softly. Huh? Did I forget something? I pondered for a moment, affirming that I had indeed forgotten nothing, and then curiously inquired. Did you not mention that the Chuang Wang is nearby? If he has no pressing matters, he might come to see you. Man Sui reminded me with a shake of her head. Are you suggesting I prepare some gifts? I finally grasped her intention and asked. Yes, Man Sui confirmed. Unnecessary. No, Liang, just because you know the Chuang Wang doesn't mean I do. I should at least prepare some wine or something, Man Sui insisted, shaking her head again. If that is the case, fine, we shall do as you wish. You certainly know better than I. I nodded in agreement, acknowledging her sentiment. Indeed, her encounter with the Chuang Wang had occurred in childhood, and he would hardly recognize her now, let alone anything further. Well then, let us proceed, Liang. Seeing my acquiescence, Man Sui headed towards the market, and I promptly followed her. Hey, don't wander off here, Yu Jie exclaimed, holding her forehead as she gazed at Yang Jian, who appeared as if he had just emerged from the wilderness. His primary task is to ensure Yu Jie's safety, which he understands. Otherwise, why would Sui Jie assign him to Yu Jie's side? Surely not to meddle in their affairs. How ridiculous! Stay close to me, otherwise, I may not recognize you as my companion, Yu Jie remarked, crossing her arms and smiling lightly in a teasing manner. I cannot contend with Liang. How could I possibly manage the likes of Yang Jian? Understood, understood. Yang Jian waved his hand, obediently falling in his step beside Yu Jie. Buy some clothes for me. You can carry them. Yu Jie turned and entered a shop, engaging the shopkeeper in conversation. Soon, I noticed two individuals placing garments upon the table. Yang Jian raised an eyebrow, surprised that Yu Jie had not even paid. I'll cover it. No need to be so astonished, Yu Jie said lightly, leading Yang Jian away from the shop. Yang Jian gasped, realizing that the combined funds of Sui Jie, Liang, and himself did not amount to even a third of Yu Jie's expenditure. Yu Jie chuckled softly, glancing at the bewildered Yang Jian, slightly slowing her pace. Yet her words remained sharp. Hurry up, don't dawdle. If you lose sight of me, that will be your responsibility. Oh. Yang Jian finally snapped back to reality, hastily collecting the garment from a shopkeeper and following Yu Jie outside. Let us procure some wine. I want share to drink with the Chuang Wang. Let's buy this kind. I pointed to the wine I wished to purchase, noting that the other types were not to our taste. Although he did not particularly enjoy drinking, during our moments of respite, he would share a few cups with us. After discussing the Chuang Wang with Man Sui, I settled the payment and retrieved the 2 jars of wine. All right, let's purchase these and then seek out some rations. Wait, I called out to her, adding, You've asked about us, but do you not have anything you wish to buy? Are sweet potatoes available here? Man Sui replied, exhaling in resignation through her nose. I shall keep an eye out. I had forgotten that Man Sui yearned for goods from overseas, which were likely unavailable here. Glancing at the few pieces of silver in my pouch, I contemplated the prices and nodded in affirmation. It should be sufficient, and the timing is right. I silently mused. All right. I waved my hand, indicating that she should proceed. I will go buy a few items. What could be so important that Liang must purchase it alone? You aren't heading to some disreputable place, are you? Man Sui teased once more. If you keep babbling nonsense, I might just treat you as I did when you were a child. I chuckled helplessly and then departed in another direction. Chapter 74. The journey after parting from Man Sui. I entered a pawn shop and, after some deliberation, ultimately selected a silver-blue bracelet as it seemed most fitting for her. It should match well, I murmured, securing the 2 bracelets and making my way toward where Man Sui had departed. Upon encountering her, burdened with a large bundle, I nearly laughed aloud, but managed to suppress it to avoid earning a slap across my face. Sui. I called her name, and she turned to me, her face a mask of sorrow, as though I owed her 3 lives. It seems I indeed owe her 3 lives, her parents and her brother. I fell silent for a moment, but quickly regained my composure and said, Come here, I have something for you. The few pieces of silver were my own savings. Something Man Sui was unaware of, so she would certainly not expect me to buy her anything. What is it? I'm nearly exhausted. Liang, you carry this. Man Sui, breathless, tossed the bundle at me, which I caught and slung over my shoulder. All right, no need to be upset. I smiled gently, producing the silver-blue bracelet, while I wore a matching red one. Huh? Man Sui appeared noticeably taken aback, glancing between the bracelet and me. What is this, Liang? She asked, scrutinizing me as if a withered tree had unexpectedly bloomed. Why did you think to buy two? I thought you weren't fond of wearing such ornaments, Man Sui inquired, her fingers brushing the silver-blue bracelet on her right wrist. I only had a few pieces of silver. Buying a pair was sufficient, but upon searching for more, the shopkeeper suggested a promotion. Buy one bracelet, get one free. So I went ahead and purchased them. I waved my wrist adorned with the red bracelet and shrugged. The craftsmanship of these bracelets is poor, and the quality is lacking. They may very well fall apart after a couple of days, but since I bought them, I will wear them for now. Man Sui examined them for a moment before saying, Well, I understand. I nodded in acknowledgement, accepting her words. At this moment, on the other side, the two individuals, Yunjie had just emerged from a pawn shop, holding an object in her hand, but Yang Jian did not take a careful look. It was shrouded in black cloth, leaving him oblivious to its nature. After walking for a while, Yang Jian finally grew restless. Ah, Yunjie, how old are you? Ah, Yunjie, do you possess martial skills? Ah, Yunjie, what do you fancy? The incessant inquiries from Yang Jian buzzed around Yunjie's ears. Ah, how annoying. Stop asking. At last, Yunjie could no longer contain her irritation, ruffling her hair in exasperation. Observing her vexation, Yang Jian wisely refrained from further questions, retracting his neck slightly. If you annoy me further, I'll give this sword to a dog. Yunjie tossed a pristine sword to Yang Jian, who caught it in surprise. For me? I bought it with my own money. Seeing you struggle with that old broken sword, if danger arises, you'd want to survive, wouldn't you? Yunjie shot Yang Jian a glare and continued, Go wait for them at the city gate. Oh, okay. Thank you, Yunjie. Yang Jian repeatedly expressed his gratitude, carefully stowing the new sword away, while the nearly broken sword was carelessly discarded in a nearby alley. Woo-woo, Yunjie, you're truly kind. I vow to repay your kindness. Shut up. You wish. Yunjie could no longer hold back, her irritation erupting. Yang Jian shrunk back, Silenjed. At the city gate, I had already awaited for quite some time with M and Sue. They've arrived. Shall we proceed outward? I leaned against the city wall, softly addressing the two figures in the distance. Anzai, li ne they. M and Sue chimed in. Look at Yang Jian, rushing over eagerly, flaunting his new sword. I immediately recognized that it was not his old one. This was a brand new long sword. Who bestowed it upon him? Casting a glance at Yunjie, the answer was evident. Get lost. Even with a new sword, you wouldn't stand a chance. Want to spar? I retorted, smirking at the cheeky Yang Jian. Yunjie, look. M and Sue lifted her sleeve, revealing a shimmering silver-blue bracelet under the light. How did you come to possess this? You should have informed me. Yunjie raised an eyebrow at M and Sue. No, I didn't purchase it. I had no such intention, M and Sue replied, her smile widening. Upon hearing this, Yunjie immediately grasped the implication, rolling her eyes at M and Sue. You little minx, flaunting such a gift to me? A gift and a purchase hold entirely different meanings. All right, let me get to the point. Liang, why? Are we not waiting for the Chuang Wang? It seemed the girl had softened considerably after receiving the bracelet I had gifted her, presumably pleased. It's a pity. The two coachmen have perished. And the horses are dead too. All that remains is the carriage. Alas, we could have traveled in style. Yunjie sighed regretfully. Indeed, a carriage would have been far swifter than traversing on foot. Speaking of horses, I could not help but reminisce about the one Chuang Wang had gifted me. Tethered to a tree, only to feel a pang in my heart. My horse is dead. Now, reminiscing serves no purpose, as I had forsaken it to accompany M and Sue. After walking for a while, the gentle breeze by the roadside remained soothing. The trees rustled softly in the wind, and the wild grass swayed gracefully. M and Sue's hair fluttered, momentarily obscuring her eyes. Listening to the breeze, I glanced at M and Sue, feeling as if my inner turmoil was being swept away. Perhaps this was the wind summoned by Chun San. It seemed he had secured a decent position underground, which was well. While I was lost in thought, Su directed her gaze toward me. "What are you pondering, Liang Wai?" She softly inquired. "What is your perception of death? It must be quite painful when one dies, isn't it?" Su paused, taken aback by my question, then answered thoughtfully. "It should feel akin to falling asleep." "Why? Are you frightened, Liang Wai? Perhaps you should beg for mercy now. I might spare you." Gazing at her face, I discerned no teasing expression, but rather a serious demeanor. Perhaps after all she had endured, she no longer wished to end my life. She had previously mentioned that should I eliminate that corrupt official, my life would be spared, a notion I had dismissed as jest at the time. But now it seemed far from trivial. Yet amidst this chaotic world, I was weary. Merely surviving demanded all my strength, leaving me little room for such thoughts. However, to die thus would render me incapable of facing Chun San and my father, whose fates were intertwined with my own. The conflict within me was profound. For now, no need. Even if you choose not to kill me, I shall find my own resolution. I cannot relinquish the guilt that burdens me. I express my sentiments to Su. "Very well, but as for my enemies, I shall be the one to exact vengeance. Correct, Liang Wai?" Chapter 75. The meeting noticing my reluctance to continue discussing this topic. Su seamlessly shifted the conversation. "By the way, Liang Wai, what prompted you to gift me the bracelet? Did you forget? Today marks your birthday," I replied, my gaze softening as I observed her puzzled expression. Su suddenly realized, covering her mouth in surprise. "And what about the embroidered shoes I presented to you?" "Of course, I have kept them. They remain untouched." "Surely, you trust me now, don't you?" Su placed her hands on her hips, hesitatingly addressing me. "All right, I shan't inquire further. Therefore, I wish the beautiful one longevity akin to the heavens and earth, radiance akin to the sun and moon." I smiled gently, uttering this blessing. "Liang Wai, are you attempting to deceive me with your shallow knowledge, merely borrowing the words of the ancients?" Su huffed, yet she wore a smile, clearly delighted. "What I mean is, I wish you longevity as enduring as the heavens and earth, and brilliance like the sun and moon," I briefly explained. Su nodded in understanding. "Is today Su's birthday?" Yang Jian chimed in, drawn over by our conversation, his ears quite perceptive. We did not deliberately conceal the celebration. After all, the more joy, the better. "Cough, cough, Zhu Yin Chang Shi, with floral adornments upon your head, year after year." Yunjie cleared her throat, seemingly unwilling to be outdone, quoting a phrase from the Song dynasty. "Since my father passed, I see celebrating my birthday and gradually forgot it." I shook my head, indicating my long-standing forgetfulness. "Is that so?" Su nodded slightly, then added, "Then Liang Wai, let us celebrate together in the future. Shall we?" "No need, as one who is soon to perish. What is the point of celebrating a birthday?" "Still, thank you, Su." I leaned closer to her ear, ensuring Yang Jian and Yunjie could not overhear, and distinctly enunciated her name. But there appeared a glint of disappointment in her eyes. What was she trying to convey? Never mind. I chose not to dwell on it, averting my gaze. Unbeknownst to me, Su had been observing me intently. "Hiss!" Su felt her teeth gnash in frustration. Her intention to spare my life was unmistakable. Yet I had not granted her an easy way out. Ultimately, she sighed, relaxing her demeanor. After all, today was her birthday, and it was better to maintain a cheerful atmosphere for the sake of others. Afterwards, silence enveloped us as we walked intermittently, sharing a simple meal. As dusk approached, we suddenly beheld the rising smoke in the distance. "What is that?" Yang Jian furrowed his brow, placing a hand on the hilt of his new sword, prepared for any eventuality. "Stop the sword." I suddenly grasped his wrist, forcibly restraining his impulse to draw his weapon. Yang Jian was puzzled, yet upon seeing the seriousness in my eyes, he ultimately chose to comply. Upon closer inspection of the flag, I confirmed that both Man Sui and Yang Jian would not suddenly draw their weapons. I pointed a finger at the large flag raised in the distance. "Is that the Chuang army?" Yang Jian finally relaxed and was about to run toward it. Stop. I frowned and called out to him. Typically, when the Chuang Wang marched, there would be hidden archers or patrolling soldiers around the camp. We had not announced our visit in advance, which posed a risk. Oh, all right, Yang Jian replied, and the two women nodded in agreement, clearly understanding the gravity of the situation. Hey, Liang Yi, what does the Chuang Wang look like? Is he fierce, handsome, or perhaps exceptionally ugly? Surprisingly, as we set off, we encountered no arrows flying our way, which was quite fortunate. We continued forward until we came upon a fence. After walking around for a while, we finally spotted a small entrance guarded by several soldiers. Naturally, it wouldn't be that simple. There would undoubtedly be archers lying in ambush. At the same time, they noticed the four of us approaching. Ah, familiar faces I observed as I looked at the 8 soldiers, several of whom were acquaintances, strong men from Shaanxi with whom I had once sparred with wooden sticks 9 years ago. Over the years, they had risen to prominent positions within the army, but due to injuries sustained in the battle at Shishiang Gorge, they had given up their posts as deputy generals. Who goes there? Lower your weapons. One of the Shaanxi soldiers, unable to clearly see me in the dusk, unsheathed his large saber and pointed it at us. I chuckled softly. Please inform the Chuang Wang that Liang has arrived. I couldn't help but find it amusing, after not seeing them for so long. Their reaction seemed more joyful than seeing a long-lost spouse. Meanwhile, upon hearing this news, the Chuang Wang in the military camp burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha! Liang, my good brother. Before I could react, the Chuang Wang sprinted toward me and collided with me. Had I not steadied myself, the two renowned figures would have tumbled to the ground. Hey, you little rascal, have you found someone? Li Ziqing chuckled as he playfully punched me. I nodded helplessly and then patted Man Sui on the shoulder. Upon turning to see Man Sui, Li Ziqing was instantly taken aback. He scrutinized me curiously before casting a strange glance at Man Sui. Finally, he hesitated and asked, Miss, why are you interested in this fellow? Li Ziqing. My lips twitched. What did he mean by that? Was I ugly or a villain? It seems both apply a little. Ahem, just kidding. Li Ziqing smacked his lips and glanced at Man Sui again. This girl is quite lovely, Liang. You better not let her down. Before he could finish his sentence, I covered his mouth and pressed him down to the ground. I was genuinely anxious and whispered to Li Ziqing, Don't say such nonsense. Sui and I are merely traveling companions. Ahem. I know, just traveling companions, he gasped, and upon seeing his near-breathless state, I released my grip. Chapter 76. A grand feast as night fell. The military camp was brightly lit. Man Sui coughed awkwardly a couple of times, and we dusted ourselves off before rising. We were just practicing, right? Right, Liang? Li Ziqing scratched his head and nudged my shoulder. Yes, I replied with a slight smirk. Thankfully, Man Sui and the others merely hummed in agreement without saying much. Li Ziqing and I walked behind the others, occasionally playfully jostling each other. And when Man Sui turned around, we would shake hands and feign friendliness. After walking for a while, we finally reached the center of the camp. Although it was nighttime, some soldiers were still practicing with their weapons. No need to worry about them. They're just rookies. Let them practice more. Otherwise, they will perish on the battlefield. Li Ziqing waved his hand dismissively. I nodded slightly, and he led the four of us into a tent. It's all right, I said softly, to which she nodded. Perhaps the Chuang Wang, being a person of stature, tends to forget things, especially after such a long time. Do you recall 9 years ago when Liang Yi brought several young ladies? Man Sui leaned on the table, lazily shaking her head. Oh, now that you mention it, I do remember. You're the one who was quite close to Liang, the one who performed the shadow puppet show for us, Li Ziqing recalled, slapping his head as he recognized her, laughing heartily as he addressed Man Sui. That's me, Chuang Wang. Man Sui nodded gently. We're all like family here. Why call me Chuang Wang? Just call me by my name, or Chengzi, whatever feels comfortable for you, Li Ziqing said generously, putting his arm around my shoulder to indicate our close relationship, assuring Man Sui not to worry about such formalities. Well, since this is our first formal meeting, the young lady has brought 2 jars of fine wine. Since money is tight, I hope you won't mind, Man Sui said, reaching into her bag to retrieve the 2 jars, causing Li Ziqing's eyes to light up with excitement. Ha. Now that's what I'm talking about. Gifts on arrival. Liang, look how thoughtful she is. Don't worry, we have plenty of wine here. We appreciate your kindness. Come, Let us drink heartily. Li Zicheng exclaimed joyfully, immediately opening the wine. All right. No need to mention me at every turn. Sui, can you drink? I impatiently swatted Li Zicheng's hand away and turned to Man Sui. I can drink a little, she replied uncertainly, signaling a small amount with her hand. I understood and grabbed a small bowl from Li Zicheng, pouring her some wine. Yinjia, what about Yang Jian? I inquired of the two remaining spectators. I can drink, Yinjia simply replied, and I nodded before pouring her a bowl as well. All right, I want a bowl too. I'll give it a try. Yang Jian suddenly felt that drinking wasn't so bad. After all, it was just like water. How could it possibly harm him? Quite the bold claim. I handed him the last half jar of wine before snatching the jar from Li Zicheng's hands. You rascal. I haven't had a sip yet. Just as I was about to drink, I caught a glimpse of Yang Jian out of the corner of my eye. Bang! He stepped on the table, startling Man Sui, who was sipping her wine, causing her to jump. Then he raised the half jar and poured it directly into his mouth. Sui, are you all right? I maneuvered around Li Zicheng to check on Man Sui. I'm fine, really, she reassured me, calming her startled heart and indicating that I need not worry. Today is your birthday. If you're dissatisfied, I could just kick Yang Jian off the table. What do you think? I jokingly suggested to Man Sui. Sure, Liang Yi, she responded without hesitation, leaving me utterly astonished. What? How could you agree so readily? Didn't you hear Liang Yi say he could do that? Are you backing out now, Liang Yi? I jested, bemused by her unwavering response. Alas, each year only comes once, and I had just promised to help her punish Yang Jian. It seemed I still hadn't carved out a small place in her heart, as even her birthday appeared to hold little significance. All right, I'm on it. Unable to endure her expression any longer, I relented. After all, kicking Yang Jian was no great feat. If necessary, I could always make it up to him with a jar of wine later. I glanced at Yang Jian, who was precariously balancing on one foot atop a chair and the other on a table, indulging in his drink with reckless abandon. He appeared nearly unable to maintain his balance. His face flushed a deep crimson. My apologies, Yang Jian. I swiftly maneuvered to his side, and amidst the astonished gazes of Li Zicheng and Sister Yun, I delivered a swift kick to the leg of his chair. Thud! Crash! The chair leg splintered, sending Yang Jian tumbling to the ground, shattering the wine jar in the process. Fortunately, the contents had already been consumed, which explained why he seemed on the verge of unconsciousness. Who dares to ambush me? He exclaimed, still dazed, attempting to unleash a drunken fistfight after being knocked down. Get some rest, you disgrace. Sister Yun slapped Yang Jian on the head, causing him to straighten up momentarily before collapsing backward. You scoundrel. Sister Yun sat in her chair, observing as Yang Jian's half-conscious body leaned heavily against her shoulder, and he audaciously rubbed his face against her, shifting closer as if to embrace her. Oh, Li Zicheng, he remarked while sipping his drink, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. This is outrageous. Sister Yun, flustered and enraged, promptly sent Yang Jian crashing to the floor. Yet he remained in a deep slumber, oblivious to the fall. Humph, Man Sui commented, hands on her hips, her cheeks slightly flushed from the recent drinking, making her appear even more charming, devoid of her usual mischievous demeanor. All right, enough of this. If you can't handle your liquor, it's time for bed. I'll inform the Chuang Wang. I approached Li Zicheng, who, upon seeing my demeanor, immediately understood my intention. Tomorrow, do share the tales of your journey with me. Off you go, the tents are that way. Sleep over there. Li Zicheng playfully patted my shoulder, embodying the spirit of a good brother. As I led the inebriated Man Sui toward the tent, I discovered it was a small, cramped space, likely requiring us to squeeze in together for the night. You sleep inside, and I will rest against the entrance, I instructed Man Sui, gently pushing her into the tent. Li Zicheng, you have truly put me in a difficult position. Chapter 77. Turmoil thus, I found myself seated outside, leaning against the side, eyes half closed. Although still within the domain of Chuang Wang, the ingrained habits of vigilance I had cultivated over the years could not be easily cast aside. I swatted away the mosquitoes buzzing around me when I suddenly heard noises emanating from a nearby tent. It appeared that Li Zicheng had intentionally arranged for us to be in a secluded area, free from others. I couldn't help but chuckle at the cacophony of Yang Jian's lamentations and the sharp sound of Sister Yun's slaps ringing through the air. My body trembled with mirth. Why don't you come inside to sleep? There are mosquitoes outside. A gentle voice interrupted my thoughts. I turned to find Man Sui peering out. Her face adorned with a faint blush and a dazed expression, likely still affected by the wine. There's no need. It would be improper for me to share a space with a lady, I replied, shaking my head and freeing myself from her grasp. I don't mind at all. Why do you hesitate? Are you afraid? Man Sui teased, a playful smile illuminating her face. There is still enough space in the tent for you to join me. She remained defiant, crossing her arms, exuding a determination that suggested she would not sleep unless I acquiesced. I furrowed my brow. It seemed that the alcohol had made her particularly obstinate. Clearly, I could not allow her to indulge in liquor again, not even a single drop. Very well. I shall enter to rest, but you must promise not to wake me again. I relented, having no choice but to concede to her wish. I could simply rise early the next morning and step outside. Huh. Man Sui scoffed at my compliance. I squinted, sensing that she hardly appeared intoxicated at all. Regardless, I ceased my contemplation and stepped inside, finding a spot against the wall to lie down. Goodness, if I weren't concerned about you being bitten by insects outside, I wouldn't have feigned drunkenness to let you in, Man Sui huffed, expressing her dissatisfaction but ultimately following me inside. The tent held the lingering fragrance of her unique floral scent and warmth, and as she settled beside me, I found myself sharing a bed with a woman for the first time, an experience that inevitably left me restless. I blinked vigorously, attempting to ease into sleep, but with Man Sui beside me, I found myself wide awake, my thoughts adrift, eventually wandering to Li Zicheng's tent. What are you doing, Liang Yi? Man Sui murmured, seemingly roused from slumber as she rubbed her eyes and gazed at me. Upon finishing her inquiry, she closed her eyes again, her eyelashes fluttering gently. And even in the dim light of night, her beauty was unmistakable. I began to question whether she was truly intoxicated. The night passed in silence. The following day, as soon as Man Sui remained asleep, I slipped out of the tent to avoid any misunderstandings. Leaning against a tree, I patiently awaited her emergence. My ears perked up at the sound of approaching footsteps behind me. Awake, are you? I softly inquired. What else would it be? A ghost, perhaps? Man Sui replied teasingly, her response aligning perfectly with my prior impressions of her. The previous day's insistence for me to enter the tent was quite out of character. I shook my head in exasperation. I just thought of something. Oh, Liang Yi has a thought? How serendipitous. I had one too. You go first. Let us see if our thoughts align, she replied with a light laugh, hands clasped behind her back. We still have one final matter to address regarding the corrupt official. Chun San is dead, slain by his own subordinates. We must seek vengeance. My gaze hardened at the mention of revenge, a theme that would undoubtedly thread through my life. It appeared I could not escape it. So, Liang Yi intends to seek out Chuang Wang? Man Sui anticipated my intentions and interjected before I could continue. I have always walked alongside you, so this time will be no different, she affirmed. I found myself pondering her words. Had she truly been by my side all along? What are the years that passed, especially that fateful night 9 years ago? Yet, it was no longer a matter of concern, for today, we shared a common purpose. Do you think Chuang Wang will agree, Liang Yi? He should. If he learns of the misdeeds of that scoundrel Shipengru, he will surely act to purge him. The entire rebel force would rally to fight. Do you recall that man from Shanbei? What did he say? Ah, yes, I remember. Let us go then. To find Chuang Wang, we made our way toward Li Zicheng's tent, encountering many familiar faces along the journey, exchanging greetings with each. After all, one could never be certain when the next meeting might occur. Perhaps it would be at a gravesite. Upon entering the tent, we found Li Zicheng indulging in a jar of wine, distinctly different from what we had purchased the previous day, as it was clearly his private stash. What a refined taste, I jested, leading Man Sui forward, who instinctively retreated behind me. Indeed, her presence during my conversation with Li Zicheng would be somewhat awkward, but I doubted he would mind. Li brother, I called out, prompting him to react and approach with enthusiasm. Oh, my good brother, what brings you here? How was your slumber last night? He greeted, and I nearly felt the urge to punch him for his casualness. Did I not mention that our relationship is uncomplicated? I suppressed my irritation and reiterated my point to Li Zicheng. All right. I shall refrain from such matters to avoid straining our rapport. Then tell me, what brings you here again? Speak freely. I am certain I can assist you. Li Zicheng declared, patting his chest in assurance. Chapter 78, Deterrence. Yunjia, the woman who had slapped Yang Jian, was the subject of my concern. I feared that Li Zicheng might not be familiar with her, so I took the liberty of reminding him, and I saw his previously bewildered expression clear up. She had caught the attention of that corrupt official, and our previous escapade had also been rooted in this matter. She had contemplated fleeing the city with us, but I had declined. I can comprehend that. No one would abandon their companions. Li Zicheng pondered for a moment before agreeing with my decision. Subsequently, Yang Jian, having offended that official, was placed under a warrant for his arrest. Fortunately, the matter faded away, yet his heart remained tethered to the orphans he had been supporting with his own funds in Shaanxing. Although we had managed to secure some funds and made arrangements, they were still just children, and it weighed heavily on his conscience. I shall take care of it. I will send 2 individuals to bring those children here. It will be a perfect opportunity for them to earn their keep, Li Zicheng exclaimed. Upon hearing this, he realized he could recruit free labor, a boon he would never relinquish. While they were merely infants now, who could say what they might become in a few years? This predicament had arisen from that corrupt official's edict. Su's family misfortunes were partly his doing. After I spoke, Li Zicheng exhibited little surprise. Such instances were all too common. I took a deep breath and clenched my fists. Lastly, there is Chun San. He is around 10 years of age. I once taught him martial arts. His family was slaughtered by a bandit employed by that corrupt official, and he was exploited as a tool by that very bandit. He ultimately made a choice to trust us, and thus he survived. He ventured out alone and fortuitously encountered village. Neither the bandits nor the perils of wandering the deep mountains claimed his life. Yet, this time he perished in my embrace, sacrificing himself to shield me from gunfire. Without Shinsan, I would not be here today. I exhaled heavily, noticing Man Sui, clutching my garment, tremble slightly. I glanced at Li Zicheng, his brows furrowed, and he opened his mouth, hesitating before articulating. So Liang, are you implying revenge? This complicates matters. I truly had no idea such a person had emerged from my homeland. He has managed to conceal himself quite well. I did not even uncover his home during the Great Purge. Li Zicheng curled his lip, astonished by Shi Pengru's luck. He had hidden himself adeptly. Perhaps he had left the Shanbei region long ago. I nodded in acknowledgement. So, Liang, what is your intent? Shall we charge into Shanbei now? Or should we first escort the 4 of you to Yangzhou? Li Zicheng raised an eyebrow, his expression troubled. Given the current circumstances, he was tasked with managing 2 fronts, the resistance from the Ming army ahead and the imminent threat of bandit ambushes from behind. He lacked the resources to launch an offensive toward Shanbei. Her plan was undoubtedly more meticulous than mine. Thus, I needed only to act, leaving the rest to her. Ahem. Man Sui awkwardly cleared her throat, glancing at Li Zicheng with a gaze akin to that of sister-in-law, and lowered her head. It is nothing. Please continue. I am listening. Li Zicheng chuckled, reassuring Man Sui to relax, patting her shoulder. I hope that the king of Chuang can spare a contingent to intimidate him, enough to deter that corrupt official from causing further trouble in the short term. Upon hearing this, Li Zicheng's furrowed brow relaxed. Sending a contingent was indeed feasible, as long as it did not escalate into warfare. He beamed at me, pulling me closer and saying, "This girl seems rather timid. You must take good care of her." Are you thinking of something else again? How many times must I say it? Oh, stop. I know. I shall refrain from mentioning it. Li Zicheng pressed down on my head, interrupting my impending words. Why? Man Sui, hands on her hips, questioned me. I looked at Man Sui, and in an instant, she grasped my meaning, her gaze toward me filled with complexity. I understood, yet I still intended to go. I had made my promise. Your life can only end in my hands. This phrase resurfaced in my memory, and I could only nod helplessly. It seemed that unless she personally ended my life, Man Sui would never find peace. All right, I agree. It is settled then. We will first escort you to Yangzhou before sending you off to Shanbei. Father, mother, brother. She seemed to murmur the names of 3 individuals, yet I only caught the mention of one. Man, very well. I replied before hastily running in the direction where Man Sui awaited. Li Zicheng parted the tent flaps, gazing at Liang's retreating figure, gently chuckling and shaking his head. Liang, do not let this girl down. She harbors more than mere camaraderie for you, though I cannot articulate this peculiar sentiment. It is clear she does not wish for your demise. Chapter 79. Preparing the horses. Liang Yi, you have arrived? Yang Jian and Yun Jie were seated on the ground, engaged in conversation, but as I approached, it appeared Yang Jian was being restrained by Yun Jie, pressed against the earth. Upon noticing our arrival, they hurriedly stood, feigning nonchalance. Ahem! Yun Jie awkwardly coughed twice, shooting a glare at Yang Jian, who dusted off his clothing with a look of grievance. What is going on between you two? Man Sui inquired, scrutinizing them with curiosity. It is nothing. Nothing. Just a minor scuffle, Yang Jian coughed, attempting to explain to Man Sui. Very well. If you two wish to play, we will conclude our matters first. Come along. Man Sui found their antics amusing, but chose not to pry further, turning away to walk in another direction. Yun Jie sighed, casting a reproachful glance at Yang Jian, who was the source of her embarrassment, before following Man Sui. I shot a glance at Yang Jian, but chose to remain silent. Liang Yi. Yang Jian attempted to speak to me, but I merely shook my head, signaling my understanding before leaving my position. Yang Jian's lips twitched. It seemed that only Liang could comprehend his plight. Truly, as the saying goes, a mute eats bitter gall, with no words to express his sorrow. Alas, why must I concern myself with others in my endeavors? He scoffed, reverting to his usual mischievous demeanor as he trailed behind the three. Allow me to summarize. We have just discussed matters with the king of Chuang regarding our future plans. His current situation is far from easy. As a military leader, he must remain vigilant. Thus, the four of us will proceed to Yangzhou as originally planned. Upon reaching Yangzhou, after a few days, when Yun Jie and Yang Jian have settled, Liang and I will depart. Upon hearing this, Yun Jie squinted, interrupting Man Sui to inquire, although I doubt you will divulge. I must ask, are you heading to Shanbei? I shifted slightly, stifling a laugh. It was evident her keen intuition had allowed her to deduce our ultimate destination from Man Sui's words. Man Sui likely shared this sentiment, since she had been discovered. Whether to lie or tell the truth would yield the same outcome, rendering concealment unnecessary. Before I could respond, Man Sui had already provided Yun Jie with an answer. You guessed correctly. She fell silent, refraining from further questioning, for she had likely suspected our true objective. Yet, to prevent Yang Jian from fully comprehending and opposing our intentions, she ultimately chose to obscure our fundamental purpose, to eliminate the corrupt, official, and exact vengeance for the five of us. What is happening? I find myself enveloped in confusion. After visiting Yangzhou, we are now headed to Shanbei. Yang Jian clicked his tongue and scratched his head, feeling somewhat irritated. It's nothing, just be quiet. Yu Jie interrupted his incessant questioning. Though he may be foolish, it does not mean he lacks intelligence. Continuing this conversation might lead him to uncover the truth. Yang Jian and Yu Jie nodded in understanding. So, it is decided. We shall depart at noon today, and Chuang Wang will arrange the horses for us. Why not a carriage? Yang Jian frowned and inquired. Are you foolish? Where would you find a carriage in a military camp? Yu Jie slapped the back of Yang Jian's head, as if it were a habitual gesture. She felt uncomfortable if she didn't do it at least once a day. Yang Jian squatted down, covering his head in grievance, afraid to speak. I suddenly chuckled, drawing the attention of all three of them. It's nothing. Yang Jian's demeanor resembled that of Chun San, who timidly hid at the foot of the bed in the Xanadu Inn, fearing a beating from Man Sui. Apologies. I recalled some matters regarding Chun San. It's of no consequence. I can now seek out Chuang Wang. I took a deep breath and proceeded towards Chuang Wang's tent. What is up, Liang? Li Ziqing turned upon hearing the noise behind him and asked me. Yes, we can depart at noon. Great. I'll prepare 2 horses for you. Li Ziqing glanced at Yang Jian and Yu Jie, then at me and Man Sui, smiling broadly. But why not 4? 3 would suffice, I remarked, slightly furrowing my brow. Was Li Ziqing being deliberately mischievous? Cough, cough. Well, you see, Liang, horses are the most essential in the army, and I simply do not have that many. Besides, you left that fine horse I gave you behind, and it was killed. Once he brought this up, I found myself unable to refute him, letting out a sigh of resignation. All right, then just 2 horses. I nodded, and Li Ziqing grinned at us, pointing to the rear of the tent. They're back there. You can take them yourselves at noon. At noon, The four of us walked to the back of the tent, and indeed, only two brown horses stood quietly in place. One of them had a hint of white in its mane, giving it a more spirited appearance. "Sui, can you ride?" I asked Man Sui, pondering that if she could, Yang Jian and I would share one horse while she and Yu Jia would share the other. "I can't, Liang Yi." Man Sui shook her head, indicating her inability. "Yang Jian, Yu Jia, can you two?" I turned to Yang Jian and the others. As I expected, only Yang Jian nodded, and I instantly felt that Li Zicheng was undoubtedly playing tricks. "All right, Yang Jian, you take Yu Jia, I'll take Sui." I mounted the horse quickly, urging, "Stay close, Sui, and hold on tight." I swung onto the horse with the white mane, which was quite docile and showed no signs of resistance. As I stroked its head and tightened the reins, Man Sui opened the enclosure, and Yang Jian followed suit, mounting his horse, and we set off. Chapter 80, Yangzhou. Both horses were gentle, and without any hindrance, Yang Jian mounted his steed. "Close it," Man Sui reminded us. Then she and Yu Jia pushed the enclosure shut. "Come on, Yu Jia, get on." Yang Jian patted the back of his horse, looking towards Yu Jia. "If you dare say another word, I will kick you off this horse right now." Yu Jia shot him a glare, but still climbed onto the saddle. "Hiss," she gasped, clutching the horse tightly in fear, leaning over its back. "That won't help, Yu Jia. If the horse starts running, you'll fall off," I cautioned her. Hesitant, she glanced at Yang Jian ahead. "Forget it. I'll hold on this once." "Yang Jian, behave yourself. If you move around, I'll flatten you when we dismount." Yu Jia threatened him ominously, causing him to stifle laughter and nod repeatedly. Just as I was about to tell Man Sui to mount, she leaped up without waiting for my words. Are you happy, Liang Yi?" Man Sui wrapped her arms around my waist without hesitation, leaning against my back. "I'm quite afraid of falling. You must hold on to the reins tightly," she whispered in my ear, and I fell silent. How had the situation reversed so? I glanced at Yang Jian and Yu Jia, lost in thought. "All right, hold tight, Yang Jian. Stay close behind," I shouted to Yang Jian, who nodded in understanding. "Guide me from behind to prevent me from taking a wrong turn. I'll manage the horse." I instructed Man Sui, who rested her chin on my shoulder, replying, "Understood." Liang Yi. Yangzhou, a bustling trade city in the Jiangnan region, was built upon the Grand Canal that traverses north and south, primarily relying on water transport for commerce. The city walls of Yangzhou are incredibly thick, making it a fortress that is difficult to breach. Unless the enemy possesses a formidable siege weapon or besieges Yangzhou for several months, it is virtually impregnable. Thus, it has become a sanctuary for many seeking refuge in these chaotic times, for it offers safety. 9 years ago, I had the thought of leaving alone for the south after delivering 4 little lambs to the pig demon. Now, this thought has come to fruition, yet the end of my life is drawing near. However, could this not be a form of liberation? In these tumultuous times, we have endured too much. Dying at the hands of our own is preferable to perishing in the wilderness without a grave, consumed by a horde of starving ghosts. As I rode, I contemplated the matters awaiting me in Yangzhou. Feeling her arms wrapped around my waist, I was beset by a sense of unease. What precisely is the nature of our relationship? The first choice would undoubtedly be love, yet that is utterly impossible. There can be no romantic love between Man Sui and me. Rather, we share an affection that is pure but not romantic. Neither of us can forgive each other or ourselves, hence our feelings remain uncomplicated. Friends? No, we have long surpassed the bounds of mere friendship. We have faced life and death together and can trust each other with our backs, a feat not achievable by ordinary friends. What kind of emotion is this? I cannot fully comprehend it, only that my heart is in turmoil, my thoughts tangled like yarn in the paws of a cat. I finally ceased pondering these matters. Yet the question lingered in my heart, haunting me until my demise. We commenced our journey at noon on horseback, pausing midway to allow the horses to graze while we enjoyed some rations. After a brief rest, we resumed our journey, arriving at the bustling southern city of Yangzhou around dusk. The 4 of us dismounted, with Yang Jian and me leading the horses, gazing in awe at the city, our pupils constricting. "Hee, it's your first time in Yangzhou while I've been here twice. Follow me with the horses. I'll take you to find Yuan and Honger," Man Sui exclaimed, turning to us with a smile before dashing off in a certain direction. Listening to the lively sounds of the bustling marketplace, I felt a warmth reminiscent of home, a sentiment I had only sensed while my father was alive. What a splendid place! Yang Jian's eyes gleamed with longing. Having grown up in Xiangqing, the largest area he had ventured beyond was Pingcheng and its vicinity. Now, he found himself marveling at this grand city standing beside the Grand Canal, realizing he had never been here before. What a moment of tranquility. Surely, we could reside here comfortably for a long time. I mused, feeling that it suited me perfectly. Yunjie let out a light laugh, then turned her gaze towards the retreating figures of the 3 men and 2 horses, holding 3 bags of silver that she had taken from the horse's back. She paused for a moment, ultimately deciding to take only 1 bag, leaving the other 2 behind. She then quietly slipped away into the crowd. Although departing without a word might leave you feeling discontent, I believe this is the most graceful farewell. Farewell, Sui and Yangjian. As long as you remain in Yangzhou, we shall meet again. As for you, Liang and Chen San, this will be our final parting. Yunjie murmured the names of the 4 individuals, ultimately smiling helplessly as she exited the bustling marketplace. Rather than embracing and weeping at parting, a quiet farewell is far more palatable. Farewell to those who will continue to live. Farewell to those who are nearing death. Chapter 81. The fall. We are neither fools nor blind or deaf. Everyone is aware of the situation, yet there is no need to intervene. If our fates with Yunjie are still intertwined, we shall meet again in due course. Regrettably, I cannot wait for that day. Is there no curfew in Yangzhou? Yang Jian observed the throngs of people bustling about, the sounds of vendors shouting filling the air. Indeed, Yangzhou has long abolished the curfew, making trade here exceedingly vibrant. If we were to head towards the port now, we would still see ships navigating the Grand Canal. Man Sui explained with a nod. I see. Yang Jian's eyes revealed a flicker of surprise. Having grown up in Xiangqing, so close to Yangzhou, he had never ventured into the city. Yet now, a person from Shanbei, a veritable distance away, seemed to be more informed about it than he was. It was somewhat pitiable and laughable. After a long and hurried journey, fatigue began to set in. Regardless of whether there is a curfew here, it is time for us to rest. Let us find an inn first, I suggested suddenly. Yang Jian shrugged, and Man Sui nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to us, we all chose not to mention Yunjie's departure, for it was devoid of meaning. Since she had chosen this path, she surely did not wish for us to linger in sorrow over her absence. Thus, we respected her wishes. We found an inn on the outskirts of the city, a place relatively quiet yet still within reach of the bustling center. We preferred the serenity over the clamor of the city center, perhaps because we were simply ill-suited for such chaos. Upon pushing open the inn's door, we were met with a tranquil atmosphere. Aside from a couple of robust men enjoying some side dishes at a few tables and the innkeeper, the first floor was nearly deserted. Welcome, esteemed guests. Are you here to dine or to stay the night? The innkeeper hurried over with a smile as soon as he spotted us. Pardon my curiosity, but you don't seem to be locals, do you? He inquired, feigning innocence as he scratched his head. I couldn't help but chuckle. My previously furrowed brow now relaxed. Was this merely a black-hearted establishment? Yet, their demeanor was rather reminiscent of Yuyan's. We're leaving, I stated, unwilling to engage further, as it would only waste our time for rest. Suddenly, the 3 robust men who had been seated sprang into action. I had observed them earlier. One was the stout chef of the inn, the second was the strongest, while the third was somewhat shorter in stature. With a series of thuds and creaks, the sound of their footsteps grew closer, and I mentally counted down. 3, 2, 1. I swiftly turned my head, dodging a punch from the largest of the trio, while Yang Jian pulled Man Sui aside and drew his sword, striking towards the shorter man, who was forced to evade repeatedly. Thud! Ah! A cry escaped the robust man's lips as he fell to his knees before me. My right leg swung around his neck, and I executed a swift maneuver that rendered him immobile. With a dull thud, he collapsed to the ground, defeated. Now, only the innkeeper and the final chef remained, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed at us in disbelief. If this were not Yangzhou, I might have considered letting you shed some blood. I spoke coldly. Please spare us. We had no idea who you were. If we had known you were such formidable men, we would never have dared to impose. The innkeeper pleaded, his face a mask of despair. Tell me what you know. I demanded. I will not spare you otherwise. The innkeeper, visibly shaken, hastily nodded, eager to comply. I only know that we must call our boss Hong Jia. She has a sister named Shui Jia. Perhaps this was because she shared a deep bond with Hong Er, while my connection seemed somewhat lesser. I was taken aback, momentarily stunned by the revelation. I had merely guessed, yet appeared I had indeed uncovered the current circumstances of Hong Er and Shui Er. Meanwhile, Mansui's reaction was equally unpredictable, yet not entirely surprising. Hong Jia and Shui Jia. While I could not be utterly certain, it was improbable that there were others. Was this not Hong Er and Shui Er? It seemed they were faring well with Yu Yan. Where are they now? Mansui inquired, taking over for my questioning. I frowned slightly, feeling the weight of the predicament. Having reached Yangzhou, yet still unable to find them was vexing. Do you know a woman named Yu Yan? I pressed. Quick, Old Li, stop dawdling and prepare a meal for our guests. The innkeeper kicked the chef, displaying his frustration. Chapter 82. Farewell, Yu Yan. No, thank you. Mansui coldly declined the innkeeper's offer, likely fearing a midnight ambush or poison in the food. Are you truly not considering? The innkeeper implored. Certainly not, he quickly acquiesced. Let's go, I said, taking Mansui by the arm as we exited the inn. Yang Jian followed suit, joining us outside. We found another inn nearby, which was quite satisfactory. Mansui and I spoke at length about Yu Yan, providing Yang Jian with an explanation of our conversation, after which we retired for the night. The following morning, we awoke, exchanging glances filled with complexity rather than joy. My fate would soon come to fruition after I dealt with the corrupt official and halted my long journey. At that moment, I would become a half-hearted wolf, a bandit who had slain his companions, and a child who would ultimately perish in Yangzhou, embodying the essence of a hero in a dying child's eyes. And her? What would become of her after my demise? I could not know, nor would I ever know. Would she mourn my passing? Perhaps she would, even if I were her enemy. After all, we had known each other for quite some time. Even if she did not weep, surely she would at least give me a proper burial. Liang, do you regret it? You ought to regret it. Regretting meeting me in such a manner and the countless lives taken on this arduous journey. The souls you have slain shall haunt your dreams at night, transforming into inescapable nightmares. I did not wish to kill you, yet your life must ultimately at this moment. Yang Jian seemed to be in a daze. Rising to his feet in a bewildered manner, he straightened his clothing and followed behind Mansui, utterly unaware of where they were headed, only knowing to accompany Mansui and me. It was rather amusing, wouldn't you agree, Liang? Mansui chuckled at Yang Jian's state, and then turned her gaze toward me. Ah yes, indeed, quite amusing. I responded, slightly startled by the sudden mention of my name, but quickly regained my composure. Then you ought to laugh. Or are you merely humoring me? Mansui observed me with a smile. As we arrived at the front of the inn, we pushed open the door. The soft, pale light of the morning sun poured into the establishment, revealing a familiar figure waiting at the table in the center. You're here? She leisurely lifted her teacup, took a sip, and turned her gaze toward us. Long time no see, Yuan. I didn't expect our reunion to be in the same setting. Still alive? Yuan raised an eyebrow and, upon seeing me, asked about my supposed demise. I took a deep breath and replied, for now, I'm not dead. Furthermore, why do you keep running these dodgy establishments? This time, you even opened one right in the city. Aren't you afraid the authorities will come and shut you down? I looked at Yuan with curiosity. Her audacity was truly remarkable. However, in her eyes, losing money and losing life seemed to be of little difference. All right, let us not dwell on that. I interrupted my ongoing thoughts, pulling out a stool for Mansui to sit upon. If we're not discussing that, then what shall we talk about, Liang? Yuan chuckled softly, leaning back in her chair. She tightened her grip on her teacup and quickly downed the remaining cold tea. What Hong Er and Shui Er? The innkeeper said they left nearly a month ago. I got straight to the point, causing Mansui to facepalm. Oh, counting today, it indeed marks the 27th day. Have you forgotten what I told you, Liang? Yuan furrowed her brow and questioned me. Indeed, there's a cost to being a good person in these chaotic times, and this time, the cost has been everything I possess, including my wealth, with the added price being my very life. I still remember, I have never forgotten. I chuckled lightly, indicating that her words were etched in my memory. Mansui, crossing her arms and leaning back in her chair, glanced at Liang and Yuan, muttering something under her breath. I remember, and have never forgotten, Man Sui disdainfully whispered, but her careless remark would linger as a buzzing sound in her ears for the coming days. Sister Sui, I have not forgotten. Yang Jian mimicked Man Sui, buzzing in her ear. We conversed for about half an hour, touching upon topics, including the corrupt officials of Shanbei. Yet, even Yuan remained oblivious to the whereabouts and intentions of Hong, and Shui, Let us wait a while longer. We've been anticipating this day for 9 years. A few more days won't matter. Wouldn't you agree, Sui? Let me join in. After uttering this remark, I joined Man Sui in playfully scolding Yang Jian, but only inflicting minor injuries, leaving him with a bruised face and several bumps on his head. In the future, don't be so foolish. I couldn't help but chuckle at his appearance, one that even his mother would struggle to recognize. Yang Jian looked at me with a gaze filled with grievance, resembling a jilted lover. You laugh, yet you struck the hardest, Yang Jian mumbled, his words slurred due to the swelling on his face. But I could surmise what he meant from his final words. With a light-hearted chuckle, I thought it was indeed a blessing to have Yang Jian around, as he could lighten the mood from time to time. Of course, it was at his expense. Realizing his current predicament, Yang Jian fell silent, squatting on the ground with a resentful expression directed at Man Sui and me. All right. Man Sui couldn't contain her laughter either, which only deepened Yang Jian's look of despair. So what shall we do now? I suddenly recalled that our plan upon arriving in Yangzhou was to see Hong, and Shui, We had encountered Yuan, but the whereabouts of Hong, and Shui, remained a mystery. We had not devised any alternative plans. Were we merely to wait in Yangzhou? I'm hungry. Let us go eat. After pondering for a moment, Man Sui realized she had had a decent meal in the past few days, perhaps having forgotten. I was taken aback and then chuckled inwardly, recognizing that this girl's thoughts were always on food, a trait evident since childhood when she would lick her plates clean. Where to? You know the area better than we do. I glanced at Yang Jian on the ground and inquired. You three are quite amusing. Liang, I've never seen you smile so brightly. It surpasses your previous companion. Yuan's voice suddenly chimed in, reminding us of her presence behind us, observing the scene. Yes, while Yuan had not encountered Yang Jian before, our conversation from 9 years ago had provided her with some insight into me. Given her capabilities as a woman, gathering information about me would not be a difficult task. Your name is Yang Jian? How interesting. Yuan squinted at Yang Jian on the ground. Gulme, I will take you three to enjoy the unique Yangzhou fried rice. Wait, you must cover your face with a black cloth. I cannot bear the embarrassment of being seen with you. Yuan suddenly paused, turning her gaze toward Yang Jian. In an instant, Yang Jian looked utterly defeated. Had he been rejected again? Oh no, he began to wail, lamenting about his appearance. Just wait until I recover my handsome face. I will make you all see me differently. Before he could finish, Man Sui struck him on the head, precisely hitting one of his bumps, causing him to nearly roll on the ground in agony. The poor guy, unable to articulate his words, should refrain from speaking for now. You must wear it obediently. Man Sui placed the black cloth in front of him, letting out a light huff. Yang Jian groaned in despair as the four of us walked along the road. Yang Jian was the odd one out, his face shrouded in a black cloth, drawing curious glances from passers-by who chose to steer clear of us. Yang Jian remained silent, lowering his head, unwilling to face the world. Were we a bit too harsh? I couldn't help but question myself for a moment, but quickly dismissed the thought. After all, he wouldn't die. It was merely a matter of healing the external wounds over several weeks. I pondered this while following behind Yuan and Man Sui, completely unaware of the troubled expression Yang Jian wore as he looked at my back. Yangzhou fried rice is considered a specialty dish here, and the shop was not far away. I had dined there many times, and the flavors were delightful. Yuan suddenly spoke up, clarifying our destination for a meal and sharing her thoughts on the establishment. Given Yuan's endorsement, I felt reassured. Her taste was indeed reliable. We've arrived. Yuan abruptly halted, prompting us to stop as well. We looked ahead to see a line, resembling a dragon, stretching before us. Well, it was evident that this restaurant was quite popular, requiring no further explanation from Yuan. How long will we have to wait? Man Sui inquired, clearly frustrated as she came to eat, not to squander her morning queuing. If that were the case, she would rather seek another establishment. I'm not foolish enough to do that. As she spoke, Yuen led us directly past the line of people, some of whom attempted to obstruct our path. Yet their focus was not on Yuen ahead, but rather on the seemingly delicate Su, who they reached out to in an attempt to grasp her arm, perhaps believing her to be easier to intimidate. I cast a sidelong glance at the assailant, the intent to threaten glaringly apparent. He seemed oblivious to my presence as he seized the hem of Su's garment, causing her to pause lest her attire be torn. After 9 years on the battlefield, no one could withstand the murderous glare that emanated from me. In an instant, he was rendered motionless, trembling, and though I harbored no intention of killing him, his fear was palpable enough for me to disdainfully release my grip on his arm. The onlookers, witnessing the scene, dared not intervene further and allowed us to enter the establishment unimpeded. Was she contemplating coercion through violence? Such a tactic would be futile in Yangzhou. The moment a blade was drawn, the guards would likely appear and escort the perpetrator to the dungeons. However, someone of her caliber would hardly resort to such measures. Only she and the proprietor of this establishment would be privy to the potentiality of that course of action. Indeed, without surprise, Yuen strode directly into the establishment, her gaze immediately settling on the owner who was still preparing fried rice. Oh, what a rare guest! Sister Yuen has graced us with her presence, along with 3 companions. Upon seeing Yuen, the proprietor smiled broadly at us, promptly summoning 2 servers to lead us to an available table. This was entirely as anticipated. Su glanced at Yuen, her eyes eventually drifting towards the throng of people still queuing outside. After spending 9 years in Yangzhou, one must cultivate connections. Wouldn't you agree, little girl? Yuen lightly covered her lips with her hand, chuckling softly. Humph. Su crossed her arms and leaned back in her chair, choosing to ignore Yuen. She was acutely aware of who had treated her kindly and who had not, had it not been for her recent financial gains. Qing, who might have truly been sold as a child bride. All right, you two, I sighed, placing a hand on my forehead before giving Su a reassuring pat on her shoulder. After a while, the 2 servers approached with a trio of plates. Is this Yangzhou fried rice? It looks rather unremarkable, Su remarked, pursing her lips. Give it a try. It may suit your palate, I replied, taking the plates and placing them before the 3 of us. Upon sitting down, I realized they had indeed only brought 3 plates. Please wait a moment, esteemed guest. The server stammered. Just a moment more, I replied nonchalantly, leaning back in my chair. After all, there were merely 2 servers, and I had no desire to make things difficult for them, particularly since I was not starving to the point of desperation. Thank you, esteemed guest. The servers expressed their gratitude repeatedly. The older one quickly smacked the younger one's head, prompting him to realize his oversight and bow to me in thanks. Once the servers departed, Su pushed the plate into the space between us. Ling Wai, would you care for some? It's quite delicious, she offered, waving her chopsticks at me. No, my meal will arrive soon enough. You needn't save any for me, I declined, yet I appreciated her thoughtful gesture. Fine, lien niji ipsilon. Su shrugged, as if she had anticipated my refusal. Yang Jian and Yuen exchanged glances. Yang Jian blinked, and Yuen immediately understood, casually glancing over. I feigned ignorance to their silent exchange, resting against my chair as I awaited the proprietor's freshly prepared plate of fried rice. After we finished our meal, it seemed we were at a loss for what to do next. After bidding farewell to Yuen, the 3 of us wandered aimlessly through the marketplace, surrounded by the bustling crowd, uncertain of our next course of action. Should we seek out HR and CUR? With no leads to follow, searching now would only result in a futile waste of energy. It seemed we were already squandering time aimlessly. After all, we had not intended to do anything specific in Yangzhou, and there was no definitive time agreed upon with Li Zicheng. He merely mentioned he would come to fetch us in the near future. Were we truly to spend our final moments here in a daze, unable to even meet with HR and the others? Suddenly, Su suggested, Ling Wai, why don't we head to the port? To the port for what? I was perplexed by Su's proposal. What was there to see on a boat? Well, to take a boat ride, and to visit an old collaborator of mine, whom you've met before, and Sue pondered for a moment before giving me a riddle, then began heading in the direction of the port. With no other choice, I followed her. "What are you doing?" Yi Zhao Jian, who had remained stationary in a daze, and pulled him along towards Sue. "Hey, Sue, slow down," I called out as Sue's figure grew increasingly distant. Though she was merely walking away, a sense of disquiet stirred within me, accompanied by a rising urgency. "What is Liang Wei babbling about? How could you mistake me?" Sue's irritated voice suddenly echoed in my ears, though she was adept at manipulating psychology, and in an instant, she had distanced herself from me. Stunned, I remained rooted in place, silently listening to her. Sue noticed my silence, her fist tightening slightly. Really now, she took a deep breath, having long grown accustomed to Liang's wooden demeanor. Hee. Yang Jian couldn't contain his laughter, drawing Sue's attention immediately. "What is so funny? Is it that amusing? Lean in so I can see if there's water in your brain." Sue grabbed Yang Jian and pulled him close, delivering a sharp slap to his head. "Ugh, Sujia, why are you like this? Speak normally." Sue retorted, not understanding him, and delivered 2 more slaps to his shoulder, causing him to stagger. All right, don't make it difficult for a good man," I intervened, pulling the two apart, fearing that Sue's next slap might send Yang Jian reeling to the ground. I had experienced her strength firsthand. If this continued, Yang Jian might truly be knocked down. Puffed. Yang Jian nearly spat blood on my words. "What do you mean, good man? That's even worse than being slapped to death." "Ugh, I miss Jia," he lamented, at least when she was around. She wasn't as violent as Sue, and her slaps were far gentler. After I pulled her away, Sue refrained from striking Yang Jian further and continued, "This time, stick close to me. Otherwise, I won't wait for you too." I nodded, urging Yang Jian to follow Sue, adding a reminder, "Next time Su Jia gets angry, don't just stand there like a fool, or you might be the first to get slapped. You definitely don't want to meet the king of hell just yet." It seemed I was speaking more than usual, perhaps influenced by these two. Upon reaching the port, Sue grasped the railing and stood on her tiptoes, allowing the wind from the Grand Canal to whip against her face, refreshing gusts enveloping her. "Wow, the wind is quite strong. I can't even open my eyes," Sue exclaimed. Yet despite her words, she closed her eyes in enjoyment, savoring the dampness of the breeze by the water. Her dark hair fluttered in the wind, oblivious to her surroundings, while Yang Jian and I exchanged amused glances, grateful that she hadn't noticed. The wind whistled in our ears as several bluebirds soared overhead. The willows by the water extend their roots, leaving traces of life's continuity. The burgeoning vines and moss add a touch of verdant beauty to the otherwise dim corners, rendering the scene akin to an exquisite painting. As a native of Shanbei, I have yet to behold the vastness of the ocean or the serenity of a lake. Even the grand city of Beijing, the Grand Canal, as depicted in poetry, starkly contrasts with its modern reality. 2 mighty canals intertwine, with vessels gliding gently by, while the sky and the water reflect one another in harmonious brilliance. The river flows languidly, and the canal meanders through the landscape, stretching endlessly. I find myself at a loss for words to describe it further, as my literary prowess is limited. Chapter 85, The Beggar. This Grand Canal was constructed during the Sui dynasty under Emperor Yang, a monumental endeavor that consumed vast resources and labor, yet was not held in high regard by the populace. Today, however, it stands as a crucial economic lifeline for the people of Yangzhou, facilitating trade and transportation along this north-south artery. I observed Man Sui, who was on tiptoe, relishing the caress of the lake's breeze. She seemed to delight in this gentle sensation. Yang Jian gazed down at the Grand Canal beneath the railing, his eyes slightly dry, blinking to regain focus. If only he could have come to witness it back then, he mused, lamenting the proximity to Yangzhou that had eluded him. A sigh escaped Yang Jian as memories of the past flooded his mind, yet he deemed it unnecessary to revisit bygone events. Instead, he resolved to cherish the present. Even if it occasionally involved the playful banter of 2 companions, the joy of camaraderie always prevailed. "Oh, Man Sui, when will you and Liang express your true feelings to one another? It seems I must create an opportunity for them." "Surely, There are mountains nearby Yangzhou. A trip to witness the sunrise could serve as the perfect backdrop for their confessions. Yang Jian chuckled softly, noticing that the two were oblivious to his presence, and quietly approached a few locals from Yangzhou. After a series of inquiries, he found himself momentarily taken aback by the response of a local who shrugged at him, suggesting he was not from around there. It seemed the area lacked significant mountains, merely small hills, and the conversation quickly dwindled as the local departed, disinterested in further dialogue. Alas, the plan had faltered before it even commenced. Yang Jian sighed, yet he remained hopeful that one day the two would confess their feelings. Though, perhaps that day would not arrive. He was no fool. He understood Liang and Mansui's intentions for their journey to Shanbei. Yunjie could not hide the truth from him, which only made him cherish the fleeting moments spent with his friends even more. The moment when Liang and Mansui would lay bare their hearts might well coincide with the instant Mansui would plunge a dagger into Liang's chest, an event he would not witness. Mansui had once confided in him about matters of revenge during Liang's absence. Although she did not elaborate, he could piece together the implications, especially given her subsequent behavior. One day, she would inevitably take Liang's life. Yet for now, he hoped that the individuals Liang sought, Honger and Shui'er, would delay their arrival, for that might spare Liang's life. Aren't you going down to take a look? I was perplexed by Man Sui's hesitation to descend to the Grand Canal, instead opting to remain above, merely enjoying the breeze. I'm coming, she exclaimed, finally reacting to my nudge, hurriedly stepping down the stairs while grasping my arm. Young Jian, keep up, she called out, ensuring he did not lag behind. Man Sui crouched on the damp earth, lifting her skirt to avoid soiling it, unafraid of the mud. Her delicate fingers grazed the water surface, creating ripples that intrigued me. In my lifetime, I had only encountered two significant lakes, the Luo River and this Grand Canal. I attempted to mimic her actions but found it difficult to lift my skirt, so I abandoned the effort and sat beside her, nearly losing my balance in the process. Had I fallen, I would have been covered in mud, transforming me from Liang into a mere farmer, dirted from head to toe. Fortunately, I regained my footing and splashed the water with my hands, yet I could not replicate the beautiful ripples that Man Sui created. Liang, look here, following her voice. I turned just in time to be doused with water, caught off guard, and subsequently toppled into the mud. Well, there was no escaping the muddy fate now. Mansui, what have you done? I exclaimed, rising from the ground, realizing that now that I was already muddy, I had nothing to fear. It was time for me to retaliate, and Mansui would be the target. This is brand new, Liang exclaimed, but before he could finish his protest, I drenched him with water from a straw hat I had picked up, although the hat had gaps, causing some water to escape. The speed of my splash far surpassed any human effort. Liang, Mansui was invigorated by my splash, her dark hair slicked against her clothes by the water. With a smirk, I filled the hat again and splashed it onto her. Suddenly, I found the hat placed over my head, plunging me into darkness, rendering my vision unclear. Then, I felt a forceful shove, sending me back to the muddy ground, the hat snatched away. Is that a weapon? Who's trying to escape now? I lifted the hat to reveal Yang Jian's stealthy attack, then scooped up a handful of mud from the ground. What? You can't do that, I exclaimed as I hurled the mud at Man Sui's shoulder, prompting her to squeal in surprise. Who said anyone was trying to escape? I chuckled lightly, seizing Man Sui and playfully covering her in mud. Eventually, the three of us were thoroughly drenched and muddy, looking like beggars wandering the streets, our appearances utterly disheveled. I can't show my face again. All your fault. Mansui complained. You seem to be enjoying yourself as well, didn't you? I shrugged helplessly, though I could not help but notice the disgruntled expression on her face. Why are you walking so fast? It's not that unbearable, I called after Yang Jian, who scratched his head in response. All right, I'll slow down, Liang Mansui. Chapter 86, The Sulking. Yuan Jia, please don't laugh at us, Yang Jian said with a stern face. We're not that familiar. Why shouldn't I laugh? If you were to say don't laugh to Liang, then fair enough, but you two? Yuan Jia could no longer contain her amusement, pointing at Man Sui and Yang Jian and bursting into laughter. Man Sui crossed her arms, tilting her head defiantly. All right. Yuan, can you find us some clothes? Don't worry, I'll pay. I quickly pulled Man Sui behind me as I spoke with Yuan. Sure, the bathhouse is on your right. I have a few spare clothes. Do you prefer something comfortable like cotton or perhaps a raincoat? Cotton, I decided, opting for comfort. While Yang Jian and I might manage in a raincoat, Man Sui was accustomed to cotton. Being a delicate female, she would likely find the roughness of straw unbearable. It was essential to keep her happy, or else her dissatisfaction with Yuan might lead to a quarrel. All right, you two can go wash up. The bathhouse has separate sections, so you can wash together. Of course, if anyone wants to share a bath with someone else, let's pretend I never said that. I'll go get your clothes now. Yuan chuckled, shrugging as she headed upstairs. This surely sounds like a direct insult aimed at Man Sui. However, how did Yuan learn about the incident of us bathing together? Did Man Sui divulge it, or was it red air and shui air? It can't possibly be Man Sui, can it? As I pondered this, Man Sui let out a cold snort, then bypassed me and strode directly into the bathhouse. Yang Jian and I exchanged glances, then glanced at the wooden door of the bathhouse that had slammed shut, and we both shared a resigned smile. Once inside, Yang Jian and I occupied one bathing area, while Man Sui was in another compartment. As the warm water enveloped my shoulders, I felt an immense comfort, having not bathed in a long while. This was far more pleasurable than pouring water over myself with a ladle. Hey, Liang Yi, do you think Sister Sui is angry? Yang Jian asked, and I felt a twinge of confusion. Were you a block of wood? I mean, Sister Sui's anger isn't merely due to the direct mockery. Then what could it be? I inquired, puzzled. It's because of those who mocked her and failed to console her, namely Yuan and you, Liang Yi. Yang Jian exclaimed, exasperated by my lack of understanding. It was then that I realized the truth. Should I go comfort Sui? I suggested, but before I could rise, Yang Jian pressed me back down. Are you foolish? Sister Sui is sulking right now. Going to her at this moment would only invite scorn. Besides, are you planning to meet her in the nude? Yang Jian's mouth twitched, clearly exasperated. You're right, I conceded, sinking back down. When it came to handling a woman's anger, I truly was at a loss. Ah, Liang Yi, when we go out later, just follow my instructions. I promise it will lift Sister Sui's spirits. Don't be like a block of wood anymore. You mean I should do this, then that, and finally this? Yes, I understand. Meanwhile, in her compartment, Man Sui nearly burst into laughter upon overhearing the two men conspiring loudly on how to amuse her. Yet, she managed to hold it in, feeling that if she continued to stifle it, she might suffer internal injury. She was already quite pleased, but there were still methods to elevate her joy further. Do you two not realize that the wooden partitions have virtually no soundproofing? With a series of knocks echoing, Yang Jian and I opened our eyes in the bath. After all, it was only natural to doze off after such a long time without bathing, right? Esteemed guests, I've placed your clothes outside the door. Please have the lady inside retrieve them shortly, called the previous attendant, followed by the sound of fabric rustling. Understood, I shouted back, hearing Man Sui respond from her side. Before I could take action, Yang Jian stood up from the bath. I remained seated as he opened the wooden door and retrieved the clothes from outside, placing them on a rack in the compartment. Once the rustling subsided, Yang Jian and I drained the water and exited the compartment. Upon opening the door, I saw Yuan holding a black cloth bundle containing Man Sui's garments, which she handed to me. Place it in the box outside the compartment, but do not open it. After saying this, Yuan departed for the second floor. All right, I disregarded whether she heard me and simply placed the black cloth in the box outside Man Sui's compartment. Sui, your clothes are in the box outside the door. Remember to retrieve them. I reminded her. Okay, Liang Yi. She responded from within, and I exited, closing the bathhouse door behind me. Man Sui emerged from the bath, droplets still glistening on her skin. After drying herself, she glanced at the box and retrieved her clothes. As she shook her sleeves, a note slipped out, and she curiously picked it up from the floor. By the way, Yang Jian, why did you suddenly freeze up back then? We sat on chairs, teasing and chatting. This calls for recounting some past events. Yang Jian sighed. Is it something inconvenient? If so, you need not share. It's nothing. It's fine to tell Liang Yi. After all, it's all in the past. If you wish to hear, I shall narrate it as a story. Sure, I'm quite curious. Very well. Chapter 87, Friends. Since Liang Yi wishes to hear, I shall begin. After saying this, Yang Jian started recounting the tale. Hey, Jian Run. Who are you calling a scoundrel? Buffed. Whoever responds is who I'm addressing. The The young man chuckled at the sight of his friend's exasperation. Clad in a dark robe and wielding a folding fan, he exuded the air of a wealthy young master. However, Yang Jian knew that this fellow was merely trying to entice naive young girls. He was truly a rogue. TCH, she approached willingly. I was just minding my own business when she suddenly came up to me, nearly kissing me, and then declared she wanted to marry me. I hadn't even touched her. We merely chatted for a few days, and she couldn't bear it. Her endurance is rather poor. The young man chuckled lightly, his words ringing true. Please, I am naturally charming and dashing. How could I be like you, Jianren? You probably wouldn't even catch the eye of someone with a penchant for your kind. Then I wish you a lifetime of being pursued by wealthy suitors. Yang Jian could no longer contain himself and cursed maliciously. Oh, come on. I still aspire to be a wandering rogue, traveling the world. How cool is that? The young man shrugged nonchalantly, continuing on his way. He was my friend, sometimes even more shameless than I. You realize you're shameless? I raised an eyebrow. Damn it. Where did you provoke these people from? Yang Jian shouted in anger, dodging two blades before countering with a strike against his assailant. He pressed a hand against his wounded arm, blood streaming down his elbow, relentless in its flow. Run, you fool! Yang Jian roared in fury, having stayed behind solely to ensure his friend's escape. I never thought I, who have traversed countless flower-filled paths unscathed, would be deceived by a woman, Yang Jian muttered, though he didn't hear clearly, still shouting for his friend to flee. Really, to have stolen my feelings, you are utterly heartless. He unsheathed a long sword and followed Yang Jian's lead. I have a strong life. I won't die easily. He chuckled, then turned and charged forward with his sword. Yang Jian's eyes widened in shock. He had always thought that sword was merely ornamental, yet here it was in action. Return the blade to me. I gifted it to you. As he seized Yang Jian's weapon, the two blades clashed in a symphony of ringing steel. You are truly heartless, leaving me to face death alone, betraying my feelings. I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth. Those who are passionate die from their devotion. Those with malice perish from their kindness. Did he perish? The blade had been damaged at that time. The sword, too, had been broken recently. Yet, the scabbard remained at his side. Though the odds were slim, I gradually unconsciously adopted his habits. The terms young master and wandering hero were all learned from him. Yang Jian casually shared. So you are fulfilling your friend's wishes? Of course. And I seek to atone for that scoundrel's misdeeds. Raising those children is not only to prevent their demise, but also stems from my desire for redemption. That makes sense, I said. Where does Saint appear? I finally understood, resolving some previous mysteries. Time has passed, and some matters have faded from memory. Otherwise, regarding that girl, I could converse with Liang Yi for 3 days and nights. Though, to be honest, she was not particularly remarkable and had committed some wrongdoings, including the unfortunate demise of the elderly and children. Yang Jian fell silent for a moment before addressing me. Haha, it's nothing, although I am quite curious. Since Yang Jian seems unable or unwilling to recall, I shall refrain from pressing further. Suddenly, the voice of Man Sui appeared beside Yang Jian, causing him to tremble. What did you say? I didn't hear anything. Man Sui shot Yang Jian a disdainful glance and promptly seated herself beside us. Sister Sui, what do you wish to do? Yang Jian inquired. I don't know. That's why I sought your opinions. Then let's retire early or perhaps visit Deming Sea to witness the sunrise. Yang Jian recalled what the second local person had mentioned earlier, realizing there was indeed a Deming Sea. How long will it take? Oh, if we go now, we will undoubtedly see it tomorrow. Upon exiting the inn, dusk was settling as we headed toward Deming Sea, where the sunrise would indeed be visible. Lead the way. I called out to Yang Jian. It seems I am also unfamiliar with the route. What nonsense are you spouting? Man Sui was nearly speechless. Cough. Sister Sui, just admit that I have offered a suggestion. I wouldn't mind if your head swelled a bit more. Hey. No. I was wrong, okay? I observed Yang Jian and Man Sui, feeling a haze of disconnection envelop me. What is happening? I pressed my forehead, feeling somewhat unwell. All right, I'll inquire with the locals. Man Sui shot Yang Jian another glare and approached a local person who was stargazing nearby. I let out a heavy sigh, feeling a profound sense of isolation as Yang Jian moved away from me. Liang, thief, hero. No, it mattered little. I was but a man nearing death. Indeed, it was unwise to entangle myself with a woman who had a future. I chuckled bitterly and shook my head. It was time to let go of some things. The closeness with Mansway was detrimental to her well-being. Maintaining a close relationship with a man on the brink of death is not a source of joy. Even if I were to survive in the coming days, it would likely be a matter of only a year. Therefore, I must apologize to Mansway. It seems she must harbor resentment toward me once more. Was that not your father reminding me just now? Indeed, he could not bear to part with his daughter. I smiled faintly and lifted my head. What is Liang Yi pondering? Why are you leaning against the stone wall? Mansway approached and inquired. Nothing. Well then, let us proceed. I found myself unable to entirely detach from this peculiar sentiment, yet it was essential to sever these ties. It was for the sake of ensuring that, at the moment of my demise, Mansway would not show me any mercy. Moreover, it was to guarantee that after my passing, she would not grieve for me, but instead liberate herself from the shackles of hatred. As we traversed the path to Deming Sea, the crowd was sparse, consisting mainly of a few dozen souls. After leisurely exploring the lower areas of Deming Sea, we began to ascend the tower. By the time we reached the 9th level, darkness still enveloped us. But if one looked closely, a hint of light could be discerned. We waited for what felt like an eternity, leaning against the railing, gazing at the heavens. As the dark veil was gradually lifted by a soft orange glow, the dawn appeared, the crimson clouds seemingly merging with the distant horizon, casting shadows upon the world. The gentle morning light graced everyone equally, allowing them to bask in its brilliance. How beautiful, Mansway remarked, her eyes reflecting the sun's orange halo and the red clouds. No, then I feel balanced. Liang Yi, if someone who's been to the capital has never witnessed this, I can relax. So this time, Liang Yi, is it beautiful? I mean the sunrise. Mansway turned her head, her long, dark hair glimmering in the light. The outfit prepared for her by Yuan was a dark robe that accentuated her noble demeanor, and in the sunlight, she radiated both grace and approachability. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated as a thief brazenly snatched Mansway's purse, the one left by Sister Yin. He descended the tower using the rope bound to himself, and if we rushed down, we would likely arrive too late. What a pity you encountered a thief. Yang Jian smirked, then gripped the wooden railing, swinging himself down the tower. Hey, Yang Jian, have you lost your mind? Mansway gasped, her pupils dilating as she attempted to grasp Yang Jian. But he evaded her. What unfolded next left us all astounded as he deftly navigated through each level of the tower, landing perfectly on the railing of each one, barely pausing before launching himself downward again. Ordinary onlookers held their breath, fearful of disrupting Yang Jian's agility. Hey, dude, are you trying to throw your life away? Jumping from the 9th level, just as the thief loosened his ropes to escape, he witnessed Yang Jian leap from the 2nd level. Enough with the chatter. Yang Jian landed atop the thief's head, stunning him into near unconsciousness. But fortunately, Yang Jian restrained his strength, leaving him incapacitated on the ground. Meanwhile, Mansway was still pursuing from behind, but I had already surged ahead, far surpassing her speed. Liang Yi, Sister Sui, how shall we deal with this? Yang Jian spoke viciously to the man on the ground, though he was genuinely inquiring of me, merely putting on a show for the thief. Let the authorities handle it, Mansway suggested, considering that we were in Yangzhou, where killing was not permissible. Kill him, I replied coldly and indifferently, as if discussing the slaughter of a mere chick. Mansway furrowed her brow, turning to me, not only perplexed by my recklessness, but also angered by my casual regard for life. Yang Jian looked at me in mild shock, confusion evident in his eyes. In truth, even if I had spoken of killing, I would not be capable of taking the thief's life. I fully understood that we were in Yangzhou and that his crimes did not warrant death. But I merely wished to put on a fade for Mansway. She ought to slay the merciless wolf that disregards human life, not a man of conscience like Liang. Thus, I had to revert to the persona I once despised most, that of a thief, while simultaneously shedding the increasingly prominent illusion of a hero. Regrettably, in the end, I would still perish as that half-hearted wolf. If only I could encounter Mansway in a different manner. Just as I had once envisioned, I would be a gallant youth, meeting a humble farmer selling goods, visiting his home, and encountering that unforgettable child. Alas, fantasies remain but fantasies, forever unfulfilled, merely ephemeral dreams. Therefore, the only course of action left for me was to rekindle Man Sui's hatred for me. She must kill me, and she must forget the noble aspects of Liang, only recalling the moments of the wolf. The day prior, at the bathhouse, Man Sui clutched the paper in her hand, trembling. This is truly, truly too cruel for me. Liang, I hope you do not do this, I beg of you. Yuan, I hope your words are mere fabrications, a mere guess. You would not act so ruthlessly, nor seek your assistance afterward. Yuan, Liang, you shall not deceive me. Chapter 89. The Merchant. Very well. Let us wait for the constables to arrive and hand them over for management. Yang Jian directly pulled apart Man Sui and me, stepping on the waist of the pickpocket, rendering him unable to rise. It is evident that you two have not conversed at all. How is it that everything suddenly feels off? Yang Jian pouted, murmuring to himself. 2 wooden blocks. In the end, it still falls upon me, the young master, to resolve this. I shall ensure that you two reconcile. Yang Jian Jukelet, solidifying his subsequent plan. However, it is highly likely that he is destined for disappointment this time, as the issue lies not with external factors, but within the individuals themselves. Subsequently, as the constables arrived and took the pickpocket away, we departed without lingering in the spot. Well, I shall take my leave first. The person I am waiting for may have already arrived. Man Sui followed behind me, suddenly speaking up. Yang Jian, caught off guard, nearly stumbled. Damn it, sister. Why must you leave at this moment? Let me execute my plan first. If you two do not reconcile, then you can leave. Are you not making a mess of my thoughts? Nevertheless, he still maintained a smile on his face, addressing Man Sui cheerfully. Sister Sui has matters to attend to, right? Yes, go ahead. I nodded in understanding and agreed. As Man Sui prepared to leave, she glanced at me and, upon noticing my gaze, turned her head away, though it seemed she smiled momentarily as she did so. Naturally, I was the only one to converse with Yuan. Yang Jian, let us go. After reminding him, I proceeded towards the inn, taking a path that was in stark contrast to the one Man Sui was taking towards the port. Yang Jian's eyes twitched as he glanced at Liang ahead and then at the gradually disappearing figure of Man Sui behind him. He ultimately chose to follow Liang. Truly, these two have exhausted my concern. Without me, they would fall apart. Yuan, habitually pushing open the door, I saw Yuan sitting alone in the center of the first floor. Do not speak yet. Let me guess. Judging by your hesitance, I shall allow you to speak first. However, before that, come with me to the second-floor compartment. As I approached her, Yuan halted my impending words, glanced at Yang Jian, and then shifted her gaze back to me. Fine. I nodded and followed Yuan upstairs. I merely suggested that Liang go up alone. As for your friend, let it be. Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Yang Jian, who was preparing to follow, and snorted softly. Yang Jian furrowed his brows. Could this woman be planning something against Liang? You wait there. It is of no consequence, I added, calming Yang Jian's restless thoughts. Let us go. Yuan pulled me into a compartment that appeared to have once been a living space, but was now transformed into a private room. The spacious room was furnished with only a long table, 2 wooden chairs, and a few scattered decorations. The only notable feature was the bed by the window. Do not look around. There is nothing to see. Sit down. Let us converse, Liang. Yuan patted the chair and then took her seat opposite me. If possible, I hope you can assist me. After I spoke this sentence, I paused, awaiting Yuan's response. Yuan stared at me quietly, neither speaking nor making any other movements. After a moment, she suddenly spoke. What? Do you wish to deceive that little girl? To diminish her feelings for you? Or even incite hatred? You guessed correctly. Was it difficult to guess? Yuan chuckled lightly, sensing that I had underestimated her. I refuse. Yuan promptly replied. Why? I still possess some silver. I have said I refuse, and I shall not partake in tearing apart 2 individuals, even if they are merely temporary companions. Even if one of them wishes to perish, understand? Yuan stood up, leaning against the window, gazing outside. You were not so dismissive before, a merchant driven by profit. Are you not a merchant as well, Liang? Upon hearing this, Yuan neither grew angry nor made any further movements. She merely crossed her arms and turned to face me. Or rather, everyone here is a merchant, regardless of status or actions. In your eyes, what defines a merchant? Is it to discard all that offers no benefit and seize what is advantageous? Liang, you seem to have forgotten what I once told you. Now, I shall reiterate. And this is, of course, the last reminder without payment. In this world, each of us is a merchant, living solely for our own interests. Every individual is cunning and self-serving. Is everyone truly a merchant? I stood at the inn's entrance, silently pondering this statement. Hey, I chuckled softly. Since Yuan is unwilling to assist me, I shall not force her. Nonetheless, I must rely on my own efforts from here on. At the port nearby, Rong. Man Sui called out Rong's name, and a young man approached. He was dressed in a light green robe adorned with white patterns, holding a copy of the Li Ji that he must have acquired at some point, exuding the aura of a scholar. In truth, he was indeed the only one among Man Sui's 10 subordinates who had received an education. Moreover, it was said that he had once achieved the rank of a top scholar, nearly becoming an official, yet for reasons unknown, he had fallen into destitution, unable to afford even a meal, yet still maintaining the pride of a scholar. Had it not been for Man Sui's need for personnel at that time, he might have starved to death on the streets. Rong had accepted a new name, previously called Su Ro, but now he was known as Rong. Thus, Rong harbored a unique sentiment for Man Sui, a bond of kinship, gratitude for saving his life, and admiration for her. Man Sui was certainly aware of this, yet she had never contemplated marriage with anyone. Well, aside from her childhood, when she had fantasized about a future husband akin to her father. But now it seemed that was a distant notion. Sister Sui, everything is ready. Rong gently bowed to Man Sui and then cleared the path behind him. Please enter. Everyone is inside. Yes, thank you for your efforts. It is my duty. Rong chuckled lightly, seemingly anticipating this acknowledgement. Man Sui entered the room behind Rong, followed closely by him. Chapter 90, a dazzling moment. Miss Sui, what do you desire? I require all information regarding Shipengru. Certainly, 300 silver. The man opposite extended 3 fingers. 300? Are you out of your mind? Rong slammed the table and stood up. Damn it. Do you think Shipengru is just anyone? He nearly became the local emperor in the Shaanxi region. To inquire about him, with just the 2 of you, not even 8 lives would suffice. This amount is a bargain for the 2 of you. The man's fury caused Rong to sit back down. You, rude. Rong pointed at the man, struggling to articulate, ultimately resorting to a single curse. To hell with you. The man retorted angrily. I am here to purchase information, not to hear your insults. Man Sui impatiently tapped the table. TCH, that Shipengru commands thousands of private soldiers. It is generous of me to even inquire on your behalf. The man scoffed. Man Sui suddenly laughed and replied, How about you waive this fee for us? The man was taken aback and then angrily shouted, Damn it, little girl, I respect you as the leader. Do you think you can pull this on me? Damn it, truly unlucky. I cannot fathom what Shipengru did to provoke those 2 giants in Shaanxi, as well as the 3 from the northern region and the Yangzhou fellows, not to mention a few lunatics coming after him. With that, the man kicked open the door and stormed out of the room. Man Sui quietly watched the man leave, delicately raising her teacup. This scoundrel is simply asking for too much. Rong punched the table in frustration. Quite normal. Man Sui calmly sipped her tea, pursing her lips as she remarked, We have also obtained the information we desired, have we not? Thus, Sui Jian never intended to engage in a serious conversation. What else could it be? Do you expect me to pluck feathers from a miserly rooster? Very well, then I shall feel at ease. Ru nodded slightly, yet he remained uncertain about what was meant by dealing with the dog official, and naturally, he did not inquire further. It was merely a literal expression. To deal with him, Man Sui seemed to see through Ru's thoughts and directly articulated her intentions. Before Ru could express his astonishment or offer any objections, Man Sui had already risen. Brief moments of fireworks are indeed dazzling, yet they are ultimately fleeting. Much like that year beneath the fireworks in Luoyang. The deafening explosions drowned out the words spoken by the little girl, concealing the sentiments of the bandits that day. The brilliance lasts but a moment. Only enduring memories and emotions can persist in life. I silently repeated this phrase in my heart, unheard by anyone. I then lowered my feet from the wall and stood on the ground. But have you considered that this may be a form of cruelty even more severe than killing her? A revenge that comes from you? A thought emerged, causing me to question my sanity as I found myself conversing with the voices formed by illusions in my mind since yesterday. Revenge? I do not perceive it as such. You remain as obstinate as ever. You have made many correct choices in the past, yet this time does not guarantee that you are right. Does she wish for you to act this way? He posed the final question. You will alter your choice. He ultimately conveyed this statement to me. I could neither comprehend it, nor did I wish to. A persistent voice echoed in my ears, resembling an illusion, yet seemingly present beside me, though I could only hear its voice without sensing its presence. What was it attempting to reveal to me? What role did it play within my delusions? I knew not, nor did I desire to know. If I truly changed my mind, then what man's sway? Would that not also be a form of revenge against our current selves? I whispered that I must die. Beside the inn's entrance, a woman with her hair coiled spoke to herself. Liang, you shall never escape the confines of this statement that binds you. If you could genuinely comprehend her actions, you would not regard this phrase as your current objective. All that you possess should be her and what you have. Regrettably, this phrase can never escape her lips. She will neither say it, nor can she say it. This understanding must come solely from Liang himself. She is but a merchant, powerless to instigate change, while Liang is different. He has been free since childhood. By nature, he is a hero, a rogue, akin to the day he rescued her, harboring goodness in his heart, yet the tumultuous times do not permit his virtue to flourish. You should come to me at noon to ask your questions, and I will inform you. Sway. As a mere merchant, her only role is to pave a path for the two, allowing the final outcome to arrive sooner, whether good or bad. Yang Jian sat in his room, bored, fiddling with the leaves and branches he had brought in. Is there no one else to keep me company in this room? Sigh, it is better to be busy. I truly cannot comprehend why the relationship between Liang and Sui, which had been quite good, deteriorated in just 2 days. He found himself puzzled. Yang Jian pondered his thoughts, considering how to help Sui and Liang reconcile their relationship. Alas, Liang and Sui truly are a pair of fated adversaries, and in the end, it falls upon me to assist in their reconciliation. He waits for me outside. Man Sui glanced at Liang behind her. Not waiting for you, I corrected Man Sui. Man Sui inwardly cursed Liang as a scoundrel. Simultaneously, Yuan had also been waiting for quite some time in the adjacent room. Upon opening the door, she saw Yuan sitting in a chair, watching Man Sui enter. Yuan appeared completely unperturbed, even leaving the door unlocked, as if she were merely waiting for Man Sui to seek her out. Man Sui felt somewhat surprised, yet she sat down opposite Yuan without hesitation. Chapter 91. Guidance. I have been waiting for you for a long time, Sui. Yuan sat on the bed, observing Man Sui's hesitance. You truly resemble him, both in your subtle movements after arriving here and in your indecisive demeanor. Yuan could not help but chuckle. Yuan, Liang, Man Sui began, intending to inquire about this matter. Very well, I know what you wish to ask. In an instant, the light in Man Sui's eyes dimmed slightly, flickering several times. He truly came to find you? Man Sui seemed to seek confirmation once more, for only through complete verification of the truth could she proceed with her conversation with Yuan. Not only did he inquire, but he also considered spending money to seek my assistance. Yuan repeated expressionlessly, adding another remark. You two truly are peculiar. I understand what Liang is thinking, but Sui, you need to be more forthright. Yuan sighed softly. She may be a merchant, yet beneath that identity, Liang holds the significance of a lifesaver to her. Meanwhile, Man Sui has given Liang a new lease on life, allowing him to reclaim his existence. Thus, Yuan holds considerable respect for Man Sui and does not wish for their ending to be the worst scenario. Yet, if the conclusion is destined to traverse this path, she feels powerless. Be forthright? What should I be forthright about? Man Sui crossed her arms, slightly displeased. Do you still wish to kill Liang? You know what I'm asking. Yuan stood before Man Sui, attempting to exert some pressure. She is still contemplating, still considering. Upon hearing this response, Yuan paused for a few seconds, then revealed a slight smile and sat down. I understand. I wish you success. After speaking, she observed Man Sui rise and make her way to the door. Naturally, I do not recommend that you tell him what we discussed right now. Yuan called out to Man Sui as she attempted to push the door open, causing Man Sui to halt her steps. Perhaps. Man Sui did not refute. Indeed, when it comes to matters concerning Liang, she often felt as though she had overlooked something. It is best if he comprehends these words himself. So do not inform him or deliberately approach him. Let things unfold as he desires. The one who tied the knot must be the one to untie it. If he cannot grasp this step, then there is no need to hope for your final chance. For now, the only thing we can do is guide Liang step by step away from the cycle of repaying sins with death. After all, death does not settle all matters. To repay his crimes with death feels rather too cheap. Yuan's fingers tapped the table, seemingly indifferent. As a competent merchant, one would extract every benefit from a situation until it can no longer yield any profit. You must maintain a distance from him, yet not too far. Akin to when you previously expressed a desire to kill Liang during your visit to Yangzhou. Do you understand? In my impression, you are an intelligent person. She finally met Man Sui's gaze with skepticism, stemming from her recent astonishment at Man Sui's not-so-intelligent actions. Ultimately, it is best to let him experience the pain of loss once more. I trust that your skills in understanding human sentiments have reached a remarkable level. Beyond these matters, I remain quite curious, Yuan. How did you come to know that Liang would begin to distance himself from me and deduce so much? Man Sui inquired, hesitating for a moment before adding, Of course, if you do not wish to share, that is perfectly fine. I am merely asking. I will eventually tell you these matters. But not now, for I harbor my own secrets. Do you recall the last line of that note? Short-sighted merchants will always seek the advantageous side for themselves. Yet they never consider the consequences. Only by extending the line can one observe the future, allowing for judgment to minimize risks while maximizing benefits. What does that mean? Furrowed her brows as she gazed at Yuan. The note had already been torn apart by her, leaving her with fragmented memories of its content. If it weren't for the fact that you two seem utterly estranged, I would almost suspect you to be siblings, Yuan remarked, her lips twitching slightly. She stood up, tenderly caressing her wooden door, sighing in relief. Thank goodness, it hasn't been damaged. This door is quite valuable. Honestly, I'm exhausted. I need to sleep. Wait, Liang. Why have you suddenly grown distant towards Sister Sui? This is abnormal. Even a rational person would find it peculiar. Yang Jian's eyes sparkled, and Liang smiled, sensing potential in this matter. Seizing the moment, he urged Liang to confess, believing it might resolve the issue. Come on, Liang, just speak up. What's so difficult about it? Look at me. I'm walking like a crab. Why won't you say anything? Yang Jian breathed on, relentlessly pushing for Liang to reveal the cause of his estrangement from Man Sui. If it were a brief period, it might be tolerable, but as time dragged on, impatience brewed within me. I firmly grasped his shoulders and pinned him in place. That's enough, be quiet. I halted his incessant chatter, compelling him to sit back down. We waited for a moment, the atmosphere thick with tension as I anticipated the inevitable distancing from them. Oh, Sister Sui is coming out. Liang, hurry. Yang Jian nudged me, urging me to converse with Man Sui, but I merely swayed slightly from the push. When he pushed again, I remained steadfast. Yang Jian wore a disgruntled expression, curious about my hesitation. You go out first. I shoved him out the door to rid myself of his nagging, then turned around, only to lock eyes with Man Sui, who had just reached the entrance. I averted my gaze, unable to confront the calm depths of her eyes. Have I even lost the courage to meet her gaze, Liang? I pondered, a wave of melancholy washing over me, eliciting a bitter smile. Have I truly lost the courage to meet her gaze, Liang? Man Sui mused silently, finding it amusing yet exasperating that Liang continued to conceal the truth from her. The contrasting laughter of the two intertwined, representing their distinct emotions. Liang, are you not going to seek out hunger in Shui'er? Man Sui raised an eyebrow, her neck slightly lifted, arms crossed. Then let's go. It's still daylight. All right. Chapter 92. Friction. So, how should we proceed with the search? I observed Man Sui, who seemed to be aimlessly wandering with me. Naturally, I had my own methods. Man Sui appeared to lack any other plans, making it difficult for me to ascertain her intentions. However, given her composed demeanor, I presumed she would not deceive me. Yang Jian trailed behind us, his face weary, having been dragged out without sufficient rest, leaving him mentally and physically exhausted. Amidst the throng of people, why was Yang Jian fixated solely on this one man? He was not at a point where he suspected everyone of harboring malicious intents. Rather, the individual approaching us seemed rather unusual. His eyes occasionally darted towards Sister Sway, while his right hand fanned himself, ultimately settling his gaze on Leon. Upon their meeting, the man halted, and indeed, I cast a subtle glance his way, feeling a flicker of familiarity, though it was fleeting. Perhaps I had seen him once, but with my focus on matters concerning Man Sway and myself, it was only natural to forget trivial acquaintances. Young Jian Frowenet, his fingers resting on the hilt of his sword. He did not wish to act, yet he understood the necessity of being prepared. Man Sway slightly frowned, about to speak when he scratched his head, interrupting Man Sway, while feigning amiability, then pointed at Liang and himself. Come with me. I have something to discuss. Man Sway, mildly annoyed, opened her mouth to reprimand, but Liang interrupted her, causing her to fall silent, arms still crossed, observing the two. With a neutral expression, I gripped the hilt of my sword. What matters cannot be discussed here, or can we not converse elsewhere? About you. The man glanced at Liang, letting out a low scoff unnoticed by others, before leading us into a narrow alley. The surrounding crowd seemed to sense the rising tension and hastily distanced themselves from us, circling around. Such a nuisance. I detest meaningless troubles that waste my time. If I could, I would prefer not to follow him, but since he mentioned something regarding me, I was intrigued to see what scheme he might concoct. I noticed the man pause before stating, not just you, but others as well. My gaze sharpened on him. Others? Is he deceiving me? Or is there something more to this? I tightened my grip on the sword hilt, yet in the midst of the crowd, I chose to refrain from drawing my weapon. Otherwise, an officer might emerge to interrogate me. For now, I would follow him, regardless of the truth. If he posed a threat to me, I must eliminate it. You all wait here. I instructed before following him. This was a testament to my confidence. As long as there were no firearms, I could escape from dozens pursuing me, even turning the tables on them. Firearms are, after all, contraband, typically only wielded by soldiers. I doubted that random individuals would possess them. I trailed behind the man as he led me into an alley. Just when I thought we had reached a dead end, he guided me through. He then took me around several winding paths, ultimately arriving at the port. What do you intend to do? I regarded him as if he were a fool, having circled around to end up at the port. What was his aim? What is your name? He abruptly inquired. Never mind. It's not important, I replied with a chuckle. If you don't wish to share, so be it. He fell silent for a moment, then averted his gaze. I believe you've seen me once. My name is Rue, one of the 10 under Sister Sway's command. Of course, there may only be 8 of us left now. Rue introduced himself. You came here without even inquiring who I am? Sister Sway has never mentioned you to me before. Rue shrugged, gripping his folding fan. What do you want? I don't have time to waste here. I frowned slightly. This fellow exuded hostility. Well, I don't care who you are or your relationship with Sister Sway, but what I know is that the weak have no right to admire her. Cool me. Let us settle this our way, Before Rue could finish his sentence, I propelled myself toward him like a released arrow. Damn! Rue attempted to block my strike with his iron fan, believing he could withstand my assault. However, he was sent flying by a kick, the fan clattering to the ground nearby. Enough with the chatter. I rotated my ankle, my left foot landing firmly. Thud! Rue landed several feet away in the damp ground, covered in grass and mud. He coughed violently, as if on the verge of expelling blood, but realizing Liang was still behind him, he scrambled to his feet, seizing the iron fan. Cough! Damn it! How wasn't he even finished speaking? Didn't your mother teach you not to interrupt others? Rue's eyes blazed red as he unfurled the iron fan, revealing countless concealed spikes within. Apologies, but I truly did not. Upon hearing those words, I could not help but chuckle softly. You have successfully provoked me. Drawing the long blade from my waist, I charged forward like a wild stallion, swiftly closing the distance to our ring. With a resounding clash, the sharp sound of metal striking metal echoed through the air. The smooth surface of the iron fan reflected my indifferent gaze, while beneath my long blade lay only our Eng's expression of sheer terror. With a fierce shout, I brought my blade down, swiftly following up with 2 horizontal slashes. Under the force of my strikes, the iron fan, which merely relied on its size, was utterly incapable of withstanding my assault. Such a hollow object, regardless of the wielder's strength and skill or the fan's length, proved inferior to a simple long knife. I ruthlessly shattered our Aang's confidence, delivering a swift kick to his shoulder. He was instantly overwhelmed with pain, his face contorted in agony. Yet, considering he was one of Su's subordinates, I spared his life. With a solid punch, I struck him on the head, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he nearly lost consciousness. Gasping, he weakly pointed at me, but succumbed to darkness as his mind faded away. I surveyed the fork in the road, hesitating for a moment before dragging our Aang to the right. Chapter 93. Apology. The two individuals seated in the cool shade by the roadside displayed no surprise upon seeing me drag the unconscious Aang. Su's expression reflected a touch of helplessness. My apologies. I have been remiss in managing my subordinate, she hurriedly expressed as I approached. No harm done. I waved my hand dismissively, releasing her Aang's feet to drop him unceremoniously at Su's feet before I maneuvered around her to sit beside Ying. Su then pulled Aang closer, tearing off scraps of cloth from his tattered garments, no concern for his appearance as a beggar, and proceeded to bandage his wounds. I had not inflicted much damage upon him. Rather, it was he who had sought to provoke me, even attempting to use the sharp spikes of the iron fan against me after I had sheathed my blade and resorted to fists. Is this the quality of your subordinates? Su? I remarked, crossing my arms as I observed her tending to our Aang. Oh, come now, enough of that, Ying interjected, turning to me in an attempt to mediate. Su, it is not my intention to quarrel with you. During the last breakout at SHD, your subordinate named I nearly fell victim to a surprise attack from CHNPNDN. Had it not been for DO's timely intervention, he might have been gravely injured or worse. I is merely a youth of tender years, which I can somewhat understand, but what of Aang? He must be older than you, yet possesses the maturity of a child, provoking an adversary in battle and failing to gather intelligence beforehand, a clear display of arrogance. As a seasoned soldier, I can assure you that underestimating one's opponents is a grave blunder on the battlefield. A single misstep can lead to disaster. If your other subordinates are of similar mentality, even daring to interrupt you openly, I suggest you retain only DO and MI, dismissing the others immediately. I delivered my reprimand to Su without mercy, indifferent to whether she absorbed my words, for it concerned her safety after my demise. If in the end, only DO and I heed her commands and possess the sense to think for themselves, it would be best to disband the remaining 6 worthless subordinates. Su, unable to retort, merely opened her mouth before ultimately falling silent, her head bowed. I hope you understand. I am your companion, not your subordinate. I crossed my arms, choosing not to engage further with Su. It would be better for her to comprehend these matters alone. She murmured softly before turning away, seemingly displeased. Such a reaction is understandable. Anyone subjected to reprimand would feel disheartened. Yet, whether she is upset is irrelevant. What matters is whether she has truly comprehended my words. Should Su remain obstinate, believing I ought to follow her lead, then I would have no need to elaborate further. Conversely, if she has listened, it would indicate her willingness to heed my counsel and make necessary changes. I would be amenable to repeating my points if required. Engaging in battle with a band of marauders is a far cry from the discipline of military conduct. When Aang regained consciousness, he instinctively raised his arms to shield his face, attempting to retreat, only to find himself pressed against the wall of the inn's guest room. A setting he recognized. He gasped for breath, gradually regaining his composure. Surely a monster, who can knock me out with a single punch. Expressing his astonishment. Silence. Aren't you embarrassed? Su snapped, startling our Aang into submission. Upon realizing it was her, he quickly fell silent, refraining from further protest. You sought out a fight with others, only to be laid low in mere moments. You disregarded my warnings and even dared to interrupt me. Who granted you such authority? Do you no longer acknowledge me as your elder sister, or have you turned against me? Tunis en sununtai, suppressing the vuri, interrogative Ng stammered, attempting to defend himself, but was swiftly interrupted by Su. What more do you have to say? Resorting to mocking others' backgrounds when bested in combat. How lowly of you for one who has studied the classics. Now, go apologize to Li Ying. With that final command, Ensu turned away. Ing, absorbing the weight of her reprimand, let out a huff. Fine, I understand, Sister Sue. After a moment of silence, he nodded in acceptance. Rising from the bed, he timidly skirted around him in Sue and hurriedly exited the door, glancing downstairs to find Li Ying and Ying Jin waiting below. His face brightened, and in his excitement, he misstepped, tumbling down the stairs. With a thud and the sound of a hefty figure rolling down the staircase, the individuals on the first floor were left dumbfounded. How embarrassing! I knew precisely whom Ying intended to seek out, diverting my gaze and unwilling to acknowledge our acquaintance. Ying, possessing a sturdy frame, swiftly regained his footing, scanning the room until he spotted Li Ying seated in a corner. Li Ying. He hesitated momentarily before calling out, startling Li Ying, who was seated far away. You may address me as Li Ying, but do not overstep. I responded with a scoff, feigning disdain. Very well, Li Ying. Ying approached, standing awkwardly before me. What is it? If you seek another duel, you shall meet your end. I narrowed my eyes, warning him that should he incite my wrath again, I would show no mercy, treating it merely as a means to clear Ensu's path. I won't. He took a deep breath, then suddenly bowed deeply. I'm sorry, Lina de. He muttered an apology, his voice barely above a whisper. Had it been louder, I might have been compelled to strike him again. If you wish to apologize, consider the matter settled. I gestured for him to leave. Ying then took a seat beside me, flanked by Ying Jin on one side and himself on the other, with him, Ensu approaching from the front. Chapter 94. The reason you have apologized? Ensu inquired of Ying. He nodded timidly, indicating his compliance with her wishes. TCH, Li Ying, pay him no mind. He has become foolish from reading too many classical texts. Ensu turned to me, expressing her thoughts. I am indifferent, I replied, for the truth was that had Ying not spoken so insolently, I would have had no inclination to knock him unconscious. Well, that is a relief. Ensu exhaled, fearful that I might refuse to grant her an easy way out, but thankfully she understood. However, it cannot be ruled out that I simply wished to avoid engaging with both her and Ying. As the matter drew to a conclusion, it seemed that there was little left for a few individuals to discuss, especially given the considerable shift in Liang's demeanor, which appeared to have dampened everyone's spirits. After a while, as Mansui began to depart, I suddenly called out to her. Wait a moment, I shouted towards her retreating figure. Her pace faltered briefly, only to quicken again as she pushed open the inn's door and exited, seemingly oblivious to my call. Surely, she had heard me, hadn't she? Yes, she must have. However, her anger towards my change in temperament made her reluctant to acknowledge me. This suited my intentions, yet I still felt compelled to pose a question. What was her true perspective on admitting a man so fixated on marrying her? After 9 years of development, it was implausible that not a single educated individual had crossed her path. Why, then, did she choose this man, who appeared almost deranged? These questions lingered in my mind, and it would be preferable to resolve them now. Rising to my feet, I hastened to catch up with Mansui. Though she walked briskly, she could not outpace me, and within a few strides, I had caught up to her. What do you want? Mansui turned to inquire, but I seized her arm and led her to a secluded corner. What is it, Liang? She asked, pulling her arm away, her tone tinged with irritation. I have some questions, I replied, crossing my arms, unperturbed by the prospect of her fleeing, for her halting meant she was open to conversation. What were you thinking when you allowed a pedantic and seemingly unstable scholar to join us? At that time, during the inception of Liang, our numbers were few, and those who could recognize a few characters were scarce, perhaps half a person. Mansui hesitated before divulging. Each time I heard the name Liang, I felt a twinge of discomfort due to its phonetic similarity to my own name. However, what perplexed me further was the notion of half a person. Could a person truly be divided in such a manner, as though they were already deceased? He was an elderly gentleman, possessing a few characters, engaging in scholarly pursuits. Yet he could not even compose a complete letter, utterly useless. Then, I encountered a near-starving Ruah. Clad in a crimson robe, he was instantly recognizable, even to an ordinary person, and thus I surmised he was an educated man and decided to rescue him. After conversing with him, I learned he had once been a top candidate in the imperial examinations, having served a mere 2 days in the court before being cast out. When I inquired why he had been expelled, he stubbornly refused to divulge, leaving that question unresolved. To this day, Man Sui remains puzzled as to why someone capable of serving in the court ended up discarded like a stray dog on the streets. So he was a top candidate, I mused. Then I have a second question. Given the 9 years of progress, it is impossible you would not encounter an educated individual. Why then did you specifically recruit this rather eccentric fellow and place him under your direct oversight? I sought clarification on my second quandary, remaining patient as I leaned against the wall, waiting for her response. Let me put it this way, Man Sui pondered for a moment, finally determining how to explain to Liang, whom she deemed somewhat dim-witted. You must understand, Liang, that Ruo, as a scholar, inherently possesses a sense of pride. Even when on the brink of starvation, he would not demean himself. Thus, when presented with the opportunity for free labor, why not seize it? Recruiting other scholars is no simple task, and that is one reason. Furthermore, as a top candidate, I have indeed yet to witness a champion or runner-up languishing on the streets. Hence, utilizing him as a tool was the most prudent choice, which is the second reason. Liang, I recall previously stating that my foremost requirement for recruitment is loyalty. I do not demand loyalty from every lowly individual, but if someone is to become my subordinate, I would never accept anyone with a divided heart unless absolutely necessary. That is the third and final reason. The outcome of those recruited? The whole Yang has been thrown into chaos. Man Sui shrugged, noting that of 10 individuals, only 8 remained, 2 had defected, and among those, only 3 could be confirmed as loyal to her, leaving the remaining 5 in uncertainty. I nodded, grasping the implications of her words. There was no need for Man Sui to elaborate further, as I could comprehend the situation. As one who had been saved by Man Sui at his moment of despair, Ruo undoubtedly held her in high regard, and his feelings towards her transcended mere subordination. They were rooted in a one-sided affection. This was entirely natural. During our earlier confrontation, he had remarked that those of lesser strength lacked the right to converse with Man Sui, revealing his discomfort at seeing her interact with another man. Thus, under such a unidirectional mindset, it was entirely appropriate to utilize him as a tool loyal solely to oneself. At the very least, his betrayal would not come as easily as it might for others. Yang Jian had already fallen asleep in a chair at the inn, while Ruo fidgeted anxiously, displaying signs of nervousness. What was he afraid of? I found myself pondering, but chose not to press further, instead positioning myself before the two. And after a couple of steps, I settled into a corner. Chapter 95. Cruelty and tenderness. Are you afraid I will kill you? I could not help but frown. I certainly did not desire to be regarded with the same fear as a specter. Oh, no. Ruo hastily waved his hands, seemingly reassured after glancing at Man Sui. What exactly was he observing? Man Sui appeared entirely unremarkable. I thought to myself, casting a sidelong glance at her, and indeed found nothing amiss. After all, why should I be concerned with the opinions of one who seemed to have lost his senses? Speaking of which, I wondered how matters stood in Xanadu regarding the rice and wheat. They should not be faring poorly, given their formidable strength, which would render them local sovereigns in any territory, impervious to any force other than the official military. I looked towards Man Sui, who shot me a glance, but remained silent. My sudden change in temperament was undoubtedly peculiar, yet the time was pressing, as we were unaware when Li Zicheng's men would arrive to escort us. Once that treacherous official was dealt with, the long journey I shared with Man Sui would reach its conclusion. The brief window during which I could alter her perception of me was limited. Thus, any abrupt shifts in my demeanor were merely to fulfill my objectives, rendering them less conspicuous in my view. Reflecting on our conversations, we had consistently emphasized that upon reaching Yangzhou, our first priority would be to locate Hong Air and Shui Air. Yet now we had not even sought a trace of them. Due to various unforeseen circumstances, we had yet to genuinely investigate their whereabouts. It had been over a month since they had gone missing. Shall we venture out? I glanced at the inn's entrance, contemplating whether to search for Hong Air and her companion. Treading upon the wooden steps, I dragged the slumbering Yang Jian upstairs and knocked on the door of our room. Ah, Liang, Man Sui observed me, then glanced at the unconscious Yang Jian, asking, of an arrest? Yes, but he. I pushed Yang Jian towards her, and with a single hand, she grasped his collar, preventing him from tumbling to the ground, albeit without gentleness, before unceremoniously depositing him onto the bed. "Are you planning to go out?" Man Sui inquired, brushing off Yang Jian, who now appeared bewildered after being abruptly awakened. "Yes," I nodded, and without allowing Man Sui to speak further, I closed the door and descended from the second floor. Lowering the brim of my conical hat, the raincoat draped over my body swayed with my movements. As I pushed open the door, a ray of sunlight fell upon my feet and my figure. I let out a puff of air through my nose and shifted my body, yet the sunlight, which had just lit my landing spot, seemed to forget to follow my steps. However, I paid little heed to that sunlight. After all, I had adapted to the darkness, navigating my way from there. Why should I expect the sun to favor me? It does not belong solely to me. Its value is far from trivial. In this world, it is the most sought-after essence, yet its brilliance indiscriminately illuminates every individual. Enough of such thoughts. I exhaled a breath of discontent, dismissing these trivial and chaotic matters. Yet, as I walked, I couldn't help but recall that child. How delightful it would be if he matured into a handsome young man in a few years. By then, Chueli would likely have blossomed into a beauty as well. Alas, I fell silent. Chun San was born because of me and ultimately perished due to me. This reality is more difficult to accept than ordinary revenge. I could not fathom the anguish I would endure had I arrived too late 9 years ago, missing the moment before the full ears of grain fell into the river, only to find a pair of embroidered shoes left by the bank. Footprints leading into the water with no sign of life. How would I suffer? Would I continue to live? I cannot be certain. That would have been the cruelest yet gentlest form of retribution for me. Fortunately, we never reached that point. I chuckled softly. Truly, I am fortunate. I ordered a jar of wine and a dish. Entering a tavern, I found it a veritable melting pot, perhaps an excellent place to gather information. I placed a few coins on the counter and took a seat at an empty table, unlike my usual aversion to crowds. This time, I chose a spot in the central area. This way, I could better observe the others entering through the door, and if anyone noticed me, that would also be advantageous. I unwrapped the red cloth from the wine jar and tossed it into the corner of the table before pouring some into my bowl. I recall the time I drank with Li Zicheng. After just a few sips, my face grew red, and I nearly fell from the rooftop. I would have likely been left maimed had Li Zicheng not caught my arm in time. Yet here in Yangzhou, there was scarcely any danger. A small drink should pose no issue. As I contemplated this, I raised my bowl, took a sip, and began to drink slowly. At that moment, a commotion erupted beside me. I turned to see a disheveled beggar, clad in ragged clothing, beseeching a table of patrons for wine. Hey, give me a drink, and I'll tell you some tales from outside the city." "Get lost, you lunatic. You're ruining my mood," exclaimed one of the patrons, kicking the beggar aside. The beggar kept muttering "young master," for reasons unknown, yet I found myself intrigued by his mention of tales from outside the city. Chapter 96. The wind rises as I tapped my bowl against the wooden table, producing a crisp sound. The beggar turned and crawled towards me. He repeated his earlier request. A smile plastered on his face. "Hey, spare me some wine, and I'll share some stories from outside the city," he said, his eyes gleaming with desire as they fixated on the wine jar in my hand. To my surprise, he did not attempt to snatch it from me. I could tell he possessed martial skills, yet I wondered why he chose to live as a beggar. Surely, he could earn a living as a bodyguard. He must not lack the means to procure wine. "Wait," I interrupted, observing his unkempt hair obscuring half his face, revealing only one eye. He replied, turning towards me, and in that fleeting moment, I glimpsed a myriad of loneliness and madness in that single eye. But just as quickly, it returned to normal, and I nearly dismissed it as a mere illusion. Yet, I did not overlook it. Who is he? What experiences have shaped him into this? Is he feigning madness? Or is there more to his story? "What is your name?" I inquired, studying the man before me, who was unabashedly consuming the wine straight from the jar. It's not important, he replied with a chuckle, waving his hand dismissively. "I've forgotten it long ago." "Then I shall temporarily name you Feng Qi," I declared. Feng, meaning madness, and Qi, representing a beggar. This name encapsulated his current essence, appearing as a mad beggar, yet seemingly concealing deeper secrets. No witties, no witties," he responded, seemingly unperturbed by the name I had bestowed upon him. To him, a name appeared utterly inconsequential. He truly fit my impression of a madman, though this did not encompass the shock as I had previously instilled in me. Perhaps I had chosen my words poorly, but it mattered little as long as I understood. Feng Qi glanced at me and chuckled, and I couldn't help but smile wryly. Even madmen seem insatiable these days. I stood up and procured 2 more jars of wine, placing them heavily on the table. Upon seeing the wine, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Splendid, he exclaimed, nodding enthusiastically, his gaze fixed intently on the wine. Such a person, with clear intentions, was precisely the sort I enjoyed interacting with. He was easily satisfied, and I understood what he desired. Engaging with someone who had explicit needs is always more comfortable, whether it be material wealth or the mere act of survival. This mutual understanding fosters a more successful collaboration. Ahem. He cleared his throat, beckoning me to lean closer. I furrowed my brow, unable to trust outsiders, especially not a mad beggar. If I were to lean in, I would find myself in a vulnerable position, unable to resist should someone attempt to seize me from behind. You come over here. Move your stool, I replied, shaking my head. All right. Feng Qi's eyes brightened, and as I watched him approach, I noted him sniffing the air, glancing at the wine beside me. I couldn't help but find it amusing. Nevertheless, I knew better than to fully trust what a beggar spoke. This news nearly cost me my life to acquire, he said mysteriously. A few days ago, within the city, I saw 2 men who weren't wearing armor. After one was struck by a blade, their clothing remained intact. Even if they were robust, surely a single blow would leave their garments unscathed. I witnessed it clearly. The attacker swung the blade horizontally, and yet one of them didn't even attempt to dodge. Then they left, and I never saw them again. However, afterwards, I witnessed a curious scene where 3 individuals were gathering a group of over 10 people, seemingly all of them bandits. Intrigued, I approached to observe and overheard some alarming conversations about capturing more people, mentioning places like Shanbei, as well as names like Chuang Wang and discussions of escape. Eventually, I heard the mention of the word sure, and at that moment, I was discovered. Fortunately, I managed to flee quickly, avoiding capture, or else I would have faced dire consequences. As I recounted this, Feng Qi appeared to breathe a sigh of relief and patted his chest. My eyes twitched. Was this about that corrupt official Shi Pengru again? I hardly needed to hear more. Upon hearing the character Shi, I could almost ascertain who was being referred to. Even in Yangzhou, I still encountered him. How amusing. Suddenly, I felt a gust of wind, a result of someone's movement, causing me to break into a cold sweat. Given the speed I had just experienced, had they attempted a surprise attack, it would have been effortless to end my life while I was unprepared. Yet, their master refrained from such an act, and merely took away his rightful reward of 2 jars of wine. This person indeed possessed remarkable skills. I wondered from where he had come. Had he emerged as a new talent? Amusement washed over me as I chuckled softly while listening to the raucous sounds from the 2nd floor. I stood up and made my way outside. Well, it seems they are quite affluent. Even a beggar can procure 2 jars of wine, I mused. As I prepared to leave, a hand suddenly landed on my shoulder, pressing me back into my seat before I could resist. What's this? I grasped the arm of the person restraining me, who appeared somewhat disdainful. Perhaps my earlier amiability toward the beggar and my lack of resistance had led these 4 to misjudge the situation. Release me, I warned, not wishing to engage in further conversation unless absolutely necessary. Are we being threatened now? The leader of the group sneered, extending his hand toward my head. I understood his intentions. This was a common gesture of elder to younger, but among peers, it was an act of humiliation. I found it amusing, and, seizing the opportunity, I dodged his hand, and, before the others could seize me, I clenched my fist and struck the arm of the man behind me. He cried out. Releasing my shoulder, I swung the chair I was in, sending it crashing onto another man, the impact causing him to stagger. I swiftly drew my long knife, pointing it at the nearest individual. He hastily retreated, only to receive a blow from the hilt of my knife to his head, collapsing in a bloodied heap on the ground. I turned towards the leader, who stood frozen in shock. In that moment, I hesitated, as others from the 2nd and 3rd floors emerged to witness our scuffle, while those on the 1st floor scrambled to the corners, fearful of collateral damage. I The man finally regained his senses and, in a panic, attempted to flee, mistakenly believing he could outrun me. I remained rooted in place, sheathing my long knife. I had no intention of pursuing further. I was not one to engage in fights for mere sport. If they sought to provoke me, I would oblige, but only for amusement. I glanced toward the main entrance and exited the tavern. That person possesses quite impressive skills. Where did he come from? Murmured one of the onlookers. I haven't heard of him before. Perhaps a rising star? The atmosphere within the tavern buzzed with excitement, particularly among the upper echelons of Yangzhou society, each harboring ulterior motives to recruit me into their ranks. Yet, these individuals were far beneath me in terms of status, influence, and other attributes. There was one figure among them who captured everything they desired, and to all, it seemed impossible to refuse his overtures. As long as one is human, there are flaws to exploit. Clinging tightly to his shortcomings would suffice, for I could promise him wealth, beauty, or fame. An official on the upper floor remarked casually while fiddling with some trinkets. Indeed, Lord Liu, a subordinate promptly acknowledged before retreating. I had not anticipated encountering such a skilled martial artist in Yangzhou. I must ensure to recruit him before he slips away. You have but two fates, death or consent. Liu Ziqing murmured, gazing out the window. In this realm of Yangzhou, his words held the weight of law, unless the emperor intervened. He was a sovereign in his own right. As I strolled along the street, I contemplated my next course of action. Perhaps I should search once more for the whereabouts of Hong Er and her companions. Of course, I was also relying on luck, as it was improbable that every visit to a tavern would yield a beggar seeking wine who could provide me with valuable information. Although I had conversed with Feng Qi for a while, he had not disclosed the information I sought regarding Hong Er. Nevertheless, there may be a connection I had yet to uncover, and thus, further investigation was warranted. Lost in thought, I was suddenly drawn to a commotion ahead. I observed several children surrounding a frail girl who was attempting to escape but was caught by her hair. Indeed, in a scuffle, hair could become a disadvantage for a girl. Run! Why aren't you running? One boy taunted as he pushed her to the ground, seemingly oblivious to the adults around them. Was it due to their youth, or did the girl's family not care? Regardless, such matters were not my concern. Children often bullied one another without dire consequences. Just as I resolved to walk away, a small boy charged forward. The girl's expression brightened, and she quickly hid behind him, clutching a box tightly. I paused, taken aback by the sight of this equally frail boy. His eyes reminded me of an old acquaintance. This scene evoked memories of a girl named Wonder, whom he had once spoken of during our travels. I began to understand why Chun San viewed Chui Li as the embodiment of Wonder in his mind. I had now become a reflection of that sentiment. He had once confessed his fears, helplessly watching Wonder being beaten unconscious. Yet now, it appeared he had transformed. Though I recognized this was not Chun San, I stubbornly believed that fate had orchestrated this encounter, drawing parallels between them. Run, I murmured to the crowd, stepping closer to the group of children. You dare protect her? They jeered, preparing to charge. The girl hid behind the boy's frail figure. Upon hearing the command to run, shook his head and held her hand tightly. If she had not perished, he should have acted similarly. Yet, their paths would not have crossed. If he had survived, would they have continued together? But how could he face her now? I knew that the two hers I spoke of were not the same person. With the boys advancing, I stepped forward again. I am acutely aware that I can never shield these two children for a lifetime, yet at this very moment, under my watchful gaze, I cannot simply stand by and witness them being harmed, just as he once told me, to become a mere bystander. Moreover, a bystander to individuals I deem significant. Of course, I recognize that this does not pertain to Chun San and Wen Er. I am vividly aware of that, continually reminding myself of this in my mind. How audacious for an adult to interfere in children's quarrels, exclaimed a man in the crowd, expressing his disapproval. Shameless. Several others joined in, voicing their sentiments. Indeed, I do not perceive their insults as particularly severe. I have endured far harsher criticisms. However, the most pressing concern is that I cannot locate them amidst the crowd. Grasping one young boy by the nape, I hurled him away. I am indeed as you described, so be gone. I showed them no mercy. I was unfamiliar with them. And besides, they were my adversaries now. It was generous of me not to draw my blade. Simultaneously, The slightly plump boy who had contemplated attacking the two was frightened, running off with tears streaming down his face, his rotund body shaking as he fled. I have no doubt that if he were to transform into a pig demon, even a demon would exclaim, "Wow, so corpulent?" But that is beside the point. My focus must remain on these two children. They appear quite anxious, especially the little boy, whose face is filled with wariness as he tightly grips the hem of his clothing. "Thank you," he murmured, yet he did not forget to express his gratitude. I nodded in response, then surveyed the surrounding crowd before addressing the two. "Follow me." They exchanged glances, seemingly assessing whether I was trustworthy enough to accompany me. The girl nodded at him, prompting them to turn away. I chose not to speak further, leading them to a quieter area, at least where we would not be under scrutiny. I felt uncomfortable and was unaccustomed to being watched, perpetually sensing that someone might leap out with a dagger. I hope this is merely my imagination, or so I wish. I led the two children into a narrow alley, though the journey was not entirely smooth, as several curious onlookers trailed behind me. However, I am not a particularly amiable individual. As they followed, I drew my knife, wiping it with a cloth I carried, the gleaming blade reflecting the light. I assure you, I meant no threat. I was simply cleaning it to prevent rust. For some inexplicable reason, the onlookers fled in fear, despite my having done nothing. Once in the alley, I leaned against the wall and inquired, "What are your names?" "Ching," the girl replied in unison. "Only one character? Is that truly your name?" I found it curious that there are still individuals with single character names in this day and age. But it seems I too possess a single character name, so it is of no consequence. Our parents passed away long ago, and by chance, Ching and I found each other, naturally becoming friends. As she spoke, Shan stole a glance at Ching, and upon seeing Ching return her gaze, her cheeks flushed slightly. I observed this interaction, allowing a smile to escape. It was a genuine blessing for them. She bears an uncanny resemblance, yet I am continually reminded that Shan is not San, not Chun San San. "So, why do you assist us, big brother?" Shan nearly uttered the term uncle, but swiftly corrected herself, addressing me as big brother instead, and posed her question. I was taken aback, then quickly regained my composure. I chuckled. It feels somewhat unfamiliar. After all, I have not heard the title big brother before. I am more accustomed to being referred to as Liang Yi, or simply Liang, or occasionally as uncle by one person. I hope no one will call me uncle again. As for why I aid you, there is no ulterior motive. Perhaps it is because you remind me of a former disciple. I paused for a moment, then looked at Shan, saying a disciple. Shan fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. I could not ascertain his mind. However, I distinctly noticed hesitation and inner turmoil in his eyes. Yet, when he gazed at Ching, that scant struggle was replaced by resolve. What could he be contemplating? I struggled to comprehend. Perhaps only man Sui can truly grasp it here. Or perhaps he might merely perceive me as a foolish Liang Yi. Just as I was about to speak, Shan preempted me. "This child, so eager to interject. Liang Yi, since I resemble that disciple you mentioned, does that imply he was quite young?" I nodded in affirmation. There was no need to conceal anything. Then, "Liang Yi, how would you describe that disciple in your eyes?" Shan continued to inquire. Was he a chatterbox? His questions were numerous, and it seemed he held a specific purpose for asking. Yet, I was momentarily at a loss for words. To declare Chun San timid? Indeed, but I could never voice that. In critical moments, he was remarkably brave. I replied, "This is the final question. Do not inquire further." I added, as I was preparing to depart, "Brave in significant matters." Shan's eyes sparkled with insight, keenly discerning the implication in Liang's words. Courageous in major affairs, yet timid in minor ones, correct? If so, he too must learn to emulate that. To make Liang truly believe he resembles his former disciple, if he cannot entirely replicate it, he must at least bear some resemblance. He must persuade Liang to permit them to accompany him, for he has his own compelling reasons. However, this cannot be initiated abruptly. It must be a gradual, subtle process, allowing Liang to gradually feel it. Shan fell silent, bowing his head. "I shall provide you with some coins. It should suffice for your sustenance for a while." I cannot fathom why I would give money to two complete strangers. Am I so wealthy? Yet, I cannot resist. My conscience compels me to do so, even if this act is undeniably misguided. I should not harbor kindness towards two unfamiliar children, yet I have chosen to do so. Once, I too saved a girl out of kindness, and that girl is, of course, her. Chapter 99. Liang's Perspective. Robbery after the cataclysmic explosion of the apocalypse. I found myself homeless. My father had died, my wealth had vanished, and I was bereft of a home, all relegated to memories. I joined a group of refugees passing through Anyang County. Coincidentally, two brothers there lamented an unjust verdict, where the county magistrate had shielded a wealthy landlord with whom he was closely associated, awarding the brothers' land to the landlord. Thus, the two brothers, fueled by intoxication, planned to disguise themselves as bandits that night to rob the landlord. Naturally, we, the refugees, were eager to join them in their endeavor. After all, in the eyes of everyone at that time, another's life held less value than one's own. They could no longer endure their plight. How could a wealthy landlord sit comfortably while others suffered? Why should he? If you possess wealth, then share it, so that we may eat our fill. Yet, at that moment, Liang was acutely aware that these individuals acted solely out of self-interest. Everyone was. They had been starving for days. What justice was there in robbing the rich to aid the poor? All mere illusions. People do not care for fleeting illusions. They merely sought to steal grain. This was an excuse, a justification. Of course, he too was included among them, the one who would rob for survival. He had been hungry for far too long. As the son of a merchant, he had never cared for the cost of a meal. But now, all he desired was a hearty meal. That night, we swiftly located the granary, each of us carrying a sack of grain as we fled. Liang Xiren was also present at that moment, marking the onset of his descent into banditry. Liang has since retained a vivid recollection of that event. At that time, the two brothers, filled with indignation, intended to seize the landlord and inflict punishment upon him. Some were also lured by the allure of the landlord's women, contemplating foul intentions towards his wives and daughters. As he attempted to flee with the grain, he discovered that they had already slain the landlord, and the landlord's wife had met a similar fate. In that moment, they were violating the landlord's concubine and tormenting his household servants. Despite the chaos, Liang could not fathom their motivations. Perhaps it was merely to satiate their malevolent desires. Those fleeing from famine pay little heed to the lives of others. As he had previously remarked, for all was but fleeting. They might have sought to unleash their pent-up cruelty, attempting to vent their frustrations and desires. Liang, however, refrained from joining their ranks. For within him lingered a final vestige of morality, a boundary he dared not cross. He understood that should he breach it, he would irrevocably lose his humanity. In a moment of visceral disgust and youthful impulsiveness, he charged forward. "Stop this at once!" Liang bellowed in righteous fury, momentarily stunning the man, which provided Liang the opportunity to draw his blade. "Damn it, you scoundrel!" The man cursed as he regained his composure. Yet he believed Liang would not dare to act. Failing to adopt a defensive posture, Liang, having acquired some rudimentary combat skills from those his father had summoned, struck the man down. Blood erupted forth, splattering both the woman and Liang. Murder! He asked, killing his own. The others in the room, witnessing Liang's audacity, erupted into chaos, fleeing in panic. The landlord's residence descended into turmoil, with some taking the opportunity to slay a few more and seize grain, caring little for the identity of their victims. Emboldened by Liang's initial act, hearing the woman's sobs, Liang felt an overwhelming sense of pity, mixed with irritation. Her plight mirrored his own in some respects. Though he understood that his family had crumbled due to misfortune, was her situation not also a consequence of these people's desires, which had led to her father's murder and nearly her own violation? Of course, Liang felt he lacked the moral authority to judge. For even if he had not harmed the woman directly, he remained complicit among the looters. He was still a bandit. "Cease your weeping," Liang implored, attempting to soften his tone. Yet her sobs persisted. Frustration welled within him, and he shouted, "Can you not be quiet? Stop crying." Startled, the woman trembled and looked at Liang fearfully, but his outburst had the desired effect. She merely sniffled quietly thereafter. "What is your name?" "I cannot continue to refer to you as you," Liang inquired. "I am called Yuan," she replied. "Oh, you are hardly a virtuous person," she mumbled softly, perhaps believing that if Liang were truly kind-hearted, he would not have invaded her home. "What then? Should I simply cast you out?" Let you see if I am benevolent or if the outside world is. Liang feigned the act of throwing her out. No, you wouldn't dare, she asserted, shaking her head confidently. Liang chuckled, recognizing the absurdity. He could not possibly rescue someone only to abandon them afterward, as that would be a waste of effort. Shall we go then? Yes, let us depart. They did not linger, fearing retribution from those who might soon arrive, and fled the landlord's home. Subsequently, they reported to the authorities, who, upon seeing Yuan and Liang together, began their inquiries. Yuan claimed Liang was her servant, which sufficed to deflect suspicion. Before long, the majority of the bandits were rounded up by the officials, some casting Liang hateful glares, believing he was the one who had summoned the authorities to their doom. Others, aware of their impending fate, spewed vile curses, particularly directed at Yuan, standing beside him. As he observed the girl beside him with tears welling in her eyes, Liang could not discern whether her sorrow stemmed from mourning lost loved ones or from the harsh taunts of the villains. Unable to endure any longer, he covered her ears, saying, "If you do not wish to hear, simply do not listen." Together, they exited the county town, heading westward. "Thank you for saving me." Yuan expressed her gratitude during their journey. "Will you not inquire why I accompanied those bandits into your home?" "There is no need," she replied, shaking her head and not broaching the subject again. Thus, Liang respected her silence. Over the course of 2 years, they encountered each other once more in Shanzhou. It was during this meeting that Liang learned her name, Yuan, as in the kite. While pouring tea for him, she revealed her name. "Ah, I see," Liang nodded, engaging her in conversation for quite a while. That time, he lingered in Shanzhou longer than ever before, several months, during which he frequently sought her company. Yet, Liang was acutely aware of his past transgressions. He was a bandit who had pilfered Yuan's family's grain. While Yuan may have moved on, he could not. Even though he had improved compared to that group of thieves, if one were to compare good and evil, delineating the two concepts, what significance would that hold? Committing a wicked act, regardless of its magnitude, remains wicked. Performing a good deed, no matter how minor, is still virtuous. Yet, he had become a bandit incapable of redeeming his past misdeeds through good actions. Even if he appeared human now, at the moment of his death, he would revert to being a bandit. This was his destined fate. A villain, regardless of the reasons behind their wrongdoing, remains a villain. How could he naively believe that saving 4 children and performing a minor act of kindness along the way could absolve him of the evils he had committed over the years? He ought to have anticipated this. Chapter 100. Is it selfish? I observed the 2 children and closed my eyes momentarily, attempting to comprehend what Shan was truly thinking. Indeed, I would assist them. My earlier thoughts were sincere. However, I needed to ascertain whether they, particularly he, had ulterior motives. "Liang Yi," Shan suddenly spoke, interrupting my train of thought, prompting me to glance down at the much shorter Shan. "May we accompany you?" he inquired. "No, y prumli rejecta." Lacking the energy to expend on them. I required time, yet time was indifferent to my needs. "Is that so?" Shan nodded helplessly before continuing. Liang Yi, could you arrange a safe place for us?" I frowned. The child was rather presumptuous. One could say it was expected of youth, having not endured the ravages of famine. Their minds still immature. However, it would be best to entrust these 2 to Yuan. She would know how to handle them. By then, I would likely be dead, and it would no longer concern me. Perspective shift. Shan, I gazed at Liang ahead of me, sighing inwardly. I glanced back at Qing. She was the driving force behind my survival. My existence was dedicated to ensuring she could lead a stable life, even if ultimately I would perish and she would marry another. I never expected such outcomes, as I understood the most probable and improbable fates that awaited me. Perhaps she viewed me as a selfless individual, but I would never consider myself as such. We continued alongside Liang until we reached an inn. The ground floor was bustling, likely due to the influx of patrons, which I found uncomfortable. Yet, Qing appeared to relish the atmosphere, and Liang guided us to a corner on the first floor. So I acquiesced, allowing her to explore, provided she remained safe. "Shan, is it?" Liang sat in the corner, his back against the wall, adopting a relaxed demeanor, presumably to display it for my benefit. A scar ran down the side of his face, enhancing his fierce appearance, and though he wore simple clothing, he resembled more of a bandit. His eyes were dull yet menacing, revealing that he had likely taken many lives. Those terrifying eyes seemed capable of penetrating the depths of my dark and tainted heart. However, I was aware that no one could truly see through to my soul. Not at this moment, at least. Well, Liang Yi, I murmured, lowering my gaze, unwilling to meet his stare. Could you tell me why you chose to follow me instead of seeking a stable place from the beginning? He astutely sensed my earlier intentions, demonstrating quite an impressive intellect. Impressive, isn't it? I have been compared to you before, Liang remarked, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his eyes. Was it for a friend he had previously mentioned? Yet, he lacked your audacity. You seemed to relish the opportunity to speak before others. Upon hearing this, my teeth clenched slightly. Liang had misjudged me. I merely wished to express my thoughts. My fearful pupils trembled, and I took 2 steps back, shaking. Quite real, isn't it? Perspective shifts to Liang. I observed the child before me, who was nearly paralyzed with fear from a single question I posed, and could not help but regard him with a measure of disdain. Indeed, a child is but a child. Encountering me would inevitably instill fear. No child could reach an extraordinary level of intelligence, save for Man Sui. She was unique. There could never be another like her, and if one were to arise, I could only imagine the headache it would cause. Meanwhile, Yang Jian leaped down from the 2nd floor, as usual, straying from the conventional path. I lifted my head to see Man Sui and Yang Jian approaching directly. Are you collecting children? Man Sui inquired, hands on her hips, her brow furrowed. As for Man Sui and Yang Jian, they had previously paid little attention to Chen San. Thus they were unfamiliar with him and could not discern any resemblance he bore. Yes, I volunteer the information. My friend is over there. Just as I grappled with how to explain, the child, Sang, unexpectedly interjected on my behalf. Oh, is that so? The coldness in his voice prompted Sang to lift his head, but the facade of humility faltered upon meeting Man Sui's gaze. Sang's pupils dilated in sudden fear. He was genuinely frightened. Man Sui's eyes were indifferent, seemingly devoid of any intimidating aura. Yet Sang could sense that his innermost thoughts were laid bare before her. He was not merely referring to a trivial cleverness, but to the entirety of his dark heart's musings. Who is she? Why? Sang gulped in trepidation, his throat constricting. At this moment, he was truly afraid. Not the feigned fear he displayed before Liang. He felt utterly immobilized, as if a gust of wind might render his legs weak. Chapter 101. Illness. Man Sui crossed her arms, staring intently at the child, her gaze sharp as if interrogating him. I. Sang was so frightened that words failed him, trembling as he avoided Man Sui's penetrating stare. Since there is nothing pressing at the moment, you may take your little girl and leave, Man Sui stated, her lips parting slightly. Sang, mustering his courage, attempted to speak again. Interrupting others was his forte, but alas, he was up against Man Sui. If Liang intends to take you, I must decline. The exit is over there. She gestured toward the door, indicating that Sang could depart. Steadying himself, Sang's legs trembled, yet fear propelled him forward as he dashed toward Qing, seizing her arm. Qing, don't look back, come with me. He pulled her along, and before she could comprehend, they were already running. In the future, do not bring just anyone into your company. Man Sui glanced at me, her eyes filled with exasperation and an inability to articulate her thoughts. Indeed, I replied, knowing full well that I would likely never see those 2 children again. They would probably flee upon encountering me again, and besides, in the vast city of Yangzhou, the likelihood of crossing paths was nearly impossible. So, have you discovered any traces of Hong Air? Man Sui asked, one hand on her hip, the other hanging naturally by her side. Not yet, but I have some news. I recounted what Feng Qi had mentioned to Yang Jian and Man Sui, and they nodded in acknowledgement. He attempted to place the sword across his neck, and the nearest Man Sui instinctively retreated 2 steps, fearing blood might splatter on her new attire. I wouldn't do anything foolish, Liang Yi. I'm not a fool. Yang Jian chuckled, then turned to Man Sui. Sui Jia, why are you so fearful? Come, sit here. No, I'm afraid you'll splatter blood on my face. Man Sui shot him a glare, grabbing a wooden chair and sitting nearby. Do you have any leads? Perhaps the blade has dulled. Such a minor trick is hardly worth sneezing at. Before Man Sui could finish her thought, she suddenly sneezed. I quietly observed her, leaning against the wall without speaking. Let Yang Jian attend to her, After all, he will be following Man Sui. By the way, where is Yang Jian? Man Sui's expression darkened momentarily. A dull blade, when swung horizontally, poses no threat whatsoever. You should know this better than I, she remarked, demonstrating with her hand as if slicing against the wall. That could very well be true. After all, I have never truly encountered what Feng Qi described. Hey, Liang Yi, is this where your focus lies? Yang Jian's lips twitched. No, Liang Yi. Do you not realize why he was silent earlier? Liang Yi is indeed as dense as a block of wood, Yang Jian muttered under his breath. I shot him a glance, unable to catch his full statement, but distinctly heard the words block of wood. How could one describe a person as such? It bore no relation whatsoever. Comparing him to an animal was understandable, but a plant? All right, it's nothing serious, Man Sui interrupted Yang Jian, glancing at me with a light chuckle. So, shall we set aside the matter of finding Hong Air for now? Yang Jian interjected. Indeed, I affirmed, agreeing with him. I had no objections, as it was not my quest. Man Sui shrugged. Yang Jian reclined in his chair, resting his hands behind his head, swaying slightly. Then suddenly, his legs tangled, and with a thud he fell. Of course, the reason was not that, but rather ouch. Yang Jian clutched his head, wailing, yet he still stood up. Puffed. Man Sui stifled a laugh, covering the lower half of her face with her fan. Seizing the moment when Man Sui was distracted, Yang Jian shot me a glance. It appeared that if I did not concern myself with Man Sui today, Yang Jian could pester me all day long. Sui, I called her, and she turned her gaze toward me. Have you caught a cold? I asked earnestly, noticing Yang Jian nearly topple again. Well done, Liang Yi, Yang Jian thought, giving Liang's retreating figure a thumbs up. Is this your way of showing concern? Man Sui retorted, amused by my inquiry. Oh, I closed my mouth, choosing silence. Liang Yi, you truly are hopeless. A block of wood with no remedy. Yang Jian was on the verge of inscribing, I curse your mother on his face. Forget it. Letting Liang Yi show concern is indeed too much to ask, Yang Jian sighed, pulling me over. All right, it's just a minor ailment. It won't be fatal. So no need for excessive concern. Man Sui chuckled softly and then stood up. Feeling a bit weary, I decided to ascend the stairs to rest. As my health was not at its best, after letting out a sneeze, MNSU made her way upstairs, grasping the handrail for support. I intended to follow and assist her, but was preempted by Ying Jian, who likely assumed I would not offer my help. He took her arm and guided her upward, proving once again that he was indeed suited for such acts of care. However, since I had resolved to distance myself from her, how could I possibly show concern? As I observed their retreating figures, I slowly raised my cup to sip my tea, hoping that after my departure, she would be well taken care of. Naturally, I also wished for her to find a suitable partner to marry, much like the man her father was. Turning my gaze, I noticed a slight crack in the door of the second-floor S compartment, hinting at a figure lurking within. This woman was likely stifling a laugh. So I sighed softly, shook my head, and stepped outside again. My outings had become rather frequent lately, almost a daily occurrence. But perhaps this was indeed the most efficient approach. It was my responsibility to seek out H-ING-R and C-U-R, and I now possessed more information than they did regarding their whereabouts. Their disappearance had proven exceedingly elusive, after days of searching and encountering several individuals. I had yet to uncover any substantial leads. It's you, a voice chuckled, and I felt scrutinized by its owner, causing discomfort that prompted me to avert my gaze. FNGQ held a flask, taking a swig before making a peculiar noise that piqued my curiosity. Was he merely seeking alcohol from me? If that were the case, he could have simply asked. Suddenly, he placed a finger to his lips, signaling me to look to the left. I cast a glance and spotted two conspicuously slender figures approaching us through the crowd. Their conspicuousness stemmed from the telltale signs of official insignia adorning their attire, despite their efforts to conceal it. I furrowed my brow, contemplating drawing my weapon in preparation for confrontation. Soldiers could not possibly be so frail. They adhered to certain standards of appearance. In an instant, a formidable force compelled my hand down, preventing me from unsheathing my blade. My pupils dilated, and I fixed my gaze on a deranged beggar before me. Hee, don't look at me like that. There's more than just these two, he remarked with a grin, then resumed an air of nonchalance as we continued walking. I had not noticed it before, perhaps due to my initial impression of him. But now I observed that he wore a dark robe, with a sword at his waist along with a folding fan. One, I was obscured by his hair, while the other appeared relaxed and harmless. Yet, the strength he had just displayed was undeniably perilous. Who was this beggar? How could he possess such power? Was he issuing a warning? Or did he have ulterior motives? I walked alongside F and GQ, sensing the two individuals behind us drawing nearer, only to slow their pace as they approached. Who are those private soldiers? I inquired, knowing he possessed more insight than I did. Liu, he replied slowly, causing me to shudder involuntarily. Don't be too obvious, he cautioned, pulling me closer. A surname of Liu, yet bearing the insignia of private soldiers. I did not need to guess to know who they were. Liu Ziqing, an official from YNGZHU, whom I had mentioned before. As our pace quickened, it became evident that not only were the two following us, but the crowd around us was growing. By the time FNGQ halted, we were surrounded by over 20 individuals. Why have we stopped? I asked. This place is spacious, ideal for them to erect a monument, he jested. I gripped the hilt of my sword, and this time he did not deter me. Instead, he drew his own blade. Let me see, he said. Liu Ziqing, the H family, the W Ing family, and a few nameless rascals. What audacity they have to provoke us. I see your reputation remains unestablished, I remarked. FNGQ, wielding his long sword, began to weave intricate patterns with it. I had no intention of establishing a reputation. Achoo, apologies. MNSU, with a handkerchief, sidestepped the crowd. So, Miss Sue, does this imply you wish us to deal with SHPNGR? HCH Ing took a seat, observing MNSU and W Ing with keen interest. That could be one interpretation, but it is not the sole objective. Furthermore, I have options beyond just you. I am merely attempting to mitigate risks. Oh, SNG de replit, Bored. In that case, what would our compensation be? Of course, should your directives be misguided, W Ing has the right to refuse. The wealthy merchants exchanged glances. This presented a mixed bag for them, yet the prospect of eliminating that dog official named SH was worth some cost, especially considering their substantial losses. I am curious to know who informed you of our discord with that individual. I believe I am not obliged to share that information. MNSU replied, taking a sip of tea before rising to exit the room. Prepared to face encirclement, dog official, she muttered before departing. I glanced at FNGQ, feeling a twinge of fear, terror, even. He wielded his long sword with remarkable ease against the onslaught of a dozen men, and within a short span, he had reduced their numbers to just 4. Observing the remaining assailants, I swiftly swung my blade, severing one's neck, blood gushing forth. He surely had not anticipated my speed. Evading an attack from the side, I caught sight of FNGQ as he approached, having dispatched the last 4 foes. Truth be told, I had no desire to kill you. I understand you were merely trying to recruit him. Regrettably, they entrusted me with preventing Li Ying from joining others. Thus it became necessary for him to clash with your master. Likely, Li Ying was unaware that these individuals sought to recruit him. Well, that's good. FNGQ murmured softly as he moved beside Li Ying. Gazing at the 2 unconscious private soldiers and the numerous corpses surrounding us, I asked incredulously, "Are you a monster?" "Not at all," he shrugged nonchalantly. Undoubtedly, FNGQ was now stronger than I. I had discerned this during our last tavern encounter. If he truly wished to end my life, it would merely require time. However, I was uncertain if I could match his skill. Regrettably, I did not comprehend how he had honed his swordsmanship to such an extraordinary level. Who exactly are you? I can no longer maintain my composure. For this was the first time I had encountered someone so formidable, someone who could determine our fates. In the past, even against figures like Goying, I had felt a 50% chance of victory, yet in the presence of FNGQ, I estimated my confidence at merely 30%. A mad beggar, just as you stated. You know very well that this is not what I meant. So tell me, why do you assist me?